Chapter 77. The Xianfeng Golden-Scaled Python. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Xiao Yu. One attempt failed. The requirements of the Quangsha Dojo are surprisingly stringent. Those bold enough to participate in the dojo's assessments are individuals who possess a certain level of self-confidence. After all, this is not complimentary. No one is foolish enough to squander their own resources. Fortunately, this matter does not greatly concern him, for he has a recommendation letter from Huang Tianming, allowing him smooth entry into the dojo. Such is the power of connections. Brother, what else do you know about the Quangsha Dojo? Oh, I have plenty of knowledge on that front. My son is an apprentice at the Quangsha Dojo, and I shall share the details with you slowly. As they traveled, the driver rambled on about the Quangsha Dojo and local customs, as if his words were of no cost. Initially, Jiang Chen was quite eager to listen, but as time passed, even he began to lose patience. Nevertheless, he gleaned a wealth of information from the driver. Remarkably, the Quangsha Dojo has connections with the garrison in Shun City, annually supplying them with a number of graduates. Moreover, there is recent unrest in a certain secret realm. Zhao Yifan frequently brings his disciples there for training. This must be the hidden benefit of the Quangsha. Time passed without him realizing, and the vehicle halted before a grand courtyard on the outskirts of Chun City's third ring. Young brother, you have arrived. The fare is 150. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via scan? Such an exorbitant price? However, Jiang Chen refrained from further comment. I'll pay via scan, he said as he settled the fare and stepped out of the car. Gazing at the edifice before him, Jiang Chen felt a sense of awe. Truly, it is worthy of being an officially recognized dojo by the Alliance. Its expanse nearly rivals that of the Qingshan breeding base. Yet, this is only to be expected. There are a total of 108 officially recognized dojos throughout the Alliance, each contributing significantly to the local city's influx of visitors annually. They stimulate the sales of the Beast Taming peripheral industries, which is why every leader aspires to establish an official dojo in their jurisdiction. Such accomplishments are vital for their political standing. Greetings. May I inquire if you are here to seek the master for learning? At that moment, a staff member clad in the attire of the Quangsha Dojo approached Jiang Chen and his companion at the entrance. Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. The staff member was a woman of wealth. Resting on her shoulder was a magnificent golden serpent companion. This beast, known as the Xianfeng Golden-Scaled Python, is exceedingly costly and classified as a top-tier golden gray companion. Typically, the smallest size of such a creature is around 8 meters. Why is this one so diminutive? Suddenly, Jiang Chen appeared to have an epiphany and discreetly activated his innate talent. Name Xianfeng Golden-Scaled Python. Attribute Gold. Qualification Mid-Tier Gold. Quality Rare. Level Extraordinary Level 8. Skills. Golden Scale Constriction. Intermediate entangles the enemy, inflicting damage with its blade-like scales. The more the enemy struggles, the greater the damage. Fluid Transformation. Advanced can freely alter its size, enhancing speed or attack power. Metal Manipulation. Intermediate controls surrounding metals to create a metal storm or shield. Golden Needle Technique. Intermediate emits toxic golden needles from its mouth, with a chance of poisoning the enemy. Exclusive Trait. Golden Scale Blade Body. Its scales are natural high-frequency vibrating blades, causing any contact to suffer minute cuts, resulting in bleeding. When attacked, it can convert a portion of the impact into metal resonance, reflecting damage back at the assailant. Metal Affinity. This ability allows one to perceive and manipulate non-sentient metals within a radius of 30 meters, enabling them to distort, fracture, or propel these metals towards oneself to enhance defense. Jiang Chen. A dual characteristic, truly exceptional. Moreover, this Xianfeng Golden-Scaled Python seems to have comprehended some unique skill, metal traction, which Jiang Chen has not previously encountered. It should be related to the profound mysteries within the Mad Serpent Dojo. However, this is not what Jiang Chen is primarily concerned about. His foremost interest lies in the advanced skill of transformative fluidity and reticence, which allows one to alter their form at will. Jiang Chen has long sought a familiar capable of reticence, yet he has been unable to find one thus far. Shaoqing is growing larger, yet it appears to have forgotten its size, still preferring to climb onto his shoulder. While tolerable for a time, it eventually left Jiang Chen with an uneven posture. He never anticipated encountering a familiar capable of transformative fluidity here. This is undoubtedly superior to reticence. He must seize the opportunity to replicate this ability. Just imagine, when Shaoqing transforms into a dragon, Using transformative fluidity, it could instantly metamorphose into a colossal eastern dragon, stretching hundreds of meters long. It is a truly awe-inspiring thought. Hello, may I inquire if you are feeling unwell? The woman, noticing Jiang Chen frozen in place, spoke up. This new handsome lad seems somewhat dazed. Oh no. Jiang Chen came to his senses and replied, I apologize. It is my first time seeing an Xianfeng golden-scaled python, and I was quite taken aback. The woman was momentarily startled. She did not expect this individual to recognize her golden-eyed python. It is worth noting that even some breeders cannot discern the Xianfeng golden-scaled python in its reticent state. This young man possesses such discerning insight. He likely has some background. It would be worthwhile to probe further. Come, I shall take you inside. All right. Jiang Chen could not shake the feeling that this woman seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She continued to introduce the Mad Serpent Dojo along the way. This exterior area is the battle arena of the Mad Serpent Dojo. The individuals currently on the field are not disciples of the dojo. They are challengers vying for rankings. The top 10 each month receive rewards from the Mad Serpent. The inner area is where the disciples of the Mad Serpent Dojo train. Currently, there are 20 direct disciples in the entire dojo, while others have either commenced their studies or graduated. The disciples observing this scene could not help but find it somewhat curious. Brother Julien, who is that person being led by the sister? I've never seen him before. Julien, squinting, responded, I'm not sure. Perhaps he wishes to seek a teacher and learn the craft. Huh. Judging by this lad's age, he must be this year's college entrance examinee. Yet he comes to register just before the semester begins. Why are you so concerned? If he's bringing money, you should be pleased. Wait, don't engage. Let me handle it. Just right. My golden shadow lizard has learned a new skill, and I haven't had the chance to test it yet. Fine, but don't go overboard. The lad is still young and has just entered university. There will certainly be a freshman competition, and if you injure his familiar, it could hinder his studies. Julien spoke with mild annoyance. He understood his junior. The talent for familiar summoning was rather mediocre. He had not passed the college entrance exam and had dropped out, but later had the good fortune to encounter an injured golden shadow lizard in the wild, which he successfully contracted. Subsequently, he passed the trials of the Mad Serpent through his own cultivation. Yet, he harbored a natural prejudice against those bookish types who only excelled in theory. If he did not intervene, there might be trouble. Chapter 78. The Battle Against the Golden Shadow Lizard. Jiang Chen followed the woman on a brief tour before halting in the inner arena. Please wait here for a moment. I will fetch the curator, she said. Thank you, Jiang Chen replied with a nod. Once she departed, he casually seated himself in a nearby spot, casting his gaze toward the battleground. At that moment, he observed several individuals in training, all accompanied by golden attribute beasts, with only a scant few possessing lightning attributes. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It appeared his suspicions were correct, aside from the secrets of the lightning attribute. The Frenzied Snake Dojo must possess a technique related to electromagnetic force. This made sense, as lightning attribute beasts were indeed rare. If they did not diversify their training methods, it would likely take a year to find even 50 individuals willing to take on apprentices with lightning attribute beasts. Intrigued, Jiang Chen contemplated that this skill could be beneficial for Xiaoqing. He summoned the leaf green snake, addressing it. Xiaoqing, you must strive diligently from here on. Unbeknownst to him that the technique could not be taught through replication, he nonetheless issued a precautionary reminder. Fortunately, Xiaoqing was a rather disciplined beast. Nodding in acknowledgement of Jiang Chen's words, indicating its resolve to work hard, Jiang Chen smiled and affectionately patted its head. Not every dragon is destined to soar. At least in his recollection, the sea dragon his grandfather studied could not sustain flight for long periods. However, Jiang Chen hoped that Xiaoqing would be able to fly upon evolution. After all, those winged lizards in the west could take to the skies. So how could a dragon fall short? Yet, if he could master the Frenzied Snake Dojo's technique regarding electromagnetic force, perhaps he could innovate a method of electromagnetic flight. Are you here to learn at the Frenzied Snake Dojo? As Jiang Chen pondered how to enable Xiaoqing to soar freely, a crew-cut individual approached, flanked by a group of followers. Yes, do you have something to discuss? Jiang Chen sensed the hostility in the other's tone and responded expressionlessly. Nothing major. Just thought we might spar a bit, the man replied with a grin, his golden lizard accompanying him in a threatening roar. Xiaoqing's crimson vertical pupils glimmered with a hint of danger upon witnessing this provocation. How could it possibly tolerate such insolence? Hissing fiercely, it coiled up, adopting an aggressive stance while emitting a series of serpent-like cries. Feng Tao's eyes widened as he observed the beast. He momentarily failed to identify its species. but the aura it exuded indicated that it had been well trained. This would not be an easy opponent. Regret welled within him, yet bolstered by the presence of his companions. He quickly regained his bravado, stating, "Bro, don't take it to heart. We're not targeting you. It's merely a dojo rule that anyone wishing to enter the Frenzied Snake Dojo must spar with seasoned students. Only those whose strength is recognized may gain entry. If you prefer not to, we won't force you." Jiang Chen chuckled in response. "That sounds fair. However, I currently possess only one beast. So how about a 1v1 format?" He readily agreed, having never encountered a golden shadow lizard in Jiang City or Magic City. And perceiving through his all-knowing eye that this lizard was likely familiar with the dojo's technique, he was eager to witness its capabilities firsthand. Feng Tao, seeing Jiang Chen's agreement, wasted no time leading him to the battleground. The surrounding apprentices of the Frenzied Snake Dojo halted their training. Drawn in by the prospect of witnessing a newcomer challenge Feng Tao, such events were a rarity. On the second floor, two figures leaned against the railing, observing the scene below. "Father, should I intervene?" If Jiang Chen were to discover this, he would surely be astonished to learn that the woman who had just guided him was actually the daughter of Zhao Yifan. No need. It's an opportune moment to gauge this young man's abilities. Huang Tianming has sung his praises to the skies, Zhao Yifan remarked indifferently. Just days prior, Huang Tianming, after a lengthy silence, had contacted him, claiming to have a nephew who was an extraordinary talent destined to study at the Frenzied Snake Dojo. He had even offered a platinum-level resource as compensation. Zhao Yifan was curious to see what sort of individual could command such a price. Hearing her father's words, Zhao Jingyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, murmuring, "So this is that wealthy second-generation heir." Jiang Chen and Feng Tao positioned themselves at opposite ends of the battleground. Xiao Qing, having often clamored to engage in battles at home, was well versed in the rules. Without awaiting Jiang Chen's command, it dashed onto the field, determined to punish those who dared to provoke its master. Jiang Chen, observing the situation, smiled and communicated telepathically, "Xiao Qing, aside from being 2 levels higher than you, the only thing to watch out for is its ability, metal mimicry. It operates like an assassin, stacking statuses right from the start, understand? Also, be cautious of its profound technique. I'm currently unaware of how it manifests." Xiao Qing nodded in response. This was the formidable advantage of the all-knowing eye, not only in nurturing beasts, but also in predicting opponent strategies during battles. Onlookers speculated fervently, "Do you think Feng Tao can win?" Zhu Lian inquired, observing the unfolding match. "He will undoubtedly prevail. You all underestimate Feng Tao. Although I'm not familiar with that silver-white serpent, its level is certainly inferior to the golden shadow lizard." Feng Tao's golden shadow lizard had already awakened to the 7th tier and had mastered metal control, paired with proficient tail strikes and metal mimicry. How could he possibly lose? What? He has already mastered metal control? The questioner stammered, taken aback. This fellow had secretly been advancing without his knowledge. Claiming he would go home for a massage. What a ruse. With both sides prepared, the match commenced. Ding dong. At the referee's commanding shout, the bell heralding the start of the contest rang out. Golden Shadow Lizard, Sandstorm. Feng Tao immediately commanded, showing no leniency to the challenger by allowing him the first strike. Swish. The Golden Shadow Lizard spun swiftly, its massive tail sweeping across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, its form began to fade gradually. Intriguing. It had preemptively manipulated the battlefield, truly the mark of a dojo apprentice. Jiang Chen nodded, recalling his frequent participation in school team competitions. Although he never took to the field, he had witnessed enough matches to be quite adept himself. He swiftly discerned the opponent's intent and ordered, growth, charge. Both skills were at a proficient level, and with Jiang Chen's command, Xiao Qing was now capable of executing both simultaneously. Since the opponent had set the stage, Jiang Chen opted to bolster Xiao Qing's strength instead. No matter how thick the Golden Shadow Lizard's armor, would it truly withstand Xiao Qing's assault? As Xiao Qing fortified itself on the field, Feng Tao issued the command, Needle Strike. Countless minute needles, accompanied by sand and debris, hurtled toward the leaf-green snake. Yet Xiao Qing showed no inclination to evade. What are these attacks? Xiao Qing had been rigorously training its physique, seeking out thunderwood and lightning flower vines for electric therapy daily. This meager assault was insufficient to even be a nuisance. It continued to strengthen steadily. Such formidable defense. What manner of beast is this? Feng Tao cursed inwardly, bewildered. However, he also realized that he could no longer allow Xiao Qing to strengthen any further and immediately commanded, Tail Strike. At this moment, the metallic mimicry of the Golden Shadow Lizard had fully activated, rendering its figure invisible amidst the sands and stones. Yet, this posed no challenge for Xiao Qing. Being a serpent, it did not rely on sight to perceive its surroundings. Lightning Tail Assault. Jiang Chen commanded directly. After 2 enhancements, Xiaoqing's abilities were astonishingly formidable. Its white scales shimmered like silver, exuding a chilling luminescence. Boom. In the next instant, the 2 tails collided. In a mere second of contact, the metallic-like scales on the golden shadow lizard's tail seemed to encounter an overwhelmingly powerful force, scattering in all directions. The splintered scales grazed the ears of the onlookers, embedding themselves into the wall behind them. Simultaneously, a piercing pain surged from the golden shadow lizard's tail. Its form was revealed. Constrict. Discharge. After enduring a prolonged battle, the combat instinct of the leaf-green serpent had ascended to an extraordinary level. Upon Jiang Chen's command, it swiftly coiled its robust body around the golden shadow lizard, simultaneously unleashing a surge of potent electricity. Within just a second, the golden shadow lizard found itself at a disadvantage. This sudden turn of events left Fong Tao flustered. Control gold technique. He immediately ordered. Under Xiaoqing's command, the golden shadow lizard let out a shriek and struggled to perform the control gold technique. Countless golden needles that had shot out swiftly coalesced into a sharp needle the size of an iron bar, hurtling towards Xiaoqing. A mutually destructive strategy. This was his final opportunity for a comeback. Should he lose, he would be utterly humiliated. Silently praying, he wished desperately for Xiaoqing to falter. Yet, evidently, he was overestimating the situation. Xiaoqing was far from foolish. It promptly stimulated its muscles with electricity, darting away in a flash. The golden needles collided with the golden shadow lizard, piercing through it. However, even so, it did not cease. The immense force propelled the golden shadow lizard outward, ultimately pinning it against the wall. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. The golden shadow lizard. Chapter 79. The Secrets of the Frenzied Serpent Dojo. The golden shadow lizard had lost. Fong Tao gazed in disbelief at the golden shadow lizard, impaled and writhing in agony against the wall, rooted to the spot. He had invested a considerable amount of resources to nurture it, often juggling tasks from the Beastmaster Association and even moonlighting as a delivery person. Yet this creature, into which he had poured all his devotion, had been reduced to a near-death state in a mere encounter. Is this scientifically plausible? Jiang Chen, witnessing the scene, was equally speechless and promptly reminded him, "What are you still doing standing there? If you don't remove the golden shadow lizard soon, it will bleed out." Hearing this, Fong Tao snapped back to reality. He rushed to the side of the golden shadow lizard, extracting the golden needle before hastily storing it in the beast's space. He sprinted towards the infirmary. Such a penetrating injury could not be naturally healed within the beast's space. It required the assistance of a healing beast. It was over. The surrounding audience, finally regaining their senses after his departure, were filled with astonishment. "Senior brother, didn't you just say Fong Tao was sure to win?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Lian cast a sidelong glance at the speaker before turning his gaze to Xiaoqing, who was now basking in Jiang Chen's triumph. This beast was actually of the lightning attribute. Who exactly is this lad? Even if his beast were to duel with Fong Tao, it could never win so effortlessly. Does that imply he too would falter against this young man? Then the opportunity to lead the expedition into the secret realm would be jeopardized. Contemplating this, Zhu Lian's gaze towards Jiang Chen became tinged with disdain. On the high platform, Zhao Yifan's eyes glimmered. A lightning attribute leaf-green serpent? Intriguing. How has this young man achieved such a feat? This left Zhao Yifan, a beast master of the leaf-green serpent, somewhat puzzled. He was aware that Jiang Chen was a nurturer, as Huang Tianming had informed him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that someone could awaken a second attribute in the leaf-green serpent, let alone exhibit such proficiency in its skills. Is this young man truly only 18? Could he possibly be a disguised ancient prodigy? "Father, what did you just say? That beast is a leaf-green serpent?" Zhao Jingyi found it hard to believe. The leaf-green serpent is the most common beast in the Frenzied Serpent Dojo. Zhao Yifan had dedicated his life to studying it, but had yet to discern the patterns of its evolution into the Tsang Lei frenzied python. The vast majority evolved into either the emerald forest giant python or the jungle viper, with only a select few transforming into the lightning python. Initially, she had considered contracting a leaf-green serpent, but due to its insufficient evolution strength, she opted for the radiant golden serpent. A metallic beast could also learn the secrets of the Frenzied Serpent Dojo, albeit at a slower pace. Could it be that the charming young man below comprehends serpents better than her own father? Let us go down and take a look. If we don't hurry, they might clash again. Brother, isn't that a bit excessive? Going in so fiercely? On the battlefield, Zhu Lian and his entourage closed in, their tones somewhat grave. Upon noticing this, Xiao Yu immediately stepped forward from behind Jiang Chen, positioning himself between the two parties. "I can't comprehend what you're saying." Jiang Chen wore an expression of bemusement. They were engaged in battle. What did it matter how hard one struck? Besides, the golden shadow lizard was not injured by Xiaoqing. It had harmed itself. Even if it were a case of false accusation, it was hardly this blatant. Still playing dumb? Feng Tao is about to join us in the secret realm, and now you've injured the golden shadow lizard, depriving him of this opportunity. What do you propose we do? Zhu Lian spoke with a hint of menace. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile as he adjusted his glasses. He had thought this individual was genuinely there to defend Feng Tao. Perhaps he could regard him with a modicum of respect. Little did he know that such eloquent words were merely self-serving. Was he worried about having one less participant, and thus fewer gains from the secret realm? So what do you want? Compensation. Jiang Chen was taken aback, laughing incredulously. Moral coercion? This was his first encounter with someone so brazenly audacious in their extortion. Just as he was about to articulate a response, a voice rang out from behind. What is going on here? Is this how I have taught you all? The crowd, startled, immediately bowed their heads. Master. Jiang Chen turned to look behind him. He saw a figure of similar age to Huang Tianming descending from the upper floor, accompanied by the woman who had guided him earlier. Zhao Dojo Master. Jiang Chen surmised that he was indeed the master of the frenzied serpent dojo, slightly bowing in greeting. Zhao Yifan nodded, briefly acknowledging Jiang Chen before confronting Zhu Lian and the others, his expression grim. Was it you who incited this? You have learned little of skills, but have mastered the art of bullying those weaker than yourselves. I didn't dare. Faced with the furious instructor, Zhu Lian's complexion darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Zhao Yifan had been observing from above. His resentment towards Jiang Chen only deepened. Had it not been for him, how could he have been so unfortunate? Dare? I see you have quite the gall. Now, run laps for me, from the dojo to Zhoushan. And don't even think about eating until you return before dinner. The dojo is certainly not a school. There is no prohibition against corporal punishment. If you are unwilling to continue, you may leave, but I regret to inform you that tuition fees are non-refundable. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned pale. Yet they dared not utter a word further and hastily turned to leave. Once the individuals had departed, Zhao Yifan turned to Jiang Chen and remarked, You are indeed, as Huang Tianming described, a prodigy. Pray tell, what do you wish to learn here? I have managed the Wild Serpent Dojo for many years and have developed two profound techniques. The first is the purely offensive skill, Thousand Bird Strangle, and the second is electromagnetic adhesion. If you can master either of these and integrate it thoroughly, you shall unlock a skill uniquely your own. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar upon hearing this. From Zhao Yifan's tone, it seemed that his relationship with Uncle Huang diverged from what Uncle Huang had conveyed. However, Jiang Chen did not dwell on it and directly inquired, Is it not possible to learn both? These two skills sound intriguing. Wouldn't it be a loss to only learn one? Quite the astute observation. Being the nephew of Huang Tianming, Zhao Yifan replied, You may indeed learn both, but remember, gluttony leads to indigestion. Should you find yourself unable to master either, do not place the blame on me. With that, Zhao Yifan summoned his Tsang Lei Kuang Mang. It was a massive python, 15 meters in length, adorned with azure scales that shimmered with electricity with each breath. Allow my old companion to demonstrate the Thousand Bird Strangle, Zhao Yifan instructed. The Tsang Lei Kuang Mang, appearing somewhat irritable as if just roused from slumber, cast a glance at Zhao Yifan but did not disobey his command. In an instant, the Tsang Lei Kuang Mang surged with electric energy, transforming into a blur as it rapidly encircled a training dummy. Subsequently, a multitude of electric arcs erupted from its scales, akin to a chorus of thunderbirds, causing the dummy to shatter into charred remnants from within. Such dominance. Chapter 80, The Wild Training of the Wild Serpent Dojo versus Iron Job Battle Spider. Noticing Jiang Chen's astonished expression, Zhao Yifan nodded in satisfaction. This is one of the profound techniques of the Wild Serpent Dojo, a combination derived from the primary skill Binding and the intermediate skill Wild Volt. This is the reason why beast tamers can often challenge foes of higher tiers. I observed your Yiqing snake and Jining lizard during their battle. You should focus on honing the Wild Volt skill next. Jingy, I entrust this lad to you. In a few days, the secret realm will open. Take him along. While this lad's Yiqing snake has awakened the lightning attribute, its potential has yet to be fully realized. Let it consume some quality sustenance. With that, he departed the dojo with the Tsang Lei Kuang Mang, as he had other matters to attend to. Jiang Chen stood there, momentarily stunned. Is this fellow reliable? This seems rather hasty. Combination skills are notoriously challenging. Only the top-tier members of the Magic City Academy can wield such techniques. It is not merely about mastering two skills simultaneously. It requires the beast to possess the ability to multitask. How difficult is that? Try drawing a circle with your left hand while drawing a square with your right. Moreover, even if you accomplish this feat, you must consider whether the energies of the two skills will conflict. A single misstep could result in injury to the beast. Thus, the mastery of skills must reach a significantly high level. Currently, Xiaoqing can simultaneously utilize growth and recharge, but that is merely due to a fortunate discovery during training. This cannot yet be deemed a profound technique, but rather a nascent combination skill. A true profound technique requires the seamless fusion of two or more perfected skills. For instance, Sun Jinchuan's Iron Eater employs a technique known as Thunder Armor. Once activated, it envelopes the user in lightning, wreaking havoc akin to a rampaging volibear. However, Jiang Chen did not aspire to master a profound technique at this moment, as Xiaoqing was still at the awakening tier. He merely wished to establish a solid foundation to prepare for its evolution. Come now, little brother, let me show you your training grounds. If you do not apply yourself diligently in the coming days, I shall not refund your fees if you learn nothing. Zhao Jingyi said with a smile as she glanced at Jiang Chen. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Jiang Chen replied as he followed Zhao Jingyi to a section of the rear mountain. Upon entering, he witnessed a pitch-black spider leaping down from a tree, ambushing a fire sparrow. Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock, "What?" Noticing Jiang Chen's expression, Zhao Jingyi reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. These beasts are wild creatures my father captured from the outside, intended to simulate a natural environment within the Wild Serpent Dojo. This is to help the disciples acclimate early, as most of them will eventually join the military. In the next 2 days, you may find yourself training here often. If you do not meet my standards, I cannot guarantee your entry into the secret realm." Zhao Jingyi was aware that Jiang Chen's primary occupation was that of a beast breeder, and a talented one at that. If something were to go awry during training at the Wild Serpent Dojo, it would not be something that could be easily explained. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. That is only right. Xiaoqing's performance in battle has been commendable, but it has grown up in the breeding facility without ever venturing into the wild. Who knows how it will fare outside? After some contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to summon Xiaoqing. Since he was already here, it would be prudent to test it now. As Xiaoqing materialized, it regarded Jiang Chen with curiosity. Hiss, it seemed to say, "Are we going to fight again?" Jiang Chen smirked. "Stop thinking about battles. Shortly, I shall introduce you to something entirely different." Zhao Jingyi, upon seeing Xiaoqing summoned, couldn't he help but exclaim despite having seen it before, "So magnificent." The silver scales, combined with its serpent-like head, indeed rendered Xiaoqing a prodigy among snakes. At that moment, Xiaoqing seemed to sense something amiss. It immediately straightened up, entering a state of alert, its crimson eyes fixated on a distant spider. "Hiss, hiss, hiss," it warned. "It's planning a sneak attack." Seeing this, Jiang Chen swiftly turned around. At that moment, the large black spider had wrapped the fire sparrow in silk and hung it from a tree. Casting a glance at Jiang Chen and the others, a crystalline liquid dripped from its mandibles. The sight of its 8 red eyes sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine. It was utterly repulsive. Zhao Jingyi observed quietly from the side, having no intention of intervening. The iron-jawed battle spider did not employ poison like ordinary spiders. It was straightforward in its approach. This one had awakened to the 6th tier, making it a fitting first opponent for the Yiqing snake. She was keen to see how Jiang Chen would handle this unexpected situation. "Be cautious, Xiaoqing. This one is not like your previous foes." "Thunderbolt, tail strike," Jiang Chen declared, opting for a preemptive strike. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing emitted a series of hisses, signaling its intent to attack. It began to advance toward the spider, electric sparks dancing across its body with each step. When Xiaoqing was within 8 meters of the spider, the hairs on its legs stood on end. Spider sense. This was its unique skill, which allowed it to navigate dangers in the wild. It sensed that the serpent before it was no ordinary creature, and a sudden inclination to retreat surged within. 8 vigilant eyes fixated on the little green serpent, gradually backing away. Yet, how could the little green serpent allow such an escape? It was destined to transform into a dragon, and here was a mere spider daring to contemplate devouring it. To let it go would be a loss of face. The serpent's pupils constricted sharply, its speed escalating instantaneously, with sparks of lightning flickering along its tail, swiftly closing the distance. It then lashed out like a whip. The iron-jaw battle spider, taken aback, extended its forelimbs in an attempt to defend itself. But how could it possibly withstand such an onslaught? The electrified tail severed its forelimbs effortlessly. Zzz. Vivid green blood gushed forth from the wound, and the searing pain coursing through its legs propelled the iron-jaw battle spider into a frenzied state. Its entire body reared high, and it aimed to pierce the little green serpent with a vicious strike of its spider legs. Yet, it was far too slow in comparison. The little green serpent would bring it to an end. Strike at its heart. Hiss, understood. In an instant, the little green serpent transformed into a streak of white light, doubling its speed. Like a specter, its tail punctured the iron-jaw battle spider's abdomen. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at the sight. Did it miss? Was it possible that the little green serpent's speed had interfered with its perception of the surrounding aura? Just as Jiang Chen pondered this, the little green serpent pressed on. Unleashing a discharge, countless electric serpents erupted from within the iron jaw battle spider, shredding its innards to pieces, causing an explosive burst that splattered the little green serpent. Jiang Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After dispatching the iron jaw battle spider, the little green serpent scurried toward Jiang Chen as if seeking praise. This was its first kill of a wild beast, and it was undeniably exhilarated. Perhaps this was the untamed spirit that lay dormant within a beast. Jiang Chen, however, he could not refuse and affectionately patted its head, offering encouragement. Well done. Zhao Jingyi observed the playful duo with a hint of astonishment. Jiang Chen, have you previously taken the little green serpent for wild training? Chapter 81, Teaching Skills. Witnessing the performance of Jiang Chen and the little green serpent, Zhao Jingyi felt a twinge of surprise. They had exhibited no signs of fear whatsoever. Instead, their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, each move executed with precision and fluidity. No, this is actually the little green serpent's first kill of a wild beast, Jiang Chen replied candidly, without reservation. Although Zhao Jingyi had anticipated this, hearing Jiang Chen's admission still startled her. It seems you are fortunate. The little green serpent possesses a naturally courageous heart, which often leads to commendable achievements in beast battles. Have you ever considered becoming a professional beast tamer? Upon hearing this inquiry, Jiang Chen paused momentarily. A professional beast tamer? It was a notion he had not entertained. This profession differed from that of a breeder. They needed to continually venture into secret realms to explore, seeking resources or opportunities for breakthroughs. The mortality rate was not low. Nonetheless, society could not do without such individuals. Without them in search of spiritual materials, breeders would struggle to conduct their research. The two professions complemented each other. I don't have such thoughts at present, but the little green serpent seems quite interested in battles, so I may consider it in the future. Zhao Jingyi nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that since he was unwilling, she would not press the matter. Being a breeder indeed appeared to offer a more promising future than that of a beast tamer. You should take this manual back and study it thoroughly. I've marked every crucial point. However, do not practice forcefully. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. This skill holds considerable power, and without sufficient physical conditioning, one could easily injure themselves. As for wild training, gauge the situation and train accordingly. In my view, the little green serpent should not encounter other beasts in the secret realm, so it shouldn't have issues unleashing its skills. Jiang Chen accepted the manual and nodded. All right, I understand. The little green serpent listened to their conversation, a slight curve of pride forming at the corner of its mouth. Since its debut, the thing it took the most pride in was none other than its own physical prowess. This wild volt was surely within its grasp. No one could hinder it. Following this, Jiang Chen accompanied Zhao Jingyi on a tour of the training facility at the Serpent's Fury Dojo. The training tools within were the latest models, each clearly labeled with usage precautions. However, what astonished Jiang Chen most was their therapy center. It employed specialized beast therapists and featured a high-tech therapy device capable of alleviating the fatigue resulting from beast training. Its price was exorbitant, equivalent to the breeding cost of an abyssal king crocodile. This clearly demonstrated the immense support Spring City extended to the Serpent's Fury Dojo. After their tour, night was approaching, and Jiang Chen bid farewell to Zhao Jingyi, returning to the villa he had reserved. Due to its location in the suburbs, the 2-week rental price was quite reasonable, well within Jiang Chen's budget. After dining, Jiang Chen brought the little green serpent to the training ground. This was a facility included with the villa, one of the main reasons he was willing to spend the money. Upon returning, he had already studied the manual Zhao Jingyi provided. It was indeed comprehensive, with notes on the challenging aspects, likely written during her own training sessions. Let us commence our training. Wild Volt is a skill exclusive to the Lightning Zebra. Akin to the Thunder Strike we previously studied, utilizing lightning to stimulate the muscles. With your thunderous physique trait, you should have no trouble grasping the basics. However, mastering the advanced form may require some time. The little green serpent nodded in response, indicating its readiness to take on the challenge. Observing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk, retrieving the dragon's blood he had exchanged from the Songhai Navy's treasure trove from his spatial pouch. To align with its usual tastes, Jiang Chen had blended it into the spirit food the little green serpent typically consumed. After all, training was arduous enough. If he could satisfy other aspects, he would do so as a small reward. As the little green serpent consumed the food, the dragon energy within the spirit food began to nourish its form. Jiang Chen then initiated the teaching skill, one he had secretly copied during Zhao Yifun's demonstration. Initially, he intended to replicate the skill for seamless transformation, but he had yet to find an opportunity, and would have to wait until the secret realm journey to see if a chance would arise. Skill, Wild Volt. Skill level, Intermediate. Description: the beast tamer infuses electrical energy into their muscles and limbs, instantaneously unleashing their wild potential, executing a high-speed charge with the force of thunder. And upon impact, releasing high-voltage electricity with a paralyzing effect. Upon completing the skill enhancement, a new skill appeared on the little green serpent's panel. Name: Leaf Green Serpent. Level: Awakening Tier 5. Attributes: Wood, Thunder. Qualification: High Bronze. Quality: Rare. Traits: Child of the Jungle, a favored creature of the jungle. Increasing the damage of wood attribute skills by 10. Thunderous Physique. Possesses the ability to store electricity, allowing electrical attacks to attach to its scales. Skills: Drift, Proficient. Vine Whip, Beginner. Flying Leaf Blade, Beginner. Growth, Proficient. Binding, Proficient. Charging, Proficient. Lightning, Beginner. Thundertail Strike, Beginner. Wild Volt, Beginner. Evolution Path: Emerald Forest Python, 100. Jungle Viper, 35. 60. Simulation Points, 5460. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Engaging in both replication and instruction on the same day proved to be quite exhausting. Jiang Chen secretly pinched a tiny morsel from Xiaoqing's food to taste its flavor, simultaneously replenishing his own vitality. As the sustenance filled his belly, Jiang Chen felt significantly revitalized, nodding in satisfaction as he observed his simulation points nearing 6,000. This increase was the result of the transformation of the ever-changing silkworm into the thunder feather butterfly. Jiang Chen discovered that a single golden tier thunder feather butterfly could yield approximately 100 simulation points. Just when he thought he could finally become affluent in simulation points, he impulsively spent 1,000 points on Xiaoqing's unknown evolution, only to receive a meager increase of 2. However, Jiang Chen remained undeterred, recalling that, based on previous experiences, the greater the potential of a beast's evolution, the higher the expenditure of simulation points. Such a substantial cost only fueled his curiosity about what form Xiaoqing would take post-evolution. He returned to rest, for tomorrow he had to visit the Wild Serpent Dojo. Upon hearing this, the leaf-green snake shook its head, indicating that it wished to train a bit longer, urging Jiang Chen to sleep first. Yet, he could not bring himself to comply. The presence of the Beast Master was essential during training sessions to strengthen the bond between them. Thus, under the starlit sky, both Master and Beast diligently honed their skills. Neighbors, witnessing the scene, could not help but drift to their children's rooms, comparing their offspring's efforts. Look at them. And then at you. The summer vacation is nearly over. Have you even turned a page in that stack of books? Tomorrow, it's off to the training field. This night would undoubtedly be unforgettable for the surrounding children, who silently cursed the relentless competition that pervaded their lives. Chapter 82. The Beasts of the Abandoned Power Plant. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Chen oscillated between the Wild Serpent Dojo and his villa. Intensive training during the day, followed by point allocation at night. The dragon blood spirit food he had brought was nearly depleted, but thankfully, the results were promising. Both the Wild Volt and electromagnetic wave skills had advanced to a proficient level. Regrettably, Xiaoqing was still unable to unleash 2 skills simultaneously due to the lack of appendages for executing circular or square training. It seemed that combining the 2 would only be feasible once both skills reached mastery. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was unhurried. He was merely laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Moreover, these 2 days had not been devoid of other gains. Earlier in the day, Xiaoqing had successfully broken through, reaching the 6th tier of awakening, a welcome surprise. Tonight, we shall forego training, as we must conserve energy for the secret realm tomorrow, Jiang Chen said. Reclining on the sofa with a copy of the Beasts of the Abandoned Power Plant in hand, addressing the leaf-green snake. He had purchased this book for 100 yuan from the Beastmaster Guild, which cataloged all the common beasts and their skills found within the abandoned power plant. As he opened the book, the first image that caught his eye was that of a sheep adorned with green fur. Name: Mian. Attribute: Grass, Earth. Beast Level: Awakening Tier 1, Awakening Tier 3. Beast Quality: Bronze Tier 1. Beast Skills: Herbivore, Beginner, Vine Whip, Beginner. Characteristic: Fluffy Fur. Introduction: A weak beast residing on the outskirts of the abandoned power plant. Its meat carries a subtle earthy flavor and is of minimal value. This green sheep was a first for Jiang Chen. He had previously encountered black-furred sheep. Yet, he questioned the utility of such a beast. Even Jiang Chen was at a loss for how to nurture them. In comparison, the lingling mouse and the ever-changing silkworm at least had the advantages of active evolution factors and pleasant flavors. He continued to peruse the pages, discovering that the variety of lightning attribute beasts was not as extensive as he had anticipated. Currently, he could only identify 2, the mud loach and the electric swallow. However, neither possessed the hallmark traits of lightning attribute beasts, with their naturally learned lightning skills being pitifully scarce and their evolutionary forms lacking strength. Consequently, few opted to form contracts with them. They fell into the category of beasts that were tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to abandon. Upon reaching the final few pages, he finally encountered something that piqued his interest. Name, Stinking Mud. Attribute, Lightning, Poison. Beast level, Awakening Tier 9, Extraordinary Tier 2. Beast quality, Bronze Tier 3. Beast skills, Venom, Intermediate. Corrosive Poison, Beginner. Poison Lightning Bomb, Advanced. Note, rarely learned. Beast characteristic, Poisonous Hands. Introduction, a beast formed from the absorption of experimental wastewater. Having devoured numerous beast corpses, it boasts a formidable skill pool, but is highly unstable, with a constant risk of self-detonation. It may self-destruct. Could this stinking mud indeed possess dual attributes of lightning and poison? Such a beast existed? Jiang Chen, well-read and knowledgeable, felt as though each beast within the abandoned power plant was akin to unboxing a surprise. He found himself eagerly anticipating what beasts he might encounter. However, the skill pool of this particular beast was rather intriguing. Unfortunately, as Shaoqing upgraded its quality to awaken its lightning attribute, it had simultaneously eliminated the vestige of its poison. Now, even if it were forced to learn, the power would be considerably diminished. Before long, Jiang Chen turned to his target beast, the Thundercloud Bee. Name, Thundercloud Bee. Attribute, Electric. Beast level, Awakening Tier 3, Awakening Tier 6. Beast quality, Bronze Tier 2. Beast skills, Poison Needle, Beginner. Lightning Needle Piercing, Intermediate. Electromagnetic Interference, Intermediate. Beast characteristic, Psychic Gland. Introduction, a lightning attribute bee beast residing in the 100-Flower Valley, capable of producing precious materials such as thunderbee pollen, which, when consumed, can enhance a beast's lightning potential. No wonder the thundercloud bee had proliferated to the extent that the local authorities hesitated to remove them. It was due to this very reason. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Had it not been for the overpopulation of thundercloud bees affecting the surrounding area, the Wild Serpent Dojo likely would not have been called upon to address the issue. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen understood their reasoning. After all, anything that could enhance a beast's potential was a rare commodity. Now, he even entertained the idea of relocating a beehive to the Qingshan breeding base. He just wondered if it was feasible. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen finished perusing the book and summoned Xiaoyu. Brother Xiao, could you do me a favor? Please go outside and purchase an electric-resistant fishing net and an insulated containment box. Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's intentions, complied without hesitation. He mounted the earth-rending rhinoceros and departed the villa. Jiang Chen gazed out the window, where the moon was obscured by dark clouds, revealing only a sliver. He rose, stretched, and addressed the small Qing at his feet. Don't sleep here. Let us return to our room. The night passed in silence. In the morning, Jiang Chen awoke to find Xiaoyu had prepared breakfast. Last night, the items he had requested were neatly placed at the entrance. With a flick of his right hand, Jiang Chen stowed them into the spatial bag against his chest. He then checked the necessary equipment for entering the secret realm. Sleeping bag, lighter, water purification device. Nothing was amiss. Xiaogu, let us be off. After all, we are outsiders, and it would be discourteous to keep them waiting, Jiang Chen remarked, taking a piece of bread from the table and biting into it as he exited the villa. Upon arriving at the Crazy Snake Dojo, Zhao Jingyi was already addressing a group at the entrance. Listen up, everyone. Our mission this time is to eliminate the rampant thundercloud wasps infesting the abandoned power plant. However, we are not the only team undertaking this task. Once you enter, be wary not only of the beasts, but also of the adventurers. She enumerated several precautions. Observing her current demeanor, one could indeed sense the authoritative presence of a senior disciple. That is all I have to say. Now disperse. We will regroup in 30 minutes at the entrance. Anyone who is late can consider themselves out of the mission. After she finished speaking, Jiang Chen stepped forward. Sister Zhao? Quite imposing indeed, he remarked. Zhao Jingyi glanced at him, saying, You've been rather mysterious these past few days. How has your skill training been? Once we enter the secret realm, stick close to me, and I will guide you through the mission. But don't expect me to intervene unless you encounter an insurmountable foe. Otherwise, I shall merely observe, as per Uncle Huang's instructions. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, harboring no particular thoughts on the matter. After all, if she were to assist him continuously, Shaoqing would not gain the necessary experience. After their conversation, Zhao Jingyi retrieved a book from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. He glanced down to read the title, Analysis of Spiritual Flora in Abandoned Power Plants. Since we still have some time before entering the secret realm, take a look at this book to avoid being oblivious to valuable finds, she advised. Anything we obtain within the secret realm can be brought back, which is one of the perks of the Crazy Snake Dojo. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Time passed swiftly, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Zhao Jingyi called everyone to board the armored vehicle that had been prepared in advance, and they set off towards the secret realm. Chapter 83, premium ingredients, fragrant pig. Over a dozen crazy snake students, clad in matching uniforms, sat within the armored vehicle. Feng Tao cast a shadowy glance at Jiang Chen. Thanks to the meticulous treatment from the medical center's physicians, the injuries of the golden shadow lizard had healed just in time for the expedition. However, the corresponding cost had left his pockets empty. Should there be no gains this time, he might find himself unable to meet next month's Beastmaster loan obligations. Jiang Chen sensed the hostility emanating from these individuals. While he remained indifferent to their disdain, he kept a wary eye. Having never ventured into the secret realm before, he had heard numerous tales of betrayal from friends. He dared not gamble on the integrity of these people. However, as long as they did not seek trouble with him, he would not instigate any conflict. Yet, if they broke the rules, he would not hesitate to reciprocate. In this peculiar atmosphere, the armored vehicle arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with watchtowers positioned at intervals. At the forefront of the valley stood a massive silver gate, shimmering with blue light. This was the entrance to the secret realm, crafted by a master of space-type beast mastery, guarding against the beasts within. Surrounding the valley was a fortress constructed from Azure stone, serving as both the first and final line of defense, with armed soldiers patrolling constantly. At the entrance, a soldier halted the crazy snake vehicle. Zhao Jingyi, through the window, presented the insignia to him. As he verified it, she inquired, "May I ask how many teams have entered so far?" The soldier returned the insignia and replied, "Aside from your team, 3 others have already gone in." He then saluted Zhao Jingyi, saying, "May you return safely." She nodded, calling to the driver, "Let us go." With a press of the accelerator, the armored vehicle surged through the spatial gate. Instantly, a wave of intense dizziness washed over Jiang Chen. Grasping the handrail beside him, he summoned his beast mastery energy to alleviate the sensation somewhat. After a moment, the armored vehicle emerged onto a vast, unfamiliar grassland. Jiang Chen immediately felt a sense of relief. Zhao Jingyi opened the vehicle door and summoned her Xianfeng golden-scaled python. In the secret realm, even intermediate beast masters dared not let their guard down. The others likewise summoned their beasts. "Sister, this time we plan to hunt the flashing electric bear. Would you care to join us? With your presence, the risk should be minimal," Zhu Lian invited Zhao Jingyi. The first task for everyone entering the secret realm was rarely to directly pursue their mission. After all, there was no time constraint for the tasks. Typically, entering the secret realm required a fee, but during missions, it was free of charge. Thus, most individuals would first gather resources they desired. This had become an unspoken rule. Zhao Jingyi turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "What do you think? Care to join?" Jiang Chen shook his head in response. "I think I'll explore the outskirts first. There are several spiritual materials I need here." He found this group unreliable, and given his existing conflicts with them, he felt it was safer to venture alone. "Very well." Zhao Jingyi nodded, turning to Zhu Lian. "You all may go. I will not accompany you. Given your current strength, you should be fine dealing with a flashing electric bear. But exercise caution." All right." Though Zhu Lian felt somewhat dissatisfied, he dared not voice further objections and led his junior disciples away, casting a discreet glance at Jiang Chen as they departed. "Xiaoqing, come forth." Jiang Chen summoned Xiaoqing, who immediately felt a wave of comfort from the surrounding spiritual energy. Observing the unfamiliar environment, Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Chen with confusion. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Is this the secret realm? It feels quite similar to the forest from the Songhai army. Be cautious. Do not let your guard down. The beasts here are not like those you faced in the past," Jiang Chen warned Xiaoqing. Wild beasts, untrained by beast masters, often possessed unique abilities to survive. If one was not careful, they could easily fall victim to them. "Let us set off, Sister Zhao. Your refusal to join them has drawn some animosity towards me," Jiang Chen said, turning to Zhao Jingyi. "Are you still concerned about that?" Zhao Jingyi chuckled, responding, "I hardly see you as someone who cares for their opinions." "Mutual sentiments," Jiang Chen replied. They were all from the 4 Great 12 academies, and he understood the students within well. While Zhao Jingyi appeared to integrate seamlessly with these apprentices, there remained an underlying pride within her. Nevertheless, she was indeed deserving of such confidence. With her prowess, she would likely join the first-tier team of her school by next year. Following Jiang Chen's reminder, Xiaoqing also adopted a more cautious demeanor, occasionally flicking out its tongue to sense the scents in the air. This time, Jiang Chen's objective was unequivocally clear: the honey-scented boar's essence nestled within the 100 Flowers Valley. However, the journey to the valley appeared somewhat distant, providing an opportune moment to leisurely explore. As the spiritual energy within the secret realm far surpassed that of the outside world, cultivating here would be exceptionally beneficial. At that moment, Jiang Chen abruptly halted, his nostrils flaring as he detected a foul odor. What was that repugnant stench? Suddenly, a wild boar, its body encrusted in mud, burst forth from a nearby burrow. Its crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Chen and his companions. A honey-scented boar? What fortune? Jiang Chen exclaimed, somewhat astonished. This creature was a silver-tier beast, known as the honey-scented boar, not for its odor, but rather for the exquisite quality of its meat. This species exclusively feasts on a plant called candied reed, resulting in an incredibly succulent flesh. Once they reach the late awakening stage, they will condense a precious piece of meat within themselves. In upscale restaurants outside, a mere pound could fetch upwards of 100,000. Consuming it grants a chance for beast tamers to awaken the exclusive talent, fragrance, making it a coveted prize among enthusiasts of plant-based beasts. To encounter one here was utterly unexpected. Xiaoqing readied herself for battle. Chapter 84. Secrets of the Honey-Scented Boar's Nest. Sensing the hostility emanating from Xiaoqing, the honey-scented boar instantly entered a combat stance, emitting a series of low growls from its throat, accompanied by a puff of white smoke from its nostrils. With a powerful thrust of its forelegs, it charged ferociously at Xiaoqing, its jaws sprouting two 10-centimeter-long flaming fangs. The ferocity was astounding. Xiaoqing deftly evaded, aware that these fiery fangs could inflict severe burns if she were to be bitten. Wild Volt, evade! Jiang Chen commanded, his pupils flickering with a blue light as he discerned the boar's skill set. He promptly warned Xiaoqing, it is at the 6th awakening stage, possessing only 2 skills, flaming fangs and fragrant mist. Among wild beasts, its abilities are considered average. However, its body, caked in mud, combined with its already tough skin, grants it remarkable defense while maintaining surprising speed. Together, it is akin to a tank. With each stride, the ground trembles beneath it. Xiaoqing's slit pupils locked onto the foe, her body tensing as sparks of electricity danced across her form. Wild Volt activated. Under the stimulation of the lightning, Xiaoqing's muscles surged with vitality, disappearing from sight like a flash of lightning. Humph! Where did it go? The honey-scented boar, startled by its prey's sudden disappearance, attempted to halt its charge. Yet, it was too late. Its massive weight not only endowed it with formidable momentum, but also amplified its inertia, rendering it incapable of stopping in time. The boar collided directly with a colossal boulder. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, grow and then unleashed the leaf blades. Without delay, Jiang Chen issued his command. The honey-scented boar, now ensconced in its earthen armor, had to be dealt with first, or else Xiaoqing's powerful skills would be rendered ineffective. A verdant glow enveloped Xiaoqing as she unleashed over a dozen green leaf blades. Dazed, the honey-scented boar shook its head, struggling to regain composure, only to see the blades hurtling toward it. It quickly turned its head, presenting its rear as a shield. It seemed to understand that its posterior bore the most flesh and the strongest defense. Bang! The leaf blades struck the boar's hindquarters, piercing through the mud, and a trickle of blood oozed from the wound. However, it was merely a surface injury, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Xiaoqing, taken aback, felt a surge of indignation. She immediately launched several more blades. Yet, the honey-scented boar, undeterred, charged at Xiaoqing once more, utilizing its muddy armor. But the outcome remained unchanged. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Typically, honey-scented boars exhibited minimal aggression. Some even regurgitated their precious meat when confronted by foes, using it as bait to lure enemies away and secure an escape. But this one seemed rabid, recklessly attacking anyone in sight, which was decidedly unusual. Was it truly unwell? After several skirmishes, the armor adorning the honey-scented boar had nearly disintegrated. Blood flowed freely from its wounds, staining the ground crimson. With its forelegs half kneeling, it resembled a flickering candle in the wind. Roar! Yet in the next instant, it summoned strength from within, rising once more to charge at Jiang Chen. Bellowing defiantly, if I couldn't slay that spicy strip, how could I not vanquish you? Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Although anxiety coursed through him, he commanded Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, Thunderbolt Tail Strike. One must remain composed in the face of danger. This is an essential trait of an exemplary beast tamer. At Jiang Chen's command, Xiaoqing surged forward, pushing her speed to its absolute limit, even surpassing her earlier Wild Volt. In the blink of an eye, she reached Jiang Chen's side, her tail thrusting forward like a lightning spear. It pierced the honey-scented boar's heart in an instant, a spurt of blood erupting as it cast a final, unwilling glance at its nest before collapsing. Seeing this, Jiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, commending Xiaoqing, well done. I'll prepare a treat for you shortly. He then crouched down, retrieving a hunting knife from his spatial pouch. Harvesting spiritual materials was the first lesson for every beast tamer. The materials from a beast must be collected promptly upon its demise to preserve their efficacy. At that moment, Jiang Chen could hardly care about the stench wafting from the boar, taking a deep breath as he commenced his task. Your on-the-spot reactions were commendable. I nearly had to step in to save you, yet you managed to issue commands, Zhao Jingyi said, approaching with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. Jiang Chen's face flushed crimson. He was eager to finish processing the boar and had no time to engage with Zhao Jingyi. But the next moment, he faltered. Where's the precious meat? As Jiang Chen's composure crumbled, a wave of foul odor surged into his nostrils, nearly overwhelming him. To his astonishment, the honey-scented boar's stomach was utterly empty. All that remained was, where did the precious meat go? Zhao Jingyi inquired, a smirk playing on her lips. It's common for such occurrences during wilderness hunts. You'll get used to it. Perhaps it encountered danger recently. No. Jiang Chen shook his head, recalling the boar's final gaze. Besides the instinct to survive, there was another possibility. The precious meat within the honey-scented boar could have vanished. Without hesitation, he dashed toward its nest. Shao Qing, dig it up, but be gentle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. You want me to dig in this filthy nest? Shao Qing gestured at herself with her tail and then pointed at the muddy lair, staring incredulously at Jiang Chen. Do you still want to evolve? This might relate to your evolution. If you're unwilling, then so be it. Jiang Chen grinned mischievously at Shao Qing. Hiss. I'll dig. Seeing this, Jiang Chen chuckled, realizing she was still quite naive, believing his words without question. Shao Qing cast an apologetic glance at her tail before plunging it into the muck. Following me has brought you suffering. As Shao Qing continued to dig with her tail, the secrets of the cave began to unveil themselves. Haha, my guess was indeed correct. Jiang Chen laughed heartily upon witnessing the revelation, instantly piquing Zhao Jingyi's curiosity. She approached Jiang Chen, her pupils narrowing in astonishment, and with a hint of envy remarked, I wonder what you stumbled upon to have such extraordinary luck. Inside the cave lay 5 adorable piglets, their presence untainted by any foul odor. Instead, they exuded a subtle fragrance. No wonder that aggressive boar was so irritable. There was no treasure meat to be had. It was all due to these little ones. The fragrant pigs, akin to tigers, are nurtured by their mothers. After giving birth, the precious meat is absorbed by the mother, transforming into milk to nourish the young. The stench surrounding them was merely a ruse to mask the scent of the piglets. Just as Jiang Chen and Zhao Jingyi were about to secure the 5 piglets in the confinement box, 3 men clad in matching attire burst forth from the bulrushes behind Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Chapter 85. Instant kill, Thundercloud be eggs. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and turned around. He beheld 3 beastmasters wielding large blades resembling mantises, striding towards him with flecks of blood adorning their garments. It was unclear whether the stains were from humans or beasts. What brings you to this area? Do you not realize this is our territory? One of them, spotting the confinement box behind Jiang Chen, cast a greedy glance and shouted, We've had our eyes on those fragrant pigs for quite some time. Hand them over. Given that Jiang Chen and Zhao Jingyi were but 2, and relatively young, their tone suggested they were confident in intimidating the duo. A smirk of derision crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. Robbers. I can't believe I encountered such a situation on my first venture into the secret realm. Shao Qing, who had been tidying her tail on the grass, paused her actions, straightened up, and, flicking her forked tongue, glared coldly at the intruders. If memory serves me correctly, the abandoned power plant has yet to be conquered by anyone. When did it become private property? Zhao Jingyi, well versed in the ways of the secret realms, immediately seized the opportunity to ridicule the trespassers. Realizing that Jiang Chen and Zhao Jingyi were not inexperienced novices, the 3 men understood that mere words would not intimidate them. Thus, they continued. The abandoned power plant is indeed public property, but had we not lured away the boar, do you think 2 students like you would have had a chance to acquire them? We 1T let you toil in vain. Surrender 4 of the piglets, and you may keep 1. That should suffice for your entry fee. Jiang Chen could not help but laugh at their audacity. Luring away the boar. They clearly have no understanding of the fragrant pig's nature. Have the standards of adventurers fallen so low? If you're going to rob, at least educate yourselves a bit. With that, Jiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, Get out of my way. He had no intention of engaging in pleasantries with such individuals. A lack of courtesy would only embolden them. The trio was taken aback by Jiang Chen's commanding presence, while Zhao Jingyi blinked in surprise. Having only ever seen him as the diligent student, she never anticipated he possessed such an assertive side. Young man, are you being a tad too arrogant? The 3 men, recovering from their shock at being intimidated by a student, felt their pride wounded. Just as they were about to retaliate, they heard Jiang Chen shout, Shao Qing, unleash your wild assassination upon them. Kill us? With just this little snake? Angered by Jiang Chen's contempt, they prepared to attack. However, given the pressing time, they had initially wished to avoid bloodshed. Yet now, they resolved to retaliate fiercely. Blade Mantis, strike. At their command, 3 blade mantises flapped their wings simultaneously, launching themselves toward the leaf-green snake from 3 directions. Though the mantises were not of high quality, their training was evident in their flawless coordination. But what did that matter? With a thunderous roar, Xiaoqing surged forward, enveloped in lightning, charging at one of the mantises. The airborne mantis, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the snake, narrowed its eyes in confusion. Where did that massive serpent go? In the next instant, Xiaoqing's formidable tail pierced through the mantis, and green blood gushed forth like arrows. The agonizing pain caused the mantis to tremble, lowering its head to gaze in disbelief at the tail embedded in its chest. With a low hum, it collapsed to the ground. Yet Xiaoqing showed no sign of relenting. Since you dared to threaten Jiang Chen, you shall perish. She vanished in a flash of lightning once more. One adventurer, witnessing his fallen beast, spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. How is this possible? My blade mantis is no match for a mere snake. I just had it cultivated by the Beast Tamer. Though regret gnawed at him, it was too late to retreat. He snarled, Old 2, Old 3, eliminate them and seize the fragrant pigs. Otherwise, this venture will be a loss. 5 fragrant pigs would sustain us for a year. His words were deliberately provocative, as he noted the retreating expressions of his companions. They could not afford to appear weak. Indeed, at the mention of 5 fragrant pigs, both men's faces betrayed a glimmer of greed. Rest assured, leave it to us. They then positioned their 2 blade mantises back to back. Wind scythe, countless flying blades erupted, indiscriminately attacking in all directions. Aren't you fast? Run then. However, just as the 2 reveled in their perceived advantage, a multitude of golden needles rained down upon the 2 blade mantises, instantly transforming them into pincushions. Did you forget about me? Zhao Jingyi stepped out from behind Jiang Chen, a playful smile gracing her lips. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's battle, she felt a surge of excitement. The 2 adventurers' eyes widened in alarm as they recognized the power of an extraordinary beastmaster. The power plant secret realm was merely a mid-level domain, only capable of accommodating extraordinary beasts of up to 9th rank. Their blade mantises were merely bronze tier, typically relegated to the outskirts of the secret realm. They never anticipated that they had stumbled upon such formidable opposition. What business do you have lingering around the outskirts with such power? They lamented, realizing their dire predicament. With the demise of the 3 blade mantises, the 2 colossal serpents encircled the 2 men, their eyes glinting with a chilling light. The adventurers trembled uncontrollably, their legs giving way as they knelt before the serpents. We were wrong. Please spare us. Their sudden capitulation bewildered Jiang Chen, who had not intended to kill them in the first place. Having lived 2 lives and undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he harbored a certain moral sensibility. However, while the death penalty may be averted, the living punishment is inescapable. Hand over the spatial pouch. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 individuals changed instantaneously. Though reluctant, they ultimately surrendered the spatial pouch. Jiang Chen casually inspected its contents and discovered a wealth of valuable items within. To his astonishment, there were even several thundercloud bee eggs. Where did you acquire these bee eggs? Jiang Chen inquired in a cold tone. The thundercloud bees are social beasts, and they would never allow their offspring to be abandoned unless their hive was destroyed. When worker bees leave with the eggs, there is a probability that a thunder queen will be born from those eggs, enabling the entire colony to be re-established. If he could locate them at this juncture, the plan to cultivate thundercloud bees at the Qingshan breeding base would have an excellent chance of fruition. Chapter 86, The Thundercloud Bee Nest. Thundercloud bee eggs? Are you referring to those 2 white eggs? One of the tall and slender individuals flashed a look of confusion. Their adventuring group differed from the Mad Snake Guild, as they were merely at the grassroots level and lacked the qualifications to undertake tasks from the garrison. Thus, their ignorance regarding the thundercloud bees was not surprising, right? Where did you find them? Jiang Chen pressed urgently. When the Thunder Queen hatches, the worker bees produce a special wax that provides the energy for the queen's incubation. Simultaneously, the scent of the wax attracts other beasts. The devastated colony might not possess the means to handle this, so Jiang Chen needed to swiftly ascertain their whereabouts. In the swamp about a kilometer ahead, noticing Jiang Chen's urgency, the individual seemed to recognize the value of the eggs. Yet, at this moment, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, unwilling to conceal anything. We snatched them from a swamp crocodile. It was injured and recuperating in its lair, and we initially thought they were its eggs, intending to sell them at the beast shop. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. A swamp crocodile? It seemed the Thunder Queen had already begun to hatch. Otherwise, the crocodile would never have attacked the thundercloud bees and seized 2 eggs. Zhao Shiji, we must go. Jiang Chen promptly instructed Zhao Jingyi. Go. Where to? Zhao Jingyi was taken aback. As a beast master, she was already doing well to remember the attributes of different beasts. How could she possibly be aware of the thundercloud bee's characteristics? To make a fortune. As he spoke, Jiang Chen directly placed 5 spirit boxes containing fragrant pigs into the spatial pouch. Fortunately, his pouch was of the highest grade, capable of containing living creatures. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to deal with them. Once Jiang Chen departed, the three adventurers timidly lifted their heads. Boss, what do we do now? Should we find someone to deal with him? Do you have a death wish? Our beasts are gone, and you still want to seek revenge? Don't drag me into your folly. We know they have extraordinary beasts already. Seeking trouble now would be sheer madness. First, let us exit the secret realm and contract a beast, then we'll discuss further. For now, keep a low profile and don't let anyone know our beasts are gone. Understood? The other two nodded, comprehending his intent. The two raced forward. But the path was obstructed by a patch of reeds, making their journey difficult. The Xianfeng golden-scaled python expanded its body to 10 meters in length with its unique ability, the golden scale blade body, emitting high-frequency vibrations that sliced through the surrounding obstructions like a scythe. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen replicated the transformation ability. His recent training had significantly enhanced his resilience, though he felt a slight dizziness. Damn, these reeds are truly bothersome. My next beast will definitely be a flying one, Zhao Jingyi remarked, displeased by the energy wasted by the Xianfeng golden-scaled python. Jiang Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Having a flying beast would undoubtedly facilitate navigation in the secret realm. Shiji, my breeding base has recently developed a type of lightning attribute flying beast. Would you be interested? Jiang Chen suggested at an opportune moment. Oh, you even have a breeding base? A lightning attribute flying beast? You're not afraid of inflating your own ego. She knew Jiang Chen was a breeder, but she hadn't delved into specifics. Huang Tianming hadn't elaborated to Zhao Yifan either. After all, given Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, if he were to be poached by another city, he would have nowhere to lament. At that moment, just as Jiang Chen was about to produce an image of the thunder feather phoenix butterfly, a sweet aroma suddenly wafted into his nostrils. It was rich and cloying. Lightning cloud nectar. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy as he dashed toward the source of the fragrance. Pushing aside the reeds, he found a solitary, withered tree standing over the swamp, its crown entirely enveloped by a yellowish hive, occasionally illuminated by flickering electricity. This was extremely perilous. If someone entered and altered the surrounding magnetic field, lightning would strike down. Is this what you were looking for? Zhao Jingyi exclaimed, startled as she beheld the hive resembling a fortress. She hadn't anticipated the presence of a thundercloud bee nest, even at the periphery. If the thundercloud bees launched an attack, even the Xianfeng golden-scaled python, being extraordinary, might struggle to withstand it. It is said that the 5 most venomous creatures are snakes, scorpions, centipedes, toads, and geckos. Yet, the venom of these bees is by no means inferior. Yes, I wish to take them back, Jiang Chen stated without reservation. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Jingyi gasped. She had never heard of anyone successfully raising thundercloud bees at home. They were far too volatile. The notion of Jiang Chen wanting to transport them from Spring City to Jiang City seemed utterly ludicrous in her eyes. At that moment, several worker bees emerged from the hive, hovering and circling at the entrance. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. This was a defensive posture. Had Zhao Jingyi's voice startled them? But just then, a beastly roar echoed from afar. Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the sound. Is that a purple lightning spirit ferret? The environment of the abandoned power plant was surprisingly favorable, housing such a beast. It was small, about the size of a teddy bear, with purple fur marked by lightning patterns. They bounced toward the thundercloud bee nest. Name, Purple Lightning Spirit Ferret. Attribute, Lightning. Talent, High Tier Bronze. Level, Awakening Stage 6. Skills, Lightning Claw. Attacks enemies with claws charged with lightning. Lightning Shadow. Leaves multiple electric shadows while moving, confusing enemies. Exclusive trait, Lightning Rod. Immune to lightning attacks, absorbing electricity to enhance its own attack power. Though this beast's talent was merely high-tier bronze, it possessed a unique ability to brew spiritual honey into a type of elixir that aids in cultivation. Due to this capability, they were heavily hunted, and such beasts were now rarely seen in the wild. Only a few breeding bases still retained their lineage, releasing a handful each year, and when they appeared, they commanded exorbitant prices. Jiang Chen was astonished to encounter a pair here. Surely, his luck was exceptionally good today. As he pondered, the purple lightning spirit ferret seemed to realize it had been detected by the thundercloud bees. Its amber-like eyes rolled, and it bolted toward Jiang Chen. He narrowed his eyes in response. Goodness, these little rascals are cunning enough to employ strategy. They swiftly darted to a halt 10 meters in front of Jiang Chen, casting a taunting glance back at the thundercloud bees. Their demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, emboldened by their numbers. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, the thundercloud bees became even more enraged. Buzzing furiously, they revealed their formidable stingers and surged toward Jiang Chen and his companion with alarming speed. Chapter 87. The Legendary Bee Catcher. As the thundercloud bees charged towards them, the purple thunder spirit ferret recoiled slightly, a triumphant smile gracing its lips. Playfully, It waved goodbye to Jiang Chen before darting into the dense forest behind them. Realizing the unfolding situation, Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, "Shao Qing, intercept them." Yet, it was too late. Enraged by the sudden disappearance of their target, the thundercloud bees redirected their aggression, their electric currents surging more violently as they rushed toward Jiang Chen and his companion. The sound of their flapping wings grew increasingly ominous, signaling the imminent onset of battle. Zhao Jingyi, unwilling to underestimate the situation, commanded the Xianfeng golden-scaled python to enter combat mode. A solitary thundercloud bee posed little threat, but a swarm was a different matter entirely. Uncertain of the number of thundercloud bees lurking within the hive fortress, she remained vigilant. Just as the thundercloud bees were about to close in, Jiang Chen deftly retrieved a gleaming large net from his spatial bag, a purchase made by Xiaoyu prior to entering the secret realm. This oversized electric-resistant fishing net could withstand thousands of volts, making it more than adequate for dealing with the thundercloud bees. With the grace of a seasoned fisherman, Jiang Chen skillfully hurled the net. The thundercloud bees, taken aback by the sight of the yellow net, were left with no time to evade, becoming ensnared within its confines. In an instant, they unleashed a torrent of electricity. "Conserve your energy. Your low-level discharges cannot harm this electric-resistant net," Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, having already assessed the two thundercloud bees as low-level worker bees, likely just hatched from their cocoons. However, they continued to struggle, discharging electricity relentlessly. Noticing the commotion, Shao Qing eagerly extended her tail into the net, instantly engulfed in a surge of electricity. A familiar sensation coursed through her. A look of comfort emerged on her face since arriving in Spring City. She had longed for the rigorous training under the flower lightning demon vine. Zhao Jingyi and the Xianfeng golden-scaled python watched in astonishment. How extraordinary! Is this the reason for her rapid training? Zhao Jingyi turned to the Xianfeng golden-scaled python, signaling it with her eyes, suggesting it might also try. Although it had mastered electromagnetic force, its progress in learning the wild voltage technique had been sluggish, possibly due to her overly gentle approach. The Xianfeng golden-scaled python, shaking its head vigorously, protested, "Absolutely not. I cannot be like that silver serpent." After expending the electricity stored within their bodies, the thundercloud bees hung limply, their wings drooping as they glared at Jiang Chen with resentment. The audacity to use them as a power source was infuriating. "Don't look at me like that. I promise to take you to a wonderful place, fully catered and without danger," Jiang Chen reassured, as he retrieved an electric-proof confinement box from his spatial bag. Tossing the bees inside, dusting off his hands, he declared, "All done." Zhao Jingyi, observing Jiang Chen's fluid movements, could not help but inquire, "When did you prepare this? Did you plan to catch thundercloud bees from the start?" "Isn't it obvious?" Jiang Chen replied, somewhat perplexed, admiring her attractiveness but bemused by her seemingly foolish questions. "Sister, lend me a hand, will you? What do you intend to do?" Zhao Jingyi asked cautiously, recalling her previous misjudgments about Jiang Chen's character. He was far less innocent than he appeared. "Heh," Jiang Chen chuckled, pointing towards the hive behind her. "You want me to be the bait?" Zhao Jingyi stared at him incredulously. Throughout her time at school, she had always had someone willingly act as her shield. Yet Jiang Chen had the audacity to suggest she perform such a dirty job. "Don't put it so harshly. It's called being a wingman. Rest assured, I won't let you do it for nothing. If you help me catch the queen bee, I'll gift you a thundercloud butterfly," Jiang Chen proposed with a grin. He believed that as a local of Spring City, she would never refuse a golden-tier beast of the lightning attribute. Once she obtained the thundercloud butterfly, it would serve as excellent promotion for the Qingshan breeding base. It was a win-win situation. "I hope you keep your word. If I don't see that beast, I'll make sure you regret it." Zhao Jingyi shot him a piercing glance, startling Jiang Chen with her intensity. "Just wait here." She decided to trust him this once. Although being bait was somewhat risky, as long as she remained cautious, it shouldn't pose a significant problem for the Xianfeng golden-scaled python. Given Huang Tianming's willingness to offer a platinum-level item for Jiang Chen to learn the secrets of the Wild Serpent Dojo, it must hold special significance. Next, Zhao Jingyi directed the Xianfeng golden-scaled python to provoke the hive, drawing out 3 or 4 thundercloud bees at a time, which Jiang Chen then captured with the net. Their teamwork was nothing short of harmonious. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen surveyed the 2 confinement boxes filled to the brim behind him, nodding in satisfaction. "I suppose that qualifies as completing the mission?" The garrison offered 10 military points for each thundercloud bee eliminated, so with 20 here, that amounts to 200 military points. Although Jiang Chen had no intention of exchanging them for anything, acquiring these thundercloud bees was certainly not a loss. "Let us head to the hive and see if there are any queen bees hatching inside. If not, we may have to pay a hefty price to obtain one." Without the presence of a queen, the worker bees wouldn't survive for long. As they approached the base of the hive, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, It truly is magnificent. From a distance, the grandeur was not fully appreciated, but standing beneath it invoked a profound sense of awe. With a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 5 meters, it could easily fetch thousands in rental fees in the capital. Jiang Chen fashioned a makeshift ladder from wood and propped it against the hive. Climbing up, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of honey. Indeed, thunder bee honey was present. Jiang Chen's heart soared. The existence of thunder bee honey significantly increased the likelihood of a thunder queen's emergence. Opening the hive, he broke off a piece of honeycomb and offered it to Xiaoqing, who instantly crackled with electricity at the taste. With the honey swallowed, her eyes sparkled with delight. SSSS. So delicious, I want more. Jiang Chen chuckled. Don't worry, at the Qingshan base, you'll be able to indulge to your heart's content. Hearing his words, Xiaoqing excitedly licked his cheek, leaving it sticky with honey. Yet, Jiang Chen bore no ill will, continuing to harvest honey. However, as he grasped the hive, he suddenly felt resistance, as if something were engaged in a tug of war with him. With a determined yank, he pulled the hive free, only to find a purple ferret clinging to it, eagerly sucking the honey from its surface. Who else could it be but the purple thunder spirit weasel? Little creature, you seem to be relishing your meal. Don't you find it delectable? Jiang Chen observed it with gritted teeth. Were it not for this little rascal, they would never have been discovered by the thundercloud bees. Now that it has finally fallen into his grasp, Jiang Chen would not relinquish it easily. Chapter 88, Capturing the Thundercloud Bee. Ah, little one, we meet again. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he gazed at the purple thunder spirit weasel with a playful glint in his eyes. The purple thunder spirit weasel dangled from the hive, held aloft by Jiang Chen. It wore a slightly embarrassed expression upon recognizing the familiar face. Suddenly, it loosened its grip and emitted a frantic shriek. At once, another creature burst forth from the hive, scurrying towards the ground below. However, having learned his lesson, Jiang Chen was not about to let it escape. He had already instructed Xiaoqing to be prepared. As the purple thunder spirit weasel fell, a silvery white tail swiftly ensnared it, lifting it before him, the snake's tongue flicking against its cheek. The purple thunder spirit weasel, eep. Please, I didn't mean to. Don't devour me. My flesh is sour and unpalatable. Xiaoqing eyed the struggling purple thunder weasel with a glimmer of drool at the corner of its mouth. How delectable. Alas, the spirit weasels nurtured at the Qingshan breeding base were all subordinates of the vine spirit weasel, and Jiang Chen had strictly forbidden the consumption of colleagues. It had been ages since Xiaoqing had feasted on live mice, and it was practically ravenous. Although it was a weasel, the flavor should be somewhat similar to that of a mouse, wouldn't it? Jiang Chen chuckled as he addressed the purple thunder spirit weasel. You'd best not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Call your friend back, otherwise, I shall feed you to Xiaoqing. At this, Xiaoqing obligingly yawned, revealing its sharp teeth, which startled the purple thunder spirit weasel. Swallowing hard, it immediately called out to the ground below. Eep! Don't eat me, I'm coming right now. At its cry, a small head emerged cautiously from a burrow, gazing at Jiang Chen. It then climbed carefully onto the hive, settling in a spot just out of Jiang Chen's reach. Quite cautious indeed. Jiang Chen chuckled at the sight and continued, Fear not, I have no interest in you. Assist me with a task, and I shall let you go. Eep, you promise? Absolutely. As long as you help me retrieve the thundercloud bee eggs from the hive, I assure you I will not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the purple thunder spirit weasel perched atop the hive nodded. Then, its claws shimmered with a flicker of lightning. Thunderclaw. It tore the hive asunder. Unscathed by the external lightning due to its protective properties, even drawing nourishment from it. Jiang Chen shook his head at the display of skill. Its proficiency was rather lacking. Thunderclaw is an excellent close-range skill, often referred to alongside Flame Claw and Ice Claw as the farmer's trio. Most beast tamers with hands can learn it, making it a versatile skill. Unfortunately, Xiaoqing had no hands, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to replicate it. Moreover, during this expedition to Spring City, he had already replicated 3 skills, including the advanced skill of fluid transformation. Xiaoqing's foundation was nearly complete. It merely needed to break through to the 9th tier of awakening before it could begin its evolution. He couldn't help but wonder how his teachers were faring in their search for the secret realm. Just as Jiang Chen pondered, the purple thunder spirit weasel emerged from the hive, clutching a large white egg and presenting it to him. Alas, it was not the thundercloud bee queen he sought. Jiang Chen casually tossed it, and the purple thunder spirit weasel dangling from Xiaoqing's tail into the spirit binding box. Xiaoqing's drool was pooling on the ground. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of concern that it might not be able to resist swallowing the hostage. Time and again, the purple thunder spirit weasel extracted over 10 thundercloud bee eggs from the hive, yet none were the ones Jiang Chen desired. Was it truly the case that there was no thundercloud bee queen in this hive? A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Chen's face. So, this was your intention. Xiao Jingyi interjected at that moment. Jiang Chen, your expectations are a bit too grand. According to the statistics from the guarding troops, there are only 3 large thundercloud bee colonies in the entire abandoned power plant. To find 3 golden tier queens in a mid-level secret realm would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Do you genuinely believe you could find another in a wild hive? Just then, a smile broke across Jiang Chen's lips as he looked at Xiao Jingyi and said, Sister, it appears my luck this time is indeed remarkable. The purple thunder spirit weasel was panting heavily, emerging from the hive with a pale purple egg in its tiny hands. Unlike the previous ones, this egg was considerably larger and bore intricate lightning patterns. It had certainly exhausted itself in the process. Is this for real? Xiao Jingyi exclaimed, staring at the egg in the purple thunder spirit weasel's grasp, her mouth agape. Although she was uncertain whether it was truly a thundercloud bee queen's egg, it was evidently distinct in appearance. She murmured to Jiang Chen, could it truly be a matter of fortune? Reflecting on their experiences in the secret realm, Jiang Chen's luck had indeed been exceptional. From the fragrant pig to the purple thunder spirit weasel. And now encountering something that appeared to be a thundercloud bee queen. These were all rare beasts one seldom encountered. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was entirely fixated on the egg, oblivious to Xiao Jingyi's words. He accepted the egg from the purple thunder spirit weasel. Name, thundercloud bee queen, unhatched. Attributes, lightning, insect. Quality, golden. Rarity, rare, exceptional. Level, none. Skills, lightning spike. Attacks with its tail spike, injecting high-voltage electricity into the enemy's body, causing paralysis and bleeding. Swarm lightning chain. Lightning leaps among the swarm, forming chain strikes, capable of jumping up to 5 times. Electromagnetic interference. Releases electromagnetic waves that induce confusion in enemies, causing damage. Exclusive traits. Mother nest. Capable of nurturing thundercloud bees within, summoning them to attack when in danger. Swarm resonance. Commands the thundercloud bee swarm to attack, sharing vision and doubling damage. Jiang Chen gazed at the thundercloud bee queen, elated by its opulent skill set and traits. A queen with the mother nest ability. This was a hidden trait shared by all bees, enabling rapid reproduction. With it, he would continuously accumulate deduction points. The time for Xiao Qing's evolution could be pushed forward yet again. However, when he noted the electromagnetic interference skill, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask Xiao Jingyi, Sister, is the magnetic field in the abandoned power plant somewhat unique? Xiao Jingyi, still reeling from the shock brought on by the thundercloud bee queen, was startled by Jiang Chen's inquiry. Oh yes, the abandoned power plant does have a particularly unique magnetic field. Do you see those 2 mountains over there? She pointed toward a pair of peaks that resembled AY. The valley between those mountains has a peculiar magnetic field that can even trigger the evolution of certain beasts. Many breeders in Spring City have passed their assessments thanks to it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart stirred with intrigue. In places endowed with a unique magnetic field, could it expedite Xiao Qing's comprehension of electromagnetic absorption? Although Xiao Qing has been progressing rapidly in her cultivation lately, her understanding of electromagnetic waves remains somewhat sluggish. Let us proceed to investigate. Chapter 89. Zhu Lian's Betrayal, the Abandoned Power Plant. Shall we head to Shuangfeng Mountain? Very well, having captured so many thundercloud bees. We have nearly fulfilled our mission, and I also wish to search for suitable spiritual materials for the golden eyes. Xiao Jingyi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, the purple thunder spirit weasel emitted a sound, bounding playfully before Jiang Chen. Zhi. You've completed the task I entrusted to you. Can you release us now? Jiang Chen chuckled at this and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Qing. She promptly understood and dashed towards the purple thunder spirit weasel. Exhausted from digging at the beehive for quite some time, the weasel was swiftly caught by Xiao Qing and brought before Jiang Chen. Zhi. You're being deceitful. You promised not to trouble us. It struggled vehemently, berating Jiang Chen. Unperturbed by the little creature's protests, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, I did promise not to trouble you, but I never stated I would release you. The purple thunder spirit weasel's diminutive heart was profoundly affected by the cunning of humanity. Behave, and I shall not treat you unfairly. With that, Jiang Chen placed both purple thunder spirit weasels into the same confinement box, subsequently tossing in 2 specially crafted spiritual snacks for Xiao Qing, infused with a hint of dragon blood and carrying a thunder attribute. They were quite precious, Jiang Chen's way of compensating the 2 little creatures. Upon seeing the food Jiang Chen had thrown, the 2 weasels turned their heads in a huff, indicating their reluctance to engage. Observing this, Jiang Chen felt no inclination to intervene further. Training spirit beasts is akin to nurturing falcons. One must not indulge them too much. He simply placed them into the spatial pouch. You truly are devious, even tricking spirit beasts, Xiao Jingyi remarked with a hint of envy. You've struck quite a fortune this time. Having lived in Spring City for over 20 years, I've scarcely captured a few thunder-type spirit beasts. Jiang Chen laughed lightly in response. Just a stroke of good fortune. Would you like me to gift you a few? Really? Zhao Jingyi's heart leaped at the prospect. Of course not. That thought is quite fanciful. I might part with a thunder feather butterfly for you, but you shouldn't expect more. With that, Jiang Chen set off towards Shuangfeng Mountain. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Zhao Jingyi pouted, that little rascal. On Shuangfeng Mountain, in a flat area, Zhu Lian and his companions were resting, each bearing injuries, and a few had even fallen. Senior brother, we've suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only did we fail to hunt the lightning doll bear, but we also lost several members. Upon our return, we shall surely face our master's wrath. Fong Tao lamented, his eyes reddened and his face weary. They had just encountered the lightning doll bear during its mating season, unexpectedly facing not one but two. While one was manageable, two left them with no choice but to flee. Although they escaped, his golden shadow lizard lost an arm in the battle, obliterating its chance for transcendence. Zhu Lian's countenance darkened at this revelation. Having paid to join the Mad Snake Dojo, he had only just begun learning Zhao Yifan's secret techniques, and had yet to become an official disciple, still lacking access to the profound mysteries. Now, having caused the death of numerous apprentices from the Mad Snake Dojo, he was uncertain of the punishment awaiting him upon return. But expulsion from the dojo was a foregone conclusion. This is all Jiang Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, junior sister Zhao would have surely joined us. With her here, none of us would have perished. Fong Tao's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Zhu Lian. Could there be such shamelessness? It was clearly Zhu Lian's own overambition and negligence in investigating the lightning doll bear situation that had led to this calamity. Yet, at that moment, he had no recourse but to find a scapegoat to shift the blame, for the others behind them would drown him and Zhu Lian in a deluge of scorn. After all, it was they who had proposed this venture. Yes, it's that brat's fault. What shall we do next? Return home. Zhu Lian shook his head. We cannot return. It will not bode well for us. It is wiser to seek refuge within the secret realm. You wish to betray the Mad Snake. Fong Tao gasped in astonishment. Zhu Lian did not deny it. Instead, he spoke coolly. I have heard that the young master of the Wolf's Nest, Gu Beihan, has also entered the secret realm. It is said that he operates without restraint, guided solely by his intentions. If we teach him the art of gold control and the application of electromagnetic forces, he will assuredly protect us. Though we may not become core members of the Wolf's Nest, it would still be preferable to wandering aimlessly outside. Fong Tao's pupils constricted at this notion. Sharing forbidden techniques would irrevocably offend the Mad Snake. Although they were merely learning the foundational techniques, they were still products of the Mad Snake. They were entitled to learn, but not to teach. Senior brother, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are suggesting? Zhu Lian responded with a cold laugh. I am fully aware of what I am proposing. What are your thoughts? Will you join me? As he spoke, a hint of menace crept into his tone. Fong Tao sensed the gravity of Zhu Lian's words and forced a smile. Naturally, we shall stand with you, senior brother. We are all in the same boat. Despite his internal reluctance, the injured golden shadow lizard rendered him no match for Zhu Lian. He had no choice but to comply. Now that he was on Zhu Lian's ship, he could only hope Gu Beihan would provide them protection. Otherwise, their demise would be inevitable. Very well. Let us seek out the Wolf's Nest. With that, he rose and led the injured and defeated group deeper into Shuangfeng Mountain. Outside Shuangfeng Mountain, twilight descended. Jiang Chen and Zhao Jingyi walked along the mountain path, each bearing a snake and a weasel on their shoulders. The purple thunder spirit weasel nuzzled Jiang Chen's face affectionately. Zhi. Jiang Chen, can you give me another one? I'm hungry. Jiang Chen immediately pushed it away with his hand, exasperated. Enough of that. You've already consumed 2 spiritual snacks today. Aren't you worried about overindulgence? Initially, the 2 weasels had displayed some bravado, but they eventually succumbed to the allure of the dragon blood-infused delicacies and could not resist taking a bite. Having never tasted such delectable food in the wild, they transformed into affectionate creatures while Jiang Chen fed the thundercloud bees. It seemed they had abandoned all pride as spirit beasts and opted to surrender instead. No wonder it is often said in the spirit beast world that spirit beasts never become slaves unless their needs are fully met. It appears I must further explore the realm of spiritual cuisine. Perhaps I could even entice a divine spirit to join my ranks. Sister, you are familiar with this secret realm. Do you know where the magnetic field is most extraordinary? Jiang Chen cradled the playful purple thunder spirit weasel in his arms, inquiring of Zhao Jingyi. Indeed, the abandoned power plant located in the lowest valley of Shuangfeng Mountain serves as the core of the entire secret realm. However, it is already late, and traveling at night poses considerable danger. Nocturnal spirit beasts are far more ferocious than those encountered during the day. We should first find a safe camping spot. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen agreed. Chapter 90. The Secrets of the Abandoned Power Plant. In the valley of Shuangfeng Mountain, Zhu Lian found himself kneeling before a young man, bowing his head low, not daring to exhibit the slightest disrespect. Interesting that the members of Quangsha seek to ally with the Wolf's Den, remarked the young man, his hair dyed a striking white. A smile gracing his lips as he sat astride a massive wolf, gazing at the prostrate figure before him. But why should I take the risk of offending Quangsha to shelter you? What could you possibly offer me? Zhu Lian raised his head to meet the gaze of Gu Beihan and implored, I beseech you, young Master Gu, to take us in. I am willing to surrender the secrets of controlling gold technique and electromagnetic force. A cold laugh escaped Gu Beihan's lips as he responded, so. It seems you are indeed after this. He regarded the kneeling Zhu Lian, deep in thought. His venture into the secret realm was not merely for hunting thundercloud bees, but primarily to facilitate the evolution of the Thunderwolf. The Thunderwolf, being a basic tier beast, had yet to undergo evolution. Its ascent to the extraordinary was solely due to its exceptional quality. However, even so, extraordinary was its limit. To progress further, it could only evolve. Having self-studied beast husbandry, Gu Beihan discovered that the magnetic field within this realm could stimulate beast evolution, hence his desire to experiment. He had long heard that Zhao Yifan of Quangsha possessed two remarkable techniques, one concerning thunder, the other regarding magnetism. Should the Thunderwolf learn these, its chances of evolution might increase. Let us see what you have, Gu Beihan said, lowering himself to address Zhu Lian. Overjoyed, Zhu Lian crawled forward on his knees, respectfully presenting the meticulously prepared tome to Gu Beihan. Just as Gu Beihan was about to open it, a middle-aged man approached, placing a hand atop his own. Young master, if you truly wish to see this, there will be no turning back. Gu Beihan chuckled softly. Uncle Han, I have long since exhausted my options. Besides, there are only a few of us here. If you don't speak, who will know? With that, Gu Beihan's expression grew serious as he gently patted the Thunderwolf beneath him. The creature understood and swiftly struck out with a claw. Zhu Lian met his demise on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Gu Beihan in his final moments. Proceed, Gu Beihan commanded, wiping the blood from his face before turning away. A chorus of wails erupted behind him. Gu Beihan held no illusions about someone who would betray their master. He had no doubt Zhu Lian would do the same to him. Make it clean. We cannot afford to be discovered. Understood, Uncle Han sighed, nodding in acquiescence. Moments later, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. The following morning, Jiang Chen awoke with a start, shaking his stiff neck, which cracked audibly. This sleep was hardly restful. I feel utterly exhausted. Complaining, he stepped out of the tent. The campfire had long since extinguished, yet Zhao Jingyi had yet to make an appearance, likely still asleep. How lazy, he muttered. He retrieved pots and pans from his spatial bag, beginning to prepare a meal. Xiao Qing's food was relatively simple, as he had nearly completed preparations before entering the secret realm. The purple thunder spirit weasel should have no issue consuming Xiao Qing's provisions. The more complicated matter lay with the thundercloud bees. Most were newly hatched and could not consume overly volatile energy. After some deliberation, Jiang Chen decided to use thunderbee pulp as the main ingredient, supplemented with thunder dates for the recipe. With limited conditions, he could only make do. As time passed, the aroma of the spiritual food wafted through the air. Upon catching the scent, Zhao Jingyi emerged from the tent, spotting Jiang Chen at work. Not bad at all. Did you prepare anything for me? She inquired. Jiang Chen glanced at her and replied, there are 2 compressed biscuits. Help yourself. Zhao Jingyi paused, her expression bemused. What a typical guy. I wish you a lifetime of solitude. Jiang Chen shot her an exasperated look, choosing to ignore her. He served the food to the thundercloud bees, which had settled down somewhat after a night's rest. Moments later, everyone finished their meal and set off towards the abandoned power plant. Senior sister, how far have we progressed in the strategy for the abandoned power plant? Jiang Chen asked. Generally, secret realms are arranged in concentric circles. The closer one gets to the center, the higher the level of the beasts encountered. This Shuangfeng mountain lies at the very heart of the realm, and I suspect we have reached the final stage, Zhao Jingyi sighed. The abandoned power plant secret realm has been active for 3 years. The earlier stages were quite manageable, simply requiring the defeat of the dominant beasts in each area to pass. However, the final stage has proven to be a blockade for 2 years. In the power plant within the valley, there exists a broken mechanical beast. After years of research, those in charge of the strategy suspect that the key to conquering this realm lies within that mechanical beast. The official Spring City has summoned many mechanical beast prodigies, yet all have failed without exception. Now, it is rumored that this abandoned power plant secret realm is unsolvable. Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. From his understanding, secret realms generally fell into 2 categories, combat-based and technical. In combat-based realms, The final guardian is typically the most formidable beast of the original Beastmaster. Defeating it guarantees success. However, this is no simple task, as it often involves level restrictions. For instance, the Chihua secret realm in Jiang City is a beginner realm, with the final challenge being an extraordinary tier Chihua Tiger. To breach it, one must challenge it with awakened tier beasts. The higher the realm's level, the greater the level disparity one must overcome. Technical secret realms are even more difficult, embodying the technical legacy of the original Beastmaster. One must complete the trials set by their spirits. However, the rewards are significantly richer, offering not only the secret realm token, but also the inheritance of ancient Beastmasters. For instance, the renowned Ling Jun of Daxiao received the culinary legacy from Dong Xiaowan. Jiang Chen surmised that the abandoned power plant secret realm was likely a technical inheritance realm. I truly wish to discover what lies at the core of this realm. Jiang Chen remarked. Very well, I shall take you to witness it, but do refrain from speaking out of turn. There are numerous strategy teams stationed there, some of whom have resided for 2 years, Zhao Jingyi cautioned. Having spent time with Jiang Chen, she had come to understand him somewhat. While he appeared gentle and refined, he was inherently proud. Apart from nurturing beasts, he showed little interest in other matters. Yet, this too was a common trait among prodigies. At such a young age, he had already achieved significant accomplishments. Had it been her pride would have soared to unimaginable heights. Noted, Jiang Chen replied, rolling his eyes at her. As if I am prone to causing trouble. Chapter 91. The Failed Evolution of the Thunderwolf? Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen followed Zhao Jingyi to the base of Shuangfeng Mountain. All around were exposed electric mines, occasionally discharging flickers of electricity. Some were even home to electric light spiders, absorbing the released energy. Jiang Chen marveled. With so many electric mines, why has no one mined them? Are the people of Spring City truly so affluent? Electric mines are a unique mineral, containing a special energy crucial for the nurturing of lightning-type beasts. A single high-quality electric mine can fetch up to 1,000 units per gram. Do you think no one has ever mined them? Zhao Jingyi explained. The exposed cliffside beneath is, in fact, an unblemished deposit of electrical ore. The unique magnetic field here is attributed to it. Once, someone, overwhelmed by greed, attempted to extract a piece using a drill, only to be instantly reduced to char. This incident caused a ripple in the valley's magnetic field, leading to illness among those within its influence, regardless of their constitution. Consequently, the abandoned power plant was closed for a time, only reopening to the public once the magnetic field stabilized. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he fixed an intense gaze upon Zhao Jingyi. Is there radiation here? Why didn't you mention it sooner? He inquired. Radiation is no trifling matter. Even though I am a Beastmaster now, I am not immune to mutations. Fear not, the magnetic field is stable now. The radiation levels are not significantly higher than that of your mobile phone. Besides, there are so many people residing here. What is there to fear? Zhao Jingyi reassured him. Jiang Chen cast a skeptical glance at her, then turned his gaze towards the exposed electrical ore, ultimately deciding to venture deeper. As he stepped into the canyon, he spotted a nonconformist rabbit with a tuft of yellow fur atop its head, sitting cross-legged on a protruding rock, shimmering with electric light, and flanked by 2 10-centimeter-long floating swords. Goodness, a sword immortal rabbit. My brother has exquisite taste. Just then, a Taoist priest, carrying a long sword on his back, approached him. Everyone says I am unprofessional. You are the first to appreciate my craft, he remarked. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this individual. How does this guy have such familiarity, akin to Jin Baoshan? When did I ever acknowledge him? He observed a small, yet powerful King Kong beast, known for its strength. Despite its size, when unleashed, it could surpass even that of the earth-shaking rhinoceros. Having such a creature wield a sword seemed absurd. It would be more sensible to have it use a door panel to strike foes. My brother, you possess a unique perspective, Jiang Chen chuckled, preparing to step further in. Wait, you cannot enter now, Zhang Lingyi interjected, blocking his path. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, why not? The interior is currently under the control of Gu Beihan from the Wolf's Denver. Aside from a few powerful factions, no one is permitted entry. Control? Can a secret realm be monopolized? Jiang Chen turned to Zhao Jingyi. And who exactly is this Gu Beihan? Gu Beihan is the second heir of the Spring City, 1st Mercenary Corps. He operates on a whim, and this monopolization is well within his capabilities. Little Taoist, do you know why Gu Beihan has taken control? I heard it is for evolution. I merely came for tourism, and I gathered this information from those who were expelled. Evolving beasts? Could it be that his beast requires a special magnetic field for evolution? Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. Such beasts were indeed rare. He had a faint suspicion that Shaoqing also needed a unique environment for evolution, which was why it had chosen the peak of Qing Mountain to cultivate towards the thunder attribute. Sister, can I enter in the name of the Mad Serpent? I wish to observe how he evolves. Zhao Jingyi rolled her eyes. The Mad Serpent is the official dojo of Spring City. What place is off limits to me? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and proceeded into the depths of the area. Zhang Lingyi watched Jiang Chen, astonished that someone so youthful could belong to the Mad Serpent. It seemed he was one of the talents of this generation, and perhaps he would even encounter his brother at the national newcomer competition. Wait for me. I wish to join the fun, he called out, following them. Upon entering the abandoned power plant, a pungent odor of machine oil assaulted Jiang Chen's senses. He could not help but grimace. Indeed, this was the core of the entire secret realm. Xiaoqing appeared unsettled by the magnetic field here. The two purple lightning ferrets clamored to be returned to the spirit box, having never made such a request since being captured by Ling Shi. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen released them. Turning to Xiaoqing, would you like to return to the beast space? Xiaoqing shook its head, indicating it could still endure and wished to protect Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gently patted its head. If it becomes too much, just tell me, don't push yourself. With that, Jiang Chen continued deeper into the facility. Along the way, he encountered numerous colossal mechanical devices and disassembled mechanical beasts. Occasionally, he spotted ragged individuals murmuring, likely members of the strategy group within the secret realm. It seemed my guesses were correct. This secret realm was indeed technology-oriented. However, I wonder what kind of mechanical beast Zhao Jingyi was referring to. As he ventured further, the crowd grew denser. From a distance, Jiang Chen observed a 2-meter-tall giant wolf, covered in silvery fur, crouched within a circular control platform. A young man stood before it, seemingly concocting an evolution potion. So, this is the beast Gu Beihan aims to evolve, the thunderstorm wolf. Yet, I have never heard of the thunderstorm wolf requiring a special magnetic field for evolution. Could it be a new breed? Jiang Chen stood at the back of the crowd, intrigued by the unfolding scenario. Brother, how do you know so much? Does your family also keep thunderstorm wolves? Zhang Lingyi inquired, curiosity piqued. Just something I read in a book. Zhang Lingyi did not dwell on it, and continued. Will he succeed in evolving? Jiang Chen shook his head. Observing Gu Beihan's method of crafting the evolution potion, which did not appear to be that of a seasoned breeder. The thunderstorm wolf was a low-tier silver beast, typically. An ordinary breeder could not accomplish its nurturing evolution. However, considering Gu Beihan's status, he reined in his skepticism. Perhaps he is more focused on research than practical application. At that moment, someone in the front exclaimed, "Look, that wolf seems to be starting its evolution." Instantly, everyone in the vicinity became captivated, their eyes fixed on the unfolding event. Moments later, the thunderstorm wolf emitted a mournful howl as the light of evolution began to dissipate. Is this a failure? A failure? That would be splendid. Gu Beihan has always been arrogant. I want to see if this brat can remain so after losing his beast. The onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude as they observed the spectacle below. What are you doing, Jiang Chen? Zhao Jingyi suddenly exclaimed. Just then, a youth with gold-rimmed glasses leaped down from the second floor, rushing to Gu Beihan's side. Chapter 92. He dares to kick Gu Beihan? Jiang Chen, furrowing his brow, dashed to Gu Beihan and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Before examining the evolution potion he had just crafted, the surrounding spectators were left dumbfounded. Who is this kid? How dare he kick Gu Beihan? Has he lost his mind? Whether he is mad or not, I cannot say, but I know this kid is finished. The thunderstorm wolf just failed its cultivation. Gu Beihan is likely furious now. Enough. Be careful not to provoke him, Zhao Jingyi admonished. Her face pale. I should not have believed this brat would refrain from causing trouble. She calculated in her mind whether she could take on the few individuals around Gu Beihan. Who are you? Gu Beihan, momentarily stunned from the kick, regained his composure and shouted at Jiang Chen. Are you seeking death? With that, he drew a dagger concealed at his waist and lunged at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly shed her restrained state, transforming into a massive serpent measuring over 2 meters in length. She shielded Jiang Chen behind her, her body crackling with electricity, causing the dagger in his hand to clatter to the ground. With a cold gaze, she regarded the adversaries. Observing this, the members of the wolf's den immediately closed in. Gu Beihan, if you wish to spare the Lei Gang wolf, instruct them to remain still. Jiang Chen continuously assessed the potions on the control panel, sniffing them as he spoke. What do you mean? Gu Beihan's face darkened, yet he still positioned those individuals behind him. Literally, if you cannot cultivate beast companions, do not meddle recklessly. Conflicting potencies can lead to fatalities, let alone in beast cultivation, Jiang Chen retorted irritably. At that moment, the Lei Gang wolf convulsed, foam bubbling from its mouth, a bloodline stretching from its forehead to its tail like a centipede, emitting pitiful wails. Name, Lei Gang wolf, poison mutation. Attribute, lightning. Qualification, silver beginner. Quality, rare. Level, extraordinary level 1. Skills. Arc, beginner emits a rapidly moving arc of electricity, inflicting damage on foes. Electromagnetic storm, Intermediate summons an electromagnetic storm, incapacitating opposing beast companions. Energy electric slash. Intermediate removes paralysis from the opponent and weakens their defense by 1 level. Exclusive trait. Frenzied lightning. When health decreases, the power of lightning skills increases. Please specify the spiritual materials you utilized. This Lei Gang wolf appears to be poisoned, Jiang Chen deduced, observing the wolf's condition. It has been cultivated adequately and has indeed entered an evolutionary state. The ratio or type of a certain spiritual material must have been miscalculated during the preparation of the evolution potion. Poisoned. This is impossible, second young master. That brat is undoubtedly speaking nonsense. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Uncle Han's expression shifted. Believe it or not, if it were not for my unwillingness to watch a gifted beast companion perish, I would not bother with you, Gu Beihan replied coldly, contemplating for a moment before presenting a plan. You better take responsibility for your words, or I shall show you what cruelty truly means. Jiang Chen, unfazed by the threat, took the cultivation plan and noted its quality. The various spiritual materials combined indeed held the potential for beast evolution. However, when he saw an ingredient named cloudwolf grass, his brow furrowed slightly. He immediately sniffed the remaining potions. Cloudwolf grass grows in highland areas, emitting a peculiar scent. This aroma is delightful to wolf-type beast companions, but is overwhelmingly foul to other creatures. Even after being made into an evolution potion, the scent does not dissipate. Yet, Jiang Chen did not detect this aroma from the remaining potions. Where's the cloudwolf grass? Do you have any left? Jiang Chen promptly inquired. Upon hearing this, Gu Beihan still wore a sullen expression and gestured to the individuals behind him. Give it to him. One person quickly handed Jiang Chen a bag containing cloudwolf grass. Upon inspection, Jiang Chen realized with clarity that this was not cloudwolf grass, but rather wolf smoke grass. The two spiritual materials closely resemble each other, leading to frequent misidentification, yet their effects are entirely different. Wolf smoke grass is specifically for poison-type beast companions. If you examine closely, you will find that the back of wolf smoke grass has bumps resembling goose bumps, which contain toxins. As he spoke, Jiang Chen tossed the wolf smoke grass back to Gu Beihan. Glancing down, Gu Beihan confirmed this, discreetly casting a glance at Uncle Han beside him before addressing Jiang Chen. Since you know the cause, can you save it? I can, but I require 1 million, excluding the cultivation materials, Jiang Chen replied, nodding and raising a finger. He had already reviewed the evolution plan, and since the Lei Gang wolf had begun its evolution, it merely required guidance in the right direction. This was not a challenge for him. Aware that Gu Beihan might not trust him, he directly presented his beast breeder medal. Intermediate beast breeder. The onlookers gasped, their pupils dilating in astonishment. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. The person they presumed was on the verge of death was, in fact, an intermediate beast breeder? This was utterly astonishing. Uncle Han, upon seeing this, clenched his fists. The beast breeder badge is impossible to counterfeit, so it must be genuine. Gu Beihan was equally taken aback, never expecting to encounter such a talent in this place. Had he recruited such an individual sooner, he would not have had to scavenge for incomplete evolution plans outside. He immediately responded, 1 million is acceptable, as long as you can successfully evolve the Lei Gang wolf. I will give you 150,000, along with a favor. Quite straightforward, Jiang Chen nodded, relishing the prospect of dealing with someone like him. Your Lei Gang wolf is currently caught in a conflict between the attributes of lightning and poison. I require 5 pounds of white jade dew and a thunderlight bamboo. Gu Beihan nodded in acknowledgement and called out to his subordinates. Why are you still here? Go find them. While the others searched for these two spiritual materials, Jiang Chen approached the Lei Gang wolf, gently stroking its head, whispering, do not worry. You will be all right. With that, he drew a dagger and made a 2-centimeter incision on his own body. Black-red blood gushed forth, releasing a pungent odor. On the second floor, Zhao Jingyi watched Jiang Chen's actions in shock, unable to contain herself as she murmured, Jiang Chen, can you really do this? Don't let the beast companion die. Gu Beihan is not someone to be trifled with. With that, she hastily descended, clutching 2 bottles of white jade dew. Chapter 93, Conspiracy? The Lei Gang wolf begins to evolve. Zhao Jingyi approached Jiang Chen, 2 bottles of white jade dew in hand, and quietly asked, can you manage this? If you cannot, do not overexert yourself. If Gu Beihan's beast companion dies during the evolution, your career as a beast breeder will be ruined. It was not that she doubted Jiang Chen, but rather that switching beast breeders during evolution is a significant taboo. Each beast breeder meticulously prepares before evolving a beast companion. After all, even among the same species, individual differences exist. Adhering strictly to the textbook methods of beast cultivation will never yield a top-tier beast breeder and may even endanger the beast companion. As concluded by generations of experience, Jiang Chen smiled as he accepted the white jade dew from Zhao Jingyi, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I never undertake tasks without confidence. Nor do I jest with a beast companion's life." Saying this, Jiang Chen poured one bottle of white jade dew directly into the Lei Gang wolf's mouth. This substance is akin to saline solution, serving as a high-grade auxiliary material in beast cultivation. Moreover, it possesses certain detoxifying properties and is gentle enough to nourish injured meridians, which is why many beast breeders keep some on hand. After consuming the 2 bottles of white jade dew, the bloodlines on the Lei Gang wolf diminished slightly. However, it remained weak, able to move its head only slightly. Jiang Chen called out to Gu Beihan, "Have you found the items I requested?" At that moment, Gu Beihan sensed the Lei Gang wolf's condition and noted a slight improvement. Realizing that Jiang Chen was not a charlatan, he dismissed any concern over the title used. "Let the white-haired be just that. As long as it can cure the Thunder Wolf, I care not what it is called. Have you found the item?" He shouted back at those behind him. Indeed, at that moment, Uncle Han approached, cradling a large vat of white jade dew. "We have gathered all the white jade dew from everyone here, second young master. Deliver it to him." "Yes." Uncle Han stepped before Jiang Chen, presenting the substance, and with a tone not without its harshness, declared, "Kid, my young master's beast is entrusted to you. You best think carefully before administering treatment. Otherwise, should something go awry, even if you are acquainted with the young lady of the mad serpent, she cannot protect you." Jiang Chen accepted the white jade dew, regarding the shadowy elder before him with an expression of mild peculiarity. Was this a desire for him to heal, or a reluctance? He remained vigilant in his heart, meticulously inspecting the white jade dew in his hands. Name, white jade dew. Grade, silver. Description, a special spirit water produced on the surface by the moonlight power absorbed by the jade mica grass. The dew contains a trace of the moonlight energy from the jade mica, capable of nourishing the beast's meridians, making them stronger. Its attributes are gentle, reducing the failure rate of evolution and minimizing aftereffects. Note, 4 milliliters of bee venom have been added, altering its properties. Caution is required during use, and it should be administered under the guidance of a beast tamer. Indeed, there was something amiss. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he discreetly scanned the individuals behind Gu Beihan. Were they the culprits, or were they the owners of this white jade dew? The intricacies of the aristocracy were indeed profound. After pondering briefly, Jiang Chen resolved to complete the evolution first. As a beast tamer, he had embraced this responsibility with the utmost dedication, a lesson instilled in him by his grandfather since childhood, one he had never forgotten. Thunder Bamboo is also searching diligently. On my way here, I spotted a decade-old specimen at the canyon's mouth. If you truly cannot find it, just uproot it, Jiang Chen stated, before beginning the detoxification process. The removal of the bee venom posed no great challenge. It is said that for every poison, an antidote lies within 5 steps. The antidote for this venom was thunder bee honey, which Jiang Chen had in abundance. He crouched behind the thunder wolf, using its massive form to shield himself from prying eyes, lest those with ill intentions catch sight of his actions. He then discreetly poured a small amount of thunder bee honey into the mixture. Both substances were capable of nurturing the flesh, and their combination was rather fitting. Moreover, it would impart a hint of sweetness to the white jade dew, making it more palatable. "Lift your head. You shall soon evolve," Jiang Chen said with a smile, gently stroking the thunder wolf's handsome face. Indeed, beasts with fur were delightful to touch. Perhaps the Qingshan base should also introduce a few. Currently, it was overrun with insects and crocodiles, with scarce few possessing fur. This did not bode well for the sale of beasts, as not everyone shared Jiang Chen's fondness for the large and ferocious. The thunder wolf emitted a painful whine, gazing at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. The feeling of interrupted evolution was not pleasant for it. It yearned to survive. "Rest assured, with me here, you shall not perish. Drink this," having already administered 2 vials. Jiang Chen noted that the wolf had shown some improvement and could now drink on its own, with its tongue delicately curling around the white jade dew. It sipped with utmost decorum, sparing not a drop. Observing this, Jiang Chen promptly turned his attention to the other spiritual materials. With the poison resolved, preparations for evolution could commence. Fortunately, Gu Beihan had provided ample materials for the Thunder Wolf's evolution. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have found himself at a loss. He retrieved the nearly depleted Thunder Pearl from the neck of Shao Qing, provoking a moment of dissatisfaction from the creature. Only after Jiang Chen promised to replace it with a full one did it relent slightly. Subsequently, Jiang Chen approached the operation table, methodically attending to each task. Gazing at the array of instruments, one could not help but admire that, although Gu Beihan's technical skills were lacking, the equipment was quite comprehensive. All were contemporary innovations, some of which the Qingshan breeding base had yet to procure. Crushing the Thunder Pearl into powder, He utilized the wolf smoke grass to eliminate spores, followed by purifying it with an extractor. The extraordinary Thunder Beast core was placed into the potion-making apparatus. Moments later, the Thunder Bamboo was also delivered. Jiang Chen focused intently on concocting the potion. Those surrounding him were astounded by the fluidity of his actions. He truly possessed remarkable skill. Not merely skill. He is a master craftsman, remarked a fellow Beast Tamer, who observed Jiang Chen's every move with rapt attention. His handling of the materials is on par with my instructor. A veritable template. Is he truly that impressive? Even more so. Most present were not beast tamers and could not discern Jiang Chen's true worth. They merely marveled at his swift movements, feeling an inexplicable awe. Now, with a professional explaining, their astonishment deepened, and some began to contemplate how to forge connections with Jiang Chen. Zhang Lingyi regarded Jiang Chen with surprise. I hadn't anticipated Jiang Chen to be a beast tamer of considerable caliber. This year's batch of prodigies seems rather abundant. It appears that Shudu University may face challenges in securing victory at the upcoming freshman competition. Yet he soon reconciled himself. In any case, it does not concern me. Let my younger brother deal with the headaches. Turning to the golden rabbit perched on his shoulder, he inquired, Rabbit Lord, do you think if I establish a good rapport with Jiang Chen, he would assist in researching your evolution? Chirp. The golden rabbit, casually chewing on a red jade carrot lodged between its teeth, responded nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had completed the potion's preparation. He lifted his gaze to the Thunder Wolf. The bloodline had receded. It was time to evolve once more. Chapter 94. The traitor emerges, Thunderstorm Wolf Lord. Jiang Chen poured the potion directly into the Thunder Wolf's mouth. A surge of potent energy erupted from within it, instantaneously igniting a tempest of thunder and lightning. Howl! The overwhelming electrical force was nearly too much for the Thunder Wolf to bear, eliciting a pained howl. Observing this, Uncle Han's heart leapt with joy. He rushed towards Jiang Chen, seizing his collar and threatening. What have you done to my young master's Thunder Wolf? Release me, Jiang Chen replied coolly, casting a calm glance at the elder who had gripped him. Must I explain my nurturing of beasts to you? Gu Beihan has not voiced any objections. Why are you, his subordinate, more anxious than he? With that, Jiang Chen shrugged off the elder's hand and smoothed out his slightly wrinkled collar. What convoluted matters lie between you two? I care not, but do not disturb my nurturing of the beasts. He then turned to Zhao Jingyi, asking, Sister, can you keep an eye on this old fellow? Is that acceptable? Of course. With that, she commanded the Xianfeng golden-scaled python to unfurl, transforming into a colossal serpent that blocked Jiang Chen's rear. Seeing this, Jiang Chen continued, Gu Beihan, manage your subordinates well. I know not whether they are human or ghost, but do not let them interrupt me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. With that, he returned his focus to the Thunder Wolf. Since this elder was so eager to act against him, Jiang Chen felt no need to preserve his dignity any longer. He directly pointed out the issues at hand, indifferent to Gu Beihan's thoughts. If one fails to discern the true nature of people, even if one narrowly escapes peril this time, the next encounter may very well lead to demise. Gu Beihan, at merely over 20 years of age, has managed to command such a multitude without any backing, undoubtedly indicating he is no fool. Considering Jiang Chen's words and reflecting on the early plans surrounding the Thunder Wolf, it becomes apparent that the Yunlang grass and several other spiritual materials were prepared by Uncle Han. He is an elder left behind by Gu Beihan's mother, and under normal circumstances, he would prefer not to harbor suspicions. However, now, Gu Beihan regards Uncle Han with a more cautious gaze. Young master, do not listen to this brat's nonsense. These brothers have been accumulated by us bit by bit. There is absolutely no way anyone would betray us. Uncle Han implored anxiously. Rest assured, Uncle Han, I am not as naive as my father, who only listens to reports from others. Gu Beihan waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention to the Thunder Wolf. It had now risen again, no longer displaying the previous weakness. A howl erupted. Following that, the light of evolution reignited. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He truly succeeded. If memory serves correctly, the Thunder Wolf is a low-tier silver beast. What will it become after evolution? A high-tier silver? Or perhaps gold? Xiao Bai, as a beast tamer, having witnessed his operation, can you replicate it? The beast tamer named Xiao Bai shot him a disbelieving glance. How could that be possible? Do you think beast taming is merely transcribing texts? Not to mention whether the spiritual materials he just showcased are comprehensive. Each beast is unique. One may require 3 pounds, while another might demand 10. Not to mention the various ratios of materials and cultivation techniques. The individuals standing beside him expressed disappointment upon hearing this. Gu Beihan, however, felt a flicker of joy. As the beast master of the Thunder Wolf, he could sense its current state. Thunder Wolf, you are finally about to evolve, he thought. All eyes were riveted on the Thunder Wolf and the young man before it, eagerly anticipating its transformation. Only one person wore a grim expression, fists tightly clenched. It must fail. As time ticked by, the Thunder Wolf's evolution persisted for 30 minutes. Its size had now doubled, and under the luminous aura, its mane at the shoulders resembled a crown of thunder. A powerful howl reverberated, echoing through the abandoned power plant and across the entire Shuangfeng Mountain. The wolves present sensed the call of bloodline, howling in unison, startling the adventurers nearby who were scavenging for resources. What is happening? Is there another beast tied? Within the derelict power plant, the Thunder Wolf crackled with electricity, seemingly affecting the surrounding magnetic field. The indicator lights of the abandoned machines flickered to life. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. What is going on? Could something unexpected occur? He promptly warned Xiaoqing to remain vigilant. Fortunately, nothing untoward transpired. At that moment, the Thunder Wolf's evolution reached its conclusion, and the light of transformation began to fade. Uncle Han could no longer contain himself. He summoned a forest wolf entwined with green vines and lunged towards the Thunder Wolf. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Uncle Han, what are you doing? Yelled several youths whom Gu Beihan had nurtured since childhood. Just as the forest wolf was about to pounce in front of Jiang Chen, the Xianyuan golden-scaled python sprang into action. Though the forest wolf was also extraordinary, it was far too weak in comparison. A single swipe of its tail sent the creature flying. Subdue it. Gu Beihan roared, utterly baffled that the elder left by his mother could betray him. But in the next heartbeat, a smirk crept across Uncle Han's lips. Attack. From beneath the earth emerged a massive scorpion, its black exoskeleton glistening as it charged towards the Thunder Wolf. Jiang Chen, be careful. However, Jiang Chen remained undaunted. Merely addressing the Thunder Wolf in front of him, show everyone your strength after evolution. A singular howl responded. It transformed into a streak of lightning, its speed astonishing. In an instant, its razor-sharp claws extracted the crystal core from the scorpion. All gazes were fixed upon this newly evolved beast. It stood 3 meters tall, silver fur interwoven with deep purple lightning patterns, with arcs of electricity crackling between its claws, exuding an overwhelming presence. Name, Thunderstorm Wolf Lord. Level, Extraordinary Tier 2. Attribute, Thunder. Qualification, Initial Gold. Quality, Rare. Skills. Arc. Beginner emits a swiftly moving arc of electricity, inflicting damage upon the enemy. Electromagnetic Storm. Intermediate summons a tempest of electromagnetic energy, incapacitating the opposing beast. Energy Slash. Intermediate dispels paralysis from the enemy and weakens their defense by 1 tier. Thunder Shadow Clone. Advanced consumes energy to summon 3 clones made of lightning to attack simultaneously. Wrath of Thunder. Advanced consumes a significant amount of energy, calling down divine thunder to devastate the area, exhibiting immense power. Exclusive trait. Thunder Domain. Unleashes a Thunder Domain, doubling the power of thunder attributes within, continuously striking enemies with lightning. It seems I may have overexerted in the cultivation, Jiang Chen mused, gazing at the drastically transformed Thunderstorm Wolf Lord. The strength of this beast is comparable to that of the Abyssal King Crocodile, but with attribute advantages. A confrontation might yield a 6-4 split in favor of the Thunderstorm Wolf Lord. The cultivation cost for such a beast should be around 1.5 million. My previous offer was somewhat hasty. Combined with the reward promised by Gu Beihan, it just about breaks even. Yet, this time, I have managed to profit. I've secured a golden tier evolution scheme without cost. The cultivation expenses can be considered a minor loss. However, it is imperative to deal with that old fool first. Chapter 94. Uncle Han's Demise, the ancient beast within the power plant. The Thunder Wolf has truly completed its evolution. What kind of beast is this? Does the Thunder Wolf genuinely possess such an evolutionary form? Why has it never been heard of before? Could this be a completely new evolution? Everyone present was awestruck by the oppressive presence of the Thunderstorm Wolf Lord. Jiang Chen patted its shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "You have indeed grown quite a bit. Go find your master. This is truly my Thunder Wolf." Although Gu Beihan appeared aloof to outsiders at this moment, witnessing his Thunder Wolf's completed evolution brought tears to his eyes. The Thunderstorm Wolf Lord lowered its head, affectionately licking his cheek. "Brother, such an expression doesn't quite suit your persona," Jiang Chen interjected, breaking the tender moment. "Shouldn't you address that individual over there?" Upon hearing this, Gu Beihan composed himself, stroking the ring on his finger as he approached Uncle Han, his voice cold. "Why did you betray me?" Coughing. As the black-armored scorpion lay vanquished by the Thunderstorm Wolf Lord, Uncle Han bore an expression of bitter amusement. "What betrayal? It's merely a matter of interests. You should understand this, young master." Gu Beihan's expression remained unchanged, yet his fingers, white from the pressure of his grip, betrayed his inner turmoil. "Even now, you still lie." I have given you more than enough. They could never offer you what I have. Is it because of Xiaoyu? Upon hearing his daughter's name, Uncle Han's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Young master, do not inquire further. Simply end my life. It would be for the best for everyone involved. Do you believe that if you perish, my brothers will spare her? Uncle Han fell into a heavy silence. From childhood to now, it was you who raised me, imparted the knowledge of beast taming, and guided my rise in power. I once believed we would journey together indefinitely. However, you made an unforgivable mistake by tampering with the evolution of the Thunder Wolf. As he spoke, Gu Beihan drew a dagger from his waist and tossed it before Han. You established this rule. You must carry it out yourself. Consider it my final act of preserving your dignity. As for Xiaoyu, I will ensure her safety. There is no need for you to worry. A trace of relief flickered across Uncle Han's face as he bent down to retrieve the dagger from the ground. Young master, you have grown. Yet, in an instant, his expression darkened as he plunged the dagger into his own heart, blood seeping from his mouth. He gazed intently at Gu Beihan, the young master he had watched grow up, his heart a tumult of emotions. If only he could witness the day when Gu Beihan would command the wolf's nest. But now all of that had become a distant wish. With Uncle Han's demise, a wave of terror washed over the onlookers. He has killed him. Gu Beihan has truly slain that old man beside him. Quick, we must flee to avoid becoming his next victims. Gu Beihan's reputation among the crowd was far from favorable, and with the Thunder Wolf's evolution complete, no one could predict his intentions. Should he choose to eliminate witnesses, even with their numbers, lives would be lost. No one wished for the deceased to be themselves. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Beihan paid them no mind and addressed his subordinates. Have Uncle Han's body laid to rest. After 20 years of acquaintance, I shall ensure he finds peace in death. At that moment, Jiang Chen approached. Young Master Gu, your aristocratic circle is indeed chaotic. Having just observed the scene, this was his only impression. Gu Beihan glanced at him and replied, the cake is but so large. When there are many vying for a share, conflict is inevitable. Thank you for your assistance. Gu Beihan suddenly remembered that he did not know Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen. He introduced himself, handing over a business card with a bank account number. No need for thanks. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. As a beast tamer, I must earn a living. Should you require beast cultivation in the future, feel free to contact me for a loyal customer discount. Gu Beihan examined the card. Qingshan breeding base. I will transfer the funds once we exit the secret realm. I trust we shall collaborate again. The ability to restore the Thunder Wolf's evolution after its failure was a testament to Jiang Chen's prowess, and he found no suitable beast tamers in Spring City. Jiang Chen was indeed a commendable choice. However, before proceeding, he needed to conduct further investigation. I look forward to our partnership, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He cared little for the chaos of the wolf's nest. As long as there was profit to be made, he would engage. If you have the means, send someone to Jiang City to handle him. Do they truly believe that the guard and the Songhai army are merely idle? I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Chen made his way toward the core of the power plant. Having just assisted with the Thunder Wolf's evolution, he almost forgot his true purpose for being there. He needed to utilize the local magnetic field to help Xiaoqing cultivate electromagnetic abilities. Moreover, having come this far, it would be a shame not to witness the mechanical beast Zhao Jingyi had mentioned. As Jiang Chen entered the innermost chamber, he was met with the sight of a colossal mechanical tiger, towering over 3 meters in height. Its body was constructed from golden alloy, with 2 backward curving armors on its shoulder blades, and a pale blue gem embedded in the head resembling that of a saber-toothed tiger. Though corroded and rusted by time, it did not diminish its imposing presence. Is this the deceased beast Zhao Jingyi spoke of? Jiang Chen mused, feeling admiration for the realm's master. Most mechanical beasts on the market were bulky, focusing solely on offensive capabilities, laden with weaponry, and slow in movement. Yet this mechanical tiger exuded a different aura altogether. Its form was not cumbersome but rather sleek, resembling a true tiger cloaked in steel alloy. After a few moments of observation, Jiang Chen refrained from dwelling too long and began instructing Xiaoqing to prepare for skill practice. With so many individuals having studied it over the past 2 years, he did not believe he could decipher its secrets swiftly. His expertise lay in mechanical assembly, but he was not a master. Instead of overthinking, he decided to take advantage of Gu Beihan's clearing of the area and enjoy the solitude of the space. Xiaoqing, go beneath that tiger, he directed. Having sensed that spot was where the magnetic field was strongest, feel the surrounding magnetic field and attempt to merge with it. Do not strive to influence it. The magnetic field was peculiar, and Jiang Chen could not risk Xiaoqing forcing her way through, as that could lead to unforeseen troubles. Zhao Jingyi observed Xiaoqing practicing in the core area, somewhat speechless. It was the first time since the secret realm's emergence that someone had trained their skills here. Jiang Chen was indeed unique. She then directed her Xianyuan golden-scaled python to find a spot and practice independently. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, and since they were waiting, why not make the most of it? As time passed, Xiaoqing gradually acclimated to the surrounding magnetic field, her scales slightly raised, creating a sensation of levitation. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen's heart surged with joy, and he immediately instructed, Xiaoqing, remember this state. Utilize electromagnetic force to lift your body gently. Take it slow. Understanding his intent, Xiaoqing's body began to emit arcs of electricity under her control. Influenced by the electromagnetic force, her elongated form truly began to float. Success. Though exhilarated, Jiang Chen stifled his excitement to avoid startling Xiaoqing. He quietly observed her. As she realized she could soar, she seemed thrilled. Recalling how the dragon from the Ziyun base could not achieve the same feat, she was finally on the brink of becoming a dragon. However, with the shift in her thoughts, she suddenly lost control of her body. In her eagerness, she exerted too much electromagnetic force, crashing into the colossal tiger. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition surged within Jiang Chen. Chapter 96, An Unintentional Intrusion, the Final Barrier Unleashed. Xiaoqing was magnetically drawn to the tiger's head, instinctively releasing a surge of electricity that coursed through the entire mechanical beast. The surrounding instruments began to flicker, reminiscent of the earlier evolution of the Thunder Wolf. Ding ding, ding. A series of electronic sounds reminiscent of a countdown echoed, startling Jiang Chen as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. The machine seemed to come to life, with 4 mechanical arms extending from the hall's corners, busily gathering components as if assembling something. As Jiang Chen beheld the scene, his pupils constricted, and he called out to Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, remain calm and refrain from using your skills. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing managed to regain some composure and ceased the release of her abilities. Alas, she was still ensnared. Damn it, what on earth is the secret realm? Jiang Chen silently cursed, directly communicating with the Beast Master space, attempting to withdraw her. Fortunately, this maneuver proved effective. Sister, let us depart. After completing this, Jiang Chen turned to Zhao Jingyi, who was spectating from beyond the railing, and shouted, Leave. This is the first time such a situation has arisen in a secret realm. Are you not curious to observe further? What if a solution could be uncovered? What if he conjures another bomb? Jiang Chen retorted, We must depart first. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Jingyi's previously excited demeanor calmed slightly as she turned to leave. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance. Look, someone has indeed activated the mechanical altar. A throng of individuals surged through the doorway, their eyes ablaze with fervor. After 5 months, I have spent an entire year in this secret realm, and finally, the last trial has been reopened. Jiang Chen's expression darkened at the sight of these frenzied individuals. Such people could be found in every secret realm, representing various professions, including beast tamers. These individuals had become obsessed with unraveling the mysteries of the realm, some even forsaking their families. Their blockade at the entrance could spell trouble for an escape. Kid, swiftly descend from the altar. This apparatus is beyond your reach. A man appearing to be in his 40s shouted at Jiang Chen. Young man, you are still in your prime. Cherish this opportunity to participate in the challenge. If you cannot seize it, relinquish it. I am willing to purchase it, or offer you anything you desire. A voluptuous woman clad in a red dress seductively proposed to Jiang Chen. Frowning at their implications, Jiang Chen surmised that this secret realm seemingly had a quota and was not being accessed for the first time. With this thought, he let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, the mechanical octopus device would not explode. However, lingering here was unwise. Should he participate in the assessment, it could lead to dire consequences if he could not exit. The likelihood of such a scenario was substantial, or else no information would have ever leaked out. There was another secret realm awaiting him in Jiang City. It was not worth risking everything for a realm related to machinery. As he prepared to step down from the altar, the tiger's eyes suddenly gleamed, and it began to speak in human tongue. 3 participants have gathered for the assessment, and the final trial is about to commence. The ultimate victor shall inherit the ownership of the secret realm and the legacy of the Gongshu mechanical arts. Before Jiang Chen could utter a curse, for tentacles from behind seized him and thrust him into the portal they had created. A wave of dizziness washed over him. In the next moment, he felt as though he had traversed through time and space, floating in a surreal manner. Upon reopening his eyes, Jiang Chen found himself in an unfamiliar gorge, yet it felt as if he was still within the abandoned power plant secret realm. 3 platforms stood before him, each adorned with a thatched hut, and Jiang Chen found himself atop one of them. A vast area lay between them, though it was now overrun with weeds. Before he could ascertain the situation, 2 figures emerged from the other platforms, one elderly, one young, one male, one female. At last, another has arrived. Oh, another young man. Yu Xian, this lad is quite handsome. Don't you think we should try to get to know him? The elderly man in a sleeveless combat vest remarked to the woman beside him. Yang, you're rambling again, the short-haired woman retorted. It was at this moment that Jiang Chen discerned her face. She sported short hair, yet it did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it added a unique charm to her appearance. Excuse me, what is going on here? Jiang Chen inquired, gazing at them. The short-haired woman replied. I entered just 5 months before you. For specific matters, it's best to have Yang explain. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. You are the last to arrive, Yang stated, tossing aside the wrench in his hand with a hint of envy. I wonder which fool designed this secret realm, requiring 3 to unlock the final trial. I entered 1.5 years ago. Had it not been for the ample food in my spatial bag, I would have been trapped here long before your arrival. When I awaited you, Xian, I thought I would have to wait another 1.5 years, but here you are in just 5 months. Quite the stroke of luck. As for what the trial entails, I am uncertain. Inside the hut you reside in, there should be a yellow token. That might be the emblem of the realm's master. Place it in the groove before you, and the final trial should commence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Chen resolved to attempt the challenge since he was already there. He stepped into the thatched hut. Immediately, he was greeted by 2 rows of bookshelves. One held a plethora of tomes, while the other was laden with various tools and mechanical parts. Moments later, Jiang Chen discovered the token Yang had mentioned. Grasping it, he exited the hut and placed it in the groove. Instantly, the central area among the 3 platforms began to tremble violently. Magma surged forth, melting all the disordered items, followed by an outpouring of clear water. A hissing sound erupted as steam, accompanied by the scent of sulfur, burst forth, culminating in the formation of an obsidian battleground. What is happening? Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim as he surveyed the scene before him. Chapter 97. Assessment, the Mechanical Wind Wheel Bear. Before Jiang Chen could fully comprehend the situation, energy began to coalesce around the obsidian battleground, eventually forming a colossal mechanical tiger-like specter. A mechanical voice resounded. The final trial of the Gongshu Pavilion officially begins. You will have half a month to design your mechanical beasts. During this time, everything in the thatched hut is at your disposal. You may commence your challenge at any time within the half-month period. And defeating 2 guardian beasts will grant you the ownership of the secret realm. The first guardian beast, the Mechanical Wind Wheel Bear. As it concluded the announcement of the rules, its form began to dissipate, transforming into motes of energy that descended upon the obsidian battleground. Under the influence of this energy, a creature resembling a large bear began to assemble from the mechanical parts stacked nearby. Name, Mechanical Wind Wheel Bear. Level, Awakening Stage 6. Attribute, Mechanical Wind. Quality, Bronze High Tier. Characteristic, Wind Wheel. Equipped with a wind wheel, speed is doubled, and upon activation, speed increases by 10%. So this is the first guardian beast of the Gongshu Pavilion? Its level is not particularly high, but the scythe-like alloy blades on its forearms suggest it is not to be trifled with. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at the sight of it. In the span of a fortnight, one must rely solely on the mechanical beasts of their own design, as the conclusion of this assessment may very well render the situation in Jiang City utterly fruitless. This is absolutely unacceptable. He immediately shouted towards the 2 platforms before him. Master Yang, how long will it take for you to create a beast capable of defeating this mechanical creature? Upon hearing this, Master Yang responded, defeating this mechanical beast is not particularly challenging. It is merely an awakened tier beast. However, according to the conventions of secret realm assessments, the true difficulty lies with the subsequent beast, which will undoubtedly be of extraordinary high rank, possibly even at the commanding stage. As a mere extraordinary tier mechanic, the shortest recorded time for crafting such a beast is 1 year. I did not anticipate that this intermediate secret realm would prove so formidable. Enough of this. I shall contemplate what kind of beast to design, as defeating the first one will grant some rewards. You should also strive in that direction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened further. He turned to the other side and noticed that Lu Yuxuan had already returned to her hut. Damn it. After observing the surroundings for a while, Jiang Chen finally sighed. Since I am here, I might as well make myself comfortable. After all, the books here are ancient texts left from bygone eras. It would be worthwhile to study them, and perhaps I shall learn something valuable during my stay. As for Shaoqing, let it take its time to digest the knowledge acquired within the secret realm. It has made considerable gains this time, and within a fortnight, it is likely to break through to the high awakened tier. Jiang Chen entered the hut and browsed through the bookshelf, ultimately selecting 3 volumes, The 9 Axes of Mechanisms, Illustrated Guide to Mechanisms, and Energetic Flow and Mechanism Coupling. These 3 tomes represent the foundational knowledge of mechanics, perfectly suited for someone of Jiang Chen's intermediate proficiency. He settled down cross-legged, swiftly entering a state of focus. This ability to quickly calm his mind is one of the reasons for his exceptional talent in reading. Such a gift is coveted by the greatest research prodigies, as everyone experiences moments of distraction. Meanwhile, outside the assessment venue, chaos ensued. Many, upon hearing that the final challenge of the abandoned power plant's secret realm had commenced, hastily summoned their families to witness if they might partake in the spoils. The two dominant factions of Spring City, the Serpent Cult and the Wolf's Nest, naturally dispatched their representatives as well. Senior sister, where's Brother Jiang? A young man clad in the garb of the Serpent Cult approached Zhao Jingyi. Unlike Zhu Lian and the others, he was a core disciple. He has entered the assessment. Zhao Jingyi replied. Panic washed over the disciple's face. This is disastrous. The very outcome we feared has come to pass. He recalled his master's words and added, Senior sister, your father has instructed you to find him. We shall keep watch here. Very well. Zhao Jingyi nodded, having anticipated this turn of events. At the Wolf's Nest, a young man in a black combat suit approached Gu Beihan with a smile, accompanied by a massive wolf covered in verdant fur. Brother Han, why was I not informed that the final challenge of the power plant's secret realm had begun? I had to hear it from others. This puts the Wolf's Nest at a disadvantage. Gu Beihan regarded him with a frigid expression. If all goes as expected. The matter concerning Uncle Han is undoubtedly linked to him. I was unable to come. I had to maintain control of the situation. However, he refrained from expressing anger. Now was not the time for confrontation. Beside him, the Thunderstorm Wolf King fixed its piercing gaze on the young man, baring its teeth. It had come to realize that the complications in its evolution were the result of foul play, and given the relationship between its master and Gu Nanfeng, the perpetrator was undoubtedly him. Gu Nanfeng, upon seeing the formidable Wolf King, felt a tremor in his heart. What kind of beast is this? When did this illegitimate child, Gu Beihan, contract such a creature? How dare he? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he began searching for Uncle Han, but to no avail. It dawned on him that Uncle Han had failed. What a worthless fool. His expression soured immediately. Once the Thunderstorm Wolf completed its evolution, free from its bottleneck, its strength would rise rapidly. The old man at home would undoubtedly assign him more territories. Who could it be, daring to assist Gu Beihan in nurturing a beast? Brother, what troubles you? Gu Beihan smirked and said, I forgot to mention, this is the Thunderstorm Wolf King, the evolved form of the Thunderstorm Wolf. How does it compare to your Hurricane Wolf? Upon hearing Gu Beihan's words, the Thunderstorm Wolf King raised its head disdainfully, gazing down at the Hurricane Wolf, which was a head shorter. How dare it be compared to me? With that thought, it unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth. Previously, in the Wolf's Nest, this scoundrel had bullied it, and now that it had evolved, it sought to collect interest. The sudden attack caught the Hurricane Wolf off guard, and it was struck by the lightning, its once vibrant green mane singed black. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. What are you doing, Gu Beihan? Gu Nanfeng's face turned ashen. My apologies, brother. The Thunderstorm Wolf King has just evolved and is still mastering its energy control, Gu Beihan explained with a smile. I must take my leave. The abandoned power plant is about to be breached, and I need to gather some spiritual materials. With that, he turned to leave, his smile vanishing in an instant. Let you live a while longer. We shall settle our scores in due time. Watching Gu Beihan's departing figure, Gu Nanfeng's expression darkened as he beckoned to a subordinate. Investigate who nurtured this wild child-esque beast. With his meager nurturing skills, it would be a struggle to evolve a bronze-tier beast. It is inconceivable for the Thunderstorm Wolf to surpass its tier. Understood. How dare you oppose me? Outside the secret realm, Zhao Jingyi had found her father, who was presently inundating her with reprimands. Zhao Jingyi, how could Jiang Chen suddenly enter the secret realm assessment? I entrusted you with watching over him, and this is how you do it? Zhao Yifan looked at his daughter in disbelief. Huang Tianming sent Jiang Chen here to enhance his strength, preparing him for the newly discovered secret realm in Jiang City. Now it seems the other secret realm has not yet opened, yet Jiang Chen has already ventured into the Spring City secret realm. This situation is utterly perplexing. This is not my fault. I had no idea the mechanical tiger would activate so suddenly. However, Jiang Chen's nurturing skills are indeed impressive. He managed to facilitate Gu Beihan's Thunderstorm Wolf in surpassing its tier. What did you say? Zhao Yifan's pupils dilated in shock. Now I understand why Huang Tianming was so vague when I inquired about Jiang Chen's identity. He must have been afraid I would take him. But this complicates matters further. Jingyi, you were present when Jiang Chen entered the assessment. What transpired? Zhao Yifan inquired. Zhao Jingyi recounted everything she had witnessed. It appears that this secret realm is indeed one of technological inheritance. Jiang Chen will not be emerging anytime soon. Leave this matter to me. Focus on preparing for the upcoming school year. This year is crucial for your entry into the school team. Pay attention. Understood. Once Zhao Jingyi departed, Zhao Yifan dialed Huang Tianming's number. Hello? What is it? I am rather busy at the moment. It's nothing of great consequence, merely a concern for your work. How is the development of the secret realm progressing? Are there any difficulties? Huang Tianming, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of curiosity but nonetheless spoke up. Professor Liu has nearly completed his research. This should be a rudimentary combat-type secret realm, and the entrance has been almost precisely located. We are merely awaiting the activation of the teleportation portal. You may inform Jiang Chen about his cultivation, but he must absolutely not exceed the extraordinary level. By the way, is Jiang Chen with you? I called him yesterday, but he didn't answer. If he's there, please have him come over. Zhao Yifan, feeling a tad awkward, chuckled lightly before responding. I was just about to mention him. At that moment, Huang Tianming sensed something was amiss and immediately inquired. What happened? What have you done? It's nothing serious. I merely sent him into a mid-level secret realm. You let a novice beastmaster enter a mid-level secret realm? What on earth were you thinking? Huang Tianming's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he continued. You must retrieve him immediately. He can't come out. What? Huang Tianming exclaimed, his voice raised in disbelief. He entered the secret realm and inadvertently reached the final assessment. But do not fret. This is merely a technical secret realm, and there is no life-threatening danger. However, he may not be able to exit for a short while. Huang Tianming's face turned ashen. I entrusted him to you, and this is the guidance you provide? I will dispatch someone to retrieve him immediately. If anything happens to Jiang Chen, you will have to answer for it. He then abruptly hung up the phone. He could already envision the fury that Lu Guodong would exhibit upon hearing news of Jiang Chen. The secret realm in Jiang City, after his research, revealed that its former owner must have been a significant figure, containing numerous valuable items within. Now, with Jiang Chen trapped inside, he had lost the opportunity to enter the secret realm first, rendering all his prior preparations futile. How would he explain this to the old man? Days turned into weeks, and before long, nearly half a month had elapsed. The secret realm in Jiang City was officially opened. However, the situation was not particularly optimistic. As it was an awakening-level secret realm, those entering could not exceed the 9th tier of awakening. A lower level signified weaker cultivation and fewer skill combinations. Unsurprisingly, the exploration of the secret realm had hit a snag. The abandoned power plant. The number of entrants had not dwindled with the passage of time. On the contrary, it multiplied exponentially. More and more individuals flocked to try their luck. After all, the exploration of a technical secret realm was notoriously challenging. No one believed they could succeed on their first attempt. Should these 3 individuals fail, they would have their chance. Han Haiyang had also been dispatched by Huang Tianming to Chun City, waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Gu Nanfeng had already gathered news about Jiang Chen, ensuring he would have someone monitor the secret realm. Once Jiang Chen appeared, he would be brought before him. As for Jiang Chen, he was entirely unaware of the unfolding events outside. The books he was reading were indeed captivating, and he found himself utterly engrossed. In just 2 weeks, he had read through half of the books on the shelf. Unfortunately, these were merely the most basic texts. To obtain the true legacy of the Gongshu Hall, he would likely need to surpass the final challenge. During this time, both Master Yang and Lu Yuxuan had attempted to challenge the guardians below. The ingenious Windwheel Bear had been defeated, yet they both fell to the mechanical tiger that followed. Fortunately, the master of this secret realm had not descended into madness. This mechanical tiger was merely at the 6th tier of the extraordinary level. Defeating it was not without a glimmer of hope. After finishing another book, Jiang Chen stretched lazily, preparing to venture out to feed his beasts. Just then, the sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Another challenge had begun. Jiang Chen stepped outside slowly. He beheld a crimson tiger trampling a spider beneath its paws, unleashing a conflagration of fire, electricity, and ice energy, instantly reducing the spider to mere fragments, leaving behind only a mechanical core, which Master Yang retrieved. This was the core of a mechanical beast. As long as the core remained intact, the beast would not perish. Master Yang has failed again, Jiang Chen remarked. Indeed, this tiger is rather formidable. I cannot fathom how its creator achieved this. Not only is its physical strength astonishing, but it also wields skills of 4 elemental attributes, and my stock of usable crystals is dwindling. At this, Master Yang turned to Jiang Chen and said, Little Jiang, since you do not intend to challenge this secret realm, why not provide me with the materials you have? Rest assured, I will not let you suffer a loss. Jiang Chen smiled in response, but did not give a direct answer. This was not the first time Master Yang had requested materials from him, and as his failures mounted, his urgency became increasingly palpable. Fortunately, the distance between them was considerable, and there was a barrier preventing the passage of living beings. Otherwise, Master Yang might have attempted to seize them outright. Those who could thrive within the Beastmaster realm were hardly simple individuals. I apologize, Master Yang, but I have recently been engrossed in the books from the cottage and feel a compulsion to attempt crafting something myself. Upon being refused, Master Yang's expression darkened, though he managed to maintain a smile. It's worth a try. After all, succeeding in the first challenge would yield some rewards. However, when you decide to give up, you must inform me. Of course. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Chen, Master Yang shifted his gaze to Lu Yuxuan's cottage. Compared to Jiang Chen, she was the one he worried about the most. He did not anticipate that, at such a young age, Lu Yuxuan's skills in crafting mechanical beasts would surpass his own. The firebird she created had triumphed over the ingenious windwheel bear on her first challenge and had engaged the tiger for quite some time. Since that challenge, she had been in seclusion and had yet to emerge, leaving him curious about her current research. After feeding his beasts, Jiang Chen returned to the cottage, ready to begin forging mechanical beasts. This was his first attempt, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 99. The Mechanical Beast, Xuanshu Qianlin, was completed. Inside the cottage, Jiang Chen had set up the furnace. The flames within blazed fiercely, fueled by charcoal made from the fiery banyan, providing astounding heat. Jiang Chen was already sweating profusely, yet his hands did not falter as he wielded the hammer, constructing the mechanical framework. This time, he intended to create a mechanical snake, not for any particular reason other than his familiarity with the anatomical structure of snakes. The quality of the purple gold cloud iron was sufficiently pliable for crafting the skeleton of the mechanical snake, but what about the skin and flesh? According to the tome's spiritual energy conduction and mechanism coupling, for mechanical beasts to achieve spiritual energy integration, genuine beast meridians and skins were essential. Jiang Chen placed the skeleton into the furnace for tempering and proceeded to select suitable materials from the shelf. He understood his forging abilities. Defeating the mechanical tiger in direct combat was nearly impossible, as he was not yet capable of crafting extraordinary-level beasts. Therefore, to overcome it, he could not rely on brute force but had to employ cunning. The mechanical tiger utilized fire, electricity, and ice elements, so the chosen beast's skin must possess formidable resistance. After examining the shelf, he ultimately selected the skins of the mountain rock python and the giant stone elephant. As he retrieved the mountain rock python skin from a large container, a pungent odor instantly filled the small cottage. This skin truly reeks. How long has it been preserved? Jiang Chen complained as he opened the doors and windows. There was no way around it. This beast hide had likely been here for thousands of years. And to utilize it, it required some tanning. Jiang Chen retrieved a jar of beast oil and applied it to the hide with his hands. The greasy sensation elicited a wave of physiological discomfort within him, but there was no alternative. After all, he had forgotten his gloves in the spatial pouch. Jiang Chen meticulously rubbed the oil in, ensuring that it permeated the material completely. Once the entire mountain python skin was thoroughly softened, revealing its original earthy yellow hue, he massaged his aching arms and placed the hide outside to dry. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Elder Yang, who was chopping wood nearby. Jiang Chen, are you planning to use the ancient method of beast crafting? Elder Yang inquired. Upon hearing Uncle Yang's words, Jiang Chen nodded and replied, indeed. I intend to experiment with the integration of ancient and modern techniques. Elder Yang, unable to suppress a smirk of derision, remarked, fusion of the ancient and modern? That is a venture even the greatest mechanical masters dare not attempt. The principles are utterly contrary. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. To waste materials in such a manner is a gross misappropriation. While I understand your desire to challenge the secret realm, your chosen direction is misguided. This is unattainable. I advise you to delve into modern mechanical methods instead. Your current approach is destined for failure. Jiang Chen frowned, recognizing that the old man was concerned about his potential waste of materials, which would ultimately affect his own gains. However, Jiang Chen had never intended to share his findings with him, even if he were to fail in his challenge. There was no rule stating that the items within the small house could not be taken outside. These were antiques, and perhaps, with the aid of machinery, Jiang Chen could extract the DNA of ancient beasts and potentially resurrect them. It's all right, Elder Yang. I simply wish to give it a try. Failure bears no consequence. I am merely a beast tamer, not a mechanic. This heritage is of no use to me, only to you. Having spent most of his life researching, Elder Yang had only managed to produce a single type of extraordinary mechanical beast. Though he felt a surge of anger, he refrained from showing it outright and merely said, trying is acceptable. You are still young, and the most important thing is to attempt. I have something simmering on the stove. I shall check on it. Please, go about your business. With that, Jiang Chen returned to the small house to begin processing the elephant hide. Unlike the method used for the mountain python skin, the treatment of the elephant hide required far more meticulous care. Any damage could lead to issues with spiritual energy transmission. Jiang Chen meticulously examined the hide, expelling the impurities that had accumulated in its veins over time with the infusion of his spiritual energy. His fingers danced with agility under the glow of the furnace, as he deftly crafted the minute components required for the mechanical snake. He was completely engrossed in his work, losing all track of time. Days passed. Han Haiyang, and the others continued to wait at the entrance of the secret realm. Xiao Hao, how many days has it been since we came here? It's been almost half a month, replied Han Haiyang, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the blue glowing portal. Isn't it a bit troublesome during this period? He continued, the secret realm in Jiang City is stuck, and I've heard that the Red Serpent faction has secretly infiltrated it. Jiang Chen still hasn't emerged. There shouldn't be any fatal incidents reported in a technological inheritance-type secret realm, right? He asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. There have been. Xiao Hao paused before adding. But with Xiao Chun's intelligence, he will certainly be fine. Let us hope so, Han Haiyang sighed. Continue to send people inside to keep watch. If there are any developments, report back to me immediately. Understood. Within the secret realm, the creation of the mechanical snake was nearing completion. Jiang Chen meticulously crafted the musculature, attaching it to the skeletal framework. To ensure it could defeat the tiger, he made a few clever adjustments to its tail. The entire snake now displayed well-defined muscles, its body adorned with tiny veins running through the elephant hide. If one were to overlook the metallic skeleton, it could easily be mistaken for a skinned snake. Should the professors at the Magic City Academy's mechanical department witness this crafting technique, they might very well take him on as a personal disciple. As with computer wiring, assembling and creating mechanical beasts is not particularly challenging. With a few hundred books and a bit of practice, success is almost guaranteed. The difficulty lies in the arrangement of the veins and the crafting of the mechanical core, which requires innate talent. Jiang Chen gazed at his creation, nodding in satisfaction as a swell of pride surged within him. He loaded the pre-prepared beast hide and mechanical core onto the mechanical snake, channeling his spiritual energy through it. In an instant, the mechanical snake's eyes lit up. This 5-meter-long serpent clumsily adjusted to its new form. The so-called mechanical core consists of residual crystallized consciousness of beasts, which requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance to manifest. This is also why mechanical beasts are scarce. However, there are now those researching methods to create mechanical beasts without a mechanical core, albeit these creations lack the opportunity for evolution. Name, Xin Shu Qianlin. Level, Awakening Rank 8. Attribute Mechanical. Earth, Qualification, Silver Beginner. Quality, Rare. Traits, Self-Repair Mode. Consumes spiritual energy to slowly absorb surrounding metals to repair damaged scales. Skills, Tail Whip, Beginner. Qianlin Strangle, Intermediate. Rock Eruption, Intermediate. Hidden Rock, Beginner. Earth Escape, Beginner. Power of the Giant Elephant, Intermediate. Energy Spill, Intermediate. Description, a finely crafted mechanical beast created by a skilled mechanic. Possessing immense strength and a resilient skeleton, its body conceals a multitude of weapons, often enabling it to strike enemies by surprise. Excellent. Truly worthy of the considerable effort I expended in crafting this beast, Jiang Chen remarked, thoroughly pleased with the final product. For a mechanical beast he had created entirely on his own for the first time, the Xian Shu Qianlin was indeed impressive. All those days spent laboring were not in vain. Glancing at the clock on the table, he noted that only 2 days remained. It was time to challenge the guardian beast. Just then, sounds of a scuffle echoed from outside. It seemed someone had already begun, though he was uncertain who it might be. With that thought, Jiang Chen stepped outside. Chapter 100. Instant Kill of the Ingenious Windwheel Bear. As soon as he exited the thatched cottage, Elder Yang and Lu Yuxuan noticed the enormous rock serpent trailing behind Jiang Chen. Having seen Jiang Chen's beast before, they recognized it as a rare color variant of the green snake. They wondered where this rock serpent had come from. Is this the mechanical beast you created? Lu Yuxuan inquired, seemingly connecting the dots. What do you mean, mechanical beast? Elder Yang, who was directing the battle, was instantly taken aback. He had sought out Jiang Chen multiple times during this period, only to be deftly sidestepped each time. Eventually, he realized that Jiang Chen had never intended to share the spiritual materials with him. After numerous failed attempts, he had been left with only enough materials to cobble together a mechanical spider, which had little hope of defeating the tiger. He had initially thought Jiang Chen intended to sell the materials or create a heap of junk. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen had truly succeeded. Moreover, it was executed with such finesse. One would be hard-pressed to discern that this was a mechanical beast at first glance. He, on the other hand, would never be able to create such a creature. Had it not been for Lu Yuxuan's reminder, he might not have noticed it at all. Does this imply that in this realm, his skills and vision were the most lacking? They were playing the part of the fool, treating me, the old master, as if I were the simpleton. Such a lack of decorum. One wonders what kind of instruction their teacher imparts. Just as he was lost in thought, the enormous tiger unleashed a blaze from its maw, sinking its teeth into the mechanical spider's core. Subsequently, flames erupted from within its body, and the sheer force shattered the mechanical spider into a multitude of pieces. The tank spider. Elder Yang gazed at the lifeless core, his heart bleeding. This creation was crafted from a soul core imbued with the essence of a transcendent-level shadow spider, for which he had spent 2.5 million at an auction. Now, it had all gone to waste. After the demise of the tank spider, the mechanical tiger drained its energy, restoring its own injured form. Jiang Chen, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, turned to Lu Yuxuan and inquired, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "You may proceed," she replied, harboring no confidence in her ability to surpass that mechanical tiger. Jiang Chen's rock serpent appeared marginally superior to Elder Yang's spider. It would be prudent to allow him to expend some of its stamina first. Jiang Chen chuckled, fully aware of Lu Yuxuan's reasoning. After several observations, he had discerned that they were all battling the same tiger. However, this time, Lu Yuxuan was destined for disappointment. Allowing him to go first might mean she would not even have the opportunity to challenge it. "Very well, then I shall go." With that, Jiang Chen deployed the Xuanxu 1000 scales. Since it had been entirely crafted by him, commanding it posed no significant challenges, even without a contract. As Xuanxu 1000 scales entered the fray, the pile of machinery beneath Jiang Chen's platform instantaneously assembled into a colossal mechanical windmill bear. It roared as it faced Xuanxu 1000 scales, its blades spinning like a windmill, stirring up a tempest. 1000 scales, rock explosion. Jiang Chen wasted no time and ordered Xuanxu 1000 scales to attack directly. Its skills, carried over from its previous life, were not highly refined. Nevertheless, it posed no issue in dealing with a mechanical bear of inferior level, quality, and aptitude. Two massive boulders materialized above it, then exploded violently. The overwhelming force rendered the bear incapable of further combat, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a blue light surged from within it, ultimately forming a luminous barrier in the sky. Challenger number 3, challenge successful. Time taken to defeat the mechanical windmill bear, 5 seconds. Rating, S. Rewards obtained, 5 silver-level lightning attribute energy crystals, 1 clear wind bear soul core, soul version, 1 clear wind bear hide. Would you like to continue the challenge? Elder Yang and Lu Yuxuan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their gulp of disbelief. An S-rank score? Their results had only reached A rank, although merely a tier apart. The disparity in rewards was staggering. Just that singular soul core could eclipse all that they had earned, not to mention the several energy crystals. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The most significant factor was the prowess of Jiang Chen's beast. They had never anticipated that the rock serpent could annihilate the mechanical windmill bear. Even they had never achieved such a feat. Could this lad truly defeat that tiger? Elder Yang's eyes brimmed with astonishment as he spoke, struggling to comprehend. The rock serpent had sustained no energy loss in its battle against the windmill bear. His suspicions regarding Jiang Chen's origins were mounting. A mere teenager exhibiting such skill, was he perhaps the scion of a prestigious mechanical family? Absolutely not. Lu Yuxuan's expression darkened. She had not foreseen Jiang Chen's capabilities. Her fists clenched tightly, fervently praying for his failure in the trials. The inheritance of the Gongshu Hall had taken her considerable time to acquire. She could not allow another to seize it. At this moment, Jiang Chen was oblivious to their musings. Grinning, he accepted the energy crystals, tossing one to Xiaoqing. This was a prized item, found only within secret challenges or at the core of spiritual minds, a byproduct of elemental energy reaching a certain concentration. Extremely rare, with higher quality being even more elusive. Consuming it would enhance the attributes of his beast. Jiang Chen had previously prepared a bronze-level crystal for Xiaoqing, which was significantly inferior to the one he now held. The first guardian beast's rewards were unexpectedly generous. It seemed the creator of this secret realm was quite affluent. Jiang Chen stowed the energy crystals away, noting that they had arrived at an opportune moment, as Xiaoqing was about to prepare for evolution. He needed to hasten the enhancement of its lightning attribute power. Continue the challenge. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen selected to proceed. Xuanxu 1000 scales represented the pinnacle of his current abilities. Even if he were to nurture it further, there was no way to enhance it significantly in a short span. It was far wiser to challenge directly. Chapter 101 Victory. Xuanxu 1000 scales versus. For symbol Catastrophe Tiger. With Jiang Chen opting to continue, the mechanical tiger, which had been absorbing the residual energy of the tank spider, rose once more. Its golden yellow eyes fixated intently on Xuanxu 1000 scales, as if intent on devouring it whole. Its creator had imbued it with the final directive to annihilate all challengers entering the secret realm. Over the passage of time, this command had fused with its consciousness. Jiang Chen regarded it. Name, 4 symbol Catastrophe Tiger, Energy, 65. Attributes Mechanical, Fire, Ice, Lightning. Level, Transcendent Tier 6. Quality, Initial Silver Level. Rarity, Rare. Skills, Bite Crush, Intermediate. Triangular Ray, Intermediate. Mechanical Tail Strike, Intermediate. Steel Claw, Beginner. Metallic Noise, Beginner. Exclusive trait, 4 symbols fusion, possesses fire, ice, and lightning attribute energies, allowing seamless switching of primary attributes to adapt to the battlefield. The foundational statistics and skill depth of this tiger were leagues above the previous creature. Being a mechanical entity, its defensive capabilities were formidable, and with the exclusive trait of 4 symbols fusion, it could effortlessly alternate its primary attributes. No wonder Lu Yuxuan's fiery bird had been bested. However, there was still hope. This 4-symbol catastrophe tiger was low on energy, and Jiang Chen had deliberately designed Xuanxu Thousand Scales to embody the earth attribute. With these 2 advantages, Jiang Chen's confidence surged significantly. Xuanxu Thousand Scales, Invisible Rock. This reflected Jiang Chen's combat style, honed over months of battles. Without hesitation, he initiated the terrain manipulation. As he commanded, the earthy hue of Xuanxu Thousand Scales brightened slightly, and a multitude of sharp rocks erupted from the ground before vanishing. Yet, the 4-symbol catastrophe tiger appeared wholly unfazed, roaring as it charged toward Xuanxu Thousand Scales. Despite the surrounding protruding rocks, it seemed to effortlessly discern a path devoid of obstacles, its speed unwavering. But who could say whether this path was intentionally left open by Jiang Chen? Steel Claw. The 4 symbols disaster tiger raised its claws high, then brought them down with tremendous force. In an instant, fragments of stone flew everywhere, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Old Yang breathed a sigh of relief. His tank spider had been severed at a leg by this very move. Surely it must have been reduced to mere rubble? It frightened me. I truly believed that this young lad, Jiang Chen, might have a chance to defeat that mechanical tiger. But now it seems my apprehensions were unfounded. While my own failure is regrettable, the success of others weighs even heavier on the heart, especially when that individual is younger than oneself. Lu Yuxuan shared a similar sentiment upon observing the scene. In her estimation, there was little to no chance for Jiang Chen's rock serpent to surpass the mechanical tiger. Her only hope now was that Jiang Chen could endure a while longer, thereby depleting some of the mechanical tiger's energy. The Lu family's ancestral mechanical formula had bestowed upon her the finest creation she currently wielded, the Firebird. However, the mechanical tiger's ability to shift attributes rendered fire-based attacks ineffectual. Moreover, her supply of materials was scant, consisting solely of a single extraordinary grade Yan Zhuhuan's core. Given the limited time, crafting a first-tier beast was already pushing her limits. With attributes unaligned, quality comparable, yet levels disparate, and skills lacking proficiency, a direct defeat would solely depend on the quality and attribute advantages of the mechanical beasts. As the smoke dissipated on the battlefield, the anticipated scene did not materialize. Instead of the expected figure of the Xuanxu Qianlin, there lay merely a vast pit and a 4 symbols disaster tiger, now aimlessly scanning the surroundings with its golden eyes, as if searching for its lost target. In that moment, Jiang Chen swiftly issued his command. Qianlin, constrict. Sever the tail. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Xuanxu Qianlin emerged from beneath the 4 symbols disaster tiger, its robust serpentine form encircling the beast. Sharp magnetic spines shot forth from its underbelly, firmly anchoring themselves into the mechanical tiger's body, preventing any escape. The serpent tightened its grip relentlessly. Seeing this, the 4 symbols disaster tiger instinctively prepared to unleash a ray from its mouth. Yet, having witnessed its battles before, Jiang Chen was well prepared for such a contingency. The severed tail, under the control of the Xuanxu Qianlin, surged directly into the tiger's maw, ensnaring it. Boom. In the next instant, a muffled explosion reverberated from the tiger's mouth, emitting a wisp of black smoke. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not allow himself to grow complacent. Giant elephants might release the energy. He understood that, based on skill proficiency, the Xuanxu Qianlin was certainly no match for the 4 symbols disaster tiger. Having managed to catch it off guard and gain control, he could not afford to relax. This might be their sole opportunity to triumph. The Xuanxu Qianlin's powerful form erupted with tremendous strength, tightening its grip further. Although the materials used in the 4 symbols disaster tiger's construction were exceptionally refined, years of wear had taken their toll. Even if it could absorb surrounding energy for recovery, the alloy strength would ultimately wane. Crack. The sound of metal fracturing echoed. Though faint, it was still heard by the 3 present. Old Yang and Lu Yuxuan's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing it. The mechanical tiger was injured. How could this be? That rock serpent could at most awaken to the 9th tier. How could it possibly harm the mechanical tiger? Could it be that Jiang Chen's skill in crafting mechanical beasts had already reached a level of transcending the ordinary? Yet, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The Xuanxu Qianlin opened its mouth wide, its core fervently channeling energy into its maw, radiating a brilliant glow. It then unleashed this energy towards the mechanical tiger's head. Boom. A powerful wave of energy illuminated the entire battlefield, sending mechanical debris flying and crashing against the surrounding walls with a cacophony of noise. Moments later, both beasts collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. The Xuanchu Qianlin had exhausted all its energy. Its pupils dimmed and its body marred by the wounds inflicted by its own attack. Fortunately, its core still flickered with life. It was not yet beyond salvation. As for the Four Symbols Disaster Tiger, its head had been blasted off, revealing the intricate mechanical structure within. Had he truly won? Old Yang and Lu Yuxuan were left utterly dumbfounded. Just as they were preparing to act, a luminous screen appeared before them. Challenger number 3, Intermediate Gongshu Hall Boss Battle. Challenge successful. Time taken to defeat the Four Symbols Disaster Tiger, 10 minutes. Completion rating S. Award distribution imminent. All unrelated personnel will be teleported out of the secret realm. Please prepare yourselves. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In a dazzling flash of white light, Old Yang and Lu Yuxuan, along with everyone else in the secret realm, were transported out, instantly filling the entire base. What was happening? Chapter 102. The Frantic Rewards. Han Haiyang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of people outside the secret realm. But he quickly regained his composure. The secret realm of Spring City had been breached. Xiao Hao hurried off to find Jiang Chen. He understood. This was a common occurrence in all secret realms. Once breached, it transitioned from an open realm to a personal one. When the realm's master accepted their rewards, everyone else would be teleported out. The guard stationed at the abandoned power plant in Spring City quickly realized what had transpired. The commanding officer, not daring to delay, immediately dialed the office of the Spring City Guard. Director Li, the power plant's secret realm has been breached. On the other end of the line, Li Kang's face lit up with joy. The abandoned power plant had been in existence for years without being conquered. The beasts within were perilous, necessitating the deployment of vast resources by the Yuding Guard for its protection each year. At last, it had been cleared. The Yuding Guard could finally breathe a little easier. As for the lost revenue from ticket sales, that was not his concern. In Spring City, the city supervisor dispatched personnel to monitor the secret realm, ensuring that no wild beasts seized the opportunity to escape. Oh, and don't forget to notify the city lord's mansion. Understood. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, those who had emerged from the secret realm were far from calm. The breach signified that they would no longer have the opportunity to enter this realm again. Who had conquered it? Everyone was aware of the difficulty of technical secret realms. Even reaching the final stage was a nearly impossible feat for most. To have breached it so quickly within the first opening of the past 2 years was astonishing. Families intent on entering this secret realm wore expressions of dismay. Suddenly, they noticed Old Yang, who stood frozen in place. Renowned as a mechanic in Spring City, his tank spider was highly regarded and contracted by numerous adventurer groups. Many had witnessed him entering the final stage. Old Yang, what exactly transpired inside? Hearing his name called, Old Yang snapped back to reality, taking in the familiar surroundings. At that moment, he fully believed he was not dreaming. That little rascal Jiang Chen had indeed conquered the secret realm. Wasn't it obvious? The abandoned power plant has been breached. Having uttered this, he prepared to leave, not wishing to linger any longer. Initially, he had intended to confront Jiang Chen, but upon witnessing his battle with the mechanical tiger, Yang Yi dismissed that notion. It was not worth antagonizing a genius over a secret realm he could not conquer. Who knows, he might need to seek Jiang Chen's counsel in the future. Just then, a scion from a prominent family intercepted him and inquired, Yang Yi, what did you acquire inside? Would you mind sharing it with us? Yang Yi's countenance shifted upon hearing this. He was already vexed by his failure to breach the trial, and now a junior was provoking him. He summoned his beast, a colossal tank spider, which he had meticulously nurtured, far superior in strength to the temporary beasts crafted within the secret realm. Kid, if you wish for death, just say so. Do you believe that even if I were to slay your beast, anyone would dare intervene? The young man, taken aback, took a step back. Useless, Yang Yi scoffed, preparing to depart. At that moment, the wolf's nest, led by Gu Nanfeng, approached. Yang Yi, this young man has a question he wishes to ask. I wonder if you could oblige? What is it? Yang Yi inquired, his brow furrowing. I'm curious if you encountered a boy around 18 years old inside. Rumor has it he is a beast tamer? What do you want with Jiang Chen? He did not respond directly. He is currently receiving his rewards. Suddenly, a cool voice emerged from the crowd, parting the throng. Who else but Lu Yuxuan? All present were momentarily stunned by her words. They knew that 3 individuals had entered the final trial, but they were unaware that a high school student was among them. What did you say? Gu Nanfeng's expression hardened. The very person who helped his younger brother nurture beasts had successfully cleared the secret realm. How could he possess such fortuitous luck? Yang Yi, upon hearing her words, looked at Lu Yuxuan in shock. This woman, seemingly aloof, had unexpectedly acted with such ruthlessness. By revealing Jiang Chen's situation, he feared his own escape would be compromised. With a heavy sigh, he turned to leave. It was not worth jeopardizing himself for a stranger. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao, who had been discreetly monitoring, overheard their conversation and immediately relayed the news to Han Haiyang. Excellent. I knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't come to harm. I never expected him to pull off such a significant feat and conquer the secret realm. Ha! Watching the elated officer, Xiao Hao cautioned, Officer, should you notify the military leader? This is, after all, the secret realm of Spring City. Relying solely on us might complicate his extraction. Yes. I'll notify them right away. Within the secret realm, Jiang Chen was reveling in his rewards. Excitement coursing through him as he gazed at the luminous screen displaying his spoils. This time, I truly hit the jackpot. Rewards: 10 silver grade Thunder Attribute Energy Crystals, 10 silver grade Fire Attribute Energy Crystals, 10 silver grade Ice Attribute Energy Cores. Inheritance of the Gongsu family's basic mechanism manufacturing outline. Gongsu family inheritance token. Heart of the secret realm. And a golden quality beast, the Frostblade Tiger Demon. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly as he scrutinized the rewards. Ignoring the energy cores for now, he pondered. Basic mechanism manufacturing inheritance? Could there be advanced versions? Or perhaps other Gongsu secret realms? He gently caressed the token in his hand, its texture unique, heavy, and cool to the touch. Its material remained a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, he stowed it away. His understanding of mechanical systems was limited, so he would have to investigate further once he exited. His current focus was on the mechanical beast before him. Having never encountered such a creature, he immediately accessed the Beast Encyclopedia. Name: Frostblade Tiger Demon. Attributes: Mechanical, Ice. Quality: Golden High Tier. Skills: Frostbite, Advanced. Absolute Zero Field, Advanced. Triple Slash, Intermediate. Ice Spike, Beginner. Snowstorm, Beginner. Traits: Slaughter Domain. Each time an enemy is killed, it automatically absorbs their final fear and energy echoes, enhancing its attack power. The longer it remains on the battlefield, the more intense its killing intent becomes, gradually enhancing all attributes. Extreme Cold Core. At the start of battle, it activates its internal extreme cold core, significantly reducing the temperature around it and drastically slowing enemy speed. Beast Introduction. A primary beast crafted by the Gongsu family. Inspired by the 4 sacred beasts of the East, it represents the pinnacle of their craftsmanship. Extremely rare. Records indicate that only 4 have been created, and only core members of the Gongsu family have the opportunity to form a contract with it. Possessing formidable combat prowess, it can annihilate all enemies before it. Specializing in slaughter, only the Gongsu family possesses its evolution scheme. Evolution scheme. 20. Deduction points, 5460. Wow, an awakened golden tier beast. Chapter 103. Contract. The second beast. An awakened golden high tier beast is not something one can acquire casually. Such beasts are typically reserved for the scions of elite families, scarce in number. And once they appear, they are swiftly purchased at exorbitant prices. Aside from their cost and the difficulty of evolution, they possess virtually no drawbacks. Jiang Chen had never imagined that a reward from a mid-level secret realm would be such a beast. It seems this secret realm harbors more secrets than I initially thought. Jiang Chen mused as he regarded the Frostblade Tiger Demon, towering at 2 meters high. This beast indeed boasts exceptional qualities, crafted after the revered 4 sacred beasts. Their legendary names have been passed down through the ages, ranking among the most notable divine creatures recorded in the Great Xia. Each of their appearances heralds monumental transformation in the regions they grace. The audacity of the Gongsu family to create such a beast speaks volumes about their ambition. Should I contract it? Jiang Chen pondered. Such a beast is a rarity, and this is the first time he has encountered a beast encyclopedia recommending a contract. However, one question loomed large. Does the Gongsu family still exist? Given the rarity of the Frostblade Tiger Demon, if they discovered that he had contracted one of their beasts, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to proceed with the contract. Thanks to his recent training and the nurturing from Shaoqing, his beast tamer level had already reached the high tier of beginner beast tamers. Thus, he was well overdue for another contract. Once Shaoqing evolved, its energy would undoubtedly elevate his level further. At that point, forming contracts would transition from beasts nurturing the beast tamer to the beast tamer nurturing the beasts. His innate talent as a beast tamer was undeniable. He could not allow that to slip away. Moreover, the Frostblade Tiger Demon's attributes were tangible. It possessed golden high-tier quality even before evolution. Securing such a beast at his current status would be nearly impossible. Even if he could not find another Gongsu secret realm later, without the so-called evolution scheme, Jiang Chen was unperturbed. He could deduce it himself. Jiang Chen was not one to dawdle. Once he made up his mind, He promptly awakened the Frostblade Tiger Demon. As its eyes opened, the first thing it saw was Jiang Chen, letting out a gentle roar. Jiang Chen gazed at the cold Fang tiger, which resembled a beast cub recently hatched from an egg. Regarding him as family, it lowered its head and affectionately rubbed against him. Observing this, Jiang Chen smiled, realizing that such a bond would facilitate their contract without peril. "Do you wish to form a pact with me?" he inquired. The cold Fang tiger nodded in response, actively releasing its energy. Jiang Chen promptly connected to the beast space, unleashing his own beast energy. Drawing upon his prior experience with the initial contract with Little Qing, this pact proceeded with remarkable ease. The two energies swiftly merged, and beneath them, two blue hexagram arrays materialized. In the next moment, the cold Fang tiger's form began to dissolve into specks of blue light, subsequently manifesting within the beast space. A pure surge of spiritual energy emanated from the beast space. Beast nourishment? Jiang Chen was astonished that a first-tier awakened beast could provide him with such sustenance. Though modest in quantity, it clearly indicated the cold Fang tiger's exceptional talent. Without hesitation, he seated himself cross-legged, ready to guide this energy, gradually cleansing his meridians. Since he could not break through, he might as well strengthen his meridians. Outside the secret realm, the individual who had cleared it was an 18-year-old youth. And this news had circulated among the discerning. Various aristocratic families eager to seize a share dispatched their representatives to this location. Han Haiyang observed the growing crowd with a grim expression. "Who is disseminating Jiang Chen's information?" he demanded. "Xiao Hao, have you found anything?" "It's a woman. One of the finalists. She seems to have taken an interest in what Xiao Chun has acquired. What is her identity? Have you uncovered that?" Xiao Hao shook his head. "Not yet, but she likely isn't from Spring City." Han Haiyang snorted coldly. "Regardless of who she is, she cannot touch anyone from my Songhai army. Keep a close watch on her." Just then, his communicator buzzed, and Han Haiyang promptly answered. "My lord, you finally picked up. What is going on?" Huang Tianming, having just wrapped up matters concerning the secret realm, slumped wearily in his seat. "I'm encountering trouble and need backup. Is Jiang Chen in danger within the realm?" Huang Tianming asked, his brow furrowing in concern. "No, Jiang Chen is fine. He merely succeeded in clearing a secret realm, and this news has spread in Spring City." "Oh, so he merely breached a secret realm? I thought something had happened to him." Huang Tianming sighed in relief, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and shot to his feet. "What did you say?" "Jiang Chen breached a secret realm. This is no trivial matter. Even a junior secret realm can yield substantial wealth for a Tier 3 city, let alone the intermediate one Jiang Chen has just conquered. Moreover, the fact he isn't from Spring City complicates matters significantly. Han Haiyang, you must ensure that Jiang Chen is not taken by the Spring City people. I will contact you later." With that, Huang Tianming hung up, staring out the window, somewhat speechless. "Old Jiang, did I owe you something in my past life? How is it that your son can stir up trouble just like you?" He then dashed out of the office. The distance between Jiang City and Spring City spanned thousands of kilometers, making it impossible to arrive in time. He would have to seek help from Jiang Chen's mentor. The name Lu Guodong still held some weight. At the abandoned power plant secret realm, Jiang Chen successfully completed the beast contract. The two beasts exchanged bewildered glances. Little Qing observed the white tiger playfully chasing after the purple lightning spirit mink, casting a curious look at her master. "Hiss, does this fellow appear rather dim-witted? Could it be a fool? Don't speak foolishly. The little tiger is still young. As the elder brother, you must not bully it," she retorted. "Hiss. Rest assured, as the elder brother, I will teach it well." To Jiang Chen's surprise, Little Qing exhibited a remarkable acceptance of the cold Fang tiger, which was quite beneficial, as it alleviated Jiang Chen's concerns. With that, Jiang Chen stored the remaining books and spiritual materials from the 3 wooden houses into his spatial bag. He then retrieved the heart of the secret realm. "Let us go. We've been out for a while, and it's time to head home. I just wonder if there is still a chance for a sip of soup in Jiang City's secret realm." Jiang Chen sighed, envisioning his master's furious expression upon seeing him. Chapter 104, The Unveiling of the Dagger. Having packed all he could into his spatial bag, Jiang Chen connected with the heart of the secret realm. A wave of blue light enveloped him, causing his form to begin to dissipate. Outside the realm, the secret door suddenly illuminated. "Look, the challenger is about to emerge," someone shouted. All eyes were drawn to the grand portal. Amidst the radiance, Jiang Chen's silhouette gradually materialized. "What is happening?" At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm was crowded with people, all fixated on him. Sensing the weight of their gazes, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of foreboding rising from within. "Jiang Chen." At that moment, Xiao Hao waved at him. "Xiao Hao, what are you doing in Spring City?" Jiang Chen asked, somewhat surprised, thinking he should be in Jiang City searching for a secret realm at this hour. "On vacation? Follow me," Xiao Hao urged. observing Jiang Chen's leisurely demeanor with some incredulity, realizing only he could remain so unfazed under such scrutiny. This guy seemed oblivious to the monumental feat he had just accomplished. How couldn't he comprehend how Jiang Chen had managed it? He himself had merely joined the Songhai army at 18, not even knowing where the secret realm's entrance was, while Jiang Chen had cracked one open himself. Although he recognized Jiang Chen as a once-in-a-century genius, he didn't understand when he had become so well-versed in mechanical beast assembly. Others regarded Jiang Chen with astonishment, particularly Gu Nanfeng from the wolf's nest. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Jiang Chen, having gathered considerable information from others over the past few days. Yet now, upon seeing him in person, he was still taken aback. The youth was remarkably young. Had he not witnessed the fully evolved Thunderstorm Wolf Lord belonging to Gu Beihan, he would hardly have believed it. Why does this wild child have such fortuitous luck? Gu Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, fists clenched tightly. Jiang Chen, I hope you are a wise individual and do not make things difficult for me. He then directly approached. Jiang Chen, wait. Though unsure how Jiang Chen had achieved this, Gu Nanfeng had learned that Jiang Chen was merely an intermediate beast master without significant backing. While he was undoubtedly talented, that title alone was insufficient in the face of the wolf's nest. Gu Nanfeng regarded Jiang Chen and spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Nanfeng, the elder brother of Gu Beihan. I've heard you assisted my brother in nurturing a beast, and I would like to request your help in training my hurricane wolf. May I have the opportunity? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. So, this was Gu Beihan's elder brother? It is presumed that the tampering with the evolution potion given to the Thunderfang wolf bears the mark of his involvement. Jiang Chen, unwilling to entangle himself with such a character, remarked, I am a beast tamer, and nurturing my beasts is my primary duty. However, having just emerged from the secret realm, I find myself rather fatigued. If you are genuinely interested in nurturing beasts, I suggest you come to Jiang City to find me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Gu Nanfeng's brows furrowed momentarily, yet he responded with a smile. No worries. There is a 4-star hotel beneath the wolf's nest, and I have already reserved a room for you. You may rest for a while before assisting me with the nurturing. Jiang Chen fell silent, realizing that this fellow had set his sights on him. However, Jiang Chen was never one to passively accept such circumstances. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, I appreciate your kind intentions, young Master Gu, but my friend has already booked a hotel for me, so I will not trouble you this time. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Gu Nanfeng signaled to the individuals behind him. A group clad in wolf's nest uniforms immediately positioned themselves before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, questioning, What do you mean by this? Do you intend to forcefully take me away? Jiang Chen, you are a clever individual. A wise man should learn to assess the situation. Do you truly believe you can leave here unscathed? Gu Nanfeng asserted. Accompanying me is your best choice. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, yet none intervened. They merely observed in silence. One officer from the Yuding Guard whispered to Li Kong, Mr. Li, it seems this person targeted by Gu Nanfeng is doomed. Should we not take action? No need, Li Kong replied. Even if Gu Nanfeng refrains from acting, others will undoubtedly step in. It is inevitable that someone without backing who acquires such wealth will meet this fate. However, if you were to join the Yuding Guard, I would not mind extending my assistance. Li Kong regarded Jiang Chen while igniting a cigarette, taking a slow draw. He too coveted the treasures of the secret realm. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was merely a weakling. Without his aid, Jiang Chen was bound to perish. He awaited the moment of Jiang Chen's despair. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon Gu Nanfeng and, with a cold smirk, declared, What if I refuse? Then do not blame me. Gu Nanfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded, Attack. Instantly, his entourage surged forward. I dare anyone to try? Jiang Chen bellowed, and a colossal serpent, exceeding 3 meters in length, materialized instantaneously, flicking its tongue with a glint of menace in its eyes. With a swift motion of its tail, it sent one of the wolf's nest individuals flying. It then shielded Jiang Chen, crackling with lightning energy. Throughout their time in the secret realm, it had not been idle. Rather, it had been diligently training. With abundant spiritual materials and ample spiritual energy, it had ascended to the 7th tier of awakening. The sudden turn of events startled those around. No one had anticipated Jiang Chen to take the initiative. You seek death, Gu Nanfeng roared, and the hurricane wolf unleashed a fierce howl, preparing to strike. Wait. At that moment, a scion from a prominent family in Spring City stepped forward, stating, Young Master Gu, while capturing is permissible, do refrain from taking lives. If someone dies, the treasure of the secret realm will be lost. Following the first speaker, several others emerged. Indeed, young Master Gu, this is not solely your affair. Many await their turn. Precisely, young Master Gu, this young man is unwilling to accompany you. Do not force him. Another added, young brother, The Feng family is willing to offer 5 million for the treasure you possess from the secret realm. One should not be overly greedy. This sum is sufficient for you to complete your university education. Some items are beyond your ability to safeguard. Trading them for cash is the wiser course, lest you end up with nothing. While they appeared to be persuading Gu Nanfeng, their true intentions were to covet the treasure Jiang Chen held. Observing the facade of earnestness, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and turned to Xiao Hao, saying, "Brother Xiao, I now comprehend why you were present here. How many did you bring with you?" "Along with Captain Han, there are 10 in total," Xiao Hao replied. "Such a small number?" Jiang Chen inquired. "The Songhai army is the garrison of Jiang City, and leaving the base requires formal approval. This visit was still conducted on personal time," Xiao Hao clarified. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Each face bore a hint of greed. "What if I express my unwillingness?" Chapter 105, Lu Yuxuan. Young man, do not be excessively greedy. To speak frankly, the treasures within the secret realm cannot be taken with you. If you sell me the treasure of the secret realm alongside whatever else you have obtained, I can assure your safety. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will leave here unscathed. Merely relying on the individual beside you will not suffice. At that moment, Lu Yuxuan approached, accompanied by an elderly woman. The aura she exuded indicated her strength. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you also seeking the treasure of the secret realm from me?" Lu Yuxuan shook her head, stating, "The heart of a mid-level secret realm is of little consequence to me. You may keep it. What I desire is the treasures you acquired within the secret realm. If you present them, I can assure your safety and even provide you with additional resources as compensation." "Who are you to be so presumptuous? Business must follow a sequence." Lu Yuxuan, noticing the situation, signaled to the elder behind her. In an instant, a flash of cold steel appeared, and the young master of the Feng family found his head severed from his body, blood splattering onto the faces of those nearby. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Gu Nanfeng was taken aback. What decisiveness in action! Yet Jiang Chen discerned her true intention. It was a display meant to intimidate him, not Gu Nanfeng and his ilk. Clearly, this woman held a significant identity and likely possessed a connection to the secret realm. "Young master." The members of the Feng family felt a chill surge through them upon witnessing their young master's demise. They realized that the family head would not let this incident slide. They charged at Lu Yuxuan with vengeance in their hearts, but she remained unperturbed, merely snorting dismissively. In the next moment, 5 more pillars of blood erupted. She glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground and addressed Jiang Chen coolly. "Jiang Chen, you are indeed talented, but some treasures are beyond your reach. Hand them over." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating Lu Yuxuan. He was not well versed in the intricacies of the secret realm, and this woman might possess valuable knowledge. Since he had already contracted the most precious item, he decided to test the waters by offering the Gongshu token. Retrieving the token of unknown material from his spatial pouch, he extended it toward Lu Yuxuan. Indeed, it is the Gongshu token. Lu Yuxuan's heart leaped with joy. She immediately channeled her inner spiritual energy to establish a connection, but to her surprise, the token exhibited no response. Realization dawned upon her, and she fixed Jiang Chen with a cold stare. "Have you claimed this Gongshu token as your own?" Jiang Chen, perplexed, replied, "Claimed as my own? What do you mean by that?" "Upon acquiring this token, I merely played with it for a moment before placing it in my spatial pouch. I did not even draw blood on it. How could there be any talk of claiming ownership?" "Lu Jia, what exactly is this item?" Lu Yuxuan observed Jiang Chen's demeanor with a hint of suspicion, yet discerned nothing amiss. Thus, she proceeded to inquire, "This is a possession of my family. I am not at liberty to disclose its specifics, and knowing would not bode well for you. Aside from this, you must have acquired something else. Let us see it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart raced, and he instantly comprehended that she was likely referring to the contracted frost tiger. Besides that, he had indeed obtained several energy crystals of the white-silver grade. With an air of feigned ignorance, Jiang Chen retrieved from his spatial pouch dozens of shimmering energy crystals. The onlookers were visibly envious. Typically, they would purchase only 5 or 6 at most, and never had they witnessed such a quantity at once. For Spring City was no mining hub. However, Lu Yuxuan remained unimpressed by the display. "Do not deceive me, Jiang Chen. I recognized your intelligence even within the secret realm. Hand over what I seek, and I shall ensure your safe passage from here. Otherwise, you shall find it difficult to leave." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, realizing she was indeed aware of the secrets harbored in this realm. The weight she placed on that token suggested its significance. And combined with the information Jiang Chen had gleaned, it was highly probable that this token was linked to the secret realm behind the Gongshu Hall. To put it bluntly, the token had forged a connection with him. Were he in her position, he would not let him go easily. Revealing the existence of the contracted frost tiger at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. I possess everything I acquired within the secret realm, Lu Yuxuan asserted. I am unaware of how you came to know of the rewards from the secret realm, but the truth remains. Furthermore, while your companions are formidable, stopping me will prove to be quite a challenge. Lu Yuxuan's brow furrowed as she recalled having investigated Jiang Chen's identity while spreading news of his successful navigation of the secret realm. He was merely a graduate from the Magic Capital Academy. Aside from that, his parents were shrouded in mystery, with only a grandfather who was a beast tamer, skilled but deceased. Such a background was hardly noteworthy in light of the Lu family's stature. She regarded Jiang Chen as a fool and turned to the elder beside her, saying, Elder Zhu, take action. You should have done this long ago. Miss, this boy is not worth your concern, she continued, summoning forth a colossal insect, towering at 5 meters. Adorned with 6 elongated legs bristling with barbs. Titanic bamboo stick insect. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. This old woman possessed a beast of sovereign caliber. She was a master beast tamer. The onlookers were struck with fear by the sight of the monstrous insect. Li Kang's eyes widened as he beheld the elder. Realizing Jiang Chen was doomed, he had initially intended to assist Jiang Chen, but now he refrained. It was not worth risking confrontation with a sovereign beast over one individual. A master beast tamer represented a significant combat force within a city, and having such a bodyguard attested to much. You possess some discernment, recognizing the titanic bamboo stick insect. Therefore, there is no need for further persuasion. Comply and come with me. Just then, Han Haiying burst forth from the crowd, flanked by a pack of wolves. Stop right there. A robust column of water surged forth, halting the advance of the titanic bamboo stick insect. Elder Zhu frowned, taken aback as she regarded Han Haiying atop the giant wolf. High-ranking lord, no wonder you are so audacious. It seems you have backing. However, they will not suffice to deter me. Whether you can stop me is not for you to decide, you old crone. Han Haiying retorted defiantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire him for his boldness. Uncle Han, truly formidable. Chapter 106. What exactly is Jiang Chen's identity? What manner of person is Jiang Chen? The crowd gasped at the sudden appearance of the wolf pack, each questioning the young man's identity. At the same time, they felt a surge of relief that someone had intervened before them. With a high-ranking lord's beast, alongside a dozen commander-level beasts, their combat prowess rivaled that of many families present. Even the young master of the wolf den was visibly astonished, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. As a young master of the wolf den, how could he not recognize the abyssal sea wolf army, one of the premier evolutionary lines of the Tide Hound? The next evolution would yield the platinum-level beast, Abyssal Wolf Emperor. This evolutionary path was solely under the purview of the Jiang City's Abyssal Sea Army, having previously been denied a trade for 3 golden-level evolution schemes. What was Jiang Chen's true identity to warrant such protection? And how did Gu Beihan come to know such a figure? A twinge of jealousy arose within him, and he muttered resentfully, Jiang Chen, you might as well die sooner. Even with the Abyssal Sea Army's protection, you cannot escape your fate. In the distance, Li Kang's expression shifted as he beheld the sudden arrival of Han Haiying. What are the Abyssal Sea Army doing in Spring City, and why are there so many of them? What is Jiang Chen's true identity? Have you investigated thoroughly? As fellow guardians of the city, they were naturally acquainted. One of his subordinates, intimidated by Li Kang's presence, promptly reported, his profile bears no peculiarities. According to our database, Jiang Chen was admitted to the Magic Capital Academy at the age of 14, producing no research results over 4 years. He graduated this year, became a mid-level beast tamer 2 months ago, and the beast he cultivated during the assessment is classified information. He entered the abandoned power plant secret realm over half a month ago. This is all the information we have on Jiang Chen, the aide read with increasing uncertainty, having not thoroughly reviewed the documents upon receiving them. After all, Jiang Chen's age suggested that an 18-year-old could only be so talented. You call this nothing special? Li Kang gazed incredulously at his subordinate, feeling a pang of betrayal. Typically carefree, now he dared to dismiss such significant intelligence concerning a secret realm. Just one detail from what he had read could make headlines. How could his subordinate claim there was nothing special? It became clear why the greedy city lord had yet to make an appearance. He had likely known all along. Rumors of the Abyssal Sea Army's leader being a comrade of Zhao Yifan had circulated. Jiang Chen was likely tied to Huang Tianming. If he perished here, it would spell trouble. As he contemplated his next move, Jiang Chen had already taken action. He understood that while the Abyssal Sea Wolf King could contend with the titanic bamboo stick insect, defeating it would pose a challenge. He flung out all the spirit trapping boxes from his spatial pouch. Dozens of thundercloud bees, equipped with stout stingers, hovered in the air, their wings creating a resonant hum. Among them was a queen bee, exuding an aura of majesty, affectionately positioned behind Jiang Chen. This could only be the Thundercloud Queen. Through days of nurturing, they had become utterly captivated by the food he had crafted, and their strength had markedly increased. With such a multitude of thundercloud bees, complemented by the queen, this could effectively be categorized as a miniature beast tide. The gazes of all present shifted towards Jiang Chen with newfound respect. Could such a volatile beast as the thundercloud be truly be tamed? Once again, the taming of such a large swarm is hardly akin to the Meow territory. Now, even the beast tamers must learn to control insects? Jiang Chen, what are you scheming? Observing the dense swarm of thundercloud bees behind Jiang Chen, the young scions around him felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines as they questioned him. I have no ulterior motives. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and continued. This old woman intends to take me away, and I fear I may not survive. But since you all have hunted me as well, why not let me take a few of you with me? You can wait for me on the road to the Yellow Springs. At least you'll have company. What do you say? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the surrounding individuals, already disheartened by the appearance of the Shanghai army, felt their trepidation intensify. A swarm of thundercloud bees coupled with a queen bee going berserk could indeed capture a few of them. It seemed he intended to use their lives to safeguard his own. But how could that possibly be achieved? Would a master beast tamer care for the lives of others? The answer was a resounding no. Nevertheless, Zhu Lao was palpably unsettled by Jiang Chen's threats, his countenance darkening considerably. Lu Yuxuan's status as merely one of the Lu family's heirs meant that if her family learned of the substantial trouble they had stirred up, it would undoubtedly affect her inheritance. After all, the aristocratic families still relied on the great Xia for their livelihood. You are quite ruthless, young man. But can you guess whose insects are swifter, yours or mine? A formidable aura emanated from a master beast tamer, seemingly attempting to overwhelm Jiang Chen. Why don't you give it a try? Yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He had encountered master-level beast tamers before. Each one of his mentors was one. This aura merely caused him slight discomfort, but it was insufficient to crush him. As those around him observed Jiang Chen, they grew increasingly convinced of his extraordinary identity. Such demeanor was not something an ordinary family could cultivate. Cease at once. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance. Everyone turned to behold a massive golden eagle, upon which stood two figures. No way. Gazing at this beast, a chilling thought surged within their minds. In the Spring City, there was only one individual known for having a giant eagle as their beast, Professor Hiwani of the Cloud University Breeding Department. As the beast landed, the crowd finally discerned their faces and collectively inhaled sharply. It was indeed her. Surely, Professor He had not come for Jiang Chen. She strode through the crowd, directly approaching Jiang Chen, not even casting a glance at the Titan bamboozle bug nearby. She appraised Jiang Chen from head to toe and remarked, that old coot, Lu Guodong, is remarkably fortunate to have a disciple like you. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Senior, do you know my master? Not exactly. I would consider him more of a rival. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. It appeared the connection between the two was quite profound. It was best not to delve into their relationship further. I heard you unraveled this secret realm? Indeed, I merely had the good fortune. Jiang Chen nodded and replied. Do not be modest. Conquering a secret realm is no mere stroke of luck. Had your master achieved this at your age, he would have been boasting endlessly. Professor, he stated, your master sent me to fetch you. Come with me. Jiang Chen felt a flicker of doubt, but upon noticing Zhao Yifan behind Professor He nodding at him, he ultimately acquiesced. Thank you, Professor He. Do not call me Professor. Just refer to me as teacher. With that, she led Jiang Chen onto the Golden Eagle, leaving behind a group of stupefied young aristocrats. Chapter 107. Hiwani. Watching Jiang Chen depart, Lu Yuxuan's face turned ashen. Her right hand clenched tightly. At that moment, Zhu Lao approached her and whispered, Miss, what shall we do next? This young man's identity is far more complex than it appears. With Hiwani taking him, we may find ourselves in a difficult position. Lu Yuxuan furrowed her brow and replied, according to the family records, there are 8 intermediate Gongshu halls, and 5 have already been documented as cracked. Each individual who conquers a secret realm receives a unique beast. This realm is the 6th, and Jiang Chen must have acquired one such beast. This rascal has already bound the Gongshu order to him, and there is no way to sever that bond. If he truly contracts that beast to evolve it, he will need an evolution plan. At that point, he will inevitably seek my assistance. We should return home. I heard my second brother also discovered a Gongshu hall. So we shall investigate that first. As for Jiang Chen, we shall let him be for now. He may even become our ally. There was no other alternative. If Jiang Chen were merely an ordinary person or had not bound the token, she would never have let him off so easily. But given the current circumstances, this was the best course of action, especially since she was still merely one of the heirs of the Gongshu family. Once the two departed, the remaining young aristocrats finally dared to speak. Goodness, that atmosphere was far too intimidating. I feel that even my father wouldn't dare to say much in such a situation. Of course, that as Professor He. Do you know how many flying beast tamers in the Northwest owe their success to her training? I heard from my teacher that he was a professor at the Magic City Academy over 2 decades ago and was lured to Cloud University for a hefty sum. This year, she is slated to become the director of the Breeding Academy. Then why would she come looking for Jiang Chen? Could it be that Jiang Chen is her student? Unclear, but thank goodness we did not offend her. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. As they spoke, one of them furtively glanced at Gu Nanfeng, whose expression was grim. It was evident that, aside from the woman, he had been one of Jiang Chen's most ardent adversaries. However, the wolf's den lacked a beast of the sovereign level, the strongest among them being merely a high-tier lord. Now, he likely faced disaster. Upon hearing the taunts, Gu Nanfeng felt a surge of rage, but just then, his phone rang. What on earth have you done out there, Gu Nanfeng? I've heard you offended Professor He. You better come back immediately. Understood. Gu Nanfeng gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. How could that old man know so quickly? Who informed him? At that moment, he noticed Gu Beihan in the crowd, waving at him with a smile. Gu Beihan, don't be so angry. Don't turn your back. The old man is waiting for you at home, so hurry up. With that, he turned and left. He had initially planned to find an opportunity to rescue Jiang Chen, but he anticipated the sudden appearance of Professor He and the one riding the wolf. Therefore, he refrained from intervening. Gazing at the business card in his hand, Gu Beihan made a decision. Jiang Chen, I never imagined you would once again be aided by me. At the Qingshan breeding base, I am placing my bets on you this time. He then handed the card to a subordinate behind him. Send all the beasts we are raising at the base to this address, and let Jiang Chen cultivate them at a rate double the usual price. Brother, isn't that a bit too expensive? Not at all. Jiang Chen's cultivation methods are invaluable. Cloud University, Hewani Research Base. Jiang Chen trailed behind her, his gaze drawn to the magnificent avian creatures soaring within, a pang of envy stirring in his heart. These were rare species, each capable of fetching exorbitant prices in the outside world. Upon entering the research institute, a resplendent rainbow macaw perched upon Hewani's shoulder. Welcome back, Sister He, exclaimed a voice. Hurry along. Did you not notice that you have a guest? Hewani playfully flicked the bird's forehead, sending it fluttering away. Before taking a seat on the sofa, Jiang Chen stood motionless, captivated by the talking parrot. In this world, aside from the mythical beasts capable of speech, the only others were mechanical creatures equipped with voice modules. How could this parrot articulate so fluently? Please, take a seat, Hewani beckoned. Thank you, Teacher He. Jiang Chen found a spot to sit, still uncertain about the nature of Hewani's relationship with his mentor, which left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Hewani appraised him from head to toe. I had heard whispers that old rascal, Lu Guodong, had taken a young apprentice. But he has been rather secretive over the years, leaving little news abroad. I never anticipated that he would stoop to contact me for your sake. It seems your standing in his eyes is quite significant. The teacher is indeed quite kind to me, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Pray tell, how has that old fellow fared these past years? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Professor He to inquire about matters pertaining to the secret realm. Master is in good health. Just a few months ago, he had a bout with a vice president from the Beast Taming Academy, and it ended in a draw. Humph. Typical of him. Even at his age, he still competes like a youth, Hewani remarked with a scoff, before nonchalantly taking a sip of water. And how is your master's wife? Master's wife? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Lu Guodong's research institute resembled a monastery, devoid of any female presence save for a few female monkeys. His fellow apprentices, all in their 40s, remained single, hence he seldom frequented such places. Reflecting on it now, it did seem rather pitiable. Suddenly, a thought exploded in Jiang Chen's mind. During his initial days as an apprentice, at a gathering, a senior had mentioned that Lu Guodong was quite handsome in his youth and had a formidable prowess that attracted many admirers. Could it be that Professor He was one of those? With this realization, Jiang Chen felt a rush of clarity. It explained the frosty demeanor of Professor He. Please, Master. I am but a child. I am ill-equipped to address such historical matters. Professor He, my master is unmarried. I joined late. And all I know is what my senior told me. That master chose to remain single due to having once let down a beloved. Hewani's face cracked a faint smile. You're quite the silver-tongued charmer. That old peacock of a master would never share such matters with his disciples. Rest assured, the grievances between your master and me shall not befall you. Jiang Chen, no matter how low his emotional intelligence, understood that this was not something he could admit. I apologize, senior. The specifics I learned from my senior are beyond my knowledge, but I can affirm that my master remains unmarried. I understand, Hewani nodded, continuing. Jiang Chen, your master has requested your assistance. Would you be willing to help me with a small task? Help? Jiang Chen felt a weight settle in his chest. Was revenge indeed upon him? Oh, my master, you have truly put me in a bind. Indeed, your master mentioned you are a genius, possessing unique insights into beast nurturing and a notable talent for research. I recently acquired several Hongfu rainbow sparrows by chance, but I lack direction. Could you assist me in studying them? I am flattered, but I merely possess a modicum of cleverness. Jiang Chen hastily waved his hands. The Hongfu rainbow sparrow, akin to the koi fish, belongs to the auspicious beasts category, yet its rank far surpasses that of the koi. They have exceedingly high environmental requirements, and even the slightest disturbance could result in their demise. This rarity has led to their dwindling numbers, nearing extinction. To find such a creature here was unexpected. Just go? Why all this unnecessary chatter? Hiwani said, rising and heading toward the door. Follow me. Realizing he had little choice, Jiang Chen resigned himself to follow. Observing the Hongfu rainbow sparrow was not a loss. Perhaps he might even garner some good fortune. Upon arriving at the sanctuary for the Hongfu rainbow sparrows, the first sight to greet him was a colossal ancient tree, large enough for 5 people to embrace. Its trunk was a vivid crimson, and the fiery red leaves of its crown danced like flames. This was a mature phoenix tree. Beneath it, a dozen birds with splendid plumage and vibrant tails congregated around a woman, leisurely consuming their feed. Name, Hongfu rainbow sparrow. Attributes, fire wind. Quality, golden tier. Skills, flame breath, intermediate. Rainbow feather blade, advanced. Fortune light, intermediate. 7-colored auspicious rain, advanced. Exclusive talent, fortune, surrounded by auspicious energy, enhances luck for those nearby, slightly increasing breakthrough probabilities. Universal blessing, attracts fortune, capable of discerning the good and evil in people, easily locating auspicious grounds and secret realms. Description, descendants of the mythical peacock. Their tail feathers symbolize joy, talent, nobility, health, wisdom, peace, connections, and fortune. Those who encounter them will experience a year free from ailments, marking them as auspicious beasts. Evolution path, flame phoenix, 30, heavenly fortune sparrow, 5, 9 heaven sparrow, 3. Jiang Chen gazed at them, momentarily entranced. The Hongfu rainbow sparrow truly deserved its title as an auspicious beast. Its ability to enhance breakthrough probabilities explained why major factions sought to capture them. After all, achieving success in beast evolution is notoriously rare. One success out of 100 attempts is considered fortunate. As with Wang Keek's research on the thunder butterfly, having such a beast could have ensured its successful evolution. Master, you have arrived. Today, the Hongfu rainbow sparrows seem to be in good condition, though one has a slight case of diarrhea. The woman rushed forward to report as soon as she spotted Hiwani, then paused, noticing Jiang Chen behind her. Could this be your new apprentice? She wondered, but was soon taken aback upon hearing Hiwani's introduction. This is Jiang Chen from the Magic Capital Academy. You may address him as Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Zhuang Nianyao stared at Jiang Chen's youthful visage, momentarily frozen. This young man appeared even younger than she. Yet he was a senior from the Magic Capital Academy? Surely he wasn't the son of some professor from there? I brought him here to nurture the Hongfu rainbow sparrows, and to allow you to witness the disparity between yourselves and the students of the Magic Capital Academy. So you might learn to lower your lofty tales. Gather your fellow seniors. Let us see how he performs. Just him? Zhuang Nianyao appraised Jiang Chen, noting his handsome features. However, being handsome does not necessarily equate to the ability to nurture spirit beasts, let alone a rare creature, such as the Hongfu colorful sparrow. The master actually intends to have him teach her how to be human? This is a rather dismissive view of their capabilities. Although she felt a twinge of disdain, the master had spoken, and thus she turned to summon someone. Once she departed, Jiang Chen glanced at Hiwani and remarked, Professor He, this seems somewhat at odds with what you just said, doesn't it? Are you afraid? The Magic City Academy is the finest breeding institution in the Great Xia. As a student of LV Guodong, surely you wouldn't shy away from this, would you? Don't tarnish your master's reputation. He has elevated you to great heights. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, could only offer a bitter smile. What could he do? He had to comply. The skills possessed by the Hongfu colorful sparrow were quite impressive. And while he couldn't take the spirit beasts home, acquiring a few skills would indeed be beneficial. After teaching the fire sparrows, there was a chance they might evolve into auspicious beasts. Then I shall give it a try. That's the spirit. Here is the foundational information I compiled on each Hongfu colorful sparrow. Take a look. Jiang Chen accepted the documents, opened the notebook, and was taken aback. Indeed, this was the premier avian research institute in the southwestern region. The research records were remarkably detailed. He hadn't anticipated she would go to such lengths for her students' education. Truly, she was an exceptional teacher. Teacher, we have arrived. While Jiang Chen was engrossed in his studies, Zhuang Nianyao approached with 3 students clad in white lab coats, all bearing expressions of impatience. They were disciples of Hiwani, all offspring of the educational elite. It was an unavoidable circumstance, given that she had been recruited from Yun University and lacked a solid foundation. Just observe closely how your senior cultivates unfamiliar spirit beasts, she instructed, turning to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you may begin. Jiang Chen nodded in response. Having taught others before, he felt no discomfort under their watchful eyes. He contemplated as he approached. They were indeed novices. Zhuang Nianyao was taken aback. The temperament of the Hongfu colorful sparrow was notoriously volatile, and such a rash approach would certainly incite aggression. Yet, as she braced for the impending chaos, she was utterly dumbfounded. The Hongfu colorful sparrows exhibited no sign of agitation. Instead, they flocked eagerly to Jiang Chen, displaying even greater enthusiasm than when they were with her. How could this be possible? Others shared her astonishment. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed by their thoughts. He seated himself on the ground, meticulously examining each Hongfu colorful sparrow's information while pondering nurturing strategies. Chapter 109, Cultivation Failure? Loss of Spirituality. Crouched on the ground, Jiang Chen had the Hongfu colorful sparrows at his mercy. After inspecting each one, he would reward them with a piece of spirit food he had crafted, a universal delicacy suitable for all spirit beasts. After a series of exchanges, the Hongfu colorful sparrows appeared to relish this interaction, nuzzling against him incessantly. Step back, I'm quite busy, Jiang Chen said, pushing away the Hongfu colorful sparrow perched on his head with mild annoyance. He then continued to jot down notes, his expression growing somewhat grim. Upon his examination, he discerned that the fire attribute energy levels in these sparrows were alarmingly elevated. If this nurturing continued, they were highly likely to evolve into the blazing fire eagle, thereby forfeiting their auspicious attributes. Such an outcome would be a regrettable trade-off. Unsure of He-Wani's intentions, Jiang Chen approached her directly and inquired, Professor He, do you intend for these Hongfu colorful sparrows to evolve into fire attribute spirit beasts? He-Wani paused, her brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? She had only recently acquired these Hongfu colorful sparrows from an elderly villager living in the mountains. Upon first encountering them, she had been quite startled. After bringing them to the research institute, she had been preoccupied with assuming her new responsibilities at the Spirit Beast Academy and thus entrusted the care of the institute's spirit beasts to her students, believing they, as bona fide breeding graduates, would manage adequately. Jiang Chen, noting her apparent ignorance, continued, I reviewed the research records you provided. Since a month ago, the combative nature of these Hongfu colorful sparrows has noticeably intensified. Although I have never seen a genuine Hongfu colorful sparrow, I understand that as auspicious beasts, they would never initiate an attack. You are aware that the tail feathers of the Hongfu colorful sparrow symbolize 7 blessings, correct? He-Wani nodded, signaling him to proceed. Several of the Hongfu colorful sparrows in your institute have begun to exhibit a fading of their tail feather colors, transitioning towards red. May I inquire about the food you have been providing them? Certainly, He-Wani agreed, then turned to Zhuang Nianyao. Nianyao, please bring out the food you have been feeding the Hongfu colorful sparrows these past few days. Zhuang Nianyao's expression soured. She had meticulously formulated this food, convinced there could be no issue. This Jiang Chen fellow, I shall ensure he reveals his true colors. A moment later, Zhuang Nianyao returned with a basin of spirit fruits and beast meat. Jiang Chen gazed at the offerings, somewhat at a loss for words. He was aware that some breeders adhere to a strictly natural feeding regimen, and he respected that choice. This method indeed had special effects on certain spirit beasts. Occasionally, he would feed his abyssal emperor crocodile and fire sparrow raw beast meat to instill a hint of wildness in them. But to feed the Hongfu colorful sparrows in such a manner? Wasn't that sheer folly? The reason they are deemed auspicious beasts is that they do not consume flesh, nor do they drink murky waters. Cultivating them requires nurturing through kindness and fostering their spirit, much like the 2 splendid dragon koi from the Magic City Academy, which never partake in flesh. Are you serious? Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. You don't even know this? Professor He's standards for accepting disciples seem rather low. Jiang Chen felt that their level was inferior to that of his own apprentices, likely on par with Chen Shuang, if not slightly weaker. Sensing the disdain in Jiang Chen's voice, Zhuang Nianyao retorted, What do you mean? This is food I specifically formulated for the Hongfu colorful sparrows. Do you have any idea how valuable these ingredients are? Their energy levels have increased by at least 1 rank under my care over the past month. What could you possibly know, you little brat? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It was his first encounter with someone so foolish yet self-assured. He couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Professor He, your student certainly possesses remarkable skills. Were this one of my apprentices, I would have long since expelled her from the institute. Jiang Chen continued, I require morning dew fortune crystals, cloud silk, goodwill beads, and rainbow grass seeds. You've lost your mind. Do you have any inkling of the cost of these items? Zhuang Nianyao scoffed in response. The first 2 are manageable, but the goodwill bead is a relic dropped when a good and evil Buddha child evolves into an evil thought Buddha. Each good and evil Buddha child can yield only one. Most critically, only the Lingyin Temple and its affiliated monasteries possess them. They are their exclusive spirit beasts. Ordinary individuals seeking to acquire a spirit beast must possess a certain karmic affinity. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Hiwani ultimately acquiesced. She could readily discern the subtle sarcasm embedded in his statement. It had been her intention all along to have him discipline her students. She was acutely aware of their capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted them with the care of the beasts at the research institute. They possessed the potential to qualify for Yun University, and serving as their instructor was feasible, but in truth, they were not qualified to be his apprentices. Recently, their parents had exhibited inappropriate ambitions, which prompted her to consider Jiang Chen as a means of curbing their aspirations. Moreover, she was curious to ascertain the true caliber of Lu Guodong's prized disciple. However, she was taken aback to discover that they were oblivious to the fact that the auspicious beasts could not consume raw meat. Zhuang Nianyao was unaware of why her mentor held Jiang Chen in such high regard, yet her admission to this research institute was the result of her connections. With Professor He now serving as the dean of the breeding academy, her status as his disciple would undoubtedly rise. She could not afford to offend him. As she went to retrieve the spiritual materials, Jiang Chen returned to the research institute alone to commence his preparatory work. The Hongfu colorful sparrows had already become tainted with dust, making it impossible to cleanse them in a short span of time. The only course of action available to him was to alter their diet, subtly shifting the situation. He adeptly retrieved the necessary foundational materials from the shelves, processing them in an orderly manner. The two students present were taken aback by the proficiency with which Jiang Chen handled the spiritual materials. His expertise was astonishing. Did he not require a moment's contemplation? Hiwani observed him with an air of admiration. No wonder Lu Guodong cherished this disciple so dearly. Jiang Chen's method of handling spiritual materials surpassed that of the vast majority of advanced breeders. Soon, Jiang Chen completed the preparation of the supplementary materials, and Zhuang Nianyao arrived with the remaining primary ingredients. These substances required special treatment. Drawing from his prior experience with cultivating the Thunder Wolf, Jiang Chen meticulously inspected everything before proceeding. Once he confirmed that there were no issues, he began the process. Left to his own devices, Zhuang Nianyao felt a twinge of displeasure. She was eager to gauge his true capabilities. Jiang Chen, indifferent to her thoughts, mused that if she could learn to create spiritual food on her own, it would be a testament to her abilities. His hands moved with remarkable speed as he placed various spiritual materials into the apparatus, releasing an enticing aroma. Moments later, the spiritual food tumbled forth from the device, colorful cubes radiating a soft, ethereal glow. All present gasped in astonishment at the sight of the spiritual food Jiang Chen had crafted, which was, astonishingly, an A-grade delicacy. How could this be? Standing before Jiang Chen, Zhuang Nianyao could hardly believe her eyes. How was it possible for Jiang Chen to produce an A-grade spiritual food, let alone one of perfect quality? Her complexion paled in disbelief. Could he truly be the disciple of Professor He from the Magic Capital Academy? What manner of prodigy was he? Capable of creating A-grade perfect spiritual food at such a young age? Was this the standard for admissions at the Magic Capital Academy? Hiwani, too, wore a look of astonishment. Having attended classes there, she was well aware of the students' capabilities. Although times had changed, Jiang Chen's talent in crafting spiritual food would undoubtedly rank him among the elite at the academy. It was no surprise that Lu Guodong, who had refrained from taking on apprentices for over 20 years, had suddenly announced 4 years ago that he had accepted a disciple. Everything fell into place upon witnessing Jiang Chen's talent. A perfect grade spiritual food. What good fortune! Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction as he gazed at the food on the tray. He had feared that using external tools might lead to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, everything had proceeded without a hitch. As the cubes of spiritual food cooled, he retrieved a pre-prepared white jade box from his spatial pouch. Its cold nature made it perfectly suited for storing spiritual food. He meticulously packaged the delicacies, placing 20 cubes in each box, resulting in exactly 5 boxes. Handing one to Zhuang Nianyao, he instructed, "Take this and feed one to each Hongfu colorful sparrow. But do not overfeed them." Zhuang Nianyao accepted the box with a huff, retorting, "Do not presume that your creation of perfect grade spiritual food proves me wrong. Each spirit beast has unique dietary needs." Jiang Chen shot her a sidelong glance. "Oh, so you are aware of that? I had thought you were oblivious." Enough of this bickering. Let's go outside and see for ourselves," Hiwani interjected. Having now acknowledged Jiang Chen's status as a mid-level breeder, she was eager to ascertain the effects of the spiritual food he had crafted. "Understood, Professor," Zhuang Nianyao replied as she exited the research institute, heading toward the phoenix perching Polonia. Upon her arrival, the Hongfu colorful sparrows merely chirped at her before resuming their playful antics in the tree. What a bunch of ungrateful creatures. I have fed you for so long, and this is the attitude I receive. Zhuang Nianyao muttered, her expression darkening. Remembering their earlier enthusiasm for Jiang Chen, she felt a surge of indignation. Opening the white jade box, she thought, let me see what this food can truly accomplish. As the spiritual food was exposed to the air, a radiant glow emanated from it, accompanied by a fragrance unique to this delicacy. The Hongfu colorful sparrows caught wind of the enticing aroma and immediately became animated, scanning their surroundings until they spotted the box in Zhuang Nianyao's hands. With a clear, melodious chirp, they glided down from the phoenix perching Polonia and landed beside her, leaving Zhuang Nianyao momentarily stunned. Is the effect truly that remarkable? She furrowed her brow, retrieving a cube from the box and tossing it to one of the sparrows. A scuffle ensued among them, with the most robust bird claiming the prize. Upon consuming the spiritual food, the sparrow let out a jubilant cry, its golden eyes fixed intently on the box in Zhuang Nianyao's hand. As a spirit beast, it possessed an innate sixth sense for treasures, understanding the benefits this food could provide. Hand it over. Jiang Chen, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward and snatched the spiritual food from Zhuang Nianyao's grasp. One bird, one cube. Once all the Hongfu colorful sparrows had finished their meal, their gazes towards Jiang Chen transformed entirely. It was their first experience with such food, and they flapped their wings, perching affectionately on his shoulder, expressing their desire for more. However, Jiang Chen was not swayed by their charms. Such high-grade spiritual food was sufficient in moderation, and any excess would be beyond their capacity to digest. Go and cultivate. Do not be cute in front of me, or I shall withhold your food in the future. While the Hongfu colorful sparrows felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, they complied with Jiang Chen's directive, promptly flying to the phoenix perching Polonia to utilize their auspicious light skill. Zhuang Nianyao stood speechless at the sight. Jiang Chen was truly capable of commanding them. Was it solely because of the food in his hands? In the next moment, a warm radiance illuminated the earth. The resplendent tail feathers of the Hongfu colorful sparrow unfurled, not in the ostentatious manner of a peacock, but with an ethereal grace that seemed boundless. Accompanied by a series of melodious bird calls, it held its head high, exuding an elegant demeanor. With their assistance, the phoenix tree appeared to have become invigorated. The leaves at its crown, reminiscent of flames, seemed to flourish even more vibrantly at this moment, as a wave of fervent energy permeated the surroundings. Dispelling the afflictions of the world with its auspicious light, it was indeed a true omen of good fortune at this juncture. The Hongfu colorful sparrow? Was it truly displaying its auspiciousness? Everyone present gazed in disbelief at the confident and graceful divine bird perched upon the phoenix tree, having returned for only a few months. This was the first time they witnessed such a transformation. So, this was the true visage of the Hongfu colorful sparrow? Had I truly erred in my judgments? Reflecting on their appearance just days prior, although stunning, it paled in comparison to their current splendor. Zhuang Nianyao looked towards Jiang Chen, a flicker of defeat crossing her face. He regarded Jiang Chen with eyes that bore the astonishment of encountering a rare anomaly. She could summon auspicious beasts herself, even perhaps with greater finesse. Yet, Jiang Chen was merely 18. At such a tender age, he had compelled a divine beast to manifest its auspicious nature through his crafted spiritual cuisine. Even after decades of teaching, she had never encountered a child with such prodigious talent. He was destined to be a beast tamer. Were it not for his status as Lu Guodong's disciple, she would have eagerly taken him under her wing. Jiang Chen observed them, a slight smile gracing his lips. This was indeed the image of a divine beast as he had envisioned. Those few red-feathered wildfowl hardly merited the title of divine beast. At that moment, as the auspicious light descended, Jiang Chen sensed an inexplicable change within himself. His expression turned peculiar. Could it be that he had been blessed? He shook his head. Blessings were not so easily bestowed, and maintaining such a state might be plausible. Rather than dwelling on these thoughts, he decided to replicate its skills first. Jiang Chen stealthily harnessed his innate combat talent. The auspicious light was within reach. Moments later, the Hongfu colorful sparrow concluded its training. Jiang Chen approached He and spoke. Teacher He, I have completed the task you entrusted to me, and I must be on my way. My master is awaiting me. Although He felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this, she replied, since that is the case, I shall not keep you. You are quite impressive, and I eagerly anticipate the heights you will reach. You shall stay at Yin University tonight. I will arrange for someone to escort you home tomorrow. And I shall also provide you with a token of appreciation. Then I thank you, Teacher He. Chapter 111. Reflecting on gains, the title Secret Realm. On the flight home, Jiang Chen toyed with the heart of the abandoned power plant's secret realm. About the size of a walnut, it gleamed like a glass bead, with flashes of lightning coursing within. Under He Yi's guidance, Jiang Chen had learned how to manipulate this heart of the secret realm. Who would have imagined that such a small orb contained a spatial expanse of over 50 square kilometers? Moreover, this time, the treasures harvested from the secret realm extended beyond this. Upon establishing a connection with the heart of the secret realm, Jiang Chen became its master. The beasts and spiritual materials within appeared to him as a three-dimensional map. Although many beasts had fled during the unraveling of the secret realm, at least a dozen varied species remained. This significantly enhanced the biodiversity of the Qingshan breeding base, and when considering the spiritual plants within the realm, the potential monetary value could easily exceed hundreds of millions. This was a veritable overnight fortune. Of course, the most lucrative aspect of this venture might not lie here, but rather in the legacy of the Gongshu family and the Hanfeng Tiger Sha. It had only just awakened to its first stage. Yet Jiang Chen had tested it with instruments from Yun University, discovering that it could challenge 3 levels higher despite its unfamiliarity with its skills. This was a testament to its immense potential. However, Jiang Chen was still uncertain how to nurture it, and could only proceed methodically according to the manuals obtained from the secret realm. Lu Yuxuan, it seemed, would continue to intersect with his path, reflecting on the Gongshu order that Lu Yuxuan had taken from him. It might very well be the key to the future secret realm. Yet, according to her, that token had already acknowledged her as its master, rendering it useless even if it remained with her. Enough of such thoughts. It was time to integrate the heart of the secret realm into the Qingshan base. This had long been Jiang Chen's plan. Constructing an artificial secret realm was standard practice for any breeding base. As the saying goes, a breeding base without a secret realm may not be inferior, but a top-tier breeding base would undoubtedly possess one. After all, beast tamers require materials for their craft. Lacking their own cultivation ground incurs substantial annual expenses for spiritual materials. The concentration of spiritual energy within a secret realm is several times that of the outside world, allowing spiritual plants to flourish rapidly and high-quality varieties to be cultivated more swiftly. Moreover, Jiang Chen's research had confirmed that Shaoqing's evolution necessitated a thunder sacred ground, a location not easily found. Thus, he had to rely on self-transformation, though he wondered how much it would cost to hire a top-tier spatial beastmaster for assistance. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen could not help but send a message to Lu Guodong. Master, I have a question to consult you about. How much would it cost to hire someone to help me transform into an artificial secret realm? On a vast ocean, upon a maritime platform, dark clouds loomed overhead as waves relentlessly battered the structure. A battalion of armed Songhai soldiers, their expressions grim, stood guard as another batch of high school-aged children was teleported from the portal of the secret realm. Their faces were drawn, marked by the weight of defeat. Another failure. Lu Guodong sighed as he observed the disheartened children. Has Jiang City truly fallen short in its foundation? Must we seek assistance from the Magic City? That would be a difficult request to make to the city lord. At that moment, he picked up his phone and noticed a message. Jiang Chen. That lad has finally emerged. He immediately dialed Jiang Chen's number. Jiang Chen, you have come out. How was the harvest from that secret realm? It went well. Just a modest gain of a few minor objectives. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Don't play coy, you little rascal. Have you forgotten the timeline we agreed upon? If I am not mistaken, I only granted you 2 weeks, and now it's been over a month. Are you trying to drive me to the brink of madness? Distanced from the phone as he endured the tirade, Jiang Chen waited for Lu Guodong to vent before speaking. Master, it was an unexpected circumstance. By the way, that professor, he was the one you invited to rescue me, correct? What is the nature of your relationship with her? Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong's expression darkened, and he replied curtly, Mind your own business, young one. These adult matters do not concern you. As for the spatial beastmaster, don't dwell on it for now. I'm currently occupied and cannot assist you. However, if you manage to breach the tidal secret realm, I can have the master who constructs secret realm portals assist you with the transformation. Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. If there was a spatial beastmaster, then the transformation of the thunder sacred ground was assured. Rest assured, I will exert every effort. But you should take the opportunity to enlighten me about the contents of the secret realm. Very well. Lu Guodong took a delicate sip of tea, cleared his throat, and then spoke. This is a combat-oriented secret realm, approximately 10 square kilometers in size. The realm comprises 5 stages, and after diligent efforts over the past few days, we have now progressed to the 3rd stage. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Only the 3rd stage? What are you dissatisfied with? This pace is already commendable. The requirement for passing is a solo challenge. The 1st stage involves defeating a level 8 awakened overlord, the frosted long-haired crab. The 2nd stage requires overcoming a level 9 awakened overlord, the misty crane. The 3rd stage necessitates vanquishing a horde of level 9 awakened electric toads. This is all the information we currently possess. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. Master, when you mentioned a horde of electric toads, was that meant literally? Of course. If it weren't for that, could we be stuck here? Lu Guodong retorted. How has your special training fared? Do you have confidence in clearing the stages? Jiang Chen began to assess Xiaoqing's abilities. Xiaoqing had now awakened to level 7, and had nearly mastered the skills associated with this awakening phase. With a few days of intensive training on Wild Volt, mastering the combination techniques should not pose a problem. A beast master who learns combination skills at the awakening stage is akin to a bug in the system. Not to mention Jiang Chen had also ensured that Xiaoqing learned the remarkable skill of fluid transformation. Thus, the third stage should not be overly challenging. The real concern lies with the subsequent 2 stages. Wait until I return to discuss further. Lu Guodong nodded in agreement. Very well then. If you are prepared to participate in the challenge, seek out your senior brother. I have already arranged your spot, and he will bring you over. No problem. With that, Jiang Chen ended the call, unable to suppress a sigh. I truly lead a busy life, never allowing me a moment's respite. As he spoke, Jiang Chen summoned the leaf-green snake, which regarded him with a hint of complaint. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I am in training. It had indeed been disheartened by its previous encounter with that titan stick insect. Faced with it, the desire to attack was utterly absent. A tremendous blow for one aspiring to greatness. Therefore, Xiaoqing had been diligently training these past few days. Enough of this solitary training. Allow me to lend you some support. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing instantly beamed with joy and promptly climbed onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. After enduring so many experiences together, it was well aware of Jiang Chen's intentions. You really are quite pragmatic. Observing Xiaoqing's demeanor, Jiang Chen playfully tapped its head and remarked. Chapter 112. Preparing for the challenge. At the Qing Mountain breeding base, Jiang Chen stood at the entrance, dragging his weary body. Earlier, while teaching skills, he had overexerted himself, pushing both binding and wild volt to mastery. Young master, you've returned. As he rang the doorbell, Wenwan emerged from the base, impeccably dressed. But upon seeing Jiang Chen, she was taken aback. Young master, what happened to you? His dark circles were indeed alarming. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I'm fine. Just didn't rest well. A good sleep will suffice. Has anything happened at the base during my absence? Everything is normal. Miss Wang's Variational Silkworm Research Institute has commenced operations, and recently, several have completed their first evolution. The Abyssal King Crocodile continues its usual routine, leading the Qing water crocodiles into the bay for combat. Just yesterday, it hunted a Transcendent level steel cannon shrimp, and subsequently broke through to Transcendent Stage 2. Jiang Chen nodded. Continuing his inquiry, how many Qing water crocodiles have reached level 7 awakening? All of them have reached that level, and not only that. Their sizes have also met the targets you initially set. Those 2 designated by the Navy have even grown to 7 meters. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, surprised by how swiftly the Qing water crocodiles had progressed under the leadership of the Abyssal King Crocodile. Sister 1, please keep a close watch on the Marsh Jade Leaf, Rainy Rainbow Pearl, Ghost-Faced Man-Eating Crab Spirit Core, and the Green Nut. After I finish with the Secret Realm, I will return to initiate their evolution. Understood. I will pay close attention. After conveying all this, Jiang Chen returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open as he sent a message to Rong Zhihui. Senior brother, please come to pick me up at the Qing Mountain base tomorrow morning at 8. He then promptly closed his eyes. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Jiang Chen awoke naturally, feeling considerably more refreshed after a night's rest, though still experiencing slight dizziness. Checking his phone, he realized it was already 8:30. Damn, I'm late. Startled, Jiang Chen hastily donned some clothes and dashed out of his room. At that moment, Rong Zhihui was already waiting. Senior brother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me? Rong Zhihui, seated on the sofa, chuckled. No worries, the first batch of participants has already entered the secret realm. This time, I'll be taking you alone. Besides, you just returned yesterday and had a long flight. I wanted you to have a bit more rest so you could perform better. Are you feeling rested now? I am. Let us set off, Jiang Chen replied. All right. With that, the 2 exited the Qing Mountain breeding base. The tidal secret realm is located in the deep sea, so the only means of access is by boat or through watertight beastmasters. Since it was only Jiang Chen this time, Rong Zhihui had not arranged for a boat, opting instead to summon his beast, the Beehai Cold Turtle. Its immense size, with a shell large enough to accommodate 2 8-person tables, was ample for the 2 of them. Climbing atop the Beehai Cold Turtle, Jiang Chen summoned Xiaoqing once again. The ocean, unlike land, concealed countless powerful beastmasters in its deep waters, and Jiang Chen dared not take any chances. Xiaoqing appeared, quickly climbing onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. Currently in a state of restraint, Rong Zhihui, having seen the leaf-green snake before, was startled by its appearance. Is this the restraint skill? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Its fluid transformation, learned during my fortunate days in Spring City. Rong Zhihui paused for a moment. Is acquiring skills this easy now? Fluid transformation is a high-tier skill. Many spend lavishly to learn it, yet fail. You managed to master it in just a few days in Spring City, deciding not to pursue the topic further. As it was somewhat disheartening, Rong Zhihui recalled Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent during their school days, and now, after contracting a beast, his cultivation methods seemed even more impressive. How could one compete? Thus, they traveled in silence until they finally arrived at the ocean platform. Jiang Chen eagerly jumped off the beehive cold turtle as he reached solid ground. Nothing beats the feeling of being on solid ground. Although the beehive cold turtle was massive, it felt minuscule against the vast ocean. The relentless waves nearly made Jiang Chen dizzy, reinforcing his resolve to contract a flying-type beast for his next companion. Let us go find the master first. Rong Zhihui smiled as he recalled the beehive cold turtle. While searching for the entrance to the secret realm, he often wandered the seas, long accustomed to this sensation. After a brief respite, Jiang Chen regained some composure and followed Rong Zhihui towards the office. Along the way, many students training outside noticed Jiang Chen's arrival. Their curiosity piqued. Who is this fellow? He actually has Master Rong personally escorting him. Could he be someone of significance? What significance? There are only a handful of renowned figures in Jiang City that I recognize, and I've never seen this one before. Could he be a beast master invited from another city? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were all prodigies handpicked by the Jiang City Beastmaster Association, having undergone rigorous training with the Ocean Army, and naturally possessed their own pride. The emergence of a seemingly foreign beast master did not sit well with them. Regardless of his identity, the secret realm of Jiang City ought to remain within its confines. I intend to venture into the secret realm once more. Who wishes to accompany me? I shall go with you. One of the Ocean Army members, witnessing this, shook his head with a smile. Youthful energy indeed. To bounce back so quickly after a recent challenge failure. However, the commotion outside did not affect Jiang Chen. Upon entering the office, he discovered Huang Tianming was also present. Master, Uncle Huang, you are all here. Jiang Chen exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Upon seeing him, their faces broke into smiles. You rascal, you finally arrived. Particularly, Huang Tianming was under considerable pressure, with the guard office and the city lord's manor pressing down on him. The exploration of the secret realm followed strict protocols. Primarily, the Discoverer has a month of priority exploration. If they cannot clear it within that time, the secret realm will be open to the public, allowing even non-residents of Jiang City to participate in its conquest. The thought of outsiders conquering their secret realm was something no one wished to see. It was akin to how, had there not been someone backing Jiang Chen in Spring City, he would not have escaped so easily. Chapter 113, Entering the Secret Realm. On the ocean platform, Huang Tianming enthusiastically discussed with Jiang Chen the events he had witnessed in Spring City. Particularly thrilled upon hearing Jiang Chen had acquired a beast of exceptional talent. However, Lu Guodong's expression turned grave as he spoke. Xiao Chen, based on what you've told me, I can now confirm that Lu Yuxuan must be from the Lu family of mechanisms. The Lu family appears to be a century-old lineage, but I once encountered a member seeking my assistance in cultivating a beast. From him, I learned they are actually a branch of the Gongshu clan. The beast you have acquired is likely a young of the four saints from the Gongshu clan. Facilitating its evolution may not be a straightforward task. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. Although he had suspected as much, he still held a sliver of hope. Now, learning this from his master, he couldn't help but feel a touch of vexation. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, Master, I will take this matter seriously. But my primary focus must remain on the Yiqing snake. I plan to commence its evolution right after the tidal secret realm is complete. There's no rush for the little tiger. Given its talent, even without evolving, reaching the extraordinary tier should pose no problem. By then, even if I lack the Gongshu clan's evolution plan, I believe I can devise one myself. Lu Guodong paused for a moment. Then a smile crept onto his lips. You still possess that confidence, huh? But I trust you. This was a testament to the years of trust Jiang Chen had instilled in him. He had yet to witness Jiang Chen fail in anything he set his mind to. At that moment, Huang Tianming interjected, let us not dwell on that issue for now. If it comes to that, I will bring people to their doorstep. I refuse to believe they would dare refuse us. We should first address the pressing matter at hand. If we do not solve the secret realm soon, individuals from other cities will surely arrive. Jiang Chen, be honest with Uncle Huang. How confident are you regarding this secret realm? Jiang Chen responded, Uncle Huang, I cannot guarantee anything at this point, as I am still unaware of the subsequent challenges. However, I should be able to surpass the third challenge without much issue. Jiang Chen refrained from providing a definitive answer, having just experienced the unpredictable nature of the secret realm. He understood well that no one could predict the complexity of the forthcoming challenges. Fine, clearing even one challenge is acceptable, At least it won't yield 0 gains. Let's go and see what's outside. As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Chen out of the room, clearly indicating the immense pressure he was under. Upon exiting the room, they were met with a tempest at sea. The rain poured down heavily while fierce winds howled. The downpour made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Yet it seemed to have no effect on the vigilant members of the ocean army, who stood resolutely at their posts. In times like these, they were even more cautious, carefully observing their surroundings. It's nothing, one gets used to it. Such storms are commonplace at sea. With that, he pointed towards the massive Azure portal and said, "That is the portal to the tidal secret realm. Do you see the lights above?" Jiang Chen nodded. He had seen a similar portal in Spring City. Each light that illuminated represented a challenge that had been conquered. Now, the expedition team had been stalled for over half a month. The rest was up to you. Huang Tianming's voice, though low, was still clear enough for the surrounding staff to hear. The members of the Ocean Army remained confident in Jiang Chen, given that the Thunder Feather Phoenix he had once nurtured was indeed impressive. However, others were less familiar with Jiang Chen. Thanks to Huang Tianming's presence, they refrained from speaking, but still felt a twinge of doubt. Did this young lad truly possess such formidable abilities? Just then, the portal suddenly lit up. A small team hurriedly emerged from the luminous gate. Jiang Chen squinted, catching sight of a familiar figure. Wasn't that Lin Yu, the one who had sought his assistance in cultivating the fighting eagle? It seemed he had also arrived here. On second thought, it was no surprise. As the top school in Jiang City, how could there be no students from City Number 1? Big brother. In the crowd, Lin Yu also spotted Jiang Chen and called out directly. After Jiang Chen had helped him cultivate a beast, Lin Yu had genuinely admired him and had been eager to find another opportunity for cultivation. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had always been too busy to meet. He never expected to run into him here. "What is going on? You look rather disheveled," Jiang Chen inquired, observing the stains on Lin Yu's combat uniform. "I was ambushed by the electric toad. After several days of battle, it seems that the Toad Lord's strength has improved. Its plasma skills appear to have upgraded to an expert level." Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. His timing for coming here could not have been better. Were these individuals merely practice partners? They had inadvertently allowed the Toad's skill proficiency to reach the expert level. While expert-level skills might not seem particularly impressive to seasoned experts, one mustn't forget that the tidal secret realm was a novice realm with restrictions placed on awakening levels. For awakened beasts, expert-level skills constituted a veritable dimensional strike. How many electric toads remain in the third challenge? Jiang Chen continued to inquire. Approximately 5 or 6. While the rest are merely spotted tadpoles lacking in combat prowess. "Brother, are you also planning to challenge the secret realm?" Jiang Chen nodded, contemplating the strengths of both sides. With 5 or 6 electric toads alongside a master beast adept in advanced skills, there was still a chance. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen addressed Huang Tianming behind him. "Uncle Huang, I will go assess the situation first." "Be careful," Huang replied. "Rest assured." With that, Jiang Chen stepped into the portal, enveloped in a radiant blue light. The spectators from Shizhong High observed Jiang Chen with a hint of confusion. "Lin, who is this kid? So arrogant. Yet I've never seen him before." Lin Yu shot a glare at the inquirer. "Show him some respect. That is my elder brother." "Huh." The individual paused in surprise. Ever since Lin Yu transferred to their school, he had displayed an unyielding demeanor, akin to a rebellious spirit. It was astonishing that someone could command such respect from him. At that moment, a thought struck him. "Oh no, brother. I just heard from my friend that the new director's son of the Garrison Division stormed into the secret realm, claiming he wouldn't let anyone else take it. He can't possibly be referring to our elder brother, can he?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the scene when Jiang Chen had decisively defeated him, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "No worries. Chen Kai is just a foolish brat used to being arrogant. It's about time our brother taught him a lesson. You two take Xiao Zhang to the infirmary. The rest of you come with me for another round." "Understood." Chapter 114. Ancient Battlefield. Although Jiang Chen had previously entered the secret realm, he still felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Kill, kill, kill. In his dazed state, vivid scenes of a snowy night battle surged through his mind. The distant sound of war drums echoed, and the clamor of slaughter filled the air. Time passed unmeasured until a spatial fluctuation occurred, and Jiang Chen found himself within the secret realm. An immediate bone-chilling cold enveloped him, rubbing his throbbing head. He realized that the visions he had just experienced felt overwhelmingly real, as if he had lived them himself. What were those images? After a moment's pause, Jiang Chen summoned Shao Qing to his side and began to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a frigid expanse, dotted with towering ancient pines. The ground blanketed in swirling snow. Jiang Chen quickly retrieved a warm coat from his spatial bag and frowned. This environment posed a significant disadvantage for Shao Qing. Although she had grown remarkably strong, her true form was still that of a leaf-green snake, which inherently feared the cold. There was no time to waste. Swift resolution was imperative. Just then, another spatial fluctuation emerged behind him, revealing Lin Yu and his team. What are you doing here? Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled. We're here to assist you, brother. Though this ice field is not vast, it houses a bronze-level beast called the Snow Demon, which delights in creating illusions to lead others astray. Without our guidance, you would likely waste considerable time. Very well, then you may join me. By the way, does anyone here have a fire-type beast? Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Since they had come, it would be unwise to send them away. They could be of use. Yes. Yes. Lin Yu's face lit up with a grin as he turned to one of his underlings. Xiao Xianyan, quickly summon your fire-breathing elk. Have you forgotten what the teacher taught you? The first thing to do upon entering a secret realm is to summon your beast. Xiao Xianyan's mouth twitched in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu. Was this truly Lin Yu, or had he been possessed by some foul spirit? This was excessively obsequious. He cast a glance at Jiang Chen, pondering the man's true strength. Let me test it. The six-pointed star formation glowed in his hands. And moments later, a massive elk, 2 meters tall and adorned with fiery red fur, materialized before Jiang Chen. Name, Fire-Breathing Elk. Attribute, Fire Earth. Grade, Low Silver. Quality, Rare. Level, Awakened Tier 8. Skills. Flamehorn Charge. Launches a high-speed assault using its magma-like, scorching horns, with a chance to inflict burn status on enemies. Trample. Heavy Hoof Strikes. With its massive size having a chance to shrink opponents. Spark Eruption. Emits a plethora of sparks from its mouth, a wide-area attack, highly accurate. Exclusive Trait. Flame Body. Contains a heat source, continuously releasing thermal energy, inflicting burn status on contact with foes. Iron Hooves. Hoof protected by hard minerals, capable of shattering steel. Jiang Chen gazed at it, a surge of delight filling his heart. A flame body? Wasn't that akin to a natural heating pad? But at that moment, the fire-breathing elk suddenly charged towards Xiao Qing as if possessed. The onlookers gasped in shock. What are you doing, Xiao Xianyan? Lin Yu exclaimed. I don't know. The fire-breathing elk just went berserk. Xiao Xianyan stammered in explanation. Yet, the smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true intentions. This was deliberate. But in the blink of an eye, an astonishing scene unfolded. Xiao Qing's form abruptly transformed into a 10-meter-long massive serpent, crackling with electricity. With a lightning-infused tail, she struck the fire-breathing elk fiercely, snapping off a piece of its iron-like antler, rendering it unconscious. Then, gazing at the fallen beast, a drop of venom dripped from Xiao Qing's mouth. All present witnessed this spectacle, swallowing hard in unison. No wonder Lin Yu regarded Jiang Chen with the same trepidation a mouse would have towards a cat. Xiao Xianyan's fire-breathing elk, both in quality and level, was not considered weak within their school's team. Moreover, possessing dual traits made it a formidable opponent. Yet, this beast could not withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's companion. The strength of this Jiang Chen was truly terrifying, especially for Lin Yu, who had previously sparred with Jiang Chen. His eyes were fixed on the snake that was now drooling over the fire-breathing elk, filled with astonishment. Its power had escalated far too rapidly. Had it been a few months ago, he would have bet that Xiao Qing could never have dispatched the fire-breathing elk so effortlessly. How had Jiang Gu cultivated such strength? Whose beast is this? Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to Lin Yu behind him. He understood these individuals were so-called prodigies, likely possessing personalities akin to the original Lin Yu. However, that was no justification for their sudden aggression toward him. Thus, when he commanded Xiao Qing to act, he did not instruct her to hold back. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Yu quickly grasped the situation and immediately brought Xiao Xianyan before Jiang Chen. Apologized to Jiang Gu at once. Although he had not spent much time with Jiang Chen, he could discern the discontent in his tone. I'm sorry, Jiang Gu. I was negligent, Xiao Xianyan said, having lost all anger at that moment. The large serpent was still eyeing his beast with drool pooling in its mouth. It was known that losing a few beasts in a secret realm was commonplace. Furthermore, this time, it was he who had instigated the confrontation. Even if the fire-breathing elk were to be devoured, it would be difficult to place blame. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of red mineral from his spatial bag. Jiang Gu, this fiery stone harbors energy that can enhance the purity of fire attribute beast mastery. Consider this my apology for your beast, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, gesturing for Xiao Qing to revert to her original form and gracefully coil back onto his shoulder. Do be more careful next time. Xiao Xianyan, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had lost a fiery stone, at least the fire-breathing moose's life was spared. Moments later, a magnificent silver serpent was seen coiling around a hornless moose, leisurely making its way deeper into the secret realm. The moose wore a look of utter dismay, yet dared not move an inch, occasionally receiving a flick from the serpent's tail to regulate its temperature. As the group ventured further, the surrounding temperature plummeted. and the snow deepened. Among the fully frozen earth, exposed armors emanated an aura of chilling cold. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Recalling the visions that had flooded his mind upon entering the secret realm, he began to formulate a preliminary understanding of this place. It was highly likely that this secret realm was an ancient battlefield crafted by a long-forgotten general, initially intended for the selection of soldiers. Chapter 115, the third challenge of the secret realm. As Jiang Chen pressed onward, he encountered numerous provocation attempts from various beasts, predominantly of the water and ice attributes. Without hesitation, he transformed them all into materials for his collection. There was no denying that Jiang Chen was no longer the solitary beast master he once was. His stock of ice attribute materials was limited, necessitating a balanced approach, especially considering the young age of Xiao Hu. It was imperative to prevent any discord within the team. Lin Yu, we should be nearing the tidal marsh, Jiang Chen inquired, observing the increasingly sparse vegetation surrounding them. Brother, just ahead. Do you see that radiant barrier? That's it. Lin Yu pointed forward, declaring. It appeared that someone was indeed challenging the barrier. Jiang Chen's brows knitted slightly at the thought. If there were challengers, that posed a problem. His primary objective for this venture remained the treasures concealed within the secret realm. According to Lu Guodong, it was highly likely that this realm held the key to Shao Qing's transformation into a dragon. The first two challenges had already been overcome by Lin Yu and Chen Kai. Jiang Chen had observed the rewards Lin Yu received: 2 ice energy crystals and a short sword imbued with a trace of a warrior's lingering soul. Typically, such an item served merely as evolution material for certain undead attribute beasts, while Jiang Chen would not ordinarily regard it with importance. He sensed a hint of draconic energy emanating from the sword. It was very possible that it had, in ages past, been stained with the blood of a dragon beast. With this short sword as corroboration, Lu Guodong's hypothesis gained credibility. The ultimate reward of the secret realm was likely connected to dragon beasts. Let us go and investigate, Jiang Chen declared, prompting the fire-breathing moose beneath him to hasten towards the glowing barrier. Wait for me. Only Xiao Xianyan remained behind, struggling to keep pace. Moments later, the vegetation vanished, revealing a muddy marshland before Jiang Chen's eyes, surrounded by hastily erected tents. Suddenly, a group of people approached. Stop. Our elder brother is in the midst of a challenge. You cannot approach during this time. Since when can a secret realm be monopolized? Chen Kai's influence held little weight here, so Jiang Chen was about to speak when Lin Yu stepped forward. With a sharp cry, Doing emitted a piercing eagle call. Locking eyes with the opposition. Who do we have here? It's young Master Lin. Didn't you just get defeated by the electric toad? What brings you back? Haven't you had enough? Oh, and you've brought backup? The individual smirked, approaching Jiang Chen and taunting Xiao Xianyan. Xiao Xianyan, your speed at kneeling before your elder brother is truly impressive. Not long ago, you were kneeling before Lin Yu, and now you've found another to kneel to? You. Xiao Xianyan felt a surge of anger. How dare this upstart mock him? Yet, the individual paid him no mind, instead turning his gaze to Jiang Chen. Though I know not where you hail from, I must inform you that this secret realm belongs solely to my elder brother. You cannot take it from us. Jiang Chen merely chuckled, unperturbed, and pointed towards the barrier behind him. It seems your elder brother is in dire straits. What did you just say? Before he could finish, a gasp erupted from behind him. Elder brother, what has happened? Chen Kai, clad in a dark blue combat suit now caked in mud, appeared disheveled and with several critical protective areas charred by electricity. A half-human, half-dinosaur creature had carried him out, and upon spotting familiar faces, it exhaled its last breath. Collapsing onto the ground, the crowd rushed forward, alarmed upon seeing Chen Kai's leg, pierced through by a lethal blow. Elder brother, your leg. Chen Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Hurry and take me back. The final boss of the third challenge isn't that electric toad, but another beast I do not recognize. This news must reach others immediately. If we recklessly charge in, it will spell disaster. At that moment, Jiang Chen approached, retrieving a medical kit from his spatial bag and tossing it to the troublemaker who had earlier challenged him. Wrap that around your elder brother. If he doesn't stop the bleeding, he will succumb to blood loss. The young man regarded Jiang Chen with an odd expression but ultimately accepted the task, tearing away Chen Kai's battle suit to reveal a festering wound. Elder brother, bear with it. I'll staunch the bleeding. He poured the medicinal solution onto the wound. Chen Kai winced, a wave of excruciating pain washing over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his lips turning pale. Thank you, brother, he managed to utter weakly. What did you mean when you said the boss inside is not the electric toad? Chen Kai, despite his reluctance to converse with Jiang Chen, felt compelled to ask since he had provided assistance. Quite literally, I have defeated all the electric toads. However, just when I thought I had passed, a bizarre beast wielding a staff appeared. Clad in a black robe, it bore an exceptionally grotesque visage. Those electric toads were merely puppets it controlled. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed at this revelation. A creature capable of controlling puppets could belong to various types, but based on Cheng Kai's description, only a handful fit the criteria. This secret realm restricted participants to the awakened tier, the highest being low-level extraordinary. There was certainly a chance. Having pieced the puzzle together, Jiang Chen spoke decisively. Take Cheng Kai back. I'll go in and take a look. He strode towards the barrier. Don't go. Cheng Kai exclaimed, alarmed. That beast inside is not something an ordinary person can defeat. If your beasts lack mastery or several proficient skills, your fate will mirror mine. Though Jiang Chen was not from Jiang City, he had nonetheless offered assistance to Cheng Kai. The latter did not wish to see him meet a similar fate. With a serene smile, Jiang Chen continued forward, stepping into the barrier. Stop him! Cheng Kai shouted to Lin Yu and the others, desperate to prevent Jiang Chen from entering. Did you truly wish for him to meet his demise? This lad was summoned by Master Rome, and should he perish within the secret realm? How could one explain such a tragedy? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, it's of no consequence. If Brother Zhang's prowess cannot surmount the third trial, then no one shall prevail, particularly in agreement with Xiao Xinyan, who had just endured torment. How well do you know him? Which city does he hail from? Cheng Kai furrowed his brow. Aware that Lin Yu was not originally from Jiang City, but had merely transferred his academic registration here. Brother Jiang is a native of Jiang City, is he not? Why do you inquire? He had sensed something amiss with Cheng Kai and his companions. It appeared they mistakenly regarded Jiang Chen as an outsider. Jiang City? Why have I never encountered him? Which school does he attend? Modu Academy, Lin Yu replied with an air of certainty. Cheng Kai? Chapter 116, The Corpse Witch. Jiang Chen stepped into the examination checkpoint. Before him lay a mire teeming with the lifeless forms of numerous beasts. Most had decayed, emitting a foul stench that assailed his senses. Jiang Chen grimaced, covering his nose with his hand, and commanded Xiao Qing to revert to her usual form. Xiao Qing surveyed the surroundings, sensing an unsettling stillness. The battle between Cheng Kai and that enigmatic beast had just concluded moments ago. There should be at least some residual presence of beasts in the vicinity. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's order, Xiao Qing immediately assumed a vigilant stance beside him, cautiously observing their surroundings. At that instant, a series of bubbles erupted from the mire. A massive toad, grotesquely covered in unsightly lumps, emerged from the sludge. Croak. Name, Electric Toad, deceased. Attributes, Electric, Poison. Level, Awakening Stage 8. Qualification, Mid-Tier Bronze. Quality, Ordinary. Skills, Electric Plasma, Discharge, Poison Mist. Special Trait, Electric Skin. The lumps on its body serve as containers for stored electrical energy, capable of unleashing a tremendous surge of power instantaneously. An Awakening Stage 8 puppet? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and issued a command to Xiao Qing. Prepare for battle. Beside Jiang Chen, the Yi Qing snake opened its gaping maw, emitting a threatening sound. Excitement bubbling within, it had long desired to test its newfound strength. The previous fire-breathing moose had been no challenge at all. The fire-breathing moose. A flicker of blue flashed in Jiang Chen's pupils as he scanned the entire mire, seeking the concealed beast. Yet, he found nothing. It was well hidden. It seemed that only by defeating this puppet would the hidden beast reveal itself. Jiang Chen regarded the pus-dripping toad and commanded, Xiao Qing, charge and unleash your leaf blade. This was Xiao Qing's most frequently employed and adept defensive technique. Being a controlled puppet, the electric toad's reactions were sluggish. By the time Xiao Qing had completed her enhancement, the toad's discharge attack had only just commenced. Jiang Chen easily evaded it. In the next moment, the leaf blade struck, slicing through its skin, causing a torrent of toxic pus to erupt and exposing the rotting innards of the electric toad. Goodness! Though Jiang Chen had anticipated this, the sight of such a repulsive creature still made him feel nauseated. This was physiological, something he could not overcome. Xiao Qing, equally repulsed, swiftly darted back to Jiang Chen's side. Just then, a wooden spike shot towards Jiang Chen from the mire. Fortunately, he was already prepared. In the next instant, the cold-edged tiger demon materialized behind him. A gust of icy mist erupted from the tiger's maw, swiftly enveloping the wooden spike. Under the assault of the icy fog, the spike instantaneously froze, crashing to the ground. Xiao Qing, target that location and unleash your discharge. Jiang Chen commanded without hesitation. Xiao Qing responded swiftly. Her serpentine eyes fixated on the mire from which the spike had emerged, her body crackling with electric energy. In an instant, lightning arced forth, striking true. Mud splattered. The mysterious beast finally unveiled its true form. Name, Corpse Witch. Attributes Wood Undead. Level, Awakening Stage 9. Qualification, Mid-Tier Silver. Quality Rare. Skills, Corrosive Spores, Wood Puppet. Wooden Spike Impalement. Special Trait, Fungal Parasite, It produces fungal threads capable of parasitizing nearby corpses. Upon reaching a certain quantity, these can be resurrected as controllable puppets. So it is this type of beast. Jiang Chen gazed at the corpse which that had appeared before him, astonishment stirring within. It wore a tattered robe, its vine-formed hands gripping a dark wooden staff, and beneath its tattered wizard's hat lay a grotesque visage reminiscent of a legendary zombie, continuously howling at Jiang Chen. This was Jiang Chen's first encounter with an undead-type beast, which typically inhabited regions marked by warfare or abundant death energy. What secrets does this secret realm conceal? As Jiang Chen pondered, the corpse which waved its staff, summoning a colossal puppet formed of mud and withered wood that charged towards him, roaring with fury, sending mud flying in its wake. Xiaoqing, grow large and take it down. Though imposing in appearance, the muddy giant was merely a facade. It might pose a threat to Cheng Kai's beasts, but it was no match for Xiaoqing. Without holding back, Xiaoqing expanded to a length of 15 meters, marking the limit of her entry-level transformation. Her tail crackled with lightning, and empowered by her enhancements, her attack power had reached a staggering level. Roar! The corpse which sensed the energy emanating from Xiaoqing and quickly conjured 5 wooden spikes to launch an attack. However, the now giant Xiaoqing's resilience was formidable. With her lightning-infused tail, she struck down upon the muddy giant, sending the wooden spikes careening away. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and mud splattered everywhere. Xiaoqing, relentless in her assault, continued even after vanquishing the muddy giant, launching another lightning tail strike directly at the corpse which. This seemingly gentle strike rendered the corpse which utterly incapacitated, its vine-formed body disintegrating to reveal a pitch-black energy crystal core within. In the next instant, a light curtain appeared. Congratulations, Challenger number 56, for defeating the corpse witch. You have cleared the 3rd trial of the Snowy Secret Realm. Secret Realm rating S. Rewards: 2 ice attribute energy crystals, a bloody dagger, beast mastery recipe, and body refinement. Jiang Chen frowned as he regarded the light curtain, realizing that this secret realm's true name was indeed the Snowy Secret Realm. No wonder the preceding areas had been buried beneath snow and wind. Suddenly, a thought exploded in Jiang Chen's mind. Snow and wind, a short dagger, armor. Could this secret realm have been modeled after the concept of short-range combat in snowy conditions? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this possibility seemed. If that were the case, the rewards of this secret realm would likely be extraordinary. At that moment, Xiaoqing had already returned, clutching the rewards for clearing the secret realm, and swam towards Jiang Chen. He tossed 2 chilling crystals to Jiang Chen, a token he had generously offered before. However, his preference leaned towards those that crackled with lightning. Show me that short sword as well, Jiang Chen said irritably. He needed to ascertain one crucial matter. Did every blade exude the essence of dragon blood? Xiaoqing coiled her tail around the short sword and presented it to Jiang Chen. His pupils glimmered with a cerulean light, and a wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, it bore the essence of dragon blood. He stowed the dagger away and remarked to Xiaoqing, "It appears that your evolutionary process is likely to accelerate." The skirmish in the snow does seem closely related to dragon beasts. Chapter 117. The Breaker, Jiang Chen. As the luminous barrier began to dissipate, the noxious stench from the swamp was released, instantly permeating the air. Brother Jiang has succeeded, Lin Yu exclaimed, sensing the change around him with delight. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Cheng Kai, who lay on the stretcher with his eyes closed in rest, froze in place. Jiang Chen had truly cleared the level. He had actually managed to defeat that enigmatic beast master? How had he accomplished such a feat? If memory served him correctly, it hadn't even been 10 minutes since Jiang Chen entered, and that mutated leaf-green snake possessed such formidable strength. After numerous attempts, he had encountered that beast master. Yet Jiang Chen had succeeded in his first attempt. This thought inevitably filled him with a sense of defeat. "Brother Jiang, are you all right?" Lin Yu approached Jiang Chen as he emerged from the barrier, concern etched on his features. "I'm fine," Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. "I intend to continue challenging the levels. Do you wish to accompany me or return?" Immediately, Lin Yu responded, "Brother Jiang, we will continue with you. The 3rd level has just been breached, and the areas ahead remain uncharted territories, undoubtedly rich in unexploited resources. Failing to seize this opportunity would be akin to folly." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. "Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall not treat you unfairly. My primary goal is still to conquer the levels. I may not have time to gather spiritual materials. I would need your assistance. I can offer you a share of 30% of whatever we collect. And if you do not require it, I can use equivalent spiritual materials to assist you in nurturing a beast master. What do you think?" Jiang Chen fell silent, awaiting their responses. This was the best plan he could devise at the moment. If they continued to challenge the levels, it would benefit those who followed, leaving Jiang Chen feeling at a disadvantage. However, if they were to ask for too much, he would not hesitate to end their collaboration. I'm willing, Lin Yu exclaimed, his heart soaring. He had worked diligently to establish a rapport with Jiang Chen, hoping to secure the opportunity for his beast master to be nurtured. After his nurturing, his fighting eagle-esque strength had elevated by at least one tier. If he could have a few more nurturing sessions, the 4 Great 12 Academies would no longer be a distant dream. All right, what about the rest of you? Seeing Lin Yu's assent, Jiang Chen turned to the others. Xiao Xinyan paused momentarily, then noticed Lin Yu's expression. Suddenly, he comprehended. Lin Yu had experienced a significant surge in power upon entering the academy, and at that time, he had believed it was due to the fighting eagle breaking through a bottleneck. It now appeared that this was connected to Jiang Chen's nurturing. Although he did not know Jiang Chen personally, if he could enhance the fighting eagle, he could certainly improve the fire-spitting moose. Moreover, his moose was the steed of that leaf-green snake, certainly a closer connection than that bird had with it. Brother Jiang, we are all willing. Good. Then let us proceed. With their agreement, Jiang Chen wasted no time and led the group forward. Meanwhile, the leaf-green snake darted up onto the back of the fire-spitting moose, as the surrounding environment still felt a tad chilly for it. This left Chen Kai and the others exchanging glances, uncertain of what to do. What should we do, big brother? Let us head back for now. After all, it was Jiang Chen who broke the level. He wouldn't allow us to gather resources under his watchful eye. Once I've recuperated, we can return. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, he cannot breach 2 levels in rapid succession. We will have another opportunity. Outside the secret realm, Lu Guodong and Huang Tianming stood in an office, gazing out the window. Master Lu, do you think Xiao Chen will successfully pass the 3rd level? He is your nephew. Do you not trust his capabilities? Huang Tianming replied with a wry smile. I trust his nurturing skills, but he has only contracted a beast master for a few months. Even if he nurtures quickly, clearing the level is no easy task. You still do not understand him. If he says he can do it, he certainly will. Lu Guodong replied slowly. Just as Jiang Chen returned, Huani called him. This was the first time in many years that she had initiated contact. Every word she spoke praised Jiang Chen's talent, her tone tinged with an undercurrent of wanting to lure him away, which left him both gratified and somewhat perturbed. At that moment, an exclamation from outside broke through. Look, the 3rd energy stone has illuminated. Lu Guodong and Huang Tianming exchanged incredulous glances, staring at the entrance. Despite the swirling mist, as beast masters, this little fog posed no obstacle to them. Was it Jiang Chen? They wondered, grappling with disbelief. The 3rd level, which had stymied the strategy team for over half a month, had been conquered by Jiang Chen in mere minutes. Was the disparity truly so vast? Who could achieve such a feat? As news of the 3rd level's breach spread rapidly, reaching the ears of those still outside the secret realm, they gathered in front of the entrance, debating who the breaker could be. Who else could it be but Chen Kai? He possesses the strength to defeat that horde of toads. Brother Ching's prowess is indeed in the top tier. Even among those beast master titans, he would rank highly. It's probably him. I just saw Lin Yu enter with an unfamiliar person. They couldn't have cleared it so quickly. What if it was that newcomer? Absolutely impossible. Just as the crowd argued over who the true breaker was, the entrance to the secret realm flared to life. All eyes were drawn to its brilliance. Moments later, several individuals emerged, carrying the injured Chen Kai through the teleportation portal. They were momentarily taken aback. Brother, why are these people staring at us? Chen Kai, upon hearing this, wore a wry smile, instantly realizing they mistook him for the breaker. Quick, take me to the infirmary, he urged immediately. However, it was too late, as a throng of individuals quickly surrounded them, bombarding him with questions. Brother Cheng, you were the one who breached the level, right? Of course, who else could achieve this? Please, tell us how you did it. Can you share what the reward for the 3rd level is? Chen Kai surveyed the eager crowd, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. For the first time, he felt a strong aversion to being idolized, while a fleeting thought of acceptance flickered in his mind. He quickly suppressed it. His pride would not allow him to claim the achievements of another. The one who cleared it was not me. I merely defeated a few electric toads. Huh. The crowd fell silent for a moment. The one who breached the level was not him. Could it truly be Lin Yu? How could he have just entered? Who breached the 3rd challenge? Upon uttering these words, Chen Kai directed his subordinates towards the infirmary, leaving a group of individuals bewildered. Jiang Chen. Is there someone named Jiang Chen among us? A sudden thought exploded in their minds. Could it be that newcomer? A question arose from the crowd, plunging the surroundings into an instant silence. Chapter 118, The Cold Prison Iron Guard. Surely not. I haven't heard of anyone with the surname Jiang being remarkable in our cohort. What does it matter? The 3rd challenge has already been breached. Instead of pondering, we ought to hasten and gather resources. This comment momentarily stunned everyone into silence. Not everyone present was solely motivated by the rewards of passing the challenges. They understood their own capabilities. and their aim was merely to obtain those spiritual materials that had existed for centuries, if not millennia, within the secret realm. Subsequently, they quietly dispersed at the entrance. Did Jiang Chen truly accomplish it? Huang Tianming gazed at the scene by the teleportation portal, somewhat incredulous. Truth be told, he was aware that Jiang Chen's strength would allow him to overcome the third challenge without much difficulty. But he had never anticipated that he could accomplish it in such a brief span of time. What on earth had this fellow experienced in Spring City? Where is that rascal Han Haiyang? Now do you understand Jiang Chen's prowess? Lu Guodong chuckled at the astonished Huang Tianming before continuing. Tianming, would you care to place a wager with me? A wager on what? Huang Tianming responded with a puzzled look. Let us wager on whether Jiang Chen will breach the fourth challenge today. Huang Tianming squinted at the smiling elder, unsure of what ulterior motives the old man harbored. He sensed that Lu Guodong certainly knew things that he did not. All right, I wager that Jiang Chen will succeed. If I win, you shall assist me in nurturing my Bai Shui Jin Mu Hu. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Guodong's face vanished instantly. You little rascal. You think this is a simple affair? Do you have any idea how costly it is to have me lend a hand? Didn't you just propose a bet? Huang Tianming's lips twitched, realizing he was dealing with an old man who couldn't bear to lose. However, he refrained from saying more, directing his gaze towards the secret realm's entrance. Xiao Chun, can you truly achieve this? Within the secret realm, Jiang Chen and his companions pressed onward. Along their path, they collected any aged spiritual plants they encountered. The scarcity of such precious materials, which were often required for the evolution of spirit beasts, rendered them invaluable. Outside, the aged spiritual materials had long been harvested. Now, only within the secret realm could they be found. Jiang Chen plucked a century-old ice lotus seed from a cliff, one of the primary ingredients for the spirit beast refinement formula. Glancing at the seed in his hand, he sighed. Fortunately, the main ingredients of this spirit beast formula can all be found in the secret realm. Otherwise, how much would it cost me? I hope this refinement formula brings me some surprises. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a chill enveloping him. He quickly stored the seed in his spatial pouch and approached the fire-breathing elk, instantly feeling a surge of warmth. Frowning, he surveyed his surroundings. The area had completely transformed. The once muddy marsh had become a hill, now blanketed in snow, with snow spirits occasionally stirring up blizzards that obscured vision. This place feels off. Have you all noticed the temperature dropping? Indeed, they replied, huddled around the fire-breathing elk, seeking warmth from its radiance. Jiang Gu, do you think we are nearing the fourth challenge? Jiang Chen nodded, retrieving a piece of fire-type spiritual food prepared for the fire sparrow and offering it to the elk. It was the only fire-type spirit beast in their team, and he couldn't allow it to exhaust itself. We'll rest here for 10 minutes. Then make a concerted effort to reach the summit. The wind and snow are intensifying. If we linger too long, the fire-breathing elk won't hold up. The elk, moved to tears, munched on the food Jiang Chen had provided. The only one concerned for me is this rascal who treats me like a hand warmer, it thought. Jiang Chen paid no mind to the dramatic elk and instead found a sheltered spot, retrieving spiritual food prepared for Xiao Qing from his spatial pouch. Hiss. Upon seeing the food, Xiao Qing immediately opened its mouth wide, reluctant to dismount from the elk's back. Such was the nature of snakes, and Jiang Chen said nothing, simply presenting the food before it. Although the elk wished to admonish that food shouldn't be eaten while riding, it thought better of it, fearing Xiao Qing's electrifying tail, and continued to munch away. This food is delectable. After resting for a brief moment, they resumed their journey, battling against the wind and snow for over 20 minutes. They finally reached the hilltop. A luminous barrier appeared before Jiang Chen. Jiang Gu, allow me to scout ahead, Lin Yu offered. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. I shall handle it myself. This was not an act of kindness from Jiang Chen. Rather, Lin Yu's strength was insufficient even to contend with the previous challenge's corpse ghost, let alone the guardian spirit beast of the fourth challenge. Sustaining injuries here would pose a hassle when bringing him down the mountain. It was far better for Jiang Chen to confront it alone. Xiao Qing, let us proceed. At Jiang Chen's call, Xiao Qing immediately emerged from its reclusive state, transforming to its normal size and trailing beside him. Though it feared the cold, in the presence of the dragon transformation, all could be overcome. As Jiang Chen and Xiao Qing entered the luminous barrier, they found themselves in what appeared to be a military camp. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Chen realized he was in an abandoned military encampment. He furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, a bonfire in the center of the camp flared to life, its flames an eerie blue, exuding an unsettling aura. A chilling wind swept through, causing Jiang Chen to shiver involuntarily. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from within the tents, followed by the emergence of a dilapidated suit of armor, towering at 2 meters, with 2 green, glimmering eyes visible beneath its helmet. Name, Cold Prison Iron Guard. Attribute, Undead Ice. Level, Awakening Level 9. Quality, Silver Initial Stage. Skills, Frost Blade Slash. Intermediate transforms arms into ice blades imbued with extreme cold, delivering slashing strikes that carry frigid air. Wail, Beginner emits a soul-chilling wail, instilling fear in enemies. Curse Chains. Intermediate unleashes 2 ice chains with extreme cold to bind foes. Battle Intent. Intermediate lets out a roar, entering a fearless state, significantly boosting attack power. Exclusive trait, Ice Armor. Wears an ice armor imbued with extreme cold. Prolonged contact induces frostbite. Is this a secret realm of the undead or one of water? Jiang Chen pondered as he gazed at the intimidating armored figure, a question arising in his mind. Having faced 2 challenges, both involving undead spirit beasts, he found this intriguing. The cold prison iron guard had not appeared elsewhere, suggesting it was likely an exclusive spirit beast of this secret realm. If there were more than one here, the value of this secret realm would far surpass that which Jiang Chen possesses. Regrettably, this particular creature is a boss of the secret realm and cannot be captured alive. Only defeated. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would indeed wish to take it out for further study. At that moment, however, the Frost Prison Iron Guardian seemed provoked by Jiang Chen's gaze and let out a ferocious roar. For smaller, armor-like beasts appeared, presumably the degraded versions of the Frost Prison Iron Guardian. Yet, their levels were not to be underestimated, boasting a rank of 7 awakenings. One was fully awakened, while the other 4 were of high awakening, and they were not mere puppets. Was this not the final challenge? It was evident that none who constructed this secret realm had good intentions. If Lin Yu had truly entered just now, he would have met a dire fate. Xiaoqing prepared for battle, and Jiang Chen addressed her. There was no choice. The boss's aggro had been drawn to him, and since he was already here, he had no desire to retreat. He could only attempt to fight. Chapter 119, Breaking Through, Blood of the Dragon Lizard. Faced with the Frost Prison Iron Guardian commanding the 4 Frost Iron minions to attack, Jiang Chen dared not be complacent. He immediately instructed Xiaoqing to transform fluidly, her form shifting into that of a 15-meter-long colossal serpent. Following this, the characteristic of her thunderous body activated, with electric sparks flickering between her scales. Xiaoqing, Thundertail Strike. The Frost Iron minions, being mechanical and possessing dual attributes of undead and ice, were largely impervious to wood-based skills. Moreover, under the Frost Prison Iron Guardian's command, the 4 minions charged with remarkable coordination. 2 guarded the Guardian while the other 2 launched their assault, preventing Jiang Chen from directly targeting the commander. He could only annihilate the beasts blocking his path with overwhelming force. Roar! The enlarged Xiaoqing bellowed, swinging her electrified tail in a sweeping motion. Upon witnessing this, the Frost Prison Iron Guardian, with its ghostly eyes, displayed a hint of fear. Raising its long sword, it issued commands. The Frost Iron minions immediately halted and raised their shields. A glimmer of silver light flickered across the shields. This was the Iron Wall skill, capable of enhancing defense by 1 level. Yet even so, a novice Iron Wall could hardly withstand the proficient Thundertail Strike. Xiaoqing's rigorous training during this period was no trivial matter. Boom! The clash between the thunderous tail and the iron shield produced a crisp sound, and the overwhelming force sent 2 Frost Iron minions flying, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Upon seeing its subordinates defeated in an instant, the Frost Prison Iron Guardian let out a chilling wail that sent shivers down Jiang Chen's spine. He understood it was now targeting him. Xiaoqing, Wild Volt. Just as Jiang Chen anticipated at that moment, the Frost Prison Iron Guardian's hands transformed into icy blades emanating a chilling aura, hurtling towards Xiaoqing and leaving a trail of frost upon the ground. Jiang Chen felt a tingle of excitement. What a perfect beast! The attributes demonstrated by this guardian in mere minutes had already earned it a high score in his mind. It was aggressive, defensively sound, and possessed combat intelligence. Its only flaw was a slight sluggishness, but many skills in its repertoire could slow down its foes, largely compensating for this weakness. Alas, the Frost Prison Iron Guardian could not be taken out. Xiaoqing dispatched it, since it could not be brought along. Jiang Chen ceased his fanciful thoughts and remembered that the primary objective here was to break through. Roar! Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing charged forward with a roar, having grown impatient with the frigid guardian that exuded such discomforting coldness. The Frost Prison Iron Guardian, seeing this, did not flinch, raising its icy blades to strike at Xiaoqing's head. Unfortunately, it had clearly overestimated the strength of its icy blades. Jiang Chen had always focused on enhancing Xiaoqing's physical prowess, and at this moment, her physical strength was extraordinarily high, not to mention she had the protection of lightning scales. At the awakened stage, few beasts could penetrate her defenses. Crack! The collision of their powers caused the icy blade in the Frost Prison Iron Guardian's hand to shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoqing swiftly coiled around it. Tight bind. This was a skill of mastery level. As she tightened her form, the Frost Prison Iron Guardian's body began to contort. It struggled to break free. But such an endeavor was futile. Ultimately, it was ensnared, reduced to a crumpled heap of iron. With the Frost Prison Iron Guardian defeated, the surrounding blizzard ceased. A blue light soared from the remnants of the campfire, forming a luminous barrier in the air. Congratulations, Challenger number 56, for defeating the first-level Guardian. The Frost Prison Iron Guardian. You have cleared the 4th level of the Snowy Secret Realm. Secret Realm rating S. Rewards: 5 Ice Attribute Energy Crystals, 1 vial of Frost Cold Dragon Lizard Blood, and a skill manual, The Wailing Soul Chain. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. The Frost Cold Dragon Lizard Blood was akin to the dragon blood he had previously acquired from the Songhai Naval Treasury. Both were the blood of dragon-type beasts. This one belonged to the giant dragon lineage, yet the effects were quite similar. Just when he had run out of dragon blood, he had now received a fresh supply. As for the Wailing Soul Chain skill manual, it was merely an embellishment for Jiang Chen, perfectly suited for Xiaohu and the Abyssal King Crocodile to learn. However, what he truly desired was a manual akin to the previous beast manual. Having collected the rewards and preparing to depart, a sudden blue light illuminated him. What was happening? Jiang Chen was startled and prepared to flee. 4th level cleared, 5th level initiated. Challenger has 30 seconds to prepare. If the countdown ends, teleportation will commence. Note: the final level allows only one attempt. Failure will result in the complete closure of the secret realm. Commencing clearance now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Another forced scenario. The last time in the abandoned power plant was similarly abrupt. Why did the final level of the secret realm always arrive so suddenly? As the countdown progressed, the barrier of the 4th level began to dissipate. Jiang Gu succeeded. Lin Yu was taken aback upon witnessing this. He was aware of Jiang Chen's formidable strength, but had not anticipated that he would clear it in one go. This was truly astonishing. Yet, before he could revel in this triumph, his body began to vanish. Moments later, they were teleported outside, colliding with those preparing to enter the secret realm. Lin Yu. What is happening? He stood frozen, perplexed. They had not been at the teleportation gate moments ago. How had they suddenly been transported out? At that moment, someone shouted, "Look, the 4th energy stone has lit up." They all understood what that signified. However, was this not a bit too swift? How long had it been since they cleared the 3rd level? Truly, breaking through was akin to quenching thirst. Did this not make them seem exceedingly weak? Lin Yu, how did you all come out? Where is Jiang Chen? At that moment, Huang Tianming and LV Guodong rushed out from the office. I don't know. I just saw the barrier of the 4th level disappear, and we were immediately teleported out. As for Jiang Chen, he seems to still be within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong and his companion instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This audacious lad truly possesses remarkable courage, daring to breach 3 challenges consecutively. Approaching the entrance of the secret tome, he gazed at the shimmering energy stone that signified the 5th challenge and proclaimed, "Everyone disperse. The 5th challenge has commenced. You shall not have the opportunity to enter." At these words, all present were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen is indeed formidable. Is he intending to directly breach the secret tome? Chapter 120, the 5th challenge. The city defending General Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, he had been transported to a cavern illuminated by a blue energy mineral, which emanated a faint scent of dust. Xiaoqing, be cautious, he advised, surveying his surroundings with utmost vigilance. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar on the cavern walls. Advancing towards it, a magnificent mural unfolded before his eyes. Is this the life of Ding Feng? Jiang Chen scrutinized the mural, which seemingly chronicled a battle between the ancient General Ding Feng of Eastern Wu and the forces of ancient Wei. The 2 opposing factions were depicted at either end of the mural, with a winged dragon soaring above them. Observing closely, Jiang Chen recalled having perused this historical account in books, yet he had never paid attention to the intricate details. Essentially, during one of Wei's assaults on Eastern Wu, a heavy snowfall descended, and General Ding Feng single-handedly defended the city, ultimately leading 3,000 valiant soldiers to annihilate the Wei army. However, the text did not mention that Ding Feng faced a dragon-riding army. How did he achieve such a feat? From the dragon's depiction in the mural, it appeared to be an ancient subspecies known as the frost dragon, a creature of formidable prowess. In contrast, Ding Feng commanded merely a pack of spectral water wolves. The notion of defeating the Wei army with such forces seemed utterly implausible. Could this historical account have been embellished by ancient Wu? At that moment, a loud crash startled Jiang Chen as several energy stones shattered. A luminous barrier emerged, announcing, "The 5th challenge of the snowbound secret realm has commenced." Challenge requirements. The challenger shall assume the role of Eastern Wu, resisting the attacks of Wei for 3 days to achieve a C rating, 5 days for a B rating, and 8 days for an A rating. Note: should the city fall within 3 days, the challenge shall be deemed a failure, and the snowbound secret realm will be permanently sealed. Note: the longer one endures, the greater the rewards. The countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, Jiang Chen felt a brilliant light envelop him, and after a brief moment of dizziness, he slowly opened his eyes to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar locale. What is the meaning of this? He was now situated within an ancient mansion, facing a vast sand table. Regaining his composure, Jiang Chen promptly attempted to summon his beasts. The blue teleportation array glowed, and Xiao Qing and Xiao Hu materialized before him. Relieved, Jiang Chen watched as Xiao Qing sensed the shift in their surroundings and immediately entered a state of alert. Xiao Hu, emulating his elder brother, positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled at the sight. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. General, trouble arises. Scouts report that Hu Zun's army has encamped 3,000 meters outside the city. Observing the ancient soldier kneeling before him, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, grasping the essence of the fifth challenge. It seemed he had been projected into this illusion based on his combat prowess, and he was now assuming the role of the battle commander Ding Feng from a millennium ago. After all, he was still within the secret realm, and its rules likely adhered to the awakening stage. To validate his hypothesis, Jiang Chen inquired, "How many soldiers remain in the city? What is their fighting capability?" The kneeling subordinate replied, reporting to the general, "There are 5,000 elderly and weak, but only 3,000 capable soldiers. Most of the contracted beasts are at the mid-awakening stage. Only your personal guards are at the high awakening stage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Thankfully, it aligned with his assumptions. His forces were all at the awakening stage. This implied that the frost dragon opposing them was at most of extraordinary caliber. There was still hope. Gather the basic information of all soldiers and the details of their contracted beasts before dawn. "I have great plans," Jiang Chen declared. Given the opportunity, he would not squander it. Though he was not well versed in warfare, he was adept at nurturing beasts by enhancing their strength. Even if he ultimately failed to complete the task, holding the fort for 7 to 8 days would not be insurmountable. Understood. Although the subordinate Lu was unaware of Jiang Chen's intentions, he complied nonetheless. Just as he was about to withdraw, Jiang Chen called him back, saying, "Also, send out all remaining scouts to ascertain the enemy's numbers." Though Jiang Chen was not particularly knowledgeable about military strategy, he had received over a decade of education and was a graduate of the prestigious Magic City Academy. He understood the principle of knowing both oneself and the enemy to achieve victory without peril. Yes, after Lu departed, Jiang Chen began to meditate. Despite being in an illusion, he still had the opportunity to cultivate. Jiang Chen found himself pondering the underlying principles of this phenomenon. Meanwhile, an unexpected group appeared on the maritime platform, led by a professor from the southern city who was participating in the secret realm exploration. "Professor Kong, what brings you here?" Huang Tianming, the temporary head of the secret realm, approached the sudden visitors. "Huang Jun, I have naturally come to bring my people to breach the challenge," Professor Kong replied. "Surely you haven't forgotten that when I initially agreed to assist in locating the secret realm, I stated that for the first month, Jiang City would tackle the challenges alone. And after a month, I could bring my team in. This is a contract we signed in black and white." Huang Tianming hesitated, realizing that amidst his overwhelming responsibilities, he had indeed forgotten the agreement between Jiang City and Professor Kong. At that time, he had been uncertain whether Lu Guodong would agree, and once he did, it was too late to nullify the contract. Thus, the matter had remained unresolved. "I apologize, but you have arrived too late. This secret realm has been sealed off." "What do you mean?" Professor Kong furrowed his brow, addressing Huang Tianming coldly. "Are you intending to breach the contract?" "Of course not. What I mean is that this secret realm has reached its final challenge, and someone is currently undertaking it. Everyone has been teleported out, and we cannot enter," Huang Tianming clarified. Upon hearing this, Professor Kong gazed intently at the teleportation portal and found it to be true. How can this be? As a professor from the ancient capital academy, Professor Kong had agreed to assist in the search for the snowbound secret realm due to the scant information about it in ancient texts. He understood that although this secret realm was classified as an awakening stage, with Jiang City's current combat capability, it was implausible for them to breach the challenges independently. It is merely an economically significant city, and its prowess in beast taming battles can only be described as mediocre. How is it possible that someone has remarkably achieved the 5th level within a mere month? What on earth is happening? At that moment, he suddenly recalled the quota that Lu Guodong had sought for Jiang Chen. Could it be his doing? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. As a professor from one of the 12 institutes, he had indeed encountered Jiang Chen, but at that time, he had yet to form a contract with any beast. His strengths lay solely in theoretical knowledge and culinary skills. To him, Jiang Chen epitomized a researcher. Even if he were to contract a beast, it would be implausible for him to attain such strength in such a short span. Who is this individual, truly? Chapter 121, The Assassin. Professor Kong maintained that there was no impossibility, for facts speak louder than words. The final challenge had commenced, and none could ascertain how long they would have to wait. It would be best for you to take your leave. Huang Tianming spoke with a smile. He harbored no favorable sentiments towards those eager to seize resources from Jiang City. The secrets of Jiang City should rightfully remain in the hands of its people. Fear not. I shall be guiding these students in researching the beasts of the deep sea. It may serve as an extracurricular study, and I trust that Commander Huang would not mind. He did not believe that anyone could pass the challenge in one fell swoop. What combat-oriented secret realm did not involve repeated failures before achieving success? Moreover, the students he had brought were all seniors, and this opportunity would allow them to engage in some sparring. Huang Tianming regarded Professor Kong with a frown. This old man was resolute in his decision to stay. However, he found himself unable to refuse. The Lord's office had already solidified the contracts, and expelling him would be against the rules. Furthermore, as the capital of Jiangnan province, Nanshur possessed formidable beast taming capabilities, and facilitating exchanges between Jiang City students and them was not necessarily a bad thing. Since you, Professor Kong, have expressed your intentions, what more can I say? Huang Tianming acquiesced with a smile. He then turned to his subordinates and instructed, someone, please escort Professor Kong and his students to a suitable room. Understood. A soldier from the Shanghai Navy hastened forward. Please, Professor Kong. Thank you. Professor Kong acknowledged Huang Tianming with a slight bow before leading his students away. As he watched Professor Kong depart, Huang Tianming gazed at the shimmering portal to the secret realm, murmuring, Jiang Chen, you must strive to excel. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the wind and snow howled throughout the night, enveloping the entire city. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the east, imparting a modicum of warmth. Jiang Chen had just concluded his training and was meticulously perusing the information recorded by Deputy General Liu. According to the records, there remained 3,050 soldiers in the city. Among them, 2,500 were infantrymen wielding water turtle beasts, predominantly at the 4th to 5th awakening stages. The remaining 500 comprised a cavalry unit of ghost water giant wolves mixed with fire sparrows, awakening at the 6th to 7th stages, alongside 50 elite guards bound to ice-armored beasts, all at the 8th awakening stage. Perusing the information in his hands, Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. No wonder Dong Wu had assigned Ding Feng to defend the city. His forces were primarily defensive, with only 500 wolf riders possessing offensive capabilities, rendering any attack futile. Water turtle beasts were also present in modern times. Their advantages lay in their astonishing defense and remarkable endurance, yet regrettably, they possessed only these two merits. Thus, they were typically employed at ports for transporting goods. Jiang Chen closed the book containing the records and stepped out of his quarters, intending to assess the situation of his subordinates before devising a plan. It was indeed too challenging to indulge in idle thoughts at this juncture. He summoned the cold-edged tiger demon. Although its level was still low, it could serve as a temporary mount without issue. Moreover, despite its somewhat playful demeanor, its striking appearance was undeniable. In his past life, it would have ranked at least among the high-end models, akin to a Lamborghini. Are you heading out, General? On his way, Jiang Chen encountered Deputy General Liu, who addressed him. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to take your personal guards with you. Yesterday, when you ordered the city gates closed, the inspections were not stringent enough, leaving the possibility for spies from the Wei Kingdom to masquerade as refugees and infiltrate Xuanwu City. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the former general had adopted a benevolent approach towards the populace. It was audacious to recruit refugees at such a time. Just then, a troubling thought struck him. He inquired, Deputy General Liu, how much food and spiritual materials remain in Xuanwu City? He realized that he had overlooked something crucial yesterday, and this was it. In reply, General, if you had not taken in those 1,000 refugees yesterday, we could have sustained ourselves for 6 more days. Now, we have at most 3. Damn it. Jiang Chen cursed internally, realizing that the builder of this secret realm had dug such a deep pit for him. No wonder enduring for 3 days would only yield a C rating. The reason was now clear. To achieve a higher score, it seemed impossible to simply hold the fort without venturing out. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen instructed Deputy General Liu, take 10 personal guards and accompany me to the military camp and the granary. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen departed his residence, accompanied by a contingent of personal guards mounted on ice-armored beasts. The ice-armored beasts were silver-tiered creatures resembling armored dragons, their bodies enveloped in icy armor. Surrounding the ice armor were sharp ice spikes, and their tails ended with a mace-like ice ball. Their combat and defensive prowess ranked among the elite of silver-tier beasts, though their endurance and speed were regrettably lacking. As they traversed the streets, every door remained tightly shut. With each few steps, they encountered several destitute refugees huddled on the steps of others' homes, shivering in the cold. The entire street exuded an air of solemnity that precluded battle. Although Jiang Chen understood that these were mere illusions, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, for these historical events were indeed rooted in reality. At that moment, several black-feathered eagles suddenly appeared behind a group of refugees on the steps, charging towards Jiang Chen. Die! Jiang Chen gasped in shock. Though he had suspected that there might be assassins among the refugees, he had not anticipated encountering them after walking only a few hundred meters. The speed of the black-feathered eagles was astonishing. Jiang Chen's personal guards were unable to react in time. General, just as they thought Jiang Chen was about to be assassinated, a brilliant flash of yellow leaped from his shoulder. It was none other than Little Qing. It instantly shed its concealed state, crackling with lightning as it unleashed a discharge. For bolts of electricity shot forth towards the black-feathered eagles. Confronted with the sudden appearance of the leaf-green snake, the eagles had no chance to evade, crashing directly into the bolts of lightning. With a series of anguished cries, they plummeted to the ground. Witnessing this, the four assassins immediately drew small knives, intending to end their own lives. Thinking of dying so easily, Jiang Chen had regained his composure and, upon spotting the assassins attempting to take their own lives, promptly commanded, "Little Qing, intercept them, leave no survivors." Little Qing obeyed without hesitation, unleashing a wave of electromagnetic energy. After training in the unique magnetic field of the abandoned power plant, it had mastered the ability to manipulate electromagnetic forces, executing its moves with remarkable speed and directly hitting the assassins. Instantly, they began to convulse. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, ordered his subordinates behind him, "Seize them at once, strip them of their garments, and confine them to solitary cells. They must not be afforded any opportunity for self-destruction. Upon my return from the barracks, I shall personally interrogate them." Understood. Subsequently, two loyal guards approached swiftly, binding the intruder tightly. Once the assailants were escorted away, Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Xiao Qing's head. "Well done, Xiao Qing. Upon our return, I shall tailor a personal upgrade package just for you." Yi Qing Shi. Naturally, it understood the implications of Jiang Chen's upgrade package and immediately leaped onto his shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against his cheek. This left the inexperienced Han Feng, Hu Sha, utterly bewildered. Chapter 122. The abilities of the water tortoise within the confines of the secret realm. After Jiang Chen thwarted an assassination attempt, no further incidents arose during the remainder of his journey. Yet, he was acutely aware that this city could not possibly harbor only these four assassins. He remained vigilant against any semblance of complacency. Upon arriving at the military camp, Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings with a degree of satisfaction, as the environment was far from the putrid stench he had envisioned. At that moment, a station soldier approached him promptly. "General, would you like me to inform Commander Wang?" Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I shall enter myself." Accompanied by his guards, he stepped into the barracks. The first sight that greeted him was a burly man clad only in his trousers, accompanied by a colossal water tortoise. He was presently instructing it in the art of the water spray technique. In Jiang Chen's recollection, the water spray skill was the second upgrade of the water gun technique. Reaching an intermediate tier, it was one of the few offensive skills that a water tortoise could learn, yet required 500 military merits for exchange, making its practitioners quite rare within the army. Upon observing this, Jiang Chen was suddenly struck with an idea, his gaze sweeping over the water tortoise. Name, water tortoise, attribute, water, level, awakening level 8, qualification mid-bronze quality, rare skills, iron wall, mobilizes energy to enhance personal defense. Water gun, ejects a column of water from its mouth to inflict damage upon foes. White mist, utilizes body moisture to create a white mist, obscuring enemies' vision. Water spray, channels internal energy to unleash a substantial barrage of highly aggressive water, performing a group attack. Quagmire, creates a muddy terrain on the ground, slowing down adversaries. Exclusive trait, steady stream armor. The shell possesses the capability to store water, forming a water membrane upon receiving attacks to deflect enemy strikes. A water tortoise of rare quality, having reached awakening level 8, was nearing the pinnacle of its potential. This individual must be the commander of the Xuanwu army. Gazing at its skill panel, Jiang Chen began to formulate a strategy to counter his enemies. Initially, he contemplated researching the evolution process of the water tortoise. After all, during his university days, he had studied a considerable number of water-type beasts due to regional factors, and turtles constituted a significant category. Even if he aimed to deduce its evolution, it wouldn't consume too many deduction points. However, this plan was swiftly abandoned once Jiang Chen learned that the food supplies in Xuanwu City would only sustain them for 3 days. Evolving a beast was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. Yet, teaching a skill could be achieved in a shorter time frame. With someone to instruct and supplemented by the spiritual food Jiang Chen could produce, mastering a skill within 3 days was not an insurmountable task. General Liu, summon him to me. I have inquiries to make. Yes. General Liu inclined his head slightly and approached Commander Wang. Old Wang, cease your training. The general seeks you. Upon hearing this, Commander Wang immediately halted his actions, turned, and upon seeing Jiang Chen seated upon the Han Feng Husha, he hesitated momentarily. Then hastened to kneel before Jiang Chen. General, I have matters to discuss. Rise and speak. Observing Commander Wang kneeling before him, Jiang Chen gestured for him to stand and began. Commander Wang, if I were to ask you to impart the water spray skill to your subordinate soldiers, how long would it take for them to grasp the basics? Commander Wang appeared momentarily stunned before responding. General, the soldiers of the Xuanwu army, aside from a few 100,000-man commanders, lack sufficient military merits, which is against protocol. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless, given the urgency of the situation. Adhering to protocol was a trivial concern. In extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary measures. Given the current combat strength of the Xuanwu army, how confident are you in defending Xuanwu City? Enough with the hesitations. Answer my questions directly, understood? Moreover, I am the garrison commander of Xuanwu City. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. You need not fear. Commander Wang sighed and replied, in the Xuanwu army, the primary skills trained with the water tortoise are iron wall and water gun. If I were to personally instruct, I could ensure they learn within 5 days. But having everyone master it would be exceedingly difficult. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and replied, I understand. All your training tasks for today are hereby cancelled. Your sole objective now is to ensure that all your subordinate 1,000-man commanders, 100-man commanders, and even the squad leaders grasp the water spray skill within 2 days. During this period, I will provide ample resources. Understood. Commander Wang bowed slightly to Jiang Chen. Given his superior's directive, he could hardly refuse. Now, go attend to your duties. Having concluded his visit to the Xuanwu camp, Jiang Chen did not linger, but proceeded directly to the cavalry camp. Fortunately, it was not far from the Xuanwu camp. And soon he arrived. This camp did not possess as many barracks as the Xuanwu camp. Instead, it featured vast open spaces. The soldiers here were primarily individuals of considerable talent, for training cavalry has historically been no simple task. Upon entering the military camp, Jiang Chen immediately assessed the basic condition of the beasts. In truth, their strength surpassed that of the Xuanwu army, albeit only marginally when numbers were comparable. These Ghostwater giant wolves lacked ranged capabilities, relying solely on their jaws and claws for strength. While they may have been effective in harvesting enemies, relying on them to defeat a frost dragon would be quite a tall order. However, the cavalry camp was not entirely devoid of merit. At least the fire sparrows were cultivated quite well. A few even reached a developmental stage comparable to that of the Qingshan breeding base, standing out as the pride of the cavalry camp. At that moment, light snow began to fall from the sky, and a group of cavalry, cloaked in white robes, rushed towards him from the distance, their faces already flushed from the cold. Jiang Chen frowned and queried, what is the situation? Who permitted you to unleash wolves within the city? The lead scout immediately knelt before Jiang Chen, saying, General, I acknowledge my error, but I bring urgent news. Speak. Last night, while scouting around Chao's camp, we encountered numerous shadow panthers. At this revelation, Lu Pianjiang beside Jiang Chen instantly paled. Shadow panthers? Has Huzun brought the tiger leopard riders this time? His anxiety was understandable. The tiger leopard riders were renowned within Chao's army, and only a handful of forces could claim victory against them. However, Jiang Chen, upon hearing this news, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Excellent. The tiger leopard riders are formidable. Were it another army, I might lack confidence in our chances of victory. But now, the advantage lies with me. Had it been a commander or even a lord-level tiger leopard rider, he would have undoubtedly fled the city without a second thought. Yet, this was a challenge within the secret realm, and their combat prowess was likely limited to the extraordinary tier. As long as half of the 2,000 water tortoises can master the art of spraying water, Jiang Chen is confident of victory. Those nearby were taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. They were stunned by the news of the tiger and leopard cavalry. Although cavalry units are typically not adept at siege warfare, that is merely the case for ordinary cavalry. The tiger and leopard cavalry, however, is anything but ordinary. Rest assured, I have everything under control. General Liu has instructed to secure the granaries. They must not be vandalized. Additionally, The city guards must remain vigilant. Any sign of movement from the Chao army must be reported to me immediately. I will provide you with a list. And you shall gather all the military and civilians in the city to deliver these materials to the lord of the city. With these 3 commands issued, the entire Xuanwu city sprang into action. Although General Liu harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's chances of victory, Xuanwu city was, after all, his home, and he was determined to do everything in his power. Chapter 123, Water Turtle Potion, Interrogating the Assassin. In the secret realm of Xuanwu city, boxes of water attribute spiritual materials were delivered to the Lord's residence, alongside numerous beast trainers from within Xuanwu city brought in at Jiang Chen's request. This was an unavoidable necessity. The secret realm had projected Jiang Chen into ancient times, and without the aid of advanced technological instruments, it was nearly impossible for him to concoct potions sufficient for 2,000 people single-handedly. Thus, he had to break down the process into a sort of assembly line, allowing these individuals to master different aspects of it. Workstations were set up in the plaza of the Lord's residence, with each person diligently handling the spiritual materials at hand. Jiang Chen, with a grim expression, moved among them, chastising them every few steps. Even though snow continued to fall from the sky, his back was already drenched in sweat. What on earth is wrong with you? Do you not want your hands? I have long stated that gloves are essential when handling the cold water spiritual lotus. Its surface is toxic. And do not think that just because I am not reprimanding you, you are in the clear. Are your eyes blind? Are frost-hardened grass and water cloud grass the same thing? The disparity between these 2 materials is vast, and yet you dare to confuse them? Are the 2 tufts beneath your eyebrows merely for decoration? Jiang Chen's frustration was understandable. Time was of the essence. The clumsiness of these ancient individuals and their tasks was causing issues at every turn. What Jiang Chen aimed to create was a water turtle potion, capable of swiftly replenishing the energy consumed by the beasts while enhancing their control over water attributes. Unlike the subtle influences of spiritual food, potions focus on immediate energy supplementation. Given the current circumstances, if the water tortoises were to learn the skill of spraying water, they required a potent remedy. Prolonged training with spiritual food was no longer sufficient to meet their daily energy needs. Potions were imperative. However, the complexity of potion making far exceeded that of preparing spiritual food. Every step had to be executed flawlessly. Even the slightest error could result in failure. In such an environment, Jiang Chen could do nothing but gradually reinforce their memories. As time ticked away, despite the arduous process, they managed to produce the first batch in the afternoon. 200 vials, each contained within exquisite white jade bottles. Observing these potions, Jiang Chen summoned General Liu, instructing him, "You will personally escort this batch of potions. There are undoubtedly still spies within Xuanwu city, so I will assign you 50 wolf cavalrymen to ensure these potions reach the Xuanwu camp safely. Also, please convey a message to Captain Wang. Do not skimp on resources. Push them to their limits. If any issues arise, contact me immediately. I wish to see the first batch of individuals capable of utilizing the spraying skill within 3 days. Understood?" "Yes." With that, General Liu departed from the Lord's residence, bearing Jiang Chen's orders. After addressing these matters, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and made his way to the dark prison within the residence. Now it was time to deal with the assassins in the city. Entering the underground prison of the Lord's residence, a musty odor assaulted Jiang Chen's senses, accompanied by occasional wails of despair. The guards stationed there immediately approached him. "General." Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly. "Have they confessed?" "Not yet. They are Chao Wei's death warriors, and they are proving remarkably resilient. I have employed all my interrogation methods, yet they refuse to yield. Take me to see. Follow me." The guard led Jiang Chen to the deepest part of the dungeon, where a bloodied figure was crucified, his teeth removed to prevent suicide. His head hung low, barely clinging to life. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as he observed him. Though he was aware this was merely a figment of fantasy, the sight was still somewhat nauseating. However, this was not the time for mercy. He needed to break through the secret realm. Stepping forward, he casually seized a red-hot branding iron and approached the man. "Brother from Chao Wei, what benefits have they bestowed upon you to render you so resolute? Think carefully. You have but one life. If it is lost, you shall have nothing left." The death warrior raised his drooping head and managed a faint smile. "Don't waste your effort. I know nothing." Jiang Chen found a sense of admiration for his tenacity. The methods of training these ancient assassins were undeniably formidable. "You are quite admirable, and I value your strength, but I hope your resolve remains unbroken." He then gestured to the soldiers behind him, whispering something in their ears. The man's face betrayed a flicker of terror upon hearing it. "Proceed." "Understood." The soldier clasped his hands in submission and withdrew. Jiang Chen took a seat, watching silently. This was a method he had hoped to avoid, but he found himself with no other options. Time passed, and eventually, several jailers arrived, carrying a wooden frame carved into the shape of a person and a cage containing a spiny-tailed squirrel. The assassin bound to the cross felt a surge of unease and weakly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Fear not. This is not intended for you. After all, you are in such a fragile state. I cannot allow you to perish." Just then, another assassin was brought in, tightly bound. "Put him inside." "Yes." The jailer nodded. Inside, they placed the assassin into the wooden frame. Jiang Chen then took the spiny-tailed squirrel from the jailer's hands, addressing the two prisoners. "You may not be aware of what this beast is. Allow me to enlighten you. This is a spiny-tailed squirrel. It possesses little offensive capability and has poor eyesight. They thrive in the soil. Tell me, if we were to place them together, would they not burrow into your bellies?" The two assassins gazed at the palm-sized creature, their faces revealing traces of horror as images flooded their minds, causing their bodies to instinctively tremble. "You are a demon. I am not. You are the ones who have incited the war's demons. I offer you one last opportunity. How many people did you prepare this time? Who is the contract holder for the Frost Dragon? And how many of your kind remain in Xuanwu City?" As Jiang Chen spoke, the two fell silent once more. "Very well, you are indeed men of honor." Jiang Chen, feeling exasperated, promptly ordered, "Throw the spiny-tailed squirrel inside, and hold his head so he can witness his brother as suffering." "Understood." Jiang Chen then made his way toward the exit, unwilling to witness such a cruel scene. As he reached the wooden frame, he paused, addressing the brother, "As long as you are willing to speak, the one being punished shall not be you." Think carefully. After uttering those words, he immediately waited outside the door. As Jiang Chen departed from the prison cell, a chorus of cries erupted from within. "Ah, no." Jiang Chen frowned, his fists clenched tightly. He had never imagined that one day he would encounter the very things he had seen during his aimless wandering. He truly would make use of them. Chapter 124, The Intelligence Obtained. Outside the secret realm, the senior students had not diminished in number due to the closure of the secret realm's gate. On the contrary, the arrival of individuals from Nan City had only increased their ranks. Gradually, this maritime platform transformed into a communication nexus between two cities, with beast battles occurring at all hours. Yet, the beast tamers from Jiang City found themselves at a disadvantage, consistently suppressed by those from Nan City. At that moment, a battle was underway, surrounded by a throng of spectators, including several high-ranking individuals on the platform. "Linyu, what do you think are the odds of Chengkai winning?" Xiao Xinyan inquired, observing the two combatants on the field. Upon hearing this, Linyu furrowed his brow and replied, "The beast tamer from Nan City, known as Sherpatian, is an early awakener, with his initial beast being a silver-tier earth and stone man. I heard about him while in Nan City. He is a student at the affiliated high school of the ancient capital university, having broken through to the 9th level of awakening in his sophomore year. He ranks among the top 10 in the Nan City Beast Tamer examination, a formidable opponent. While Chengkai's little blazing dragon lizard boasts high quality, dragon-type beasts are notoriously slow to mature, and in a direct confrontation, its power is not significantly greater than that of my fighting eagle. Moreover, my eagle can fly, so in a real fight, it would hardly be a match for me." Xiao Xinyan's lips twitched in exasperation as he retorted, "So, all that rambling was just a roundabout way of boasting about yourself?" "I merely stated the facts," Linyu continued. "I am unaware if Chengkai has any specialized training methods for his little blazing dragon lizard, but the Earth and Stone Man, as the Stone family's exclusive beast, certainly possesses such techniques." As the battle loomed, Sherpatian regarded the little blazing dragon lizard with a hint of surprise on his face. "Truly worthy of Jiang Yi. Your initial beast is a dragon type, indeed impressive. However, I wonder if your beast's abilities are equally commendable." Chengkai's expression turned cold at his words. Recently, he had heard tales of a group of unwelcome guests arriving at the maritime platform, their arrogance palpable. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. "If you wish to ascertain my strength, then let us see." Little blazing dragon lizard, Tier Claw. With Chengkai's command, the little blazing dragon lizard let out a fierce roar. Roar. Its legs propelled it forward, claws shimmering with a metallic glint. It descended upon the Earth and Stone Man with a formidable strike. "Earth and Stone Man," Sherpatian exclaimed in astonishment. The little blazing dragon lizard, seizing the moment, continued its assault. Dragon breath. An energy coalesced at its maw. However, at that moment, a smirk crept across Sherpatian's face as he declared, "Earth and Stone Man, entomb." The earthen material on the Stone Man began to fall away under the assault of the dragon breath, revealing a surface as dark as obsidian beneath. The little blazing dragon lizard's attack, astonishingly, inflicted no harm whatsoever. In the next instant, the Earth and Stone Man gathered energy, its arms swinging like hammers, sending the little blazing dragon lizard flying. A deluge of soil appeared from nowhere, burying it completely. The The sudden turn of events left all the spectators from Jiang City wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? Such a powerful skill had no effect on that beast. Was it some kind of monster? None could fathom the reality unfolding before them. Only those knowledgeable could discern the disparity between the two combatants. Sparrow was indeed a prodigy, having mastered the stone family's rock skin technique to the obsidian stage at such a young age. It was true that the little blazing dragon lizard was strong among its peers, boasting commendable attack and speed. However, its abilities were too balanced. And without finding a suitable path, the 12 courtyards would be its limit. Listening to the surrounding conversations, Huang Tianming's expression darkened as he silently cursed the Jiang City Education Bureau. Sparrow was already among the elite on the platform, and with his victory, there would be no one left to restrain these individuals from Nan City. At that moment, Sparrow looked at the buried little blazing dragon lizard and remarked, "A good beast, indeed, but its master is still lacking. If this platform's strongest contender is someone like you, then I must admit, I am rather disappointed." Chen Kai, upon hearing this, stood frozen, his face devoid of color. Had he truly become this weak? The recent arrivals, including Jiang Chen, had utterly shattered his pride. Don't be too smug. Once Jiang Chen emerges from the secret realm, you'll see. At that moment, Xiao Xinyan, witnessing Sharpotion's arrogance, could no longer contain himself and leapt forward to retort. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess firsthand, his level of admiration for him had reached a fanatical level. Jiang Chen. Sharpotion smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. Very well, I shall await his emergence here, to defeat him and then claim your secret realm for myself. How dare you? Xiao Xinyan's anger flared. You're insufferable. Huang Tianming's expression also soured at this. Just then, Professor Kong stepped forward. Apologies, young man. It seems you have become a bit too overzealous. Youthful exuberance, I trust you can understand? I understand, Huang Tianming replied, his fists clenched tightly. They had already crossed the line, trampling over the dignity of Jiang City. Yet, given that this was merely a battle among students, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Was there truly no one on this platform capable of standing up to them? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Jiang Chen stood outside the prison cell as a guard approached him, stating, "The general's death warriors could not withstand the pressure. They have all confessed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded, having anticipated such an outcome. It was a dual blow, both psychological and physiological. Witnessing others suffer at his hands while knowing he would endure similar fates was simply unbearable. Death warriors may fear not death, but certain experiences were worse than death itself. Jiang Chen turned back towards the prison cell. At that moment, the wooden apparatus was soaked in blood, the formerly wooden container now exuding an alluring crimson hue. The man had been tortured beyond recognition, clinging to life by a thread. Jiang Chen walked past him, adopting a facade of cold indifference as he inquired, "Are you willing to speak now? Had you known it would come to this, why not confess from the start? Share with me all that you know." The assassin, suspended on the crucifix, gazed at Jiang Chen with a ghastly expression, his eyes filled with terror. The previous scene had been utterly grotesque. Could such a punishment even be conceived by human minds? In his eyes, Jiang Chen was nothing short of a demon. "I shall speak. This time, General Hu Chiu has brought the tiger and leopard riders, a total of 500 men, while the rest are mere rookies without combat experience. However, to ensure absolute certainty, he has summoned the direct descendants of the Xiahou family. That frost dragon is his, an extraordinary first-tier beast. As for the assassins infiltrating Xuanwu City, there is only a single squad. With the revelation of this first piece of information, his psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He divulged all the information he possessed without reservation. After a brief interval of several minutes, Jiang Chen emerged from the dungeon, clutching the list he had obtained. As for the assassins, he had granted them their release. Chapter 125, The Siege, Annihilation. The moment Jiang Chen left the prison, he conveyed the intelligence extracted from the assassins to his loyal guards. They represented the most elite forces within Xuanwu City at that moment. The assassins infiltrating the city stood no chance against them, under the sudden onslaught from Jiang Chen's guards. They were swiftly apprehended. Just as Jiang Chen began to relax, a soldier stationed at the city walls hurried into the Lord's residence, collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, "General, it's bad. The Chao army has commenced the siege." Jiang Chen's expression instantly transformed. "Are you certain? A siege? Has it truly been only a day? Is the Chao army so impatient as to disregard Xuanwu City entirely? Indeed. They have arrived at the city gates with the tiger and leopard cavalry and a battalion of infantry, shouting commands. "Take me to see," Jiang Chen replied grimly, instructing his men to don his armor before heading toward the city walls. Upon reaching the battlements, he gazed out at a scene resembling a dark cloud looming over the city. The ground below was densely populated, reminiscent of a train station during a national holiday. albeit with a distinct sense of order. It was evident that this was a seasoned troop, forged through countless battles, exuding an overwhelming aura alongside the shadowy leopards beneath them. The leading commander, upon spotting Jiang Chen, immediately bellowed, "At last, the rat from Jiangdong dares to show himself. I grant you 30 minutes to open the gates and welcome General Chao's army into the city. I can guarantee the safety of your military and civilians. Should you refuse, when my tiger and leopard cavalry breach the city, it will run red with blood." Jiang Chen's brow furrowed deeply, for the first time. He felt the harsh reality of the battlefield. The atmosphere was thick with an aura of death. His gaze fixated on the shadowy leopard beneath the commander. Name, Shadow Leopard. Attribute, Dark Wind. Level, Extraordinary Level 1. Quality, Silver Initial Stage. Potential, Rare. Skills, Shadow Dash, an instantaneous burst of speed, doubling velocity within 5 seconds. Wind Claw Rend. Swings claws imbued with wind blades, inflicting bleeding effects. Enhanced Vision. Concentrates mental energy in the eyes, slowing the perception of enemy movements. Shadow Sphere. Gathers energy in the air, subsequently launching a dark energy sphere capable of inflicting massive damage, with a chance to reduce the enemy's defenses. Exclusive Trait. Shadow Rider. Establishes a mental connection with the Beast Master, allowing for unspoken tactical execution. Jiang Chen then cast his gaze towards the infantry regiment trailing behind the tiger and leopard cavalry. They were a type of combat beast known as Muscle Bull, possessing only a mid-level bronze quality, roughly equivalent in level to the water turtle soldiers of the Xuanwu camp, with some even being slightly weaker, though exhibiting greater aggression. Upon this realization, Jiang Chen felt an immediate sense of relief. The 500 tiger and leopard cavalry certainly constituted a formidable force. The Shadow Leopard's Shadow Rider trait assured their superiority among cavalry units. Yet, Jiang Chen was not overly concerned about their ability to breach the city in the short term. His sole apprehension lay with the Frost Dragon, yet to make its appearance, which posed the most significant threat. However, passivity was not in his nature. He needed to proactively buy more time for Xuanwu City. Jiang Chen turned to the soldiers beside him and commanded, "Hang the captured assassins on the city walls." The soldier, taken aback by the order, thought, "Isn't this merely provoking them? Does he not fear they will attack the city directly?" Yet, with the commander issuing such orders, he dared not disobey. He swiftly descended the wall and brought the assassins up, hanging them as Jiang Chen instructed. "Apologies, but the concept of surrender has never existed in my lexicon. Perhaps your scouts might benefit from employing more cunning individuals. These brutes are ill-suited for the role of assassins." Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's actions of displaying his captured subordinates on the walls, the tiger and leopard cavalry were instantly consumed by rage, their eyes ablaze. To them, this was an egregious affront. "Very well, Jiang Chen, you are courting death," they roared. "Attack." With that, the commander mounted his shadow leopard and charged forward, leading the tiger and leopard cavalry toward Xuanwu City, dismissing Jiang Chen entirely. In his eyes, the Eastern Wu was merely a collection of insignificant rats. As the tiger and leopard cavalry charged at Xuanwu City, the soldiers atop the walls tightened their grips on their spears, summoning their combat beasts, their hearts filled with dread. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. This was precisely his intention. He fixed his gaze on the commander. As the enemy approached within 50 meters of the city, Jiang Chen swiftly commanded Shao Qing, "Thousand Bird Strangle." This was a combined technique he had learned from the Crazy Snake Dojo, now effectively wielded by Shao Qing. It leapt from Jiang Chen's shoulder, transforming into its true form, emitting arcs of lightning from its scales. With a sudden surge of speed, it charged toward the commander of the tiger and leopard cavalry, reaching him almost instantaneously. The shadow leopard attempted to break and evade, but it was already too late. Both the commander and the beast were ensnared by Shao Qing. In the next moment, thunder erupted, accompanied by the cries of anguished beings. "Ah!" Roar. Both man and beast let out desperate howls, striving to break free. Had they not been in the realm of simulation, it might have been possible, but here, they lacked the necessary strength. This was a combination skill. Under Shao Qing's assault, they were swiftly reduced to a mere puddle of mush, before transforming once more into a bolt of lightning, returning to the city walls. It stood atop the battlements, surveying the enemy from a position of superiority, filled with an overwhelming sense of triumph. The beast's level naturally ascended, reaching awakening level 8. Jiang Chen, initially surprised, quickly regained his composure. Shao Qing had consumed ample resources and had never ceased its training. Thus, the elevation in rank was not unexpected. What astonished him was that this creature's evolution had been spurred by the thrill of public recognition. Truly, a self-important being. With the commander's demise, the tiger and leopard cavalry instantly lost their composure, descending into chaos. It wasn't until a vice commander stepped forth that order was restored, but by then, with the commander dead, the siege was rendered impossible. He swiftly gathered the fallen body and commanded a retreat. As they beheld the retreating Chao army, the defenders atop the city walls emerged from their stupor. Did we win? Moments later, their eyes turned fervent as they gazed upon Jiang Chen. The ancient military accolades of first to scale, break through, slay the general, and seize the flag, Jiang Chen had accomplished the feat of slaying the general in but a second. What sort of power was this? They were unaware that this was merely a figment of imagination. In their eyes, it was a tangible reality. After a brief silence, they erupted into cheers for Jiang Chen. Invincible general! Invincible general! Invincible general! Listening to the multitude calling his name, Jiang Chen was instantly enveloped in a wave of exhilaration. This sensation was undeniably delightful. Yet, he did not indulge in it. Instead, he addressed them. All right. We have yet to secure victory in this battle. The forthcoming skirmishes will be pivotal. You must hasten your mastery of the water spray technique. Chapter 126. Encirclement without assault. The final confrontation begins. In the snowy realm, within the encampment of the Chao army, a resounding crack echoed. The jade wine cup before the vice commander of the tiger and leopard cavalry shattered into fine dust, its splintered fragments leaving multiple gashes upon his battle armor. Seated at the head of the table, Hu Qiu's eyes blazed crimson, while the formidable Blackwater bison beside him exuded an overwhelming pressure, forcing the vice commander to bow his head even lower. I require you to merely feign an attack for reconnaissance. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation for why Ziyu perished on this mission. He grasped the vice commander's collar, his iron armor yielding 5 deep finger impressions. Hu Qiu's desire to slay the man before him surged. Chao Ziyu had come to earn military merit, yet now he lay dead. Even if Hu Qiu succeeded in capturing Xuanwu City, the spoils would likely be meager. Report to the general, it is indeed due to the enemy's cunning. They hung our men upon the city walls, prompting General Ziyu to impulsively assault the fortress. Furthermore, he was slain without any chance for resistance. Hu Qiu paused momentarily, then spoke. Ziyu's black shadow leopard is indeed extraordinary. Could that assailant also possess exceptional prowess? Given the displayed strength of his beast, this possibility is significant, and he may even surpass it. Get out of here, and calm the tiger and leopard cavalry. If any issues arise, you know the consequences. The vice commander, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, quickly responded, Thank you, General, before promptly retreating. Once he left, Hu Qiu turned to Xiahou Yan and inquired, Lieutenant, with your strength, do you have confidence in subduing the city's defending general? The temperature within the tent plummeted, and frost formed upon the wine vessel in Xiahou Yan's grasp. He gulped it down and replied, Though the black shadow leopard has entered the extraordinary realm, its strength relies on elixirs. Its skill level merely matches that of an awakened state. My frost dragon could easily vanquish it. Leave that individual to me. You need not concern yourselves. Such bravado, Lord Lieutenant. At that moment, an individual clad in a black robe seated himself, a cold sneer emanating from beneath the fabric, reminiscent of metal scraping. The defending general could slay Chao Ziyu in an instant. Are you certain your frost dragon is not destined to meet a similar fate? You seek death, do you? Xiahou Yan's expression turned icy. He had never held this person in high regard, and now he dared to mock him. He prepared to retaliate. Lieutenant, Hu Qiu swiftly intervened, then addressed the cloaked figure. May I inquire what plan you propose? Please share your thoughts. You are overthinking this. Xuanwu City is ultimately a mere small fortress. According to reports from our spies, the food supplies within the city will not last many days. We need only encircle without assaulting, and a mutiny will inevitably ensue within Xuanwu City. Xiahou Yan scoffed. Indeed, an outsider, your courage is lacking. Do you require such tactics against these Eastern Wu rodents? Humph, the last person who thought this way is currently lying in repose. If you were to assault the city now, you might still catch up. You are courting death. Enough, Lieutenant. Let us proceed as he suggests. Our mission is solely to capture Xuanwu Pass, and achieving this without casualties would be ideal. Life holds greater value than all else. I understand. Although Xiahou Yan felt some discontent, he was not the commander for this operation and had no choice but to comply. Hu Qiu smashed a bronze table with a single strike, then turned to the faintly visible city walls shrouded in snow, gritting his teeth as he declared, Relay orders to the 3 armies. Encircle Xuanwu City, as if it were a fortified barrel. When those Eastern Wu vermin prepare for a desperate struggle, I shall personally extract the bones of their defending general, piece by piece. For the next 2 days, the Chao army encircled without attacking, occasionally shouting from below the city. Initially, Jiang Chen would ascend the walls, but upon realizing their actions were mere theatrics, he ceased and devoted himself entirely to the crafting of the water tortoise potion. On the night of the 3rd day, heavy snow began to fall, blanketing the ground in white. After several days of intense cultivation, the food and spiritual materials within Xuanwu City had been completely exhausted. Fully equipped, Jiang Chen stood in the city lord's manor, surrounded by the high-ranking officials of Xuanwu City, all bearing grave expressions. They understood this day marked the final confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen addressed Captain Wang. Old Wang, what is the current situation in the Xuanwu camp? Please provide an overview. Captain Wang, with a serious countenance and an air of solemnity, replied, reporting to the general. The Xuanwu camp currently houses 2,500 men, with 1,003 water tortoises having learned the water spray technique, while the others have also mastered it to a proficient level. Jiang Chen nodded. Achieving such a feat in 3 days was commendable, given their inherent capabilities. Moreover, these beasts should suffice for Jiang Chen to execute his plan. Well done, your efforts are appreciated. With that, Jiang Chen retrieved half of a tiger talisman from his robe and handed it to Captain Wang. Wang Jin, take command. Immediately lead all of Xuanwu's forces to circumvent and establish a position 5 kilometers away at Skeleton Slope. Understood. Captain Wang accepted the talisman and promptly departed. Once he was gone, Jiang Chen proceeded to the cavalry camp. Observing the fully equipped Phantom Water Wolf cavalry, a slight smile graced his lips as he spoke. Are you all afraid? No. Enough with the nonsense. If you fear, I too am afraid. I fear what will transpire if our mission fails, and what fate awaits us in Xuanwu City. But we have no choice but to advance. For the food within Xuanwu City has run out. If we do not take the initiative, only death lies ahead. This mission you are undertaking is the most perilous, far more so than that of the Xuanwu camp. If any of you wish to leave, I will not force you. Jiang Chen gazed into the faces of each individual, uncertain why he felt compelled to share these sentiments with mere phantoms. Perhaps he was simply moved by the atmosphere of unity between the military and the citizenry. He sensed a deep humanity within these individuals, reminiscent of what those who built the secret realm experienced a millennium ago. He yearned for their survival. This is our home. We are willing to advance and retreat alongside the general. Excellent. You are all commendable. The entire army, prepare to depart. Yes. Chapter 127. The Sharpshooter Jiang Chen. Under the cover of the snowy night, Jiang Chen led the Phantom Water Wolf cavalry away from Xuanwu City, vanishing entirely from sight. Throughout the journey, his countenance remained grave. Though he held great confidence in his plan, the battlefield was rife with uncertainties. The scouts of Xuanwu City had gathered primarily superficial intelligence. No one knew if the enemy had concealed any trump cards. He recalled the mural he had seen in the secret realm, hoping to glean additional insights. The scene was grand, filled with colossal dragons, massive wolves, sleek black panthers, and a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Alongside an octopus the size of a person, the information available was scant. All Jiang Chen could ascertain was the presence of a beast resembling an octopus among Chao's forces. However, he did not recognize it, estimating that it had faded into the annals of history during its evolution, thus remaining unrecorded. In that moment, Lu Pian softly remarked, General, we are now less than a kilometer from Chao's camp. What shall we do next? Jiang Chen, regaining his focus, replied. Do you recall what the Chao army did a few days ago? We will do the same and harass them. Bring out the rockets I instructed you to carry. And at my signal, charge forward without concern for the hidden guards. Aim for the easily flammable structures within their camp. Understood? Understood. Subsequently, all the Yushui wolf riders summoned their beasts, checking their gear and preparing for action. Observing this, Jiang Chen also summoned his cold-edged tiger, stepping forth. Over the past 3 days, aside from concocting potions, he had devoted all his energy to training the cavalry. Although they could not yet rival the seasoned warriors, they were sufficiently prepared. Attack! With Jiang Chen's roar, everyone surged forth like arrows released from a bow. The commotion startled the guards patrolling Chao's camp, prompting them to swiftly ascend the watchtower to sound the alarm. However, Jiang Chen spotted them first, drawing his bow and loosing an arrow towards the guard. Possessing the all-knowing eye, he had trained to achieve perfect accuracy, and though he might not match the legendary General Li Guang, he was undoubtedly on par with Lu Bu. The arrow, imbued with oil, soared through the air like a streak of crimson light, striking the guard and sending him plummeting from the high platform. General's marksmanship. Immediately, countless arrows rained down like meteors upon Chao's camp, igniting a fierce inferno. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hu Qiu heard the uproar outside and, half-clad in armor, rushed from his tent. Upon witnessing the blazing camp, he bellowed, Everyone, remain calm. Zhao Tian, organize the men to extinguish the flames. Tiger and leopard cavalry, assemble immediately and prepare to confront the enemy. However, apart from the tiger and leopard cavalry, most present were new recruits, and under such circumstances, they struggled to follow commands. Hu Qiu's face darkened with frustration. Damn it! He then summoned his black water barbarian bull, shouting, "Barbarian bull, summon the rain." This was a high-level skill capable of altering the surrounding environment, demanding a great deal from the beast. Using it would nearly exhaust its energy. If he could, he would have preferred to avoid this tactic, but failure to act might lead to chaos among his own ranks. With the barbarian bull's thunderous roar, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. In an instant, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by snowflakes that coalesced into hailstones. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chao's camp possessed a beast capable of summoning rain, indicating a formidable general was at work. Brothers, retreat. The fact that a general has resorted to summoning rain signifies a significant gain for us. Such a skill is not typically employed by even lord-level beasts. Given the current situation, it must be an awakened tier general, rendering him incapable of further combat tonight. Our harassment has inadvertently diminished their high-tier combat strength. This is indeed an unexpected boon. With that, Jiang Chen turned and led his men away. By the time Chao's forces pursued, they had vanished into the night. Observing the chaotic footprints on the ground, the tiger and leopard cavalry's deputy dared not act rashly, wary of potential ambushes ahead. Ultimately, they retreated back to Chao's camp. At that moment, the flames in Chao's camp had been extinguished, and the centurions were directing their subordinates to clear the debris. Hu Qiu sat in the main tent, his expression grim. I had advised that we simply take down Xuanwu City immediately. Look now, we haven't even encountered the enemy, and we've already suffered such losses. Xiahou Yan, seething with anger, complained to Hu Qiu, his tone rife with disdain for the cloaked figures. Fool! It is evident that the supplies in Xuanwu City are dwindling, prompting them to take the risk of attacking. The cloaked figure cast a disdainful glance at Xiahou Yan and replied, "Based on our initial reconnaissance of Xuanwu City, they possess at most 500 wolf riders. The rest are merely a horde of turtle-mounted meat shields. They have undoubtedly committed all their cavalry this time. In my experience, these individuals will not limit their actions to a single harassment. They will strike again. If we scatter our forces and keep the tiger and leopard cavalry in reserve, we can annihilate them on their next assault. Xuanwu City will then be devoid of any combat capability, making its capture an effortless endeavor. Are you suggesting a feigned retreat?" Hu Qiu furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of this strategy. After a moment, he spoke, "Let it be as you suggest. However, this time we shall all go together. We have already delayed far too long. Yesterday, we received orders from Lord Chao to expedite the capture of Xuanwu City and encircle them in relation to Phoenix City." Understood. Beneath the cloak of night, Jiang Chen stood atop a hill, his azure eyes gleaming with an otherworldly allure. A smile played upon his lips as he surveyed Chao's movements, which lay bare before his gaze. A feigned retreat? They wish to ambush us. It seems they are rather eager. Old Lu, has Wang Jin's contingent taken their positions? He inquired of the deputy at his side. Just received word. They are already in place on Skull Slope, came the reply. Jiang Chen nodded. Excellent. The time has come for a decisive battle. Since Chao's forces wish to encircle and annihilate us, let us grant them that opportunity. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall launch our next assault in 30 minutes. Understood. 30 minutes swiftly passed, and Jiang Chen observed as Chao's army emerged from their camp. Rubbing his weary eyes, he turned to his rested comrades and commanded, "Let us depart." Chapter 127, A Life-and-Death Pursuit, The Might of the Frost Dragon. Jiang Chen had meticulously recorded the positions of all within Chao's camp. This time, he did not assault the main camp, but instead directed a barrage of arrows at the new recruits riding the barbarian bulls. The fiery arrows illuminated the sky, tracing beautiful arcs. The commander of the barbarian bull unit, hiding within the trees, was completely unprepared for Jiang Chen's knowledge of their location. Charge! He swiftly realized that it was too late for them to evade. Their only chance at survival lay in advancing. Yet, even with his urgent commands, many failed to react in time. One by one, the flaming arrows descended, igniting the surrounding pine trees, which quickly spread the fire. Damn it! Hu Qiu's pupils constricted in alarm, and he immediately ordered his men, "Forget about extinguishing the flames. They cannot be put out. Lai Ho, take the tiger and leopard cavalry and pursue them. I will regroup my troops and follow closely. We must not let them escape." It should have been done this way all along. With a fervent spirit that seemed to pierce the heavens, he rose to his feet, and the six-pointed star formation upon his body illuminated brilliantly. In an instant, a 5-meter-tall bipedal dragon materialized, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Tiger and leopard cavalry, charge with me. Jiang Chen gazed at the enormous dragon that soared above, still somewhat in awe. Its entire form was enveloped in shimmering blue scales, its powerful musculature rippling beneath the surface, while bat-like wings extended from its back. It exuded an icy crystalline quality, yet it bore a distinct difference from the modern frost dragons. It resembled an oversized fire-breathing dragon in a Y-shaped evolution. Roar. The frost dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding snow and wind to intensify. Truly, it was a dragon, even under the suppression of the secret realm. The might it displayed was markedly different from other tamed beasts. As Jiang Chen sprinted forward, he observed it closely. Name, Frost Dragon, Ancient Species. Attribute, Ice Dragon. Level, Extraordinary Second Tier, Limit of the Secret Realm. Talent, High Gold Grade. Quality, Rare. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath. Intermediate, Ice Wing Slash. Intermediate, Dragon Claw, Beginner. Extreme Cold Dive, Advanced. Traits, Dragon Might. As a member of the dragon lineage, it possesses unparalleled pride, emitting an aura that can intimidate weaker tamed beasts. Extreme Cold. The essence of ice. The power of ice attribute skills used in battle is enhanced by 50, with a chance to freeze enemies over prolonged combat. Upon examining its attributes, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon indeed possessed an impressive profile. Its level already at the pinnacle of the secret realm tamed beasts. For others, facing such a creature would almost guarantee defeat. However, Jiang Chen was different. Xiaoqin could execute combination techniques. Under the constraints of the secret realm, this dragon should be suppressed, thus lacking combination skills. It was akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth. The augmentation provided by combination techniques was not merely additive, it was multiplicative. This instilled Jiang Chen with the confidence to overcome it. Xiahou Yin pursued relentlessly on the frost dragon, unleashing icy breath from above. Each blast resulted in casualties among Jiang Chen's shadow water wolf riders. Jiang Chen bit his lip, yearning to strike down the colossal lizard in the sky. Yet reason ultimately prevailed. Should he act, his plan would be thwarted. As he dashed forward, Xiahou Yin observed Jiang Chen's frantic retreat with growing satisfaction. Ha! Truly a rat from Jiangdong. Your talent for fleeing is innate. Run faster, but don't die too quickly. I am just beginning to enjoy this. Frost Dragon. Frost Dragon Breath. Another icy breath shot forth, narrowly grazing past Jiang Chen, leaving his shoulder feeling a chilling sting, the impact resulting in severe frostbite. Damn it! Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's injury, Xiaoqin, perched atop his shoulder, narrowed its pupils, releasing a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm directly toward the frost dragon's head. With a resounding crash, a chunk of ice was blasted away from the dragon's skull, causing it to lose balance in the air. Seizing this moment, Jiang Chen urged his companions to hasten toward Skull Slope. The frost dragon regained its composure, and Xiahou Yin, witnessing the awakening of his prized beast, gritted his teeth and declared, I will see you dead. Everyone, increase your speed. Whoever captures the leader first shall be rewarded with a dragon blood fruit. Upon hearing this reward, even the current leader of the tiger and leopard cavalry felt a stir of greed. The dragon blood fruit only flourished in environments inhabited by dragons and required the powdered bones of deceased dragon-type tamed beasts for cultivation. Only the Xiahou family among the Chao army possessed it. Prolonged consumption could grant a tamed beast a chance to transform into a dragon. It was exceedingly precious. A coveted treasure of the Xiahou family, bestowed only for significant military achievements. Clearly, the garrison commander of Xuanwu City had truly provoked him, willing to pay such a price. Charge! The entire force immediately quickened their pace. The tiger and leopard cavalry was indeed a formidable army, now matching the shadow water giant wolves in speed. However, they still outpaced Jiang Chen's group. As he beheld the skull slope looming ahead and the tiger and leopard cavalry closing in behind, Lu Pian steeled himself, turning his wolves around. What are you doing? Jiang Chen felt a jolt of alarm. Lu Pian merely smiled and said, the general must win. He then bellowed, follow me, and charged toward the tiger and leopard cavalry. The cavalry commander, witnessing this, smirked coldly, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No cavalry can triumph in a frontal assault against us. That is the confidence of the tiger and leopard cavalry. Kill them all, leave none alive. Jiang Chen, hearing the sounds of battle behind him, felt his eyes redden, yet he could not halt his advance. Old Lu, I will win. I must. With that, he pressed onward towards Skull Slope. Soon after, the battle behind was resolved, and the pursuit continued. Jiang Chen raced up the slope, finally halting at its midpoint. Xiahou Yin, seeing him stop, confronted him. Why have you ceased your flight? Are you preparing to surrender? Unfortunately for you, there is no escape. Only death awaits. Jiang Chen, seated upon the cold-edged tiger demon, scanned each of them, noting that many in the tiger and leopard cavalry bore a blood-red pouch. In an instant, he understood its significance. Though this was a secret realm, their shared experiences over the days were tangible. They were not machines devoid of emotion. No more running. Take in the surroundings. This is the burial ground I have chosen for you, and the scenery is quite pleasant, is it not? Ha ha! Xiahou Yin erupted in laughter. Then his expression hardened as he spoke. You think you are worthy? Whether I am worthy or not, we shall see, Jiang Chen retorted, raising his voice. Come forth. One by one, fully equipped soldiers from the Xuanwu camp emerged from the surrounding brush, each pair of eyes brimming with lethal intent, as if they yearned to devour the Chao army whole. Chapter 129. Astonishing Encounter. Yiqing Snake vs. Frost Dragon. Xiahou Yin regarded the suddenly appearing Xuanwu army with a cold smile, scoffing. So this is your trump card? You've led me here at the cost of your life. Do you truly believe you can defeat me with these water turtles? Surely you are not that naive. The tiger and leopard cavalry behind Xiahou Yin wore expressions of disdain, for they considered the water-carrying turtles mere fodder for their shadow panthers. Jiang Chen, listening to their taunts, kept a grim countenance and said nothing. He was awaiting the barbarian bull regiment that lingered behind the tiger and leopard cavalry. This strategy could only be employed once. Naturally, he aimed to take down more foes. Kid, I've heard you defeated Chao Ziyu in a single move. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Fight me, if you can win. I will spare your life and even recommend you to join us, Xiahou Yin remarked, eyeing the small serpent on Jiang Chen's shoulder. This was not a concession, but rather a show of confidence. As a cat corners a mouse, it does not immediately devour its prey, but rather toys with it. In the eyes of Xiahou Yin, Jiang Chen was that hapless mouse. At that moment, beneath Xiahou Yin, the frost dragon unleashed a mighty roar, yearning to exact vengeance upon the one who had dared to injure it. A formidable dragon might emanated from its being, more potent than that of the extraordinary beast tamers. With a thunderous roar, the oppressive aura swept through the air like a biting winter gale, seemingly intent on freezing the very atmosphere surrounding it. The water tortoises behind Jiang Chen grew restless under this pressure, their knights straining to maintain control. Little Qing, Jiang Chen whispered to the leaf-green serpent. With a resounding roar, it transformed into a colossal 15-meter serpent, positioning itself protectively in front of Jiang Chen, unleashing its latent might. Although it had yet to manifest true dragon might, its string of victories had allowed it to garner a palpable aura of power. In its eyes, those great dragons were mere flying lizards, as it aspired to evolve into a divine dragon, a notion Jiang Chen had repeatedly reinforced. The two forces clashed, sending ripples of agitation through the awakened beasts nearby. A transforming serpent? Such grand ambition. Xiahou Yin, being a member of the Xiahou family, immediately recognized the current state of Little Qing and was taken aback. The dragon clan was renowned for its physical prowess among beast tamers, and the divine dragon excelled further, mastering elemental energy on top of its formidable physique. If the evolution of ordinary beast tamers was rated as 1, that of the dragon clan was 5, and the divine dragon surpassed even that, reaching a daunting 10. It required meticulous planning from the moment of birth, with even the slightest misstep leading to failure. Each beast that ultimately became a divine dragon represented immense strength. Xiahou Yan's gaze toward Jiang Chen now held an intensified intrigue. Come forth. Let me witness the true capabilities of your serpent. Jiang Chen scoffed and addressed Little Qing. Are you confident in tearing it apart? Roar. The leaf-green serpent nodded eagerly, excitement coursing through it. This was its first encounter with a true dragon, albeit an illusion conjured by the secret realm, yet its prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Should it triumph over this frost dragon, it would signify that it could indeed contend with dragonlings of its rank, validating the efforts of its training. With this thought igniting its fervor, Little Qing longed to crush the dragon before it. Roar! Another thunderous cry erupted as lightning flickered across its form, hinting at the emergence of grass attribute energy. The dual traits of thunderous body and child of the jungle activated simultaneously. The pressure emanating from it was sufficient to subdue the frost dragon's might, startling Xiahou Yin into action. Dragon Claw! Roar! The frost dragon bellowed, flapping its wings and exuding a surge of dragon attribute energy. Unfazed, Little Qing unleashed its lightning energy, swinging its tail to meet the incoming assault. The Thunderstrike tail was initiated. With blue lightning coiling around its tail, it struck with explosive speed. At that moment, the frost dragon's sluggishness became evident. Little Qing's tail strike landed first, propelling the dragon away with tremendous force. Roar! Little Qing let out a victorious cry, but in the next instant, it was left dumbfounded. The frost dragon, seemingly unscathed, rose from the ground, shaking off its dazed state and unleashing an enraged roar at the leaf-green serpent. Jiang Chen was equally astonished. It was clear that dragons were indeed formidable, even as a mere simulation. The physical strength of the frost dragon was beyond the capabilities of ordinary beasts. Had Little Qing's attack been directed at a more typical extraordinary beast, it would have faced severe injury or worse. Yet, the frost dragon remained unharmed, with a hint of strength left. However, if you think this is all I can do, Prepare to meet your demise. Xiao Yan's heart raced with unease. He was aware of the frost dragon's strength, yet the serpent before him had managed to achieve this feat. If it continued to grow, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Wei Kingdom. He could no longer afford to let Jiang Chen live. He must eliminate him while he was still weak. Ice Wing Slash. The frost dragon spread its wings, absorbing the surrounding cold air, and soared skyward. Its already massive wings radiated an intense chill as it dove downwards. Jiang Chen's pupils narrowed. Little Qing, gather your strength and unleash the 1,000-bird strangle. Roar. On the ground, Little Qing glared fiercely at the descending frost dragon, unleashing both elemental energies in a spectacular display. Simultaneously, its size grew once more, emanating arcs of lightning that transformed into a flurry of thunderbirds soaring around it. The frost dragon was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Yet, in that fleeting moment, under the compounded effects of its transformations, Little Qing executed its most powerful move yet, wrapping itself around the frost dragon's body with a fierce grip. Roar. Jiang Chen watched the battlefield, his hands clenched tightly, unwilling to lose focus. At that moment, the thunderbirds roared. Little Qing's form surged forward once more. This time, the frost dragon could no longer withstand the onslaught, releasing a painful howl. Surrounding thunderbirds seemed to gnaw at its flesh, blood beginning to seep from the gaps in Little Qing's form. A cacophony of cracking bones resounded. Moments later, Little Qing released its grip, revealing the frost dragon, now unrecognizable and reduced to a state of utter ruin. Roar, roar. Following Little Qing's triumphant cry, it returned to its normal size. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Chapter 130. A resounding victory. The deluge overwhelms the Chao army. This is impossible. How could a newly transformed serpent defeat a frost dragon? Xiao Yan stared at the mangled remains of the frost dragon, disbelief etched on his face. As blood erupted from his mouth, he half-kneeled on the ground, screaming at the nearby tiger leopard cavalry, "Charge! Go forth and slay him." Yet, the tiger leopard cavalry was paralyzed with fear from the recent battle. After all, they had just witnessed the destruction of a frost dragon. Although the leaf-green serpent had returned to its normal size, its aura remained formidable, even more so after slaying the dragon, crackling with residual electricity. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he observed the tiger leopard cavalry's stunned in action. Move. Did you not hear my command? That beast has already expended much of its strength. It is but a dying ember. Why do you cower here? Do not forget your identities. The leader of the tiger leopard cavalry steeled himself, ready to charge, when a commotion erupted behind them. The barbarian bull brigade of the Chao army was approaching. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Chen immediately adopted a cautious demeanor, fixating his gaze intently upon them. At this moment, each member of the barbarian bull legion was cloaked in soot from the flames, with many bearing injuries. However, the sheer number of adversaries before him left him no room for complacency. Turning to his companion, Yi Qingxi, he inquired, "Is Shaoqing still able to move?" Those close to him were well aware of their own circumstances. Given Shaoqing's current condition, it was utterly implausible for it to engage in another extraordinary level beast mastery. The energy expended in the recent battle had been monumental. Jiang Chen had come to realize that the architect of the secret realm had never intended for challengers to succeed. On both technical and strength fronts, he had performed admirably, having slain 2 extraordinary beasts and incapacitated another. Yet, victory was still not guaranteed. With such difficulty, had another individual attempted to traverse this trial, they would have undoubtedly conceded long ago. Roaring, Shaoqing shook its head to indicate that it was fine. With a brief respite, it could still battle. As it spoke, a green luminescence enveloped its form, showcasing the formidable prowess of the forest child trait, which not only amplified skill potency, but also allowed these creatures, as nature as favored, to gradually recuperate their stamina within the woods. Relieved, Jiang Chen produced some provisions from his pocket and offered them to Shaoqing, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. At this juncture, the 2 teams had converged, and Jiang Chen finally beheld the opposing commander. Alongside him stood a figure clad in a black robe, the voluminous hood obscuring all but a pair of obsidian eyes, rendering his visage invisible. What was happening? Hu Qiu, observing the half-kneeling Xiao Yan, felt a foreboding sensation swell within him. Hu Qiu, kill him. That scoundrel has slain my frost dragon. Xiao Yan exclaimed upon seeing Hu Qiu's arrival. What? Hu Qiu was taken aback, swiftly realizing that the blood-red mass amidst the 2 armies was indeed the corpse of the frost dragon. You mean to say you were unable to best him? Xiao Yan was the strongest asset of his faction, having been groomed from a young age by an illustrious lineage. The frost dragon was a top-tier beast. How could such strength be vanquished by a mere junior from Eastern Wu? At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He could not allow Jiang Chen to escape. Charge! Everyone, 10 silver coins for every enemy slain, and 10 energy crystals for the one who beheads the commander. The promise of lavish rewards piqued the interest of all soldiers, who roared as they mounted their beasts and charged towards Jiang Chen. Unfazed, Jiang Chen had already devised his strategy. As they neared, he bellowed, "Xuanwu army, advance." At his command, the Xuanwu army sprang into action. Wang Jin, at the forefront, directed the water turtle beasts to unleash their water spray abilities. Following suit, the other members of the Xuanwu army executed their commands. Those capable of using the water spray did so, while the others wielded their water guns. The sight of over 2,000 water turtles simultaneously executing their skills was nothing short of spectacular. A colossal wave surged forth, crashing down upon the opponents. Intermediate skill. Hu Qiu was astounded. He had never anticipated that such a collection of low-tier beasts could master intermediate abilities. How had they accomplished this? Had they somehow cheated? No wonder the enemy had lured them to this position. Such an onslaught was inescapable. Retreat to the sides. This was the only course of action that sprang to mind. If the frost dragon were still alive, it might have been able to freeze the wave. But now it was too late. Yet, amidst this crisis, how could they possibly achieve that? Before the wave could reach them, many were trampled by their own beasts in their frantic flight. The air became filled with anguished cries. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not remain idle. Rocks and logs. Throw them down. The soldiers of the Xuanwu army, having prepared in advance, began to hurl everything down. As the tidal waves summoned by the water turtles relentlessly claimed the lives of the Chao army, moments later, few remained on the hillside. Only a handful of the fortunate clung to nearby trees, coughing incessantly. Observing their disarray, someone shouted, "Did we win?" Instantly, everyone grasped the situation. "We won. We have triumphed." Cheers erupted across the entirety of Skeleton Slope. Jiang Chen, too, felt the infectious spirit of jubilation wash over him. His previously taut demeanor relaxing as a smile graced his face. At last, it was over. These past days had truly exhausted him. He scanned the faces of those around him, a sense of gratification swelling within him. He had led them to survival. He then began to await the appearance of the results screen. After a brief moment, he sensed something was amiss. Why had it not appeared yet? Did that mean the challenge of this secret realm was not yet concluded? All personnel, remain vigilant. He promptly commanded the Xuanwu army to cease their celebration, turning his attention to the remaining few atop the hillside. A sinister laughter emanated from a pile of corpses. Ha ha ha. I never expected such a remarkable individual from Little Eastern Wu to exist. How intriguing. The figure in the black robe stood, hoisting Hu Qiu aloft, revealing a towering octopus behind him. At that moment, the hood had been washed away by the sea, unveiling his true countenance. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted in shock. What manner of creature was this? It was a being he had never encountered before, green-skinned, long-eared, with an exceedingly repugnant visage, reminiscent of an oversized goblin. Most troubling was the fact that a blue summoning array flickered in its hand, clearly indicating that the octopus was its beast. Chapter 131 Outsiders? A potent recovery ability. Outsiders! Exclaimed Wang Jin, his eyes widening as he beheld the figure in the black robe. Outsiders? What are they? Jiang Chen paused, turning to Wang Jin for clarification. This genuinely touched upon his area of ignorance. During his time at the Magic City Academy, he had not yet awakened his beast space, and thus had never entered a secret realm, leaving him utterly unaware of what this goblin-like entity was. However, the fact that it could contract beasts was decidedly abnormal. At least in his understanding, no other species had the capacity to do so aside from humans. Wang Jin began to elucidate. They are outsiders from the rifts in time and space, having previously appeared within Eastern Wu. Their strength is formidable, possessing a unique ability to restore the stamina of their beasts. Initially, they captured numerous cities, but were eventually expelled by the Grand Commander. I never imagined that an outsider would be present among the Chao army. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. His mind was in disarray. Rifts in time and space. Were they secret realms, or something entirely different? Moreover, were these so-called outsiders akin to extraterrestrials? Did they exist in the modern world? If they did, was the secret realm guarded by his parents truly an authentic secret realm, or merely this so-called rift in time and space? Just then, the green-skinned creature revealed a sinister grin. Extending his right hand, he instantaneously transformed a corpse of the Chao army into a desiccated shell, before addressing Hu Qiu. Summon your beast. Hu Qiu, gritting his teeth, retorted, I have warned you not to lay a hand on my men. I fail to comprehend the workings of your human minds. Even when facing death, you still concern yourselves with such trivialities. I have long stated that our kind is merely fodder. If you do not summon your beast, I wonder how you will explain this failure upon your return. With a sullen expression, Hu Qiu ultimately relented and summoned his black water bowl. Despite having rested for a while, Its exhausted energy had not fully replenished, and it collapsed weakly upon emerging. What a duplicitous creature, the green-skinned being scoffed, extending his left hand as a surge of beast-controlling energy emanated from it, channeling entirely into the black water bowl. Instantly, the creature regained its vigor. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted at this sight, preparing for battle. With Yi Qing's snake still not recovered, his strongest allies were merely Wang Jin and the cavalry officer of the Ghost Water Wolves. Yet, they were undoubtedly no match for the two extraordinary beasts before him. Name, Black Water Bull. Attribute, Water, Combat. Level, Extraordinary First Tier. Quality, Mid-Level Silver. Potential, Rare. Skills, Rain Calling, Advanced. Wave Breaking Fist, Intermediate. Water Cannon Strike, Intermediate. Foam Ray, Beginner. Exclusive trait, Frenzied Charge. When health falls below 50, enters a frenzied state, increasing attack power and movement speed by 30, while decreasing defense by 15. Name, Abyssal Eye Octopus. Attribute, Water. Level, Extraordinary First Tier. Quality, Low-Level Silver. Potential, Rare. Skills, Regeneration, Intermediate. High-Pressure Water Blade, Intermediate. Frenzied Strikes, Beginner. Binding, Beginner. Exclusive trait, 8-Arm Synchronicity. Extremely agile thought, capable of controlling all 8 arms to execute different commands simultaneously, multitasking with singular focus. The strength of these two beasts was slightly inferior to the Frost Dragon, yet superior to the Shadow Leopard that Jiang Chen had effortlessly slain. Furthermore, neither possessed any combination skills. During this time, the green-skinned figure continued to absorb the beast energies from the nearby corpses, replenishing the remaining soldiers' stamina. Realizing this could not continue, Jiang Chen understood the need to intervene. This green-skinned creature was essentially a moving blood bank, and it was uncertain whether there were any limitations to its ability. If not, this extraterrestrial entity was truly terrifying. He immediately commanded the Ghost Water Wolf cavalry officer, stop him. With the recent expenditure by the Water Tortoise, they had no choice but to rely on them. Yes, Ghost Water Wolves, charge. Having not been able to contribute in the previous battle, they had pin-up aggression ready to unleash. Fully armed, they were no match for the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Surely a band of weary remnants would suffice. A resounding wolf howl erupted as they surged forward. Block them. The green-skinned being said darkly to Hu Qiu. I understand, Hu Qiu nodded, ordering the recovered soldiers to form ranks to meet the enemy. Bull, Water Cannon Strike. Mu. The Black Water Bull stood resolutely at the front of the ranks, unleashing thick columns of water from its mouth, obstructing the advance of the Ghost Water Wolves. The cavalry officer realized they could not withstand such an onslaught, and commanded the wolves to charge at full speed. Madman, Hu Qiu snorted coldly. All forces engage. Bull, Wave-Breaking Fist. The wolf cavalry officer, gritting his teeth, maneuvered the Ghost Water Giant Wolf forward to intercept Hu Qiu. The clash of fist against claw produced a thunderous sound, yet the Black Water Bull, being an extraordinary beast, sent the Ghost Water Giant Wolf flying after mere seconds of resistance. Blood spilled forth. Foolhardy, Hu Qiu scoffed. The wolf cavalry officer smirked despite the pain in his ribs. Not so fast. The Ghost Water Wolves split into two teams. One engaged the mixed army blocking their path, while the other surged directly towards the green-skinned figure. In close quarters, the battle escalated into a primal melee, with both sides exchanging savage blows. The scene was horrifically brutal, yet they successfully impeded the green-skinned creature's actions. However, without the cavalry officer, the wolves stood little chance against the octopus. Nevertheless, they continued to ferociously bite and claw. Damn humans, you are truly relentless, like bothersome flies. The green-skinned being, increasingly irritated by their harassment, commanded, high-pressure water blade, frenzied strikes. The abyssal eye octopus began to wildly flail its arms, unleashing various skills as if fueled by inexhaustible energy. It was a one-sided massacre. Jiang Chen watched through gritted teeth, his hands clenched tightly, yet he was powerless to intervene. With Shaoqing still not recovered, charging into battle in this state would be futile against those two extraordinary beasts. Just then, Wang Jin behind Jiang Chen sprang into action. General, I will take a team to provide support. No, sending you now would be tantamount to seeking death. The wolf cavalry can barely hold on. If we wait for that extraterrestrial to free his hands, all their efforts will be in vain. Rest assured, I will not retreat until your beasts are restored. With that, he called out to the Xuanwu soldiers behind him. Those with energy, charge with me. A group of soldiers mounted on water tortoises charged towards the foe. While the sight may have seemed comical, Jiang Chen's mood was far from lighthearted. They were risking their lives to buy time. It was likely that a millennium ago, they had done the same. Chapter 132, the battle concludes. This was a complete one-sided slaughter. The Xuanwu army, having expended much of their stamina from deploying high-level skills, found themselves at a disadvantage. With the green-skinned being's assistance, The Chao soldiers fought as if they had not exhausted themselves at all. The Xuanwu army had never been their match, and this disparity led to a staggering casualty ratio of 10 to 1. On average, 10 Xuanwu soldiers could take down a single Chao soldier. Yet, despite this, they showed no signs of retreat, resolutely holding their ground to buy Jiang Chen precious time to recover. Wang Jin commanded his water tortoise to engage the abyssal eye octopus, utilizing its formidable defense. It struggled to endure as the octopus's 8 tentacles relentlessly battered its back, causing cracks to appear in its shell. Damn humans, more troublesome than flies. You are no match for me. Do you truly believe this little time you buy will allow your comrades to defeat me? Dream on. As long as life exists, I am invincible. Wang Jin, hearing this, let out a cold laugh and addressed the green-skinned being. Do not make me laugh. If your skills could be used indefinitely, how could you have been driven from Dongwu by the Grand General? You did not prevail then, and you shall not prevail now. The water tortoise, iron wall, roar. The water tortoise's form once again shone with a metallic brilliance, elevating its defenses to their utmost limits. Wang Jin was acutely aware that he was no match for this green-skinned adversary. His sole objective was to impede its movements, preventing it from healing its allies. Stubborn fool. You seek death. Wang Jin's words seemed to strike a nerve with the green-skinned creature, its crimson aura visibly intensifying. Abyssal Eye Octopus, high-pressure water blade. The Abyssal Eye Octopus raised its 2 tentacles high, condensing a formidable surge of water attribute energy. In the next instant, the water blade began to spin at an alarming velocity. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted in shock. This octopus had somehow mastered a mid-level skill to the point of proficiency. Wang Jin, quickly evade. Such a skill is far beyond the capabilities of the water tortoise at this moment. The protective water membrane enveloping it had already been severely depleted from prior battles. Without this safeguard, even a water attribute attack like the high-pressure water blade possessed enough destructive force to obliterate it. Hearing Jiang Chen's urgent warning, Wang Jin remained silent, merely issuing a command to the water tortoise. Water jet. A colossal column of water surged forth to meet the 2 tentacles of the abyssal eye octopus, creating a dramatic splash. Fool, do you believe you can block my attack? The abyssal eye octopus roared defiantly, annihilate it. With that, it swung its tentacles, now armed with water blades, toward the water tortoise. This time, it could not withstand the onslaught. The water column was effortlessly shattered by the tentacles. The abyssal eye octopus lunged at the water tortoise, its 8 tentacles pummeling mercilessly against its shell. Thud, thud, thud. Blood mingled with the splattering water. Endure it. Is your shell not supposed to be sturdy? Speak. Weren't you quite talkative moments ago? Let me assure you, I shall not permit you to perish so easily. I will make you watch as I gradually transform your cherished Xuanwu city into a desolate wasteland. You shall witness whether the grand commander you spoke of will come to your aid. The green-skinned creature taunted Wang Jin relentlessly. At that moment, Xiaoqing unleashed a furious roar. With the aid of the forest child's trait, its stamina had finally replenished, though not to its peak. It was sufficient. A bolt of blue serpentine electricity surged toward the abyssal eye octopus at breakneck speed. The octopus's pupils dilated in alarm as it sensed the potency of the attack and attempted to evade. However, at that instant, the water tortoise clamped down on one of its tentacles. The electric current struck true, producing spectacular results. The electricity coursed through both beasts, causing the abyssal eye octopus to lash out in agony. Yet the water tortoise refused to release its grip, instead biting down even harder. Observing the suffering of the abyssal eye octopus, the green-skinned creature swiftly seized one of its minions, placing its hand atop the hapless creature's head and siphoning away its spiritual energy. It then infused this energy into the abyssal eye octopus. However, Jiang Chen, having closely observed the battle, was prepared for such a maneuver. He gently patted the small tiger beneath him. The cold-blade tiger surged forth with astonishing speed toward the green-skinned creature, while Xiaoqing transformed once again, becoming a massive lightning serpent, shielding Jiang Chen. Any muscle-bound foe that stood in their way was effortlessly dispatched by Xiaoqing's tail. Such valor from the general. Witnessing Jiang Chen's formidable presence, the Xuanwu army's morale soared. Kill. The green-skinned creature, seeing Jiang Chen charging towards it, was struck with terror and immediately cried out to Hu Qiu. Hu Qiu, what are you doing? Come to my aid. At this moment, it was utterly desperate, reduced to calling for help. Incompetent, Hu Qiu muttered under his breath. Yet he could not stand idly by and watch it perish. If it fell, their defeat would merely be a matter of time. Just as he prepared to intervene, a throng of foes obstructed his path. No sooner had he dispatched one group than another emerged, an unending tide of adversaries that drove him to frustration. As Jiang Chen approached, the abyssal eye octopus, in a moment of desperation, severed its own tentacles and launched itself towards Jiang Chen. Yet, Xiaoqing would not allow it to impede Jiang Chen's advance. With a swift, powerful tail swipe, it intercepted the octopus. The two beasts clashed fiercely. The cold-blade tiger pinned the green-skinned creature to the ground, emitting a ferocious roar. Roar! Jiang Chen regarded it with icy disdain, a fishy odor assaulting his nostrils. And he frowned, coldly stating, "Weren't you just so boastful? Show me that arrogance once more." At that moment, the green-skinned creature, confronted by the imposing tiger, was genuinely frightened. "Spare me. I hold value for you. My abilities can aid you. If I join your ranks, you will surely reclaim your territory. Your greatest value to me is your demise." Jiang Chen commanded. "Attack!" Roar! A flurry of ice spikes erupted from the cold-blade tiger's maw, impaling the green-skinned creature like a porcupine, its green blood spilling profusely. With its death, the surrounding beasts that had received its healing seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing one by one, captured by the Xuanwu army. As the last foe was apprehended, the entirety of the Xuanwu army erupted in jubilant cries. Victory! Laughter and tears intertwined as they unleashed their pent-up emotions. Jiang Chen sat atop the cold-blade tiger, with Xiaoqing returning to his side. Their gazes swept across the battlefield, a tumult of indescribable emotions swelling within them. At that moment, the remaining members of the Xuanwu army began to dissipate. Jiang Chen comprehended that this secret realm had come to an end. He watched as familiar faces transformed into ethereal messages before vanishing. Zhao Guden perished in the 236th year of the old calendar during the Battle of Xuanwu City, age 16. Li Ergu perished in the 234th year of the old calendar during the Battle of Xuanwu City, aged 18. Wang Jin perished in the 234th year of the old calendar during the Battle of Xuanwu City, aged 28. Lu Jun perished in the 234th year of the old calendar during the Battle of Xuanwu City, aged 30. As he absorbed this information, Jiang Chen felt a sting in his eyes, finally grasping that those simulated within this secret realm were the souls lost in that fateful battle. A radiant light erupted, and Jiang Chen found himself once more before the mural. Chapter 133. Astonishing Rewards Dual Accomplishment. Within the secret realm, Jiang Chen stood before the mural, his hand caressing its every detail, as if he could glimpse the visages of those depicted within. "It has come to an end." Hiss. Xiaoqing, observing this, licked Jiang Chen's cheek, sharing in his sorrow. During their time in the illusion, it had formed a bond with them and absorbed countless new insights. These were the hard-won experiences of the Xuanwu army over many years of combat. For Xiaoqing, this knowledge proved even more valuable than directly learning skills. Not only it, but Jiang Chen too had gleaned vast amounts of useful information. Aside from some ancient texts, he had committed to memory all the skill training programs available for military merit within the Xuanwu army. Among them, the most precious were two mid-level skills, water jet and enhanced vision. At that moment, the mural before Jiang Chen suddenly transformed, depicting events that unfolded on Skull Hill. Following this, a beam of blue light shot forth from the mural, materializing into a blue screen suspended in midair. Congratulations to Challenger No. 56 for completing the 5th challenge of the Snowy Secret Realm. Hidden mission completed, Annihilation. Challenge rating, SS. Reward upgraded. Rewards obtained, 1 Junior Heart of the Secret Realm, 10 Silver Level Ice Attribute Energy Crystals, and the Dual Cultivation Skill, Dual Proficiency. Jiang Chen felt a tremor in his heart as he beheld these rewards. He had not anticipated that the ultimate prize of a combat-oriented secret realm would be a nurturing skill. Such a skill is quite rare. Beast masters possess beast taming techniques that afford them a measure of self-protection during battles with their beasts. Naturally, nurturers have nurturing skills that enhance the success rate when cultivating their beasts. Jiang Chen's master possessed such nurturing skills, yet at that time, he had not awakened his beast taming talent and could not harness the power of beasts. Thus, he had no opportunity to learn. Initially, he had planned to seek out his master for instruction, but unexpectedly, a foray into a secret realm had yielded such a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen extended his hand to receive the rewards and then turned his gaze to the dual proficiency. Dual proficiency is a nurturing skill derived from the ancient General Dingfeng's capture of an extraterrestrial being, allowing the practitioner to absorb energy with the right hand while channeling meridians with the left hand, enhancing the beast's potential. Note: cannot be learned by those lacking extraordinary talents. Upon reading the description of dual proficiency, Jiang Chen was taken aback. He could somewhat understand the first part of the sentence, which referred to the ability used by the green-skinned entity in his fantasies, absorbing the strength of others to heal his own beast. However, he had never encountered the latter part. If it were indeed realizable, such a skill would surely belong to the quasi-divine tier. How could such a skill be a reward from a junior secret realm? Was it perhaps due to his completion of the hidden mission? Having accepted this unexpected boon, He resolved to learn it first and foremost. Jiang Chen promptly shattered the orb of inheritance for dual proficiency, disregarding the note entirely. He held unwavering confidence in his nurturing talent. As the orb shattered, a deluge of immense information surged into Jiang Chen's mind. He stood frozen in place. Suddenly comprehending the formidable nature of this skill, it was as if it had been tailor-made for him. Jiang Chen had previously harbored concerns that his little green's qualifications might not meet the requirements to metamorphose. With dual proficiency now at his disposal, the issue would be effortlessly resolved by merely channeling its meridians. Moreover, Xiao Yu's injured initial beast now had a chance at recovery. Once he fully assimilated the knowledge acquired, Jiang Chen picked up a cerulean orb, the heart of the secret realm from the snowy secret realm. Following Huani's instructional methods, he infused his beast taming power into it. A rumble echoed in his mind as the entirety of the secret realm's information materialized within his consciousness. It was a resource-rich secret realm, with a platform over the sea outside of it. The gate of the secret realm shimmered with a dazzling light. 5 energy stones pulsating with blue luminescence adorned the frame of the door, sparkling like gemstones, captivating every onlooker's heart. The combatants present were momentarily entranced, allowing their beasts to attack independently while they stood dumbfounded. "We've breached the gate. Quickly summon Commander Huang. Jiang Chen has truly conquered this tidal secret realm." An exuberant soldier from the Tsang High Army shouted. Another individual dashed towards Huang Tianming's office without delay. Yet, not everyone shared in the jubilation. The students from Nan City were far from pleased, particularly the formidable faction led by Sherpatian. Although they relished in overpowering their opponents, their primary objective for this expedition had been the secret realm. With its breach, their journey seemed futile. Is this for real? This group from Jiang City actually managed to breach the secret realm? Is the difficulty level too low? One of Sher Potion's companions boldly remarked. These words ignited fury among Lin Yu and the others who were in celebration. What do you mean by that, you foolish idiot? What do you mean the difficulty is low? This is still a secret realm. Have you even experienced it? Let me tell you, once Jiang Gu emerges, I'll knock you to the ground. Xiao Xinyan, known for his fiery temper, had been tolerating the situation while Jiang Chen was still breaching the gate. But with the secret realm now conquered, he could no longer hold back. He unleashed his wrath. I'm merely speaking the truth. Are you feeling defensive? You know your own strength well enough. A bunch of trash daring to speak in front of me, after losing so many times. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to show my face. Only you, with that red-haired, thick-skinned facade, strutting around on the platform, and you dare to call him Jiang Gu. I can't hold back anymore. Don't try to stop me. Let us settle this in the octagonal cage. If I don't take you down today, I won't bear the surname Xiao. As he spoke, Xiao Xinyan rolled up his sleeves and approached the individual. I may not be able to defeat Sherpatian, but I can surely handle you. Come at me. At that moment, the gate of the secret realm illuminated, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to gaze at the source of the light, where a dapper youth donning gold-rimmed glasses appeared at the threshold. Jiang Gu, you've emerged. Chapter 134, Provocation? Jiang Chen, place your head on the altar. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, Jiang Chen nodded slightly before stepping out of the teleportation array. With his departure, the teleportation gate lost all vitality, and a wave of spatial energy was reclaimed by the heart of the secret realm. With a thunderous crash, the gate collapsed entirely, stirring a cloud of dust. You are Jiang Chen, the one they have been eagerly awaiting? One of Sher Potion's companions scrutinized him with disdain. You don't seem all that impressive. And you are? Jiang Chen inquired, scanning the individual's face and realizing he had never encountered him before. At this moment, Lin Yu interjected, this fool is from Nan City. They only arrived after you entered the final stage. They have injured quite a few of our people over these days. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. So, they had come to Jiang City to seize the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, he might have been inclined to engage in conversation. But now he had matters to discuss with Huang Tianming. The secret realm is mine now. It seems you've made a fruitless journey. I must take my leave. With that, he strode towards Huang Tianming's office with a stern expression. Wait. At that moment, the individual stepped directly in front of Jiang Chen. Are you leaving so soon? Is it that you hold us in such low regard? We have traveled quite a distance, at the very least. We should witness the prowess of Jiang City's top contender. Don't you all agree? Yes. The other Nan City individuals chimed in, instantly causing a ruckus. The battles of recent days had ingrained in their subconscious the belief that this group was incapable. They viewed Jiang Chen's breach of the secret realm as sheer luck. As Jiang Chen gazed at them, a surge of anger welled within him. He had endured numerous trials of bloodshed within the illusions of the secret realm. And though he had not literally shed blood, his aura had transformed significantly. He fixed his gaze upon the individual standing before him and coldly declared, Do you wish to fight me? The 5 words emerged as if summoned from an ice cavern, chilling to the core, causing the listener to shudder involuntarily. Upon regaining his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could he, a resident of Jiang City, be intimidated by someone from a mere southern town? The thought of this would certainly invite mockery from others. With a stiff neck, he defiantly proclaimed, "So what? Are you, a master of the secret realms, afraid? If you're too scared, just admit that my success in the secret realm was merely luck, and your esteemed self won't have to feel awkward." The spectators from the southern city began to shower him with flattery. Hearing his name echoed in the crowd, Wu Fifan felt an inflated sense of grandeur. However, the next moment, Jiang Chen chuckled, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The dual-hand entry technique had significantly augmented his strength. And controlling beasts was not limited to those covered in fur. Many were encased in stone, and without sufficient power, one could not assist them in channeling their energy. Choosing today to challenge me can only be deemed your misfortune. Help, help! Wu Fifan gasped for breath, flailing helplessly in the air. The crowd stood frozen, stunned by Jiang Chen's sudden aggression. Release him. Is this not a bit excessive? At this juncture, Sparrow stepped forward. Having originally intended for Wu Fifan to gauge Jiang Chen's prowess, he was taken aback by Jiang Chen's unpredictable approach, which was a direct assault. And he sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. If he did not intervene soon, Wu Fifan's life could be in jeopardy. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, flinging Sparrow into the crowd. You ought to be thankful this isn't in the secret realm, otherwise, your head would surely adorn the altar of the Xuanwu army. He then turned his head away, casting his gaze towards Sparrow and the earthen stone man beside him. Ah, the stone kin. You appear to possess a slightly greater strength than that boy. Do you wish to engage in a spar with me? Sparrow, undeterred by Jiang Chen's imposing demeanor, recalled his own experiences in the secret realm and his encounters with extraordinary beasts. Indeed, I am eager to witness the true caliber of this realm breaker. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Tianming's voice rang out from the front. Jiang Chen, you truly conquered it. He surged forward with a throng of followers. Jiang Chen, are you unharmed? Allow Uncle Huang to check for injuries. Huang Tianming meticulously examined Jiang Chen's physique. Rest easy, Uncle Huang. I am unscathed. The final trial was merely an illusion. What a relief, Huang Tianming exhaled. He then addressed the crowd. What are you all doing here? Watching a spectacle? Return to your training. Just then, Professor Kong, who stood beside Huang Tianming, interjected, Commander Huang. Do not be so stern. Let the two youths spar. Otherwise, if it ends here, I believe they will be left unsatisfied. He recognized Jiang Chen. Astonished by how much he had grown in just a few months, from someone without awakened beast space to this remarkable state. He too wished to witness Jiang Chen's true capabilities. Let it be in due time. Jiang Chen has just emerged from the secret realm and requires rest. Huang Tianming promptly declined. No need, Uncle Huang. I would rather have a match with them. Otherwise, they will incessantly pester me, which is quite bothersome. Besides, I believe it won't exhaust me too much. Jiang Chen replied. Huang Tianming paused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. When had he become so assertive? In his mind, Jiang Chen would typically refrain from engaging in such provocations. While Sparrow was formidable, he was not yet deemed worthy of Jiang Chen's attention. Perhaps if his older brother were present, it would be a different matter. However, given Jiang Chen's insistence, Huang Tianming felt reluctant to refuse. In truth, he had grown somewhat weary of the southern city dwellers and thought it fitting for Jiang Chen to quell their arrogance. Very well, Huang Tianming bellowed. Everyone, take 10 steps back and clear the area. His commanding voice startled the students present, who promptly complied, creating space for the two combatants. One was a direct descendant of the Sher family from the southern city, and the other had just conquered a primary secret realm. Both were exceptional talents. The crowd buzzed with excitement, as such a clash was a rare spectacle. Even the higher-ups on the maritime platform emerged to witness. Regrettably, LV Guodong had already departed from Magic City Academy due to prior commitments. Had he been present, he would have marveled at Jiang Chen's current prowess. In the arena, Jiang Chen and Sparrow stood poised on opposite sides, encircled by a throng of spectators. Among them were even those tasked with culinary duties. I can't believe how exhilarated I am. This is my first time witnessing Jiang Chen in action. If his cultivated thunder feather butterfly is so formidable, just how powerful must his own beast be? It can't be weak. I've heard the camp leader say that despite Jiang Chen's youth, he is a graduate of Magic City Academy and a master. Many of the spectators were members of the Shanghai army who had watched Jiang Chen grow up, and their faith in him was unwavering. Conversely, the southern city contingent remained silent, particularly Wu Fifan, who glared at Jiang Chen with resentment. Because of Jiang Chen, he not only failed to gain any advantage in the secret realm, but had also suffered a significant loss of face just moments ago. Let us see what you're truly capable of. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and the battle between the two seemed to take on a deeper significance. Jiang Chen summoned his little green companion, which had rested in the beast space prior to their exit from the secret realm. Upon appearing, Little Green surveyed the crowd with a hint of confusion. Hiss. What is going on? Are they celebrating my victory? Jiang Chen chuckled and replied. Some individuals are seeking trouble with us. It seems I must ask for your assistance once more. Upon hearing this, Little Green's crimson eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as it fixed its gaze on the hulking figure Jiang Chen pointed towards. A large, pitch-black creature materialized before its eyes. With newfound confidence, it glided toward the battlefield, assuming a combative stance. Observing the beasts in the arena, Huang Tianming stood at the periphery and declared, friendship comes first. Competition second. This battle should remain lighthearted. Should danger arise, I shall intervene. Now, let the match begin. As Huang Tianming's voice reverberated throughout the arena, silence enveloped the crowd. Their eyes fixated on the two combatants. Both were prodigies, and much could be learned from their exchange. Especially Lin Yu, who understood the strength of the leaf-green snake. Gazing at the now dramatically transformed creature, he murmured, with the enhancements from the secret realm's rewards, just how powerful have you become? On the battlefield, Sherpatian observed the formidable 3-meter-long serpent before him. A beast of lightning attribute? It indeed possesses considerable strength, but alas, it has encountered me, the Yellow Earthstone Man. Let us play in the mud. With that, the Yellow Earthstone Man plunged its hands into the ground, and under the influence of its powers, the steel and concrete platform transformed into a vast swamp. Subsequently, it swung its arms vigorously, scattering mud everywhere. Jiang Chen watched him. Name, Yellow Earthstone Man, Obsidian Skin. Attributes, Earth Rock. Level, Awakening Stage 9. Qualification, Mid-Level Silver. Quality, Rare. Skills. Mud Play. Beginner generates soil on the ground and flings it about, reducing lightning attribute skill damage. Berry. Intermediate creates a large amount of soil to cover the enemy, affecting their speed and causing continuous damage. Arm Hammer. Intermediate swings its powerful arms to inflict tons of damage on the enemy, while reducing its own speed. Harden. Beginner mobilizes energy to harden its body, thereby enhancing defense. Exclusive trait. Land Resonance. Grounded. Increases earth attribute damage by 50% and enhances defense. One must say, as expected of the exclusive beast of the Sher family, its innate traits are indeed commendable. As a beast master, Sherpatian is somewhat clever, albeit not excessively so. He understands the necessity of using mud play to diminish the damage from Little Qing, but unfortunately, Little Qing possesses more than just a lightning attribute skill. Its primary attribute remains wood. Little Qing grow. At that moment, Little Qing was not in the best of moods. It had just been digesting the knowledge acquired in the secret realm within the beast space. Just as it began training, someone sought trouble. This lad has certainly bitten off more than he can chew. It gazed at the clumsy giant that was flinging mud around. A surge of wood attribute energy began to coalesce within it. Its defense and attack power surged dramatically. A proficient level would attribute skill. Upon witnessing this, Sherpatian felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that this serpent, crackling with electricity, was indeed a wood attribute beast. Yellow Earthstone Man, Arm Hammer. Upon hearing this, an expression of fury replaced the silly grin on the Yellow Earthstone Man's face. An energy surged within it as it roared and charged towards Jiang Chen. Though massive, it moved at a commendable speed for a creature of its size, leaving a trail of mud with each step. Proficient level Arm Hammer. Huang Tianming was taken aback. No wonder this lad from Nan City could defeat everyone here. Mastery of such an advanced skill is beyond the capability of many university students. Indeed, it is the legacy of a beast master family. Boom. The dual fists came crashing down upon the very spot where the Yi Qing snake had just coiled, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly, with dirt flying everywhere. This maneuver startled all spectators. He had been concealing his strength. During previous battles, the Yellow Earthstone Man had not exhibited such formidable offensive power. Incredible. The people of Nan City erupted into cheers. However, their exuberance was short-lived. As the dust settled, they beheld Little Qing transformed into a colossal 10-meter-long serpent. With a tail crackling with lightning, it ensnared the arm of the Yellow Earthstone Man. What skill is this? All the students present were left in stunned silence at the sight of Little Qing's sudden transformation. Only Professor Kong blinked in disbelief. A doubling skill? No. This is an advanced skill, executed with finesse. How did he manage to teach an awakened beast such an advanced skill? Before anyone could ponder further, Little Qing swung its tail with tremendous force, hurling the 1-ton Yellow Earthstone Man skyward. Then, like a baseball bat, it struck it, producing a resounding crack. It was not the sound of Little Qing's tail, but the shattering of the obsidian skin on the Yellow Earthstone Man. How is this possible? Sherpatian exclaimed in astonishment. Never before had he witnessed an opponent of equal rank easily shatter the defense of the Yellow Earth Stone Man. Even if this were a manifestation of its oceanic talent being somewhat diminished, it should not have been so effortlessly breached. Could it be that the Serpent-S attack holds such immense power, concealing a monster within? Bang 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 bang. Under the onslaught of this force, the Yellow Earth Stone Man collided with the platform as if tossed by a stone skipping across water, leaving fragments in its wake, before ultimately collapsing amidst the ruins of the secret realm gate, more than 10 meters away. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. Chapter 136, Professor Kong's Invitation. At this moment, witnessing his prideful beast being vanquished in a single blow, Sherpatian stood frozen in disbelief. How can this be? His Yellow Earth Stone Man had already developed an obsidian skin. Such defense should withstand even an attack from an extraordinary beast without being instantly defeated. Is this serpent a monster? Does it possess such physical strength at the awakening stage? Am I dreaming? Roar. Little Qing let out a victorious roar as it gazed at the incapacitated Yellow Earth Stone Man, then cast a disdainful look at Sherpatian. Unable to withstand a single strike, does he still dare to provoke? Little Qing's expression did not escape Sherpotian's notice, and he clenched his fists tightly. Yet, he quickly relaxed them. The recent battle had instilled a profound sense of helplessness within him. He had never felt such a sensation, even when facing the top candidate from the Nan City assessment. The other spectators from Nan City, witnessing this, could not help but swallow hard, their gazes fixed in awe upon Little Qing, who stood triumphantly. The previous display had indeed startled them. Wu Fifan, more than ever, dared not utter a word and subtly retreated into the crowd. I declare Jiang Chen the victor of this match. At that moment, Huang Tianming's voice rang out from the sidelines. His gaze towards the Yi Qing snake bore an expression of astonishment. Although he was not a beast master, he possessed a discerning eye. The physical strength of this Yi Qing snake at this moment could certainly rival that of extraordinary beasts. Moreover, the skills it had just displayed, apart from that finesse, were all at least at the proficient level. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was the battle awareness of the Yi Qing snake. What had it experienced in the secret realm? The moment it struck, there were no superfluous movements. Moreover, its ability to counterattack following the Yellow Earth Stone Man's assault was not indicative of a mere novice beast. Victory, with Huang Tianming announcing the triumph. All the students from Jiang City erupted with exuberant cheers. Having been oppressed for days, their pent-up frustration was suddenly released. Jiang Chen's prestige soared in their eyes, particularly for Xiao Xinyan, whose fiery deer was wagging its tail excitedly, jumping up and down in glee. At that moment, Professor Kong approached Jiang Chen with a smile, saying, "Jiang Chen, you've grown stronger in a year." Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily taken aback by the elder before him. Who are you? This was not Jiang Chen putting on airs. He genuinely did not recall when he had met this person. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Tianxiang from the ancient capital university. We had the pleasure of meeting at the academic exchange conference a year ago. Ah, I remember now, Professor Kong. Greetings to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of recognition in his mind. How may I assist you? I learned that you graduated recently. Have you not considered pursuing further studies? Indeed. Might I inquire if you would be interested in continuing your education at the Ancient Capital Academy? I could facilitate a position for you as an assistant lecturer, which would subsequently pave your way to becoming a lecturer at Ancient Capital University upon graduation. He had just observed Jiang Chen's performance in battle, meticulously assessing the serpent. At first glance, the serpent's foundational data was already comparable to that of a juvenile dragon beast. It dawned on him that Jiang Chen intended to evolve this serpent into a dragon beast. Moreover, success was imminent. Such a talent for nurturing beasts was astonishing, compelling him to desire Jiang Chen's presence at the Ancient Capital Academy. Jiang Chen paused momentarily. A lecturer at the Ancient Capital Academy? He had not anticipated that Kong Tianxiang would be so generous, willing to extend such an opportunity for him to study there. The lecturers of the 4 great academies and 12 colleges are not positions afforded to just anyone. Their societal status is exceedingly elevated. Typically, an individual transitions from assistant lecturer to lecturer over a span of 5 years. Lecturers are categorized into 3 levels: first level, second level, and third level, with an average advancement time of 3 to 4 years for each level. To ascend to a professorship necessitates enduring years of experience, alongside exceptional teaching and research contributions. Professor Kong, would it not be inappropriate for you to recruit talent from my domain? Before Jiang Chen could respond, Huang Tianming interjected, alarmed. It would be a disservice to Jiang City to allow such a promising top-tier nurturer to slip away. People invariably strive for greater heights, and waters flow to lower grounds. This is an immutable truth. While your Jiang City may possess wealth, can anyone truly educate him? At this point, Kong Tianxiang candidly stated, devoid of any social niceties. Were Jiang Chen to maintain this rate of growth, in 30 years, Ancient Capital Academy could potentially become the 5th largest. Huang Tianming was momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed true that Jiang City's universities lagged slightly behind those of Nan City. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Professor Kong, but as I have just graduated, I have not yet made a decision regarding returning to academia. Jiang Chen then responded, moreover, I recently promised a senior sister of mine that I would join her school for a period of teaching. This was something Jiang Chen had nearly forgotten amidst his recent busyness. With September nearly over, he was concerned about whether he would incur a penalty for breaching his commitment. Very well, however, should you reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Here is my contact information. Please add me. Kong Tianxiang understood that talents like Jiang Chen often possess their own plans. Sometimes, one must refrain from being overly forceful. To provoke them could yield unfavorable consequences. Of course, Jiang Chen smiled as he retrieved his phone. Upon opening it, a flurry of notifications erupted. I apologize, my phone has been inactive for some time. Hence the influx of messages. Subsequently, Jiang Chen added Kong Tianxiang's contact. The onlookers observed the exchange between the two, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Brother Sure, did you hear what they were just discussing? Professor Kong is actually offering that individual a position as an assistant lecturer at the Ancient Capital Academy? Sure Patian was equally taken aback. As a native of Jiang City, the Ancient Capital Academy represented a level of prestige comparable to the 4 great academies. Who on earth is he? He turned to Lin Yu beside him, inquiring. There is no need for alarm. My brother Jiang is an outstanding graduate of Moda University. What is so strange about him becoming an assistant lecturer at the Ancient Capital Academy? What did you just say? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was left in stunned silence. This person, who appeared to be even younger than themselves, was already a graduate of Moda University. How could he have accomplished that? Even prodigies cannot be this extraordinary. It's all right. I was equally astonished when I first heard it. You'll get used to it. My brother Jiang is a veritable monster. Chapter 137, Secrets and Spatial Rifts. After the battle concluded, Jiang Chen did not linger outside but instead returned to Huang Tianming's office. Huang Tianming personally poured him a cup of tea, a broad smile adorning his face. Jiang Chen, you performed admirably. I am increasingly impressed by your capabilities, not only for deciphering the secret realm, but also for suppressing the arrogance of those ruffians. You must be fatigued. Please, enjoy some tea. Jiang Chen was indeed somewhat parched and did not hesitate to drink from the cup, then spoke. Uncle Huang, I encountered something peculiar within the secret realm. Oh, what strange occurrence transpired? Huang Tianming was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be strange within an entry-level secret realm? At the final challenge of the secret realm, I was projected into a battle from a millennium ago, where I encountered a green-skinned entity capable of contracting beast companions. Uncle Huang, do you know what that is? Upon hearing this, Huang Tianming's expression instantly turned grave, his brow furrowing as he fell silent. Jiang Chen observed this closely. Uncle Huang, you are indeed aware of what they are, aren't you? Huang Tianming sighed, then approached the door to ensure the corridor was clear before returning to Jiang Chen. Had I known that this secret realm's final challenge would reveal such a presence, I would have dissuaded you from entering. This is a secret that only circulates among the upper echelons of the Great Xia. Ordinarily, I should not divulge this information given your age. However, since you have already encountered it, I know your character. Even if I do not inform you, you would inevitably inquire of your mentor. Therefore, I might as well disclose it. However, you must promise me one thing. This matter must remain confidential. Jiang Chen, recognizing the gravity of Huang Tianming's demeanor, realized that this green-skinned entity was likely extraordinary, possibly indicative of an entire species surviving into modernity. I understand. Huang Tianming then queried Jiang Chen. Do you know how secret realms are formed? Jiang Chen nodded. Secret realms are the spaces of top-tier beast masters, or crafted by legendary beast masters utilizing the spaces of lower-tier beast masters. Huang Tianming shook his head, responding, those are merely 2 of the methods. There exists another type of secret realm in this world, one that is not artificially created, but rather a naturally occurring rift connecting to an alternate space. Within it reside other races, capable of contracting beast companions as well. The green-skinned being you described is likely from the Greenblood tribe, which exists within a rift opened in Jiang City. The incident at the Qingshan breeding base was not merely a typical beast tide. It was instigated by this Greenblood tribe. I had not anticipated their emergence a millennium ago. Jiang Chen fell into silence, completely taken aback by the revelation that such a layer of complexity existed within this world. While he had harbored suspicions during his time in the secret realm, hearing it articulated was a profound shift in perspective. Reflecting on his time at Moda University, when members of the school team frequently returned to him battered and in need of healing, it was highly probable that they had ventured into a spatial rift. After all, it is a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to inflict such injuries upon a multitude of students from the Beast Tamer department of the Magic City University. They likely refrained from revealing the truth to themselves because, at that time, they had yet to awaken their talents and forge contracts with their beasts. Having just engaged in combat with the green-skinned illusion within the secret realm, Jiang Chen has already witnessed its formidable power. Their innate skills are truly terrifying. Had it not been for the intervention of the Xuanwu army, he might well have found himself at a disadvantage. Where is this spatial rift located? Give up. I shall not disclose that to you. Informing you of the existence of the Green Blood clan is already an exception. The most powerful entity within that spatial rift has attained a dominion level, not to mention that they also possess governance. Entering without the strength of a commander would be tantamount to seeking death. I understand, Jiang Chen sighed. At this juncture, Huang Tianming would undoubtedly keep silent. Uncle Huang, I have one last question. Are my parents stationed in the northern frontier at a spatial rift rather than a so-called secret realm? Huang Tianming nodded in response. Indeed. The secret realm your parents guard is among the most powerful spatial rifts in all of Daxia. Without their presence, the 3 provinces of the northern frontier might have long since fallen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into silence once more. His initial aspiration was to cultivate a formidable array of beast companions, enabling their return from the northern frontier. However, now that he has gained insight into the matter of spatial rifts, it seems this endeavor will require careful deliberation. Do not overthink it. You are merely 18 years old. Are you not content with such prowess? Instead of worrying, you ought to focus on the upcoming Legion Grand Tournament, for time is of the essence. You must expedite the cultivation of the Thunder Feather Butterfly. The military funding I can secure this term hinges entirely upon your performance. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. But Uncle Huang, I must first reach out to my master. He promised to assist me in finding a spatial beast tamer to transform the Qingshan nurturing base into a secret realm. Xiao Qing has reached the stage of evolution, and I require his help to construct a suitable environment for its advancement. Huang Tianming returned to his seat, retrieving a piece of paper with a phone number inscribed upon it, which he handed to Jiang Chen. Your master has already made the necessary arrangements. This is Master Wang, who will oversee the construction of the tidal secret realm's entrance. You may contact him upon your return. Jiang Chen accepted the contact information, examining the details inscribed upon it. Although his master may appear fiery and passionate, he indeed has little to say about Jiang Chen's endeavors. Engaging a beast tamer of such caliber is no trivial matter. Are you truly resolute in your desire to have Xiao Qing evolve into a dragon beast? Huang Tianming interjected at this moment. It was not that he wished to undermine Jiang Chen, but the task at hand is exceedingly arduous. At least, according to records, there has never been a precedent for a Yi Qing snake evolving into a dragon beast. This would essentially mean Jiang Chen is charting an entirely new path. Should he succeed, he would achieve great renown. However, failure would render the past months of effort utterly futile. For a talent like Jiang Chen, time is of the essence. Losing several months would be an unfortunate squander. I have made up my mind, and I will undoubtedly succeed, Jiang Chen declared confidently, tucking the contact information into his pocket. Over the past 2 months, he has nearly perfected the method of evolution. With just a bit more organization, the evolution plan for Xiao Qing will soon be unlocked. If that is the case, I shall refrain from further commentary, as long as you are aware of your own path, Huang Tianming acknowledged, knowing that once Jiang Chen has set his mind on something, he will not waver. By the way, concerning this secret realm, since you are the breaker of the boundary, according to the rules, this secret realm now belongs to you. However, for the next 10 years, you will need to remit 20% of the profits to the Shanghai army annually. Is that agreeable to you? Jiang Chen nodded in response. This is only fair, as this is not an obsolete power plant or an ancient secret realm. Rather, it is a newly developed secret realm. The Jiang family has invested considerable resources to locate this secret realm, and before they could even start charging admission, it was breached by Jiang Chen. Compared to remitting 20% of the profits, the value of this secret realm is vastly greater. Thus, it can be concluded that Jiang Chen has indeed profited from this endeavor. Chapter 138, Taking Leave. After concluding his discussion with Huang Tianming, Jiang Chen did not linger on the maritime platform, but instead departed with the ship procuring supplies. The forthcoming period would be exceedingly hectic, and he had no time to waste. On his way home, Jiang Chen promptly dialed Sun Jinxian's number. He needed to request a leave of absence. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, a cool voice emanated from the phone. The voice was quite pleasant, yet tinged with a hint of irritation. Oh, Jiang Chen, this busy person still has time to call me? Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly. He truly had no justification when facing her. Had it not been for her provision of the earthly bamboo, allowing the Vine Spirit links to successfully evolve. He might not have even had the opportunity to participate in the Beast Tamer assessment. Moreover, he had promised to take a position at her school, yet had been a month late. I apologize, Sun Xuejia. I've been preoccupied with exploring the secret realm recently, and there was no signal inside, so I missed your messages. Exploring a secret realm? Sun Jinxian, with her long, slender legs crossed, wore a slight smirk of disdain. What does a newly contracted beast tamer know of exploring a secret realm? You could at least come up with a better excuse. Have you succeeded in your exploration? Yes. I just achieved success in the exploration. I am currently on the ship returning, Jiang Chen replied with utmost sincerity. You're just full of hot air. I know your capabilities. Sun Jinxian retorted sharply. When are you coming to work? I just started the beast taming program this year, with 3 classes in total. My grandfather has already covered your classes for a month. My students must feel quite fortunate, Jiang Chen said, feeling a bit sheepish. He had come prepared to request leave, which made broaching the subject somewhat awkward. Fortunate indeed. Let me tell you, my grandfather's health is failing, and covering a month's worth of classes was already stretching it. If you don't show up soon, I will have to reclaim the advance payment you received as per our contract. Xuejia. The reason I called was to request a leave of absence. I have been exploring 2 secret realms and need some time to digest my findings. Additionally, the Legion Grand Tournament is approaching, and I must assist in nurturing the Thunder Feather Butterfly. Fearing that Sun Jinxian might refuse his request, Jiang Chen hastily laid out all his reasons. Upon hearing his words, Sun Jinxuan's lovely face visibly flushed with color. It dawned upon her that the considerable sum she had invested in bringing him back to school had yielded little return thus far. Suddenly, she realized something and spoke up. You have genuinely been exploring secret realms during this time? And 2 of them? Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, realizing that despite his lengthy explanation, his senior sister had not believed him. However, with a request in mind, he maintained a cordial tone. Yes, I have been overseeing the renovation of the Qingshan nurturing base. So could you grant me an additional 2 months of leave? 2 months. Upon hearing this, even with her considerable composure, Sun Jinxian found it challenging to maintain her calm. There are only 5 months in total for this semester, and you are requesting 3 months off right at the start. Do you think that is reasonable? Sister. Jiang Chen began to speak, only to be cut off by her. I can agree to your request, but you must agree to one condition. The winds of change have shifted so swiftly. What conditions have prompted this? As you previously mentioned, the research on the Thunder Feather Butterfly requires the inclusion of the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy's name, and naturally, I shall allocate a sum of money for this purpose. However, it must be stipulated that the students of the Academy will possess priority rights to contract the Thunder Feather Butterflies you cultivate, and I will compensate accordingly, albeit at cost price. Ever since her mother's demise, the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy has plummeted from a first-tier institution to a third-tier one. Although there has been some improvement under her stewardship, the quality of incoming students remains subpar. Thus, the Academy can only extend limited support in the realm of beast taming. Yet, she is not a breeder. Her attempts to capture high-caliber beasts from the wild have proven fruitless. Such endeavors necessitate the expertise of a professional breeder. She witnessed the performance of the Thunderfeather Butterfly during her time on 3 Mountain Island, and even her grandfather expressed his admiration for it. Clearly, this is an exceptional choice. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment. The requirement to attribute the research on the Thunderfeather Butterfly to the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy holds little personal significance for him. It is, in essence, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Academy requires Jiang Chen's research to enhance its reputation in the breeding domain, while Jiang Chen stands to elevate his own academic standing. Upon learning of the existence of spatial rifts, he comprehended that extricating his parents would not be a simple endeavor. He would require assistance. The Academy presents a promising avenue. With top-tier educators and breeders at his disposal, his affiliation would certainly motivate many to lend their aid. Furthermore, elite institutions may provide opportunities to engage with spatial rifts ahead of time. Strengthening the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy might even grant them the opportunity to investigate the very rift that devastated the Qing Mountain breeding base. He cannot allow his grandfather's vendetta to go unaddressed. Senior sister, I can acquiesce to your request. However, when it comes time for students to select their Thunderfeather Butterflies, I must insist on the right to evaluate them. I shall not entrust my carefully nurtured beasts to anyone who does not meet my standards. That is not an issue. Sun Jinxian exhaled in relief. As long as Jiang Chen agreed, that was sufficient. The fact that students from the Academy could contract the Thunderfeather Butterfly was already the best outcome, alleviating her from the need to capture beasts from the secret realm. She could devote far more time to training the team members. Your leave has been approved, but this is the final time. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Chen felt a wave of joy. At last, he would not have to pay any unjust penalties. However, I wonder if you have heard about the spatial rifts? Upon hearing this, Sun Jinshuan's smile abruptly faltered. After a brief pause, she replied, I haven't heard of it. Which unscrupulous forum did you stumble upon this from? Junior, do be cautious with the links you click online. We wouldn't want your computer to become infected. Jiang Chen responded, perhaps. Senior sister, you go on with your tasks. I'm nearing the shore, so I will hang up now. Very well. After the call ended, Jiang Chen's expression turned grave as he gazed at Sun Jinshuan's name in his contact list. It appears my suspicions were correct. Those prestigious academies indeed have opportunities to engage with spatial rifts. I wonder if the Shanghai Beast Taming Academy is among them. It seems I must maintain my position as a teacher for a while longer. Just then, the blare of a ship's horn echoed as the vessel docked at the Jiang City port. Jiang Chen gathered his belongings and disembarked, eager to test the true extent of the dual hand-S power he had obtained within the secret realm. Chapter 139, Preparations Before Evolution, The Might of the Dual Hand. On the following morning, at the Qing Mountain breeding base, Jiang Chen completed his morning routine and strolled along the banks of Qing Mountain Lake. The misty osmanthus tree, having absorbed the moonlight's energy overnight, now radiated its full splendor. A delicate veil of mist enveloped the lake, rendering it almost ethereal. Occasionally, a few clever small fish beasts stealthily emerged from the depths to nibble on the fallen osmanthus blossoms, only to be swiftly detected and scattered by the lurking aqua crocodile. As Jiang Chen inhaled the fragrant aroma of the osmanthus, he felt the fatigue of recent days dissipate. Truly, the osmanthus, known as a minor auspicious spirit, enhances the spiritual energy of Qing Mountain Lake to a level rivaling that of a primary secret realm. At that moment, the abyssal king crocodile, concealed beneath the water, heard Jiang Chen's voice and suddenly surfaced, splashing water all over him. Roar! You have returned. Jiang Chen, witnessing the exuberance of the abyssal king crocodile, felt no ire. Instead, he was delighted. During his absence, its strength had evidently grown considerably. Name, Abyssal King Crocodile. Level, Extraordinary Tier 2. Attributes, Water. Dark, Qualities, Gold Intermediate. Rarity, Rare. Traits, Abyssal Domain. Creates a deep-sea domain with a radius of 50 meters, granting complete control over the water flow within this range. Capable of generating high pressure, darkness, and suffocation effects. In this domain, the enemy's perception significantly diminishes while it thrives in its aquatic environment. Skills, Scaled Harden, Proficient. Water Devour, Expert. Death Roll, Proficient. Tail Strike, Proficient. Growth, Proficient. Dark Current Whirlpool, Novice. Deep Sea Pressure, Novice. Though its level had not increased, the enhancement of its Water Devour skill to an expert level indicated that it had indeed heeded Jiang Chen's advice. As the Sovereign of the Sea, the Water Devour skill is its signature ability, and Jiang Chen surmised that this skill might be intricately linked to its future evolution. Thus, he had consistently encouraged the Abyssal King Crocodile to refine its mastery of this skill. Well done, my king. Come ashore, and let me measure your growth. Upon hearing this, the Abyssal King Crocodile promptly climbed onto the shore, revealing its massive form to Jiang Chen. Its size was akin to that of a locomotive, exuding a formidable presence. Indeed, a beast must be large to instill fear. No wonder Teacher Lu has always praised the merits of giant beasts. Jiang Chen, taken aback by the king's imposing stature, retrieved a measuring tape he had prepared earlier. Bite this. He placed one end into its mouth and walked to the tail end. An impressive 18 meters in length. It has certainly grown considerably. My king, you are becoming ever more powerful. Next time we venture overseas, you can accompany me. Roar. The king responded with enthusiasm. In truth, it had long desired to join Jiang Chen on adventures, but its previous weakness had deterred it from expressing such wishes. Fearing for Jiang Chen's safety in the face of formidable beasts in the open sea, it had held back. Now, hearing Jiang Chen acknowledge its strength, it felt that its efforts had not been in vain. Jiang Chen smiled and patted its head. All right, summon your little brothers. I wish to assess their current conditions. He had prepared the materials for the Abyssal King Crocodile's evolution when he returned yesterday, but had been too fatigued to proceed then, so he intended to handle it today. This was an order placed by the Shanghai army months ago, and it was time to fulfill it. Roar. Upon Jiang Chen's command, the Abyssal King Crocodile bellowed towards Qing Mountain Lake. Giant aqua crocodiles erupted from the water, each surpassing the size limitations of regular aqua crocodiles, with the smallest measuring at least 5 meters. The two aqua crocodiles sent by the Shanghai army were nearly 8 meters in length. Huang Xiaodian, clutching the spiritual materials behind him, was taken aback for the first time upon witnessing the multitude of colossal Qing Shui crocodiles simultaneously inhabiting Qing Shui Lake. This is a Qing Shui crocodile? How could it be so enormous? During his days at the Qingshan breeding base, He had primarily been assisting at the Lei Yufeng Butterfly Experimental Base. He rarely visited Qingshan Lake. Although he had heard from Wenwan about the numerous large Qing Shui crocodiles lurking within, advising him to exercise caution. However, he had never anticipated that these creatures could attain such size. Moreover, the abyssal king crocodile, which he had only glimpsed partially while traversing the river, now appeared monstrous in scale. How on earth were they nurtured? Huang Xiaotian cast a glance at Jiang Chen, his respect for him suddenly heightened. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Jiang Chen had already completed his examination of the two Qing Shui crocodiles. They had developed remarkably well, meeting every criterion for evolution. They were ready to undergo the process. Xiaotian, bring me the materials I've prepared, Jiang Chen instructed the still-stunned Huang Xiaotian. Oh right, he replied, promptly retrieving an aged mountain ginseng from the spiritual materials he held. This was the beard of the spiritual ginseng elder, a silver-grade spiritual material imbued with potent life force. During this period, Han Haiyang had provided considerable assistance, and Jiang Chen was determined to ensure the best care for the beasts. Conveniently, he had obtained the dual fulfillment hand from the snowy secret realm, which could refine meridians and enhance quality. Thus, he was eager to experiment. However, he was unable to absorb the life force of other innocent beasts, so he had to resort to using the spiritual ginseng instead. Do not be afraid. You are about to evolve, Jiang Chen said with a smile as he looked at the Qing Shui crocodile, grasping the ginseng tightly. A surge of crimson beastly energy materialized in Jiang Chen's hand, causing the ginseng to visibly wither as it was fully absorbed. Activating his all-seeing eye, he scrutinized every hidden injury on the Qing Shui crocodile. Subsequently, his hands were enveloped in a blue energy as he began to meticulously tend to the areas afflicted with concealed wounds. Huang Xiaotian watched in wide-eyed astonishment, not daring to utter a sound. Boss Jiang can actually employ breeding techniques, he thought. Could he truly surpass the breeders from the Breeder Association? Although he was merely a third-tier noble, he had at least gained admission to the 12 academies, which afforded him some discerning insight. He had once expended a tremendous sum to hire a breeding master capable of using breeding techniques to cultivate a ghost-eye cobra, and that individual was a professor-level figure. Was Jiang Chen already on par with such a person? He observed quietly. What appeared straightforward was, in fact, highly intricate. Sweat was already beading on Jiang Chen's forehead. This was an exceedingly delicate task. Any misstep while refining meridians could result in injury to the beast. Now, Jiang Chen finally comprehended why this beastly technique was relegated to a primary secret realm. A single beast possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of meridians, each with varying forms. And a breeder could only rely on experience to navigate them. This made it easy for complications to arise, rendering the dual fulfillment hand a mere trinket in the hands of others. However, with the aid of the all-seeing eye, this was hardly a challenge for Jiang Chen, transforming it instead into an extraordinary skill. As time ticked by, under the continuous refinement of Jiang Chen's hands, the meridians of the Qing Shui crocodile gradually became unblocked, and its physical strength was further enhanced by the nourishing energy of the spiritual ginseng elder's beard. The hidden injuries vanished. The energy in Jiang Chen's hands acted as a catalyst, igniting the energy originally contained within the Qing Shui crocodile. This surge of energy erupted from its dantian, coursing through its body. This is an elevation in quality, Huang Xiaotian exclaimed, witnessing the Qing Shui crocodile radiate with a luminous white light. Jiang Chen's breeding technique could actually elevate the quality of a beast. Such a skill was exceedingly rare. Few breeders possessed the ability to utilize it, with the most renowned being the esteemed breeding master known as Yao Lao from Jing University. His breeding technique, nurturing essence, could even enhance the quality of marquee-level beasts. Countless individuals sought his assistance, yet he only offered his services to those deemed fated. To think Jiang Chen could accomplish this as well. If word got out, the threshold of the Qingshan breeding base would surely be trampled by eager visitors. After healing the last concealed injury of the Qing Shui crocodile, Jiang Chen exhaled and stood up slowly, his clothes drenched in sweat. Name, Qing Shui crocodile. Level, awakening level 7. Qualification mid-level bronze quality. Rare skills, hard shell, water devour. Death roll, tail strike. Exclusive trait, deep water camouflage. In aquatic environments, sensory perception is enhanced, allowing for precise detection of underwater movements, with minimal disturbance during movement. Its status panel appeared deceptively simple, yet at that moment, its quality had reached the threshold of rarity. Once evolution was completed, it would become a top-tier beast, even if it could not rival the Overlord. Excellent. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction before turning to Huang Xiaotian. Hand over the materials to me. Oh right. Huang Xiaotian, snapping back to reality, handed over all the spatial bags containing spiritual materials that Wenwan had collected over the past few days. I will be evolving the Qing Shui Crocodile on Hard Island for the next 7 days. Do not disturb me unless necessary. On the 6th day, inform Uncle Han to come early to contract the beast, Jiang Chen instructed Huang Xiaotian. I understand. By the way, a spatial-type beast master will be coming in the next few days to survey the terrain. Please have Sister Wan show them around. Huh. Why is a spatial-type beast master coming here? Is there a secret realm fluctuation? Huang Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, unable to connect the dots. He was aware that Jiang Chen had ventured into the secret realm recently, but was unaware that he had successfully cracked it. What are you thinking? Jiang Chen remarked, somewhat exasperated. If there were fluctuations in the secret realm, would Qingshan still be so tranquil? It would have already been surrounded by the Songhai army. Master Wang is coming to establish a spatial anchor point for the artificial secret realm. When you meet him, behave yourself. Oh, at that moment, Huang Xiaotian suddenly grasped something, exclaiming, wait, boss, what did you just say? An artificial secret realm? You didn't really acquire the heart of the secret realm, did you? Indeed. What is so strange about that? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative response, Huang Xiaotian stood frozen in place. That was the heart of the secret realm. He could hardly fathom how Jiang Chen remained so composed. Had it been anyone else, they would have eagerly shared the news with everyone they knew. It was well known that the Huang family had only one primary secret realm, used for nurturing black feather eagles, which was treasured by the family head and accessible only to the direct descendants. Did this mean that the Qingshan breeding base would have its own artificial secret realm? Exactly. Can I get in? Huang Xiaotian asked tentatively after hearing Jiang Chen's words. Why not? Aren't secret realms meant to be utilized? Moreover, it is rather implausible to assume that I alone could manage the entire secret realm, is it not? These 2 secret realms span over 50 square kilometers each, with the smaller one being comparable in size to a quaint town. If Jiang Chen were to hear of someone else taking charge, he would find himself with nothing to do all day. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Huang Xiaotian felt a surge of joy within him. If he could gain entry into the secret realm, the doubled spiritual energy within would enable him to make rapid breakthroughs. No worries. Just focus on your work. And once I finish this busy period, I will assist you in dealing with the poison of the phantom cobra. With that, he stepped onto the back of the Abyssal King Crocodile. Let us proceed to the Isle of the Heart Lake. The Abyssal King Crocodile, upon hearing this, glided steadily towards the Isle of the Heart Lake. Huang Xiaotian, munching on the large pancake Jiang Chen had tossed him, felt a renewed sense of hope for his future. He was confident that Jiang Chen possessed the means to resolve the issue with the phantom cobra and with the secret realm at his disposal. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. I must work diligently. After all, I once attempted to assassinate the boss. Should he choose to dismiss me, it would spell disaster. With this thought, Huang Xiaotian promptly dashed towards the base of the metamorphic silkworm. Upon entering the Isle of the Heart Lake, the misty osmanthus tree swayed gently, expressing its welcome to Jiang Chen, as osmanthus flowers cascaded down like a floral rain. This fortunate occurrence benefited the small familiars residing in the lake. Jiang Chen observed this with a smile, affectionately patting its sturdy trunk. You have grown significantly over these past days. It seems you are quite content with your life here. Today, I intend to evolve your Azure water crocodile. You wouldn't mind, would you? Of course not. The misty osmanthus tree conveyed its emotions. Saying this, Jiang Chen retrieved the prepared phantom crab crystal core from his spatial pouch and arranged it on the ground to create a site for evolution. One could only be grateful for Jiang Chen's foresight in signing a contract with the Songhai army. Otherwise, such items would be quite difficult to procure. During Jiang Chen's time in the secret realm, when one had tirelessly acquired more than 50 of them in the market, this quantity would scarcely suffice for the evolution of all the Azure water crocodiles in this area. Having set up the evolution site, Jiang Chen addressed the Azure water crocodiles. Come on, all of you, gather around. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, over 20 Azure water crocodiles obediently climbed onto the evolution site, after which Jiang Chen presented them with the rainy rainbow pearl. The light of evolution erupted instantaneously. The moisture and ghostly energy from the phantom crab crystal core were drawn forth and melded with the mist, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved the camera he had prepared earlier. It was his habit to document the evolution process of his familiars. Such memories were invaluable. Meanwhile, the Abyssal King Crocodile felt a pang of sadness, for its own evolution had occurred at the Breeder Association, and thus, it had no recorded documentation of that moment. At this juncture, Jiang Chen noticed its emotional state and crouched down to gently stroke its massive head. We have many more days ahead of us together. When it's your turn to evolve next, I promise to record it. Surely, you don't believe you can only evolve once, do you? Roar. Of course not. Chapter 141. The Abyssal King Crocodile, Master Wang's Astonishment. Time flew by, and before long, a week had passed. Jiang Chen had been preoccupied with the evolution of the Azure water crocodiles on the Isle of the Heart Lake, even neglecting to emerge when Master Wang visited the Qingshan breeding base. However, Master Wang, having a good rapport with Lu Guodong and being aware of Jiang Chen's presence, bore no ill will. Instead, he was astonished by the Qingshan breeding base. He had not anticipated that such a diminutive base would house an abundance of rare familiars. The Fairy of the Dew and the Flower Thunder Demon Vine aside, the singular misty osmanthus tree was exceedingly rare, likely one of only a few in the entire Jiang city. Now, having acquired 2 secret realms, albeit of modest levels, Jiang Chen's accomplishments at this stage were nothing short of remarkable. It was no wonder that Jiang Chen had been sought after as a disciple by those professors back in school, hoping to forge a favorable connection. He deftly established a spatial anchor point atop Qingshan, then settled down at the Qingshan breeding base, awaiting Jiang Chen's emergence. Master Wang, is that you? Han Haiying, who had come to contract a familiar, was taken aback upon spotting Master Wang lounging in the sun at the estate. He had not expected the renowned Master Wang Kong, celebrated in the realm of familiars, to reside here. What charm does Jiang Chen possess? Han Haiying, what brings you here? I am here to contract a familiar. I recently entrusted him with the cultivation of my familiar, Han Haiying replied candidly. So, that young man has been cultivating your familiar? You have arrived just in time. Based on the energy fluctuations emanating from the Isle of the Heart Lake, it should be reaching the final stages of evolution. Hearing Master Wang's words, Han Haiying gazed towards the Isle of the Heart Lake. At that moment, its periphery was enveloped by the mist of the misty osmanthus tree, obscuring the view above. Yet, from time to time, powerful water energy waves emanated from within, suggesting that more than one creature was undergoing evolution. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Han Haiying clasped his hands together and said to Master Wang, I must take my leave now, regardless of the level of the familiar master. The thrill of contracting a familiar is always exhilarating. Contracting the abyssal king crocodile, a creature that exists only in records, amplifies that excitement tremendously. I will accompany you. I too wish to witness the prowess of that apprentice whom old Lu has been so fixated on. With that, the two of them headed towards Qingshan Lake together. On the Isle of the Heart Lake, Jiang Chen stood behind the camera, his pupils entirely transformed into a brilliant blue. He fixated intently on all the Azure water crocodiles present. Thanks to the enhancement provided by the misty osmanthus tree, they were able to maintain maximum awareness during the evolution process and absorb the energy from the surrounding phantom crab crystal cores. At that moment, they had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to 7 days prior, their sizes having doubled as they crowded upon the Isle of the Heart Lake, exuding a terrifying aura, bloodthirsty and violent. Just then, the largest Azure water crocodile let out a mighty roar. Roar! The tremendous sound reverberated through the mist, reaching the ears of everyone at the Qingshan breeding base. Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, yet without hesitation, he retrieved the pre-prepared nether swamp jade leaf from his pocket and hurled it towards the creature. Ada consume this. Roar! Upon hearing this, Ada immediately ceased its energy absorption and opened its cavernous maw, swallowing it whole like Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. Not detecting any flavor, it licked its lips, and in the next moment, a surge of terrifying energy erupted from its abdomen. The light of evolution ignited instantaneously. Jiang Chen promptly directed the camera towards Ada. It was visibly apparent that its limbs were thickening, and spikes began to sprout from its scales. Like a slumbering dragon, it emitted a series of deep, resonant breaths. As Ada commenced its evolution, the other Azure water crocodiles, seemingly spurred by a competitive spirit, also began their own transformations. In an instant, over 20 formidable crocodiles underwent evolution simultaneously, casting the entire Isle of the Heart Lake in a radiant glow. As time ticked away, a low, rumbling roar escaped from Ada's throat, proclaiming its rebirth. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen immediately cast his gaze upon it. Name, Abyssal Emperor Crocodile. Level, Awakening Tier 9. Attributes, Water, Dark. Qualification, Mid-level Gold. Quality, Rare. Traits, Terror of the Crocodile. Exudes a chilling aura that induces a state of diminishment in its foes. Skills, Tidal Whirl, Novice, a sudden plunge into the ground, condensing water attribute energy to form a whirlpool beneath the enemy's feet, capable of ensnaring them. Shadow Sphere, Novice gathers energy in the air before launching a dark energy sphere that inflicts substantial damage, with a chance to reduce the enemy's defensive capabilities. Scale Armor Hardening, Proficient. Water Devour, Proficient. Death Roll, Proficient. Tail Strike, Proficient. Growth, Proficient. The dual enhancement indeed elevated Ada's quality to the rare tier. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction at its panel. This was the utmost limit it could achieve at this stage. The only regret was its lack of a hidden trait akin to that of the Overlord. However, the trait, Terror of the Crocodile, was formidable enough. Such a trait was well suited for the Songhai army. The evolution was complete. Outside the island at the heart of the lake, Wang Kong and Han Haiyang sensed an energy that was starkly different from before. It appears that the beast you had Jiang Chen nurture is extraordinary. The sheer might it displays immediately upon evolution is remarkable. What exactly have you entrusted him to cultivate? Wang could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. From this energy, the beast's level should not exceed the extraordinary. Yet its aura suggested otherwise, a phenomenon typically attributed to hybrid beasts. Just as the metamorphic silkworm evolves into the thousand-leaf butterfly, no matter how well a nurturer tends to them, such occurrences are rare. Just as Han Haiyang was about to speak, a series of roars erupted from the island, the overwhelming presence causing the weaker beasts in Qingshan Lake to hastily swim toward the shore. The two men were taken aback. How many beasts did this kid evolve at once? Han Haiyang's eyes were fixed on the island, his desire to see for himself growing stronger. Wang was unaware of what Jiang Chen was nurturing, but he knew that the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile was no ordinary beast. Otherwise, the Great Xia would not have yet developed an evolution plan for it. He could not fathom Jiang Chen's audacity to manage the evolution of so many Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles single-handedly. The difficulty was evident. He truly harbored no fear of failure. Though their thoughts diverged, both gazed curiously toward the island. Moments later, through the mist, they spotted a figure standing upon the lake's surface, flanked by several colossal silhouettes. Drawing ever closer to the shore, Wang Kong's eyes widened as he finally recognized the creature beneath Jiang Chen's feet, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile. You had Jiang Chen cultivate an Abyssal Emperor Crocodile. Chapter 142. The contract is complete. Wang Kong looked incredulously at the beast beneath Jiang Chen. Although he had discerned from the energy waves during its recent evolution that Jiang Chen's beast was exceptional, he had never anticipated it to be the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile. This creature was recorded in tomes, and sightings in reality were exceedingly rare, with very few beastmasters managing to contract them. The simultaneous emergence of over 20 of them could only signify one thing. Jiang Chen had fully mastered its nurturing methodology. If his memory served him correctly, Jiang Chen was merely an intermediate nurturer, was he not? How could he possibly grasp the evolution plan for the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile? So, this was the talent that the nurturing masters from Magic Capital University were vying for, truly terrifying. Wang Kong gazed at the youth riding the crocodile from afar, expressing genuine admiration. Observing Wang Kong's expression, Han Haiyang's lips curled into a slight smile. It was rare for a beastmaster of such caliber to be astonished. Jiang Chen was indeed one of a kind. Unfortunately, as his strength was not yet sufficient, he dared not document this scene. Capturing it might easily lead to peril. He then turned his attention toward Jiang Chen. Little Chen, hurry up, let me see my beast. Jiang Chen, standing atop the overlord, noticed the two figures on the shore. Uncle Han has arrived. Who is that next to him? Could he be another contractor? Overlord, swim faster. Jiang Chen, having never encountered Wang Kong, failed to recognize him. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile, hearing Jiang Chen's command, immediately quickened its pace, reaching the shore. Uncle Han, your timing is impeccable, arriving just as my evolution concludes. Han Haiyang remained silent, gazing at the multitude of crocodiles before him, at a loss for words. Earlier, their presence in the water had not been as apparent. But now that they emerged from Qingshan Lake, fully revealing their massive forms, he truly grasped their immense size. Lying on the ground, they resembled giant armored vehicles, their scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, unmistakably formidable beings. Han Haiyang rubbed his hands together and smiled at Jiang Chen. Little Chen, which of these Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles is mine? Show me. Observing Han Haiyang's eagerness, Jiang Chen called out to the crocodile horde. Ada, step forward. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's summons, Ada emerged from the group and approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen crouched down, gently patting its enormous head. Uncle Han, this is the Qing Shui crocodile you entrusted to me. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Han Haiyang's heart soared as he beheld the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile under Jiang Chen's command. I am more than satisfied. This Abyssal Emperor Crocodile is undoubtedly the finest aside from Jiang Chen's, radiating an aura of sheer ferocity. Currently, he possessed only two beasts, the Abyssal Wolf Lord and the Giant Rock Tortoise, both formidable entities within the Songhai army. Though they were of gold quality, after two evolutions, their potential was nearing its limit unless the Ziyun base unveiled a new evolution plan. In contrast, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile had a first-tier evolution qualification of gold, promising great potential for the future. With this, he had effectively upgraded his arsenal. Such an opportunity was rare for his military. As long as you are satisfied. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, then addressed Ada. Ada, your master is quite pleased with your strength. Roar. Ada felt a pang of disappointment. It had known this day would eventually come. Yet, it had grown accustomed to living among the crocodile herd. Jiang Chen discerned its sentiments. Beings possess emotions. And he too felt a tinge of reluctance. Azure was among the first batch of abyssal emperor crocodiles he had nurtured. Its entire Qing Shui crocodile phase had been under Jiang Chen's careful guidance. However, as the owner of a nurturing base, such scenarios would inevitably recur. Fear not, Ada. This will always be your home. You may return whenever you wish, and didn't you always aspire to surpass your master? Once your contract is complete, your strength will enter a phase of rapid enhancement. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ada nuzzled his small leg with its enormous head. He then approached Han Haiyang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, finding himself reasonably satisfied. Roar, I am willing to accompany you. Han Haiyang discerned its intentions, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, you will not regret your choice. I shall make you the mightiest abyssal king crocodile. With that, he crouched down, attempting to extend his hand towards it. Initiating the bonding process, Jiang Chen observed the harmonious interaction between man and beast, and spoke up. Uncle Han, there is no better day than today. Why not sign the contract with it now? Han Haiyang, stirred by the suggestion, turned to the abyssal king crocodile and inquired, Ada, are you willing to sign a contract with me? Roar. Ada nodded in response. Excellent. Han Haiyang's heart leapt with joy as he focused, connecting with his beast taming space. As a seasoned beast master, his communication was swift. In an instant, a blue hexagram illuminated his hand, and he directed the energy towards the abyssal king crocodile. Ada, sensing the energy emanating from itself, lowered its guard in compliance. The two energies melded instantly, forming a colossal hexagram beneath their feet. Moments later, the corporeal form of the abyssal king crocodile began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing entirely. Upon the completion of the contract, Han Haiyang felt a profound change within him, his pupils constricting in astonishment. Ada can actually provide me with energy. This revelation astounded him, given his current level as a beast master. It was remarkable for lower-tier beasts not to provide any energy at all. He had never anticipated that the abyssal king crocodile could offer him even a modicum of energy. Though it was not substantial, one must remember it was merely a beast at the awakened realm. This starkly illustrated the terrifying potential of such a beast. At that moment, his gaze towards Jiang Chen shifted slightly. The cultivation fees provided by the Songhai army for such a beast were decidedly insufficient. Xiao Chen, this time Uncle Han owes you a favor. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you need. What are you talking about, Uncle Han? You've already helped me plenty. Jiang Chen waved his hand, replying, Besides, even if I don't assist you in nurturing your beast, would you not help me? When did you become so eloquent, you rascal? All right, Uncle Han misspoke. Han Haiyang chuckled, and then recalled something, continuing, I almost forgot, Xiao Chen, this is Master Wang Kong, here to assist you in constructing an artificial secret realm. Feel free to express any requirements. If funds fall short, Uncle Han will cover it. At Han Haiyang's words, Jiang Chen paused, glancing at Wang Kong. He appeared youthful, akin to Huang Tianming, clad in a black Zhongshan suit with a fashionable hairstyle. Isn't Master Wang from the same generation as my master? How could he be so young? Could it be that spatial beasts grant eternal youth? Greetings, Master Wang. I apologize. But you look so youthful that I initially assumed you were here to contract a beast as well. No worries. Everyone reacts the same way upon seeing my true form. Wang Kong waved his hand. Moreover, I am quite pleased to have encountered the legendary abyssal king crocodile. Your requests have been conveyed to me by Lu Guodong. Shall we find a place to discuss? Certainly. Jiang Chen readily agreed. With the evolution of the abyssal king crocodile complete, the next priority was nurturing Shaoqing and constructing the secret realm. He dared not be careless. Chapter 143, Jiang Chen's plan, running out of funds. After conducting a brief assessment of the abyssal king crocodile's skill intensity, he left both Wang Kong and Han Haiyang astounded. Jiang Chen, you have mastered such formidable nurturing techniques. After the army's grand competition, your Qingshan nurturing base will surely gain renown. Wang Kong sincerely remarked after witnessing the abyssal king crocodile's combat prowess. The strength of your abyssal king crocodile is comparable to the showcase beasts I've encountered at top-tier nurturing bases. Its physical strength and mastery over water attributes are undoubtedly among the elite in the golden tier. If my illusory sea had novice beast masters, I would have wanted to acquire a few. Jiang Chen chuckled and waved his hand, Master Wang. The abyssal king crocodile is not intended for participation in the army's grand competition. Other beasts will take part instead. Nurturing the abyssal king crocodile is not a simple task. Its requirements are exceedingly high. Just its size specifications are not easily fulfilled, and the Songhai army cannot afford it. In Jiang Chen's perspective, the abyssal king crocodile held a status of rarity within the Qingshan nurturing base, requiring a significant expenditure to procure. For now, It was best that not too many people were aware of their existence. Good wine needs no bush. Releasing 2 would suffice. After some time, as they gained renown, it would naturally become known that they hailed from the Qingshan nurturing base. Han Haiyang, being a person of certain social standing, naturally attracted similar company. In dealing with such individuals, strength served as the best form of advertisement. This approach not only saved on promotional expenses, but also opened doors to the high-end market. Ultimately, to achieve his goals, he needed money, ample amounts of it. Are there other beasts? Wang Kong's face displayed a hint of curiosity. Within the Qingshan nurturing base, to speak frankly, the beasts available in considerable numbers did not catch his eye. Much like the flock of fire sparrows, they were well nurtured but possessed too little potential to be of significant use. Indeed, the reason I invited you here is to construct one of the artificial secret realms for them. Oh, Wang Kong's interest piqued. What kind of secret realm do you wish to build? As far as he knew, Jiang Chen possessed 2 secret realms. One primarily focused on thunder and the other on ice. Should Jiang Chen's other beast belong to either of these attributes, it would be quite remarkable, as both attribute beasts were rather rare, especially in Jiang City. Despite the ice attribute's numerous weaknesses, it remained commendable in other respects. If Jiang Chen were to commence selling, it would undoubtedly become a sought-after beast. Master Wang, you should have seen the conditions on Qingshan by now. I wish to construct the thunder attribute secret realm there. I have only one requirement. I need a location within the realm that can attract heavenly lightning. With the more intense the thunder, the better. As for the other areas, I hope to have a sea of flowers. This was a promise Jiang Chen had made to the fairy Lu Rue, but he had been too busy to fulfill it until now. With this opportunity, he could satisfy both desires. Moreover, these flowers could serve as sustenance for the Thunder Feather Phoenix and Thundercloud Bee, generating revenue for the Qingshan nurturing base. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kong replied, "The sea of flowers you desire is not a significant issue. However, for the lightning attracting area, I will need to assess the environment of the secret realm before reaching a conclusion. If it does not meet the criteria, even I cannot alter the terrain." "That is understandable. In that case, shall we proceed now?" "Certainly. I am also keen to see the secret realm you possess." As he spoke, Jiang Chen activated his abilities, and a sphere pulsating with thunderous light materialized in his hand. He gently pushed it forward, creating a spatial doorway before the 3 of them, with blue lightning flickering intermittently. Jiang Chen led them directly through the spatial portal. After a familiar wave of dizziness, they found themselves in the midst of an abandoned power plant. At that very moment, a colossal mechanical serpent unexpectedly descended from the chandelier of the Grand Hall, landing before Jiang Chen. This was none other than the Xuanxu Qianlin, a creation of Jiang Chen himself. Since establishing a connection with the secret realm, it had become the chief overseer, tasked with managing the beast tamers within. The sudden appearance of the Xuanxu Qianlin startled Jiang Chen and his 2 companions. It was another unfamiliar beast, one Jiang Chen had only recently encountered. Such surprises came in layers. "Is this mechanical beast of yours as well?" Wang Kong inquired, pointing at it. "Indeed. This is a beast I crafted during my adventures in the secret realm," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, addressing the creature. "Lead us outside, if you will." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Xuanxu Qianlin nodded and glided toward the exit. "Let us proceed." "Ah, yes," Wang Kong responded, snapping back to reality. The notion of creating a mechanical beast was unprecedented. If memory served him right, the old Coot, LV Guodong, lacked such capabilities. Was Jiang Chen self-taught then? If so, the young man's talent was indeed formidable. As they followed the Xuanxu Qianlin out of the abandoned power plant, the surroundings remained unchanged from Jiang Chen's initial arrival. The rock walls flanking them were adorned with exposed lightning attribute ores, intermittently flashing with arcs of electricity. Observing this, Wang Kong immediately entered a state of vigilance, standing at the canyon's base while scrutinizing the peaks on either side. After a brief moment, he approached Jiang Chen, stating, "I have surveyed the environment here. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" Jiang Chen's expression instantly froze at this inquiry. This was precisely what he dreaded. If the location failed to meet the requirements for constructing a lightning attraction, it would spell trouble ahead. "Wang sir, does this place not qualify for construction?" Jiang Chen asked, anxiety evident on his face. Wang Kong found Jiang Chen's reaction amusing, having observed him maintain an air of elegance since their arrival. Now, however, the situation was intriguingly different. "Of course, it can be constructed. If your secret realm does not meet the criteria, then it seems there would be no location suitable for a lightning attraction. There exists a unique magnetic field here. If you desire, I could even assist you in erecting a small sacred ground." Jiang Chen was taken aback by this revelation. "A sacred ground? If you can truly accomplish that, it would be splendid. Simply put, a sacred ground is a place conducive to the rapid growth of a particular beast. For instance, The sacred dragon lake in the land of dragons is a renowned sacred ground in the Great Xia, where 70% of the dragon-type beasts on the market originate. Wang sir, I implore you to assist me. Wang Kong waved his hand dismissively. I would gladly contribute to the establishment of an additional small sacred ground for the Great Xia. However, there is a singular issue at hand. What issue? Jiang Chen inquired. Money. Money? Indeed. As a student of LV Guodong, I'll offer you a cost price, just for the construction of this place. You would need to invest at least 20 million. That's a conservative estimate. In reality, it may well exceed that. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened at this news. While his assets were considerable, they remained largely fixed and had yet to be liquidated. He certainly could not sell his secret realm. He had no intention of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Moreover, the renovation of this singular location would demand 20 million. And considering the vast expanse of the secret realm, planning for beast territories and cultivation zones would only escalate costs. By the time everything was accounted for, the total for both secret realms might well surpass 100 million. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen spoke up. Wang uncle, please prioritize the renovation of this secret realm. I shall defer concerns regarding the other realm for now. He had resolved to first develop the abandoned power plant's secret realm. After all, Shaoqing's evolution depended on it. And currently, most of the beasts generating revenue at Qingshan base were of the lightning attribute. If a small sacred ground could indeed be created, Jiang Chen was confident it would enhance their strength. As for the 20 million, he believed he could manage to gather the funds, albeit it might necessitate a period of hard labor. Chapter 144, Procurement. Following Jiang Chen's decision to develop the abandoned power plant's secret realm, Wang Kong swiftly compiled a list of necessary items for Jiang Chen. You won't have much time left in the city. You must expedite the procurement of the items listed. Jiang Chen gazed at the white paper detailing an array of rare materials, feeling a pang of distress. It was at this moment that he comprehended the meaning of a word worth 1,000 gold. The few hundred characters on the list sufficed to empty his small treasury. However, the expenditure was imperative. Jiang Chen tucked the list away and stated, I kindly ask you, Wang sir, to stay here for a few more days while I procure the materials. Go ahead. You need not concern yourself with us old fellows. We shall simply admire the flowers until your return. Wang Kong waved his hand. Jiang Chen discerned the intent behind Wang Kong's words. He had matters to discuss with Han Haiyang. Naturally, he would not linger. Please, be at ease, he said, bowing as he departed. As Jiang Chen's silhouette vanished, Han Haiyang, with a stern expression, hastily queried Wang Kong, Master Wang, what is the meaning of this? Why are you constructing a small sacred ground for Jiang Chen? An innocent man bears no blame. Jiang Chen's current status is indeed top tier in the eyes of most. However, this is only true from the perspective of ordinary individuals. He is yet to infiltrate the true beast taming world. The authorities, noble families, corporations, and associations are the dominant forces that govern this realm. Once he truly enters, conflict will be inevitable. While Jiang Chen possesses formidable nurturing talent, he has not ascended to the level of LV Guodong. If these factions were to discover the existence of a small sacred ground within the Qingshan nurturing base, it would be akin to a child flaunting gold in the marketplace. Although overt oppression may not occur, the Great Xia does not restrict competition among peers. Consequently, the Qingshan nurturing base would find itself in turmoil. Are you questioning me? Wang Kong's expression darkened at Han Haiyang's words, responding with a sharp inquiry. Do you realize that even Huang Tianming would not dare to speak to me in such a manner? You, a mere wave chaser wolf, presume to challenge me? Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Wang Kong, Han Haiyang's complexion paled as he mustered the strength of his beast, managing to utter, yes. Ha ha ha. Delightful. Wang Kong laughed heartily, retracting his oppressive aura before adding, you are capable of going to such lengths for Jiang Chen? Is there someone other than the nurturing faction from Moda backing him? Do not be angry. I harbor no ill intentions towards Jiang Chen. After all, he is the disciple of an old friend of mine. I merely wish to lend him a hand. What do you mean, Master Wang? Han Haiyang inquired, perplexed. Jiang Chen indeed possessed remarkable talent, yet he was somewhat audacious. Attempting to transform a beast devoid of dragon blood directly into a flood dragon, a feat that could not be accomplished in a standard evolution location. LV Guodong clearly held great favor for the young man, requesting that Wang Kong extend his assistance. And the secret realm he had acquired was indeed well suited for creating a small sacred ground. Although Han Haiyang was unaware of Jiang Chen's true identity, he recognized that he was being exceptionally well protected. Given Jiang Chen's innate talent, it was inevitable that he would soon encounter spatial rifts and compete against various top-tier prodigies. Moreover, the Great Xia Empire was in dire need of a young nurturing master to take the reins. Han Haiyang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Kong would hold such high regard for Jiang Chen upon their first meeting. However, was this not a case of overzealous encouragement? Such behavior was akin to nurturing mediocrity, yet Jiang Chen was a disciple of Lu Guodong. If he could not withstand the pressures from the prominent families in Jiang City, it would simply mean Han had misjudged him, and as compensation, he would assist in resolving any troubles Jiang might face. With that, he vanished from Qingshan Lake in an instant, leaving only a ripple of spatial disturbance in his wake. Han Haiyang gazed at the residual energy with a sigh, pondering how to report this to Huang Junju. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already dialed Jin Baoshan's number. In recent days, the Baoshan Chamber of Commerce he had established had become the primary supplier for the Qingshan nurturing base. Hello, Jiang Chen, what brings you to call me? Jin Baoshan's voice was interrupted by sounds of a scuffle. Wait, I have pressing matters at hand. Jiang Chen, hearing the commotion, felt a twinge of concern. Baoshan, is everything all right on your end? Jin Baoshan had found a quiet spot. All's well, just a minor disagreement with your sister-in-law, a trivial issue. Jiang Chen's surprise was palpable. Sister-in-law? When did you get married? Not yet. My father arranged a marriage alliance for me some time ago. We plan to get engaged in a few days. And now we're just trying out cohabitation. You must come. I will, Jiang Chen replied, feeling a sense of obligation. After all, their relationship was amicable, and the Qingshan nurturing base could benefit from such a partnership. In fact, I came to discuss procurement with you. For procurement, you could have just asked Sister Wenwan to contact me directly. No need for you to call, Jin Baoshan said, rubbing his bruised eye. Brother Baoshan, this procurement involves quite a lot. I've already sent you the list. Please see if you have those items. Jin Baoshan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he opened his computer to review the list Jiang Chen had sent. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. None of the items were inexpensive. Jiang Chen, what do you intend to do with all this? What I intend is of no concern to you. Just confirm if you can procure them, Jiang Chen replied, withholding details about his plans to construct a small sanctuary, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of trust. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Baoshan spoke, with the current capabilities of my chamber, I can assist in procuring at most half of these items. The rest are far too precious. The Baoshan chamber is not yet qualified to handle them. That's acceptable. Please prepare what you can. I will transfer the deposit to your account shortly. Jiang Chen had anticipated that Jin Baoshan would be unable to gather all the items, so securing half was a pleasant surprise. I'll do my utmost to assist you. On the other end of the line, Jin Baoshan nodded before adding, however, Jiang Chen, I suspect that other chambers will struggle to find many of the items on your list. The only place in Jiang City with a chance of gathering them all is probably the Zhenbao Pavilion. At the mention of Zhenbao Pavilion, an image of the pavilion's charming young master flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. Zhenbao Pavilion? I understand. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. I will send what I have to the Qingshan nurturing base as soon as possible. With that, Jin Baoshan ended the call. At that moment, a woman in athletic attire, wielding a large stick, leaned against the doorframe with a dangerous smile. The fat man has finished his call. Now let us discuss your escapades at the brothel. Wait, Jin Baoshan interjected, raising his hand. I was genuinely there for business. Look, I have secured the order. He promptly presented his computer to Gu Wanru. Gu Wanru, the daughter of the Yushan Transportation Company, recognized the prices of the items on the screen, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. You're not deceiving me? Jin Baoshan quickly raised his hand in a vow. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen will transfer the deposit to the account shortly. Gu Wanru's anger softened slightly as she admonished, remember, we are about to be married. Refrain from mingling with such people to avoid bad influences. Rest assured, I will never visit such places again. You handle your affairs. I'm going to take a shower. With that, Gu Wanru exited the study. Jin Baoshan sighed in relief and glanced at the chat window with Jiang Chen, a hint of guilt crossing his face. Xiao Chen, I apologize. When I marry, you need to bring a gift. At the Qingshan nurturing base, Jiang Chen sneezed twice in quick succession. Young master, are you all right? Wenwan immediately inquired. I'm fine. I probably caught a chill from working too hard. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Sister Wenwan, please inform Brother Xiao that I will visit Zhenbao Pavilion tomorrow. Understood. The next day, a procession of beast carts laden with various spiritual materials entered the Qingshan nurturing base, escorted by beast tamers. Once the unloading was complete, a steward approached Jiang Chen respectfully. Young Master Jiang, this is the first batch of spiritual materials sourced from the chamber. Another batch is expected to arrive this afternoon. Please be prepared to receive it. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Chen nodded, retrieving a red envelope from his pocket and handing it to the steward. What is this, young master? This isn't appropriate. If the master finds out, we will be reprimanded. Jiang Chen smiled. It's nothing, just a token of my appreciation. You managed to deliver this so early after I contacted you last night, which I greatly appreciate. Although Jiang Chen's finances were tight, he could still afford to treat these workers to breakfast. He was pleased with their efficiency and felt that a token of gratitude was warranted, as he would undoubtedly need to collaborate with them in the future. I will convey your thanks to my subordinates, young Master Jiang. The steward accepted the envelope with a more familiar tone. I will personally oversee the subsequent spiritual materials to ensure everything proceeds without issue. Thank you for your diligence, Jiang Chen replied. After seeing the workers off from the Qingshan base, he climbed into Xiao Yu's beast cart. Brother Xiao, let us be on our way. Today, his primary objective was to procure several key materials for constructing the secret realm, the Thunderstrike Amethyst, the Wind and Thunder Twin Dragon Wood, and the Iceheart Grass. These were the essential components for establishing the small sanctuary. The Thunderstrike Amethyst and Iceheart Grass were manageable, as they were both of golden grade and could be procured with some effort. However, the Wind and Thunder Twin Dragon Wood was a genuine platinum-grade material. If it could not be found at Jinbao Pavilion, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from his mentor. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen arrived at Jinbao Pavilion, which was bustling with activity, with various beast carts lined up outside. Upon entering the first floor, he found it filled with vendors selling spiritual materials. They either sat on the floor or huddled in small groups, whispering to one another, or were engaged in discussions regarding prices with customers while holding spiritual materials or beast eggs. The expressions on their faces were predominantly shrewd and wary, devoid of sincerity, driven solely by a thirst for wealth. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and a faint hint of blood. Jiang Chen, with a clear objective today, had no time to entangle himself with these unscrupulous merchants. Xiao Go, let us proceed directly to the third floor. There is nothing here that I require. With that, Jiang Chen swiftly navigated through the crowd alongside Xiao Yu, arriving at the elevator where he promptly pressed the button for the third floor. The other unscrupulous merchants present exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. The third floor was known to be frequented by the affluent, and this young man must surely be the scion of some wealthy family. Silently, they marked him as someone easy to deceive. Young master, I have a golden-grade beast egg obtained from a secret realm. Would you care to take a look? Young master, don't be fooled by that scoundrel. He has had that egg in hand for several days. You should consider my black carbon soil instead. Are you trying to undermine my business? Seeking death, are we? Jiang Chen frowned at the cacophony of voices from the merchants surrounding him. Sensing the tension, Xiao Yu immediately unleashed the aura of a high-ranking beast master, effectively barring the merchants from advancing. Once the elevator arrived, Jiang Chen stepped forward decisively. Upon entering the third floor, the ambience transformed dramatically, the lighting becoming notably brighter. Surrounding them were elegantly partitioned sofa areas crafted from golden dragon wood, already populated by several patrons. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's arrival, a well-dressed attendant with an alluring physique approached. Smiling warmly, "Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion," she said, slightly bowing as she guided Jiang Chen to the sofa area, where he took a seat in an available spot. She then produced the first of several black tomes, each documenting a myriad of spiritual materials and beasts. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will arrange for it to be brought to you. This was the modus operandi of the Treasure Pavilion. Each customer received the most personalized service, free from the disturbances of others. It was Jiang Chen's first encounter with such an approach, and it was no wonder that Mo Yueqing had managed to establish the Treasure Pavilion as the largest trading hub in Jiang City. Jiang Chen perused the tome, marking everything he needed. The Treasure Pavilion lived up to its name, containing virtually everything he sought, including multiple instances of Thunder Crystal and Iceheart Grass. The only disappointment was the absence of Wind and Thunder Dragon Wood. The attendant observed with astonishment as Jiang Chen marked his selections. These items were far from inexpensive. Yet his purchasing demeanor was more generous than even her experiences at Haidi Lao. Nonetheless, her professional smile quickly returned. It was rare to encounter such a lavish patron. After all, each selection represented her commission. As for the notion that Jiang Chen was merely toying with her, she harbored no concern. For the guards of the Treasure Pavilion were not to be trifled with. Just as the attendant was reveling in her excitement, Jiang Chen handed her the tome and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask if the pavilion has the means to procure items not listed in this tome?" The attendant paused, momentarily taken aback. The tome detailed common spiritual materials from bronze to gold tiers, alongside several rare ones. Yet, the young gentleman was seeking something not included. "Might I inquire what specific materials you require? I can certainly look into it," she offered. "Wind and Thunder Dragon Wood," Jiang Chen replied. The attendant silently noted the name, as it was unfamiliar to her. "Please hold on for a moment," she said, bowing slightly before stepping away. In an opulently adorned room, Mo Yueqing reclined on a sofa, feigning slumber, with a dark red six-tailed fox resting at her feet. A series of knocks interrupted her tranquility. "Come in," she lazily called out. "Young pavilion master, There is a distinguished client outside. The materials he requests are not recorded in our treasure catalog. Oh, which old fellow is it this time? Mo Yueqing opened her eyes, stretching languidly, her figure on full display as she sat up. It's not one of the high-ranking officials of Jiang City. It's a new face, likely under 25. A young man? Mo Yueqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, her expression slightly tightening. Is it possible that there exists a young individual in Jiang City seeking to utilize such extraordinary materials? Pray tell, what does he desire? Bring it to me for inspection. The attendant promptly presented the treasure catalog. Aside from the materials listed, he also requested something called Wind and Thunder Dragon Wood. Mo Yueqing examined the contents of the catalog, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she tossed the tome onto her work desk. Quite prudent, he knows to mark inconsequential items. Is he aiming to construct an artificial secret realm? I have not heard of any newly developed realms lately. Where is this individual? I shall personally attend to his business. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for the young pavilion master to personally receive clients unless they were top-tier individuals or scions of prominent families. Who on earth was this young man to warrant her direct attention? Chapter 146. Mo Yueqing's request. Seizing a moment of respite, Jiang Chen settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to meditate while pondering the evolution plan for Shaoqing. Name, Leaf Green Serpent. Level, Awakening Stage 8. Attributes, Wood. Thunder, Qualification, High Bronze. Quality, Rare. Traits, Child of the Jungle. Enhances damage of wood attribute skills by 10. Thunderous Physique. Possesses the ability to store lightning. Can infuse lightning attacks onto its scales. Skills, Tail Whip, Proficient. Vine Whip, Novice. Flying Leaf Blade, Novice. Growth, Proficient. Binding, Mastered. Charging, Proficient. Electric Light, Novice. Lightning Tail Strike, Proficient. Wild Volt, Mastered. Fluid Transformation, Novice. Electromagnetism, Proficient. Combination Skill, 1000 Birds Bind. Evolution Path, Emerald Giant Python, 100. Jungle Venomous Viper, 60-80. Points for deduction, 5460. Just a little more. What am I missing in this final segment? Jiang Chen sighed, unable to suppress a murmur. The evolution plan for Shaoqing's dragon transformation had made incremental progress through his research on the benefits of growth for beast evolution, enhanced further by his exploration of the evolution abyss when dealing with the abyssal emperor crocodile. Finally, it had improved yet again during his studies on the fusion of Shaoqing's wood and thunder attributes. Now, he had begun to form a vague conception of Shaoqing's evolution plan. As a leaf green serpent, if it were to ultimately transform into a dragon, its primary attribute must undoubtedly be wood. This is a fundamental principle that all beasts must adhere to. However, due to fortuitous circumstances, it had awakened a thunder attribute talent, necessitating a balance between the two energies for its evolution. Yet, the methods devised for beast evolution could potentially prioritize the thunder attribute over the wood attribute. This would certainly lead to an imbalance. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Chen's mind. A skill name suddenly emerged in his thoughts: photosynthesis. This was a technique that nearly all wood attribute beasts could employ. Though merely a basic skill, it represents the essence of life to some extent. Even when a beast nears death, it can cling to life through this ability. Yes, this is it. I have overcomplicated the notion of dragon transformation, neglecting the most fundamental aspect of existence. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in excitement as he slapped his thigh. A sudden commotion erupted, drawing the displeasure of the surrounding patrons. What is all this noise? Do you not realize this is a public space? Have you not noticed we are engaged in business here? Can you afford to disturb us? At this moment, Jiang Chen was exhilarated by the discovery of a crucial point and immediately bowed in apology. Just then, the Beastmaster's compendium in his mind unfurled before him. Name, Yiqing Snake. Level, Awakening Stage 8. Attribute, Wood, Thunder. Quality, Bronze Tier. Traits, Child of the Jungle. A favored creature of the forest, enhancing the damage of wood attribute skills by 10. Thunderous Body. Possesses the ability to store lightning, enabling electric attacks to cling to its scales. Evolution Route. Emerald Forest Python, 100. Jungle Viper, 60. 80. Deduction points, 5460. Discovered the key point for beast evolution, photosynthesis. 80. Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon, 95. Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon Evolution Form. The superlative evolutionary form of the Yiqing Snake, a legendary dragon capable of wielding life and thunderous powers, possessing immense potential. Representing the pinnacle of the Yiqing Snake lineage with the ability to transform into a dragon. Would you like to spend 5,000 deduction points to refine the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon evolution plan? Note, this evolution plan is exceedingly difficult. Only those with extraordinary talent and unwavering will can achieve success. Jiang Chen gazed at the compendium that had opened in his mind, his heart racing with excitement. He had often contemplated utilizing deduction points to seek insights, but he had managed to restrain himself until now. At last, he could genuinely grasp the evolution plan for the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. Just as he was about to commence his deductions, a waft of fragrant air suddenly invaded his nostrils. He opened his eyes to behold a striking woman standing before him, adorned with a playful smile, exuding an air of enchanting charm. Her red eyes scrutinized him intently. Young Master Jiang, it is rather impolite to stare so intently. Startled, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of blue light in his pupils, regaining clarity and momentarily taken aback. This woman had managed to momentarily ensnare his attention. Was it due to her allure or the intoxicating fragrance? He prided himself on not being easily swayed by beauty in a public setting. Could it be that her red eyes were not mere cosmetic lenses, but rather a manifestation of some extraordinary ability? Jiang Chen dared not to vocalize his thoughts, for he still sought something that lay in her possession. I apologize. I merely thought that the young master seems even more captivating after not seeing you for some time. Mo Yueqing paused for a moment, a smile gracing her lips. This is the first time someone has directly complimented me like this. I quite like it. With that, she seated herself directly across from Jiang Chen and remarked, I hear you seek the Wind and Thunder Twin Dragon's Wood. It seems young Master Jiang has made significant progress during this time. She had investigated Jiang Chen previously. Aside from being the youngest graduate of the Magic City Academy, his connection to the Songhai army was somewhat tenuous. Given such a background, it was unlikely anyone would provide him with resources from the secret realm. He must have accomplished something on his own. If her assumptions were correct, his level would surely rise. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at Mo Yueqing's words. What do you mean by that, young mistress? Mo Yueqing chuckled. If you prefer not to elaborate, I shall refrain from prying. I possess what you seek, and it is of the finest quality. However, what are you willing to offer in return? After all, the materials you desire are quite rare. Jiang Chen's expression darkened at her words. He could not fathom the intentions of this cunning woman. If the young mistress desires something, why not state it plainly? How forthright. I require a promise from you. When I need your assistance, you shall render it unconditionally. If you agree, I shall provide you with what you seek, free of charge. Hearing this, Xiao Yu, who stood beside Jiang Chen, immediately changed his expression and cautioned him. For someone like Jiang Chen, wealth was secondary. Promises held far greater significance. To rashly commit to someone could lead to unforeseen complications. Jiang Chen fell silent, fully comprehending the implications of Xiao Yu's words. He regarded Mo Yueqing, whose smile was radiant, and replied, Young mistress, you are quite generous. I had no idea I was worth so much. If I say you are valuable, then you are indeed valuable. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Chen sighed, and continued, I can agree to your terms. But you must promise that the tasks you assign to me will not be unethical or endanger myself or those close to me. That is a given. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, Mo Yueqing's smile widened. She beckoned to an elderly woman beside her. Bring forth the items. At once. Moments later, the elderly woman presented a white jade token before Jiang Chen. This is the secondary membership token of the Treasure Pavilion. With it, you shall enjoy a 20% discount at all treasure pavilions across the Great Xia. Consider it a gift from me. As for the items you seek, I shall arrange for them to be delivered to your home. As Mo Yueqing spoke, her expression shifted, and her red eyes seemed to glimmer with an insatiable hunger. Remember your promise, otherwise, I will not let you off easily. With that, she departed with a smile. Jiang Chen stared, astonished. At this woman who was only a few years his senior, the aura she had just exuded was formidable, undoubtedly surpassing that of a high-level beastmaster. He felt a twinge of regret at having agreed so hastily. However, he quickly composed himself. Having made the commitment, it was better to embrace it, after all. It would save him a considerable sum of money. He pondered whether this could be considered as aligning oneself with a wealthy benefactor. Let us depart. With that, Jiang Chen led Xiao Yu out of the treasure pavilion. The patrons who had just shouted at Jiang Chen could not help but swallow hard upon witnessing the scene. Who was this young man? How could he warrant the personal attention of the pavilion master and receive a secondary membership token? I spent millions here just to obtain a primary one. Uncertain, we should investigate upon our return. I hope I did not say anything too outrageous just now. What do you think? Chapter 147. Refining the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon Evolution Plan. On the third floor of the treasure pavilion, in Mo Yueqing's office. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Jiang Chen's figure disappear down the street, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Miss, all arrangements have been made. At that moment, Zhao Momo pushed open the door and approached her. The materials will be delivered to Jiang Chen's home starting tomorrow. Mo Yueqing nodded, returning to her seat. She glanced at the hesitant Zhao Momo and asked, Zhao Momo, do you have reservations about my actions? I would not dare. Zhao Momo hesitated for a moment. As if having made a momentous decision, she spoke. However, Miss, the master has sent us to Jiang City, and our resources are quite limited. With your significant investment in Jiang Chen, his current status may not provide you with substantial assistance. Mo Yueqing smiled at her words, then looked at Zhao Momo and replied. Then, according to your suggestion, which one should I choose, Lady Zhao? The young master of the Yin family, Yin Yongliang, is one of the 4 esteemed second-rank families in Jiang City. At merely 26 years of age, he has already attained the status of a senior beast master. And he commands a faction known as the Golden Scale Society. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Mo Yueqing interjected, her smile unwavering. Yet her voice was as frigid as the biting winds of winter, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Lady Zhao trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and immediately fell to her knees. I dare not, dare not. Mo Yueqing scoffed, the coldness in her tone palpable. I recall you exhibiting considerable audacity when reaping benefits from Yin Yongliang. Lady Zhao was taken aback, unable to fathom how her clandestine actions had come to light. She hastily pleaded, Miss, I was wrong. Even if I have not contributed, I have endured hardships. For the sake of having cared for you since childhood, please spare my life. Mo Yueqing regarded Lady Zhao, who was incessantly bowing her head in supplication, her delicate hand brushing against the 6-tailed fox beside her. Surrender all the benefits you have accrued and make your way to the punishment hall to receive 30 lashes. Whether you survive depends solely on your fate. Thank you, Mississippi. Lady Zhao, I must remind you to engage your intellect in future endeavors. Consider how Yin Yongliang measures up against the husbands my so-called sisters might seek. Randomly selecting someone will only lead to disgrace. I understand, Mississippi. As Lady Zhao departed, Mo Yueqing reflected on the 18-year-old realm breaker. Surprised to discover such a person in Jiang City, she gazed at Jiang Chen's photograph on her computer, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. I have given you all you desired. Do not let me down. At the Qingshan breeding base, upon arrival, Jiang Chen immediately sequestered himself in his room. Sitting on the bed, he took a moment to compose himself before eagerly immersing his consciousness into the Beast Master Compendium. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to refine the evolution plan for the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon? The same prompt appeared before Jiang Chen, and without a hint of hesitation, he selected yes. As the points dwindled, the black silhouette on the Beast Master Compendium began to solidify, ultimately transforming into a unicorn dragon shimmering with electric light, hovering above the tome. In the next instant, a wealth of information regarding it flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Akin to a divine revelation, the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon, a legendary beast, the totem of the ancient Beast Master tribe, symbolizes life and destruction. Phase 1 of evolution requirements. The leaf-green serpent must reach the pinnacle of awakening. Its physical constitution must attain the extraordinary tier with a minimum quality of rare. The leaf-green serpent must awaken a secondary attribute of lightning and achieve mastery in the charging skill, alongside proficiency in the photosynthesis skill. Note, the leaf-green serpent's level must not exceed extraordinary, otherwise, it will permanently lose the qualification for evolution. Phase 2 of evolution requirements. The evolving beast must be situated within the Thunder Church, continuously receiving the baptism of lightning. After enduring 81 bolts of lightning, the evolution can commence, during which the charging skill must be employed to absorb the power of lightning while consuming the spiritual material, sunfruit. Upon completion, the beast will awaken the characteristic of wood lightning. Note, it is imperative to maintain a balance between wood energy and lightning energy. The quality of the sunfruit must be at least silver high tier. If the beast's constitution is inadequate, it could face dire consequences. Extreme caution is advised. After enduring the 81 heavenly lightning strikes, a reinforced lightning bolt will emerge. Phase 3 of evolution requirements, the final stage, where the beast must withstand the most potent bolt of lightning, entering a near-death state, subsequently relying on photosynthesis to cling to life for 3 days. During this time, it must be fed a concoction made from heavenly thunderfruit, crystallized flora, life fruits, and other materials. After 3 days, the evolution will be complete. Note, the final stage is the most perilous, with nearly all leaf-green serpents aspiring to evolve into the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon perishing at this stage. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. Truly, the most formidable path for the evolution of the leaf-green serpent. Though only 3 phases, each one presented nearly insurmountable challenges. The evolution encompassed myriad details demanding acute attention. A single misstep could not only forfeit the chance for evolution, but also lead to demise. It was no wonder that no records of such beasts existed in this world. Were it not for his all-seeing eye talent, he would not dare to attempt such a venture. With its presence, Jiang Chen could constantly monitor Xiao Qing's condition, ensuring no issues arose. Resolving this, he wasted no time and got to work. He retrieved his computer, documenting all the materials required for Xiao Qing's evolution. The list contained many rare spiritual materials, and fortunately, he had saved a considerable sum at the treasure pavilion. Indeed, becoming acquainted with a wealthy patron was addictive. Without Mo Yueqing's generous support, he would have had to sell his realm. After sending the prepared list to Jin Baoshan, he began contemplating Xiao Qing's foundational circumstances. Given Xiao Qing's current physical strength, it was already comparable to the extraordinary tier. However, he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to employ the dual perfection method to refine it further. Thus, the remaining requirements were simply achieving mastery in photosynthesis and reaching the 9th awakening tier. The photosynthesis skill posed no significant issue, as Jiang Chen had previously replicated it from the toxic phoenix flower, but had yet to teach it to Xiao Qing. After a rough estimate, he concluded that by weakening himself for about a month, Xiao Qing's photosynthesis could be perfected. By then, the sanctum within the realm would be nearing completion. This timing was fortuitous, allowing Xiao Qing's evolution to be accomplished before the grand tournament commenced. It seemed he would be quite busy in the days to come. Chapter 148. Completion of the realm, the ascendance of the Dragon Gate. Time invariably slips away rapidly during periods of busyness. After devising Xiao Qing's evolution plan, Jiang Chen immersed himself wholly in its cultivation. By day, he instructed on photosynthesis. By night, he utilized the dual perfection method to absorb the energy from lightning attribute spiritual materials to strengthen its physique. After all, considering Xiao Qing's age, it was still in its youth as a leaf-green serpent, with ample potential for further development. The latter phases of its evolution required enduring the trials of thunder tribulation, which posed considerable danger. Even Jiang Chen could not afford to fully relax. He could only seize this opportunity to enhance its resistance to lightning. Moreover, Jiang Chen's realm was undergoing methodical transformation under Wang Kong's supervision. It was on this day that the sanctum was entirely completed. Standing at the entrance of the realm, Jiang Chen was accompanied by several employees from the Qingshan base, as well as his assistant, Wang Kiki, who was pouting with an expression of displeasure. Seeing her, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ever since he had lured her onto his ship, he had been preoccupied with his own matters. The affairs of the Thunder Feather Butterfly Research Institute had all been managed solely by her. He was fortunate to have her assistance. Otherwise, balancing the cultivation of both the Thunder Feather Butterfly and Xiao Qing would have been a tremendous challenge. Don't be angry. Your lips look like they could hold a soy sauce bottle. Today, let me show you something extraordinary, just for you. Others wouldn't be so generous, Jiang Chen said, turning to Wang Kiki. Humph, you miser, Wang Kiki retorted with a cold snort, though her heart softened slightly. He was willing to confide in himself about matters concerning the secret realm. At the very least, he regarded himself as one of his own. Jiang Chen remarked, I understand that you two share a close bond, but surely, it would be more appropriate to engage in flirtation in a more private setting, considering there are elders present. Wang Kong cast a disdainful glance at the pair and spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Ki's face instantly flushed. What are you saying, Grandfather Wang? Wang Kong, with a knowing smile, turned to Jiang Chen and said, the young lady is blushing. Shouldn't you promptly present the heart of the secret realm? Please, Grandfather, do not jest with us. Over the past few days, he had come to grasp a bit of Wang Kong's temperament. Although he appeared fierce on the surface, he was, in fact, just a playful old man, which explained his ability to engage with his own master. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a spherical object crackling with electricity materialized in Jiang Chen's grasp. He gently pushed it forward, and the heart of the secret realm melded into the Qingshan mountain range. In the next instant, Wang Kong clasped his hands together, and a massive hexagram formation appeared behind him, followed by the sudden manifestation of a gigantic butterfly with a wingspan of 2 meters. It shimmered with dazzling brilliance, and the scales that fell from its body floated in the air, creating an ethereal spectacle. This was its initial summoned beast, the time-space butterfly. What a beautiful summoned beast, Jiang Chen remarked, unable to resist activating his all-seeing eye. Name, time-space butterfly. Attribute, space. Insect, level, talent, quality, skill, exclusive trait. A cascade of question marks. Apart from the name and attributes, nothing else was discernible. One could only say that it was befitting of Wang Kong's summoned beast, indicating that his strength surpassed Jiang Chen's expectations. Time-space butterfly, commence. Wang Kong softly instructed. With a delicate flap of its wings, the time-space butterfly soared above Qingshan, its formidable presence causing the local tyrant, the fire sparrow, to retreat to its lair in submission. In the next moment, a powerful spatial force erupted from the butterfly. Integrate, Wang Kong bellowed, observing the surrounding environment. The spatial power fused with Qingshan, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jiang Chen began to tremble violently, and the beasts and their summoned companions, previously hidden, scrambled to escape their burrows. This was the heart of the secret realm merging with the Qingshan mountain. The intense tremors affected the surrounding area. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Neighbors, feeling their houses shake, shouted as they rushed outside. Earthquakes were a rare occurrence in Jiang City. Standing on the open road, everyone wore expressions of anxiety. At that moment, someone called out, "Look over there. Is Qingshan getting taller?" Everyone turned their gaze toward the direction indicated. Indeed, the mountain was visibly rising before their eyes. It's that Jiang Chen again. He has only been back for a few months, and this is the umpteenth time. I must go to the village committee and say something. Graduated, but not working. He spends all day at home, without anyone knowing what he is up to. They've always claimed he is a breeding master. Yet no one has sought him out for cultivation. I suspect his earlier reputation as a genius was merely bought with money from old Jiang. Beside them, Elder Qin remained silent, a neighbor who had been long oppressed by Jiang Chen's grandfather. Now that the tables had turned, they began to speak out. His daughter had returned from the ancient capital, and the gossip had not ceased. If it weren't for Jiang Chen living here, he might have moved away long ago. Gazing at the towering mountain, he murmured nostalgically, "Old Jiang, you left too soon. If only you could see your grandson's accomplishments now, you would surely be pleased." Elder Qin was not one of those short-sighted individuals. He had already discerned that the heart of the secret realm was influencing the environment around it. Meanwhile, Qingshan continued to grow under the integration of this intermediate heart of the secret realm. The surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly abundant. The wood attribute summoned beast Jiang Chen had brought back from the ghost market sensed the changes in their surroundings and eagerly absorbed the energy. As time passed, the once modest hill that was Qingshan transformed into a majestic mountain, shrouded in mist. All right, Jiang Chen, this artificial secret realm is now fully realized. Let us venture into the depths of the secret realm. Wang Kong retracted the time-space butterfly and addressed Jiang Chen. He nodded in agreement. Upon entering the secret realm, Jiang Chen maintained a connection with it. With a mere thought, they appeared in the heart of the secret realm. This is a blessed land? Wang Kiki and the others gazed at the transformed twin peaks with uncertainty. No, this is a minor sacred land. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Chen propelled them into the air. They marveled at the two peaks, which stood like twin white pillars reaching toward the heavens, resembling a celestial gate. Even more astonishing was that, due to the magnetic field, electric arcs surged from the base of the mountains, akin to koi attempting to leap over the dragon gate. Atop the peaks grew the wind-thunder twin dragon's wood, resembling a divine tree descending from the heavens, intermittently unleashing fierce winds and purple lightning that scattered the thunder fish. This is the momentum of the Dragon Gate. Chapter 149, Provocation, Jiang Chen's Decision. A minor sacred land. Others might not comprehend what this entailed, but Wang Kiki, as a graduate of the breeding department at Magic City University, certainly understood. She had even visited a sacred land before. You haven't utilized all those spiritual materials sent over these past few days on this, have you? That must have cost a fortune. Jiang Chen's voice reached her ears. Indeed. Master Wang recognized the unique terrain of these opposing peaks, allowing for the transformation into a minor sacred land. I naturally had to give it my all. Moreover, this secret realm is primarily thunder attribute. With the existence of this minor sacred land, the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly may have the potential for further evolution. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the entire Thunder Dragon Gate. In truth, this was his first time entering. However, as the master of the secret realm, he could distinctly feel the profound impact this minor sacred land had on the entirety of the realm. Wang Kong, a master of space attribute summoned beasts, had seemingly ignited the magnetic field here and, with his unique methods, transformed this place into a nexus of spiritual energy. The intensity of the spiritual energy was at least 3 times that of other locations, meaning that if thunder attribute summoned beasts could cultivate here, their efforts would undoubtedly yield greater results. Furthermore, with the enhancement of this unique magnetic field, their comprehension of thunder attribute skills would also receive a boost. Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki looked at Jiang Chen with a mixture of complex emotions. Jiang Chen, you truly are advancing at an astonishing pace since your graduation, just as the teacher predicted. She had initially thought her own progress was swift, having entered the Breeding Master Association as a formal employee immediately after graduation. Her journey could hardly be deemed anything less than smooth. Yet, Jiang Chen's speed was utterly remarkable, especially after awakening his summoned beast space. It was as if he had shed all constraints. He had sprinted down the path of breeding. From initially researching the Abyssal King Crocodile to obtaining his intermediate breeding master certificate, and later leveraging his own failures as a stepping stone to successfully research the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly, thus securing connections with the Songhai Navy. Now, even the rarest treasures like the lesser sanctuaries, which are scarcely found in the Magic City University, have fallen into his possession. I seem to be lagging behind in his wake, and an inevitable sense of anxiety begins to creep in. One cannot afford to be complacent, after all. This world conceals too many secrets. Jiang Chen fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze sweeping over Wang Kong. And he spoke. Our strength is so feeble that we might not even have the opportunity to comprehend this world. Ever since he became aware of the existence of the time-space rifts, a certain urgency had indeed taken root within him. The time-space rift in Jiang City still persists. The previous destruction of the Qingshan breeding base was at its hands, yet he remains utterly ignorant of its fundamental circumstances. A state of unknowing that leaves Jiang Chen feeling quite unsettled. He had inquired with Huang Tianming, but the latter was unwilling to divulge any information, leaving Jiang Chen to devise his own plans. Why not ask me? Wang Kong chuckled, but I simply refuse to tell you. Does that irritate you? Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, could only respond with exasperation. Not at all. Since I last asked you, I have ceased to expect any information from your lips. No information is preferable. Wang Kong turned his attention to the Thunder Dragon Gate he had crafted and continued. This world is far more thrilling and perilous than you can imagine. You achieved fame in your youth without awakening your beast mastery space, granting you a stable opportunity to study, yet it also deprived you of many experiences. Come to think of it, you probably haven't even undertaken any missions at your school, have you? Jiang Chen's lips twitched at this remark. Wang, that is a bit harsh. Don't you think? I assist professors with breeding tasks daily. Otherwise, how would I accumulate so many points to exchange for the school's treasures? I'm referring to the secret realms and time-space rifts. Upon this statement, Wang Keek's expression stiffened immediately. Isn't it said that such matters are highly confidential for ordinary folk? Is it truly wise to speak of it so openly? Don't look at me like that. He is known for quite some time, Jiang Chen replied. Just as I told Han Haiyang, your mentors, including Huang Tianming, have protected you too well. When faced with life and death, you may find yourself less prepared than that girl beside you. Little brat, are you truly ready? Once you step inside, there is no turning back. Listening to Wang Kong's words, Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Wang, my ability to attract so many mentors is also a testament to my own strength. Moreover, I have developed the Qingshan breeding base to its current state without relying on their names. You need not provoke me. The world you mentioned captivated me the moment I encountered that green-skinned creature. Until I accomplish what I set out to do, I shall overcome any obstacles in my path. Wang Kong, observing Jiang Chen's unwavering confidence, erupted into laughter. Fascinating. I shall await you in the sea of delusions. Although Huang Tianming has not disclosed your identity to me, I can surmise a few details. If you can ensure that your name genuinely resonates in the eyes of all within 3 years, I will assist you with one endeavor free of charge. Then be prepared to exert yourself, Jiang Chen replied with a grin. I look forward to that day. Young man, I have found our conversations enjoyable. I will leave the Thunder Dragon Gate in your care. If you can't even evolve your initial beast, then spare me the boasting. With that, he summoned his beast, opening a time-space wormhole in midair, and stepped inside. Wang, are you really leaving without staying to witness how I evolve my beast? Jiang Chen called out, but the only response was a ripple of spatial distortion. He had already departed. Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to such behavior from Wang Kong. How impolite, just leaving without a word of farewell. This statement, overheard by the four nearby, made their expressions freeze momentarily. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, only exhaling in relief once they confirmed he was gone. Doubtless, aside from Jiang Chen, no other junior would dare to criticize Wang Kong's manners. Sister Wenwan, do you think I could establish my own Beastmaster faction? Would it stand on its own? Jiang Chen turned to Wenwan, as this was a notion he had long been contemplating. The renowned breeding bases in the Beastmaster realm are, in a sense, independent factions. Moreover, after hearing Wang Kong's words, this desire had intensified. The Great Xia does not appear as stable as it seems on the surface. With the existence of this lesser sanctuary, if someone were to attempt to seize it, one must have capable allies. Young master, given your current level of beast mastery, establishing a faction akin to a third-tier family should not pose much of a challenge. However, striving for a higher tier may prove difficult, Wenwan stated candidly, without embellishment. Jiang Chen did not take offense. Given his current fame and resources, attracting a renowned beast master would indeed be a challenge. Very well. We shall discuss this matter further after the Legion Grand Tournament. Sister Wenwan, please close the Qingshan breeding base for the time being. I intend to begin the evolution of Shaoqing tomorrow. Understood. Chapter 150. Evolution of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon, Part 1, at the Qingshan breeding base. Within the ruins of the power plant's secret realm. Following Wang Kong's departure, the breeding base entered a temporary closure mode. Jiang Chen, along with Shaoqing, remained at the foot of Shuangfeng Mountain, conducting the final lesson on photosynthesis. The last stage of evolution for the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon is perilously fraught. A higher proficiency in photosynthesis would significantly increase the chances of success. Name, Leaf Green Serpent. Level, Awakening 9th rank. Attributes, Wood, Thunder. Quality, High Bronze. Rarity, Rare. Traits, Child of the Jungle, an adored denizen of the forest, enhancing the damage of Wood attribute skills by 10. Thunderous Body, possesses the ability to store lightning. Its scales can conduct lightning strikes. Skills, Photosynthesis, Mastery. Tail Whip, Proficient. Vine Whip, Novice. Leaf Blade, Novice. Growth, Proficient. Bind, Mastery. Charge, Mastery. Lightning Strike, Novice. Thunder Tail Assault, Proficient. Wild Volt, Mastery. Fluid Transformation, Novice. Electromagnetic Force, Proficient. Combination Skill, Thousand Bird Strangle. At this moment, Xiaoqing's panel bore little resemblance to that of a mere awakened beast. All the displayed information showcased its formidable prowess. How are you feeling, Xiaoqing? Is there any discomfort? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing shook its head. As Jiang Chen's contracted beast, it could naturally sense the faint unease in his heart. It extended its tail to rest in Jiang Chen's hand, a gesture of reassurance. For this awaited day, it had long been prepared. Nearby, Xiaohu, witnessing the interaction between the man and beast, mistook it for a game and placed its paw atop them as well. Jiang Chen chuckled at the sight. At that moment, Wang Kiki approached, accompanied by an elderly man, his voice booming with vitality. Xiao Chen, teacher, you have arrived. Jiang Chen affectionately patted the heads of his two beasts before rising to stand beside LV Guodong. He had invited the elder specifically. Although he was confident in completing the evolution of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon, having an elder present provided him with additional reassurance. LV Guodong nodded, then gazed upon the imposing gate radiating with potent thunder attributes, saying, Jiang Chen, your audacity is commendable. You dare to use a lesser sanctuary for your first stage evolution. What do you plan to employ for the second stage? A sanctuary? He left Wang Kong's contact information for Jiang Chen, mistakenly believing that he merely wished to construct an artificial secret realm, which was quite reasonable given that breeding bases typically possess such facilities. However, Jiang Chen took it a step further and managed to create a small sacred ground, specifically one imbued with the power of thunder. The first level evolution required relatively few beasts from a blessed land, yet Jiang Chen's singular Yeching snake's evolution astonishingly necessitated such high-grade resources. Were he not his own disciple, he would have undoubtedly expressed his frustration vocally. After all, such potent energy could hardly be borne by a novice beast, should the initial beast perish. Jiang Chen's career as a beastmaster would truly reach its premature conclusion. This was precisely why he had returned from the secret realm. I must possess the requisite strength, master. Jiang Chen jested, fully aware that Lu Guodong was not genuinely angry, but rather concerned for his well-being. Enough chatter, let me see your Yeching snake. If it fails to meet my standards, I will categorically refuse to allow you to utilize this thunder gate. Understood. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, affectionately patted Xiaoqing's head and said, let master see your current physical condition. Xiaoqing recognized the elderly figure before him, having encountered him previously on Sanchan Island, where he had generously provided it with delectable treats. Thus, Xiaoqing harbored a favorable impression of him. As it swam closer to Lu Guodong, the latter was taken aback by its growth. How have you fed it to achieve such size? The last time I saw it, it was nowhere near this large. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. He squatted down and channeled a surge of Beastmaster energy into his hands, subsequently examining Xiaoqing's form. This was one of his unique techniques, known as bone touching, which enabled him to discern a beast's aptitude and deficiencies without the aid of machinery, thus allowing for tailored nurturing. As the Beastmaster energy permeated deeper, a look of comfort spread across Xiaoqing's face. However, Lu Guodong's brow furrowed at that moment. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of ordinary nurturing. He sensed no issues with the snake, and its physical strength was astonishingly formidable. It was the first time he had encountered a snake that could possess the extraordinary physical strength of a transcendent stage at the Ninth Awakening. One might even mistake it for a dragon. The only potential concern was a slight overabundance of nutrition, but for a beast on the verge of evolution, this was not a flaw, but rather an advantage. It seemed Jiang Chen had acquired something remarkable within the secret realm. However, he refrained from probing further, as every student at Moda University carried their own secrets. Continuing his examination, after a moment, Lu Guodong concluded and nodded approvingly at Jiang Chen. Little Chen, your skills in nurturing beasts have indeed improved since graduation. It should be able to evolve with the aid of the Thunder Gate. Share your thoughts with me. Jiang Chen then conveyed his ideas to Lu Guodong. Of course, he did not reveal everything, but merely outlined the general concept. Nonetheless, even this was enough to astonish Lu Guodong. Little Chen, I initially believed I was bold enough, but it appears my disciple exceeds me in audacity. To use lightning to trigger the evolutionary factors within a beast, What an audacious notion. Master, please assess the feasibility of my approach, Jiang Chen requested, eager for his mentor's insights, knowing that drawing parallels could forge a better path. Lu Guodong fell silent for a moment, mentally simulating the process before responding, if indeed, as you say, Shaoqing can withstand all the steps, it should be able to evolve. In fact, the evolution of the skeletal dragon lizard at Jing University also employed this life-or-death strategy, albeit their method was even more ruthless, requiring complete death. As he spoke, Lu Guodong retrieved a vial of yellow energy substance from his spatial ring and stated, "This is the nectar of the Muyang lotus. While the sunshine fruit is excellent, it still falls slightly short. Using this in conjunction may enhance the success rate." Jiang Chen pondered briefly upon hearing this. The Muyang lotus, classified at the platinum level, produced nectar imbued with a touch of life attribute. Upon acquiring the evolution plan for the Jiao Shaoqing Ting Jiao, Jiang Chen had contemplated substituting this, but regrettably, it was rare and considered a healing treasure, unattainable at his current standing. Were it not for your status as my master, I might never have conceived a better solution. Jiang Chen remarked with a smile as he accepted the nectar. Get lost, you little rascal, your presence irritates me, Lu Guodong replied tersely. Let me tell you, while your evolution plan possesses a degree of feasibility, the danger level remains excessively high. A slight misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Have you truly thought this through? It's merely a transformation into a dragon. I could indeed arrange for a simpler evolution plan from the dragon's homeland at a cost. Master, thank you. But I have made up my mind. The nurturing of Shaoqing has been based on this plan, and we shall undoubtedly succeed. Right, Shaoqing? Roar. Definitely. Chapter 151. Evolution of the Jiao Shaoqing Ting Jiao, Part 2. Subsequently, Jiang Chen meticulously reviewed the materials required, ensuring there were no discrepancies before leading Shaoqing to the threshold of the Thunder Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, others at the Qingshan breeding base had gathered within the secret realm, standing atop a high slope, anxiously directing their cameras toward the Celestial Gate. This was a promise Jiang Chen had made to Shaoqing, and it eagerly anticipated the event. Given the perilous nature of this evolution, Jiang Chen dared not take it lightly, and thus entrusted Wen Wan with the responsibility. On the slope, Wang Kiki inquired of Lu Guodong, "Teacher Lu, do you think Jiang Chen will succeed?" "I cannot say. His evolution plan is exceedingly bold, and even I would hesitate to guarantee success if I were to execute it myself." Upon hearing Lu Guodong's words, Wang Kiki became increasingly anxious. However, do not fret too much. Jiang Chen has mastered both photosynthesis and charging as prerequisite skills for nurturing the Yeching snake, each to a proficient level. The potential of the Yeching snake has already been maximized, and even if the evolution fails, the worst outcome would merely be a regression in strength. It will not perish. What about you, Kiki? Are you truly prepared to remain here assisting Jiang Chen with that research institute? Taken aback by Lu Guodong's sudden question, Wang Kiki fell silent. Had this been a month prior, her answer would have been an unequivocal yes, but now she found herself uncertain. Jiang Chen's rapid ascension in strength left her questioning her own ability to contribute to nurturing the Thunder Feather Butterfly a year hence. Lu Guodong sighed at this. Having sensed the budding connection during their school days, initially believing it would dissipate after graduation, only to find it entangled once more. Kiki, your teacher asked me to relay a message. If you are willing to return for graduate studies, she can accept you as her direct disciple. Wang Kiki's eyes widened at Lu Guodong's words. I have delivered the message, the rest is up to you. With that, Lu Guodong turned his attention back to the Thunder Dragon Gate, leaving Wang Kiki in a contemplative silence, standing there in a daze. Shaoqing, are you ready? In the space between two mountain peaks, Jiang Chen addressed the spiraling Yeching snake beside him. Shaoqing nodded in response, then shifted its gaze toward the enormous thunderball hovering in the air. Let us begin. Having come this far, there is no turning back. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, then retrieved a vial of purple potion from his spatial bag, preparing to administer it to Shaoqing. A surge of lightning suddenly coursed through its body as Jiang Chen stepped onto the small tiger, channeling his beast-controlling powers. The thunder sphere in midair became animated. Shaoqing, I am about to begin, he roared. Come on. Shaoqing let out a fierce roar and activated its charging and growth skills, swimming beneath the thunder sphere. Jiang Chen observed Shaoqing, his all-powerful eye activating, a flash of blue light dancing in his pupils. He then directly opened the Thunder Dragon Gate. Boom. The lightning serpents surged forth, illuminating the entire valley, while the ascending thunder carp on Twin Peaks merged under the influence of the electric force, transforming into a torrent of thunder energy that surged towards the heavens. Boom. The first bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking Shaoqing, who immediately emitted a pained roar. The electricity coursed through its entire being as it maximized its mastery of the charging technique, striving to absorb this energy. Yet, before it could fully harness it, the second bolt of heavenly lightning had already brewed in the sky and descended. Boom. Another deafening crash echoed, this bolt seemingly more powerful than the last. Illuminating the entire sky, Jiang Chen stood at a distance, watching the lightning strike, his fists clenched tightly, his brow furrowed. He had miscalculated the capabilities of this small sacred land. Although the lightning here could cleanse and fortify, each strike was stronger than the last. Had it not been for Xiaoqing's enhanced physique from his dual ability strengthening, it might not have withstood the onslaught. On the hillside, witnessing the gathering lightning between the two towering mountains, everyone present gasped in astonishment, pondering how many strikes their own beasts could endure. However, the prospects were far from optimistic. Lu Guodong was equally anxious, his heart racing. According to Jiang Chen's plan, the Yiqing snake needed to withstand 81 strikes of lightning to trigger its evolution. But if each bolt held such power, it would indeed be a daunting challenge. Jiang Chen, you must hold on. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning continued to strike in rapid succession. Due to the relentless assault, Xiaoqing's once magnificent scales had turned charred, with several patches already peeling away. Yet, Xiaoqing showed no signs of surrender, swallowing the wooden elemental material that Jiang Chen had long prepared, maintaining a balance between the two attributes. Thus, a day passed. The lightning never ceased, and Jiang Chen stood outside the lightning circle, counting the descending strikes. 80 strikes now. Xiaoqing, you must endure. Watching the injured Yiqing snake lying on the ground, Jiang Chen's heart raced. Above, the final bolt of lightning had coalesced. It was indifferent to Xiaoqing's current state, solely adhering to its initial programming. Boom. The heavenly thunder struck on schedule, directly hitting Xiaoqing. Roar. Blood and scales erupted, staining the ground crimson, and it fell into unconsciousness. Xiaoqing. At that moment, an exhilarating scene unfolded. A surge of verdant life energy erupted from within it, and with this energy's assistance, Xiaoqing's wounds began to mend. Jiang Chen's gaze fixed intently upon it. Exclusive trait, wood thunder, the thunder of life and destruction, infused with the essence of verdant wood, capable of healing and evolving all negative conditions. Seeing this, Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, yet he remained vigilant. For the final strike after these 81 was the key to evolution. Just then, boom, the thunder clouds began to gather, the dark clouds colliding and producing a cacophony of deafening thunder. Above, the lightning serpents writhed, and the winds howled as if heralding the apocalypse. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it, how could a transcendent-level beast withstand this lightning? He reached out, attempting to intervene, only to realize he was powerless to do so. This was the evolutionary thunder invoked by Xiaoqing itself. Xiaoqing, quickly move away. This bolt is beyond what you can withstand in your current state. Jiang Chen shouted urgently. Xiaoqing seemed to hear Jiang Chen's voice, struggling to rise. Roar. It summoned every ounce of strength for one final roar, triggering photosynthesis. Jiang Chen immediately comprehended its intention. It wanted to give it a try. Then let us fight together.